Lin Qiu, we have only just awakened. We must not provoke too many of the zombies in this realm. Where did you acquire that nuclear bomb? Lin Qiu, this abyssal realm is exceedingly treacherous. We must tread carefully. How do you possess an artifact? Lin Qiu, in this realm, martial prowess reigns supreme. One must strengthen the physical body, which requires immense diligence. How have you commenced your cultivation of immortality? Upon traversing into another world, Lin Qiu opened his eyes to find that the awakening of his talents had already concluded, resulting in a dismal outcome, utterly tragic. Fortunately, the heavens do not entirely forsake the desperate. Lin Qiu experienced a second awakening, merging his talents and soaring to new heights. Within the realm, while others tread cautiously, fearing detection by foes, Lin Qiu boldly confronts the boss with unabashed confidence. Witnessing this scenario, the other realm explorers stood dumbfounded. This was supposed to be an abyssal realm. How is it that you perceive it as simpler than a novice realm? Chapter 1. The sky falls at the start. All right, those who have completed their awakening may now prepare to enter the realm. The next group, please come forward. In the raucous classroom, amidst an unfamiliar environment, Lin Qiu gazed at the scene before him, his expression somewhat dazed. Had he transcended? As Lin Qiu came to this realization, the remnants of memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In this world, an abyssal invasion reigns, where the strong dominate. Every individual, upon reaching the age of 18, is permitted to partake in the awakening ceremony to unveil their innate talents. The original host had perished due to awakening the lowest tier gray quality talent, which led to an impulsive demise, allowing Lin Qiu to take their place. Realizing this, Lin Qiu felt utterly numb. Wasn't he a comrade? The lowest tier talent. Yet, before he could fully digest this information, a girl seated in front of him quietly turned her head. Lin Qiu, this is my number. You must remember to call me. A strikingly lovely girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, extended a note she had written, appearing somewhat bashful. Awakening the most wretched talent, yet receiving a note from a girl. Could it be that I am the innate embodiment of a freeloader? Lin Qiu took the note and glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. Is this a phone number or a giant communication number? Why is it so long? The girl looked at him with surprise. What are you talking about? This is my federal bank card number. With the girl's reminder, Lin Qiu's memories surged, and he finally comprehended the depth of the predicament he had fallen into. Accepting the awakening of a gray quality talent, Lin Qiu resolved to forego being an awakener and instead live as an ordinary person. However, the original host parents were deceased, lacking any influential connections, and the federal compensation allocated had caught the attention of a notorious scion, who coerced the original host into signing a gambling agreement. The wager was based on the scoring points of the first novice realm. Whoever lost would owe the other 200,000 federal coins. The girl before him was sent by that scion to collect the payment. Even if Lin Qiu were to report the matter, the scion could easily dismiss it by claiming the 200,000 was a voluntary gift during a romantic engagement. One must ask, what justice would be afforded to a boy with a gray talent and no background? Damn it, what a beast! Moreover, had he not just awakened? Why was he already being asked for money before even entering the realm? Lin Qiu furrowed his brow. Even if my awakened talent is the worst, you cannot simply declare me the loser. Upon seeing the dangerous glint in Lin Qiu's eyes, the girl felt a jolt of fear. Yet, recalling the benefits promised by that scion, she steeled her resolve and pointed to the podium. Until you see the coffin, you won't shed tears. You can see for yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, the teacher at the podium began reading from a list. The next batch of students to awaken: Zhang Shun, Wang Ping'an. One by one, 10 students ascended the podium. Just as the teacher was checking their documents, a boy with short wine-red hair, clearly embodying the essence of a scion, provocatively smirked in Lin Qiu's direction. In the next moment, he raised his right hand. Teacher, I wish to use a relic. The classroom erupted into a buzz, eyes filled with jealousy and envy fixated on Zhang Shun. Relics. This item held significant importance in the original host's memories. In the exploration of the instance world, human souls transcend their corporeal forms, resonating with the lingering souls within the instance, thus acquiring temporary new bodies. Conventionally, one cannot carry anything. However, relics are an exception. These artifacts are imbued with unique powers, having been brought out of the instance by awakeners, allowing them to be returned to the real world and serve as aids for future explorations. At times, a remarkable relic can enable an individual to traverse the instance effortlessly. Can you fathom the sensation of wielding a Gatling gun amidst the clash of cold weapons on an ancient battlefield? This encapsulates the essence of relics, akin to a diminutive cheat code. Zhang Shun's background is well known among his peers, and the teacher was not taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement. Have you brought your credentials? Indeed, I have. Relishing in the envy of his classmates, Zhang Shun produced his credentials and then carefully retrieved a box from his pocket, gingerly opening it and placing it before the teacher, proclaiming loudly, "I hereby request the use of a disposable relic, the extraordinary gem." Its trait is that when an awakened talent is below the green excellent tier, it automatically elevates to green excellent. When at the green excellent tier, the talent ascends by 1 grade. Upon hearing this, the classmates erupted in excitement. Goodness, it is a relic that can influence talent, and it's disposable. Does that not guarantee a baseline of green excellent for talent awakening? To be able to present such a precious item, Zhang Shun's father truly dotes on him. It's simply unfair, utterly unfair. Alas, in this world, wealth and power reign supreme. Possessing a suitable relic is akin to having ancestral blessings. As an item, relics are naturally subject to wear and tear, thus classified into disposable and reusable categories, with those capable of impacting talent awakening being exceedingly rare. The initial awakening of talent can significantly influence one's entire life. With this relic in his possession, Zhang Shun is virtually guaranteed to surpass 99% of ordinary individuals. Clutching the gem, Zhang Shun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qiu before stepping into the awakening chamber. Moments later, he emerged, enveloped in a faint blue aura, his face adorned with a confident smile. A talent of rare blue quality. Observing the halo surrounding Zhang Shun, even the homeroom teacher couldn't help but nod repeatedly. For their ordinary class, to have a student with a rare talent is already remarkable, as most, like Lin Qiu, possess merely the lowest grade talent, making it exceedingly difficult to become an awakener. The girl before Lin Qiu scoffed coldly. "So, how do you feel now? Have you given up?" Zhang Shun has awakened a rare talent. Even aimlessly wandering in the instance will yield greater rewards than your relentless monster hunting. If you are wise, hand over the money now. Perhaps the 200,000 federal coins might earn you a glance of favor from Zhang Shun, getting you a position in their company. Should you linger, the one sent by Zhang Shun to collect debts may not be me. Detecting the subtle threat in the girl's words, Lin Qiu merely chuckled derisively. Let's see the true metal after the novice instance. Also, next time, have Zhang Shun send someone more pleasing to the eye. Am I blind to give money to a woman like you? Lin Qiu, ignoring the girl's exceedingly displeased expression, Lin Qiu rose and strode toward the luminous portal on the podium. Though the disparity in talent was vast, Lin Qiu chose not to concede. After all, having crossed over, he felt no fear of stepping barefoot into the fray. Rather than starting in debt, it seemed wiser to gamble everything for a chance at victory in paradise, for defeat in hell still offered a glimmer of hope. Gazing at Zhang Shun, who was being lauded not far away, Lin Qiu took a deep breath, surrendered his ticket, and stepped into the novice instance. It was time to fight. In the next moment, the world spun around as Lin Qiu found himself in a realm of pure white, a space exclusive to awakeners, akin to a transit station. Upon entering, Lin Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay the colossal mural. The blood-red sun hung low on the horizon, collapsed buildings loomed ominously, and vehicles, having collided in a chaotic dance, belched forth billowing clouds of smoke. Grotesque, decomposing figures staggered through the neighborhood streets, resembling zombies, occasionally emitting a deep, guttural roar as if heralding the apocalypse. The mural emitted rippling waves, akin to a portal. Stepping within would grant entry to the instance world. However, what astonished Lin Qiu was not this vividly lifelike painting, but the white stone positioned at the very center of the room. Ding! Awakening stone detected. Do you wish to awaken your talent? Chapter 2. The Fusion of Talents. The Blessing of Chaos. Is it truly the awakening stone? Gazing at the awakening stone before him, Lin Qiu's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Although he firmly believed that every individual possessed but a single opportunity for awakening, what lay before him was undoubtedly genuine. For this was a system-certified awakening stone. It was likely that my arrival in this realm had led to a transformation of the soul within this body, consequently granting me an additional chance at awakening. Realizing this, Lin Qiu's gaze ignited with fervor as he hastened to the awakening stone, seizing it in his grasp. Please, oh please, let there be a miracle. His heart raced with anxiety as he squeezed the stone, shattering it, and a surge of violet light emanated forth. Lin Qiu exhaled in relief, knowing that talents were categorized from low to high as follows: gray, inferior; white, ordinary; green, excellent; blue, rare; purple, precious; red, extraordinary; gold, legendary; and multicolored, mythical. The lower tier talents were far more prevalent, with the combined probabilities of gray and white talents accounting for a staggering 90%. Possessing a purple talent, he had already distinguished himself among the awoken. This gamble was surely a safe bet. It was not that he guaranteed a victory, but with such a talent, even if he were to lose, he could easily seek assistance from his organization to cover the losses. Naturally, if he could awaken an offensive purple talent, crushing the novice dungeon and winning the wager, That would be the pinnacle of success. With hope swelling in his heart, Lin Qiu turned his attention to his new talent. Soul Blessing. Purple. Your soul appears to have undergone numerous trials, rendering it exceptionally resilient. Trait. Upon entering a dungeon, all attributes receive a substantial boost. Such an extraordinary talent. Lin Qiu was elated, for he had obtained a purple talent that genuinely enhanced his attributes. All attributes. It was the perfect fit for someone like him who preferred not to overthink, maximizing his margin for error. Extending his hand, Lin Qiu attempted to incorporate this talent into his being. However, in the blink of an eye, his smile froze in place. The violet glimmer had become lodged. Perhaps his crossing had awakened two talents, but now he possessed but one body, and after accommodating one talent, the second simply could not enter. What a jest! If it ended like this, he would rather restart. Gritting his teeth, Lin Qiu struck the luminous point lodged against his forehead. In the next moment, it was as if a supernova had erupted. Lin Qiu felt a wave of emptiness wash over his mind, and his entire body ignited with heat. The two talents shattered and fused within his consciousness, and at last, a voice echoed in Lin Qiu's ear. Detecting the fusion of Chaotic Blessing, gray, and Soul Blessing, purple. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent Chaotic Blessing. It fused. Collapsing to the ground, Lin Qiu felt a piercing pain in his head, staring at the quality marked with a question mark for his new talent. Unsure whether to laugh or cry. However, it must surely be better than a green talent. At the very least, it should be a blue one, a moderate level, right? Yet, upon opening the talent description, Lin Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily frozen. Chaotic Blessing? No, my friend. Are you allied with the Abyss of Chaos? Trait. While exploring dungeons, for every task completed, the Abyss of Chaos will provide you with bespoke relics, which will vanish upon your exit from the dungeon. A talent marked with a question mark, of unknown rank? Moreover, this talent implies that relics, treated as treasures, could be freely utilized by him. The significance of relics goes without saying. They are often priceless, sometimes even regarded as heirlooms. The sole drawback of relics lies in their varying applicability. At times, selecting the right relic under specific circumstances is crucial. However, Lin Qiu's talent not only provided relics, but also crafted them according to the situation. This was something even the most renowned federated guilds could not guarantee. With this talent, he had an entire professional team at his back, capable of outpacing the world's top teams with ease. The more he pondered, the more astounded Lin Qiu became. This was no ordinary talent. It was akin to having unlocked an entirely new realm. Observing the dungeon scene before him, the dread he once felt had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming excitement. He was no longer concerned about the wager. Now, Lin Qiu eagerly anticipated the extent of his new talent's capabilities. Reaching out to touch the wall before him, resembling a mural, Lin Qiu's hand seemed to pierce through the surface as if it were water. Experiencing the extraordinary for the first time, Lin Qiu could hardly contain his exhilaration. As he stepped forward, his soul transcended, and in the next instant, a cataclysmic scene unfolded before him. Collapsed buildings, vehicles colliding in a cacophony of chaos, and creatures, grotesque and rotting, stumbled through the streets, reminiscent of zombies, occasionally emitting guttural roars. Lin Qiu stood on the balcony of the second floor, as if he had traversed into another world. Gazing at the scene before him, he could not help but express his astonishment. Is this the dungeon? Turning his head, Lin Qiu caught a glimpse of his current appearance in the reflection of a nearby glass panel. Compared to his previous self, this new body exuded maturity. Clad in dark attire, equipped with a composite bow, and strikingly handsome. The body of an awakened individual in the dungeon world is often influenced by both the individual's soul and their resonant counterpart. Clearly, this resonance had diminished Lin Qiu's original attractiveness. Without further contemplation, Lin Qiu promptly opened the system panel. Chapter 3. Infinite Arrows, a Rampage. Name, Lin Qiu. Talent, Chaotic Blessing. Level, 10. Strength, 5. Agility, 8. Spirit, 11. Constitution, 8. Weapon, Composite Bow, white. Ordinary arrows, white, x8. Relics, none. Main quest, survive for 3 days. Side quest 1. Eliminate a normal infected individual. The ethereal panel before him was the divine blessing safeguarding humanity, allowing him to view his attributes and tasks directly. Lin Qiu dubbed it the system. Due to the previous host's lack of ambition, his attributes were unremarkable, with only his spirit attribute standing out slightly. Yet, with the presence of a talent, Lin Qiu felt invigorated. Let us complete the task and test the waters. Casting a glance at the bizarre creature lurking outside, Lin Qiu retrieved an arrow from the side. The arrowhead glimmered with a metallic sheen, and there were traces of dried blood on the shaft, clearly not its first foray into battle. Knocking the arrow, Lin Qiu aimed at a severely disabled, infected creature below. This creature, trapped beneath a vehicle, could only moan helplessly, unable to move, an ideal target for his first shot. Drawing the bowstring to its full moon-like arc, the remnants of his combat memories provided Lin Qiu with targeting assistance. In the next heartbeat, The arrow flew, striking the infected creature squarely in the head. 12. Weak point attack. The already half-dead infected creature fell lifelessly to the ground. A system notification chimed in his ears. Side quest 1. Eliminate a normal infected individual. Completed. You have received 5 pure white fragments and 1 beef canned food, gray. Beef canned food, gray, a brand new, freshly manufactured can of beef, delicious. The pure white shards serve as the paramount criterion during the instance settlement. The greater the quantity of shards, the higher the score, resulting in more coveted rewards. These shards can also be utilized to strengthen one's own soul, enhancing one's level, making them a veritable panacea. 5 pure white shards equate to a mere 5 experience points, insufficient for even a single level up. It is evident that this task is purely a benevolent endeavor, of exceedingly low difficulty. However, Lin Qiu's expectations did not solely hinge on this reward. As anticipated, before the system's initial prompt concluded, the second notification swiftly followed. Side quest 1. Eliminate 1 ordinary infected. Completed. Your talent, Chaotic Blessing, has been activated. You have obtained a relic recovery quiver, gray. Recovery quiver, gray. The arrow shot will return to the quiver after 1 minute, restoring their state. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Lin Qiu had initially harbored concerns that once his arrows were expended, he would be compelled to engage in close combat. Yet, his talent presented him with a relic that recovers arrows. Infinite arrows. Precisely. Is this the sensation of wielding an advantage? Upon clicking to equip the relic, Lin Qiu immediately sensed a subtle transformation in the quiver he bore. Upon closer inspection, he found that the arrow he had fired had indeed returned, and its condition remained unchanged. There was no need to worry about the arrows becoming damaged. At this moment, the second task had also refreshed. Side quest 2. Eliminate 10 ordinary infected. Excellent. I relish such straightforward missions. Gazing down at the multitude of wandering infected, Lin Qiu's eyes ignited with fervor. Nocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring, he no longer worried about running out of ammunition, casually selecting a creature to shoot. However, this liberated state resonated even more profoundly with the symphony of Lin Qiu's soul and body. His arrow was exceptionally accurate, striking a critical headshot. The infected below meandered about, utterly oblivious to their fallen comrades. The sound of their collapse was too faint, and the absence of any living aura rendered the surroundings tranquil and serene in the eyes of these infected beings. Silently, the arrows in this instance became the perfect ambush weapon. Standing on the balcony, Lin Qiu continued to knock and release arrows. Although his quiver had only 7 arrows remaining, there was no way he could complete this task so effortlessly. However, fortified by the relic, the task was accomplished in a mere 10 minutes. Side quest 2. Eliminate 10 ordinary infected. Completed. You have acquired 20 pure white shards and 1 item, mineral water, gray. Your talent, Chaotic Blessing, has been activated. You have obtained enchanted arrows, gray. Enchanted arrows, gray. You gain an arrow imbued with enchantment, enhancing its attack power against infected beings. Special arrows. Lin Qiu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly clicked to equip them. In the next moment, the change in his status bar left him wide-eyed. The attack power surged from 5 to 150. The might of this arrow likely surpassed even that of armor-piercing rounds in the real world. Moreover, according to the properties of the recovery quiver, it seemed this enchanted arrow could be used indefinitely. This was Lin Qiu's speculation. However, with only 1 arrow in his possession, he dared not experiment recklessly, as it needed to be wielded judiciously. Stowing away the arrow, Lin Qiu turned his attention to the newly refreshed task. Side quest 3. Eliminate 100 ordinary infected. Though ordinary infected are the weakest tier of abyssal creatures, their sheer numbers at 100 render them formidable. Even those capable of accomplishing this must tread carefully to draw aggro. Yet, at this moment, Lin Qiu stood on the second floor, his composite bow producing minimal sound, hardly attracting the attention of the abyssal infected. With the infinite arrows in his quiver, it was akin to target practice. He feared not the quantity of tasks, but rather the scarcity of foes to slay. While others dreaded encountering too few enemies, Lin Qiu found himself actively devising strategies to lure them. Fortunately, the infected possessed hearing, and with numerous glass windows around, shattering glass would surely attract attention. Over the course of half a day, Lin Qiu repeated the process of shooting and drawing aggro, taking breaks when there were no enemies. And after a full afternoon of effort, he finally amassed the required number. As the last infected fell, Lin Qiu rubbed his shoulders and retreated to his room. Collapsing onto his bed, he was utterly exhausted. However, the rewards would undoubtedly be gratifying. Opening the system, the notification chimed in his ears. Side quest 3. Eliminate 100 ordinary infected. Completed. You have acquired 100 pure white shards and 1 item, fried chicken and cola set, white. Gazing at his accumulated pure white shards, Lin Qiu hesitated not and promptly chose to level up. As a warm current coursed through his body, he felt his fatigue dissipate, rejuvenating him entirely. Opening his personal panel, Lin Qiu discovered his level had astonishingly risen to 3, according to the school's past statistics. At the conclusion of the novice instance, at least half of the students failed to reach level 3, resigning themselves to a life as ordinary individuals. Yet Lin Qiu had accomplished this in a single afternoon. This was nothing short of miraculous speed. After acclimating to the surge of power within him, Lin Qiu opened the system to peruse further. Completion of side quest 3 has activated your talent, Chaotic Blessing. You have obtained a relic special operations suit, white. Special operations suit, white, a form-fitting combat garment that fully covers the body, filters toxic gases, and enhances physical attributes. A white quality relic. Lin Qiu's pupils widened in astonishment. What he had longed for had indeed come to fruition. It seemed that the relics granted by Chaotic Blessing were correlated with the task's difficulty, implying that should his future tasks prove sufficiently challenging, he might be rewarded with mythic-level relics. Mythic quality relics are exceedingly rare, even within the Human Federation. The most renowned among them is the Awakening Stone used for the awakening process. In the future, he might even wield such quality relics to conquer instances. However, if mythic relics truly exist, Lin Qiu was perplexed as to what tasks could possibly challenge him. Was it the case that the harder the task, the better the reward for his talent, while simpler tasks yielded lesser rewards? After envisioning the possibilities of the future, Lin Qiu excitedly rubbed his hands together and opened his backpack to equip the relic. Chapter 4. The Relic Special Operations Suit, Comprehensive Enhancement. In the next moment, Lin Qiu found himself enveloped in a thin layer of military green attire, even donning a camouflage helmet complete with night vision devices, enabling easy visibility at night. This was merely a delightful little surprise. Lin Qiu opened the system, and as expected, all of his attributes experienced significant enhancements, particularly his defense, which had soared to 100. Even his unarmed attack power reached 40. With this level of attack power, he could fell an ordinary infected with a single punch, leaving them to bleed profusely. With a robust defense of 100, even standing still to endure blows from such low-tier infected would likely result in no loss of health. It could be said that with this relic, he could traverse through hordes of corpses without a care in the world. Truly, the performance of relics is astonishing. Moreover, it is remarkably soft and fitting. Wearing it feels as though one is clad in nothing at all, completely unobtrusive to daily life. But there is still another reward. Lin Qiu sprang up like a carp leaping out of water, snapping his fingers at the table before him. In the blink of an eye, a sumptuous feast appeared: golden fried chicken, a towering beef burger, and a large bottle of chilled soda, all laid out before him. The rich aroma enveloped him, making one wonder, could there be anything more gratifying than indulging in carbohydrates after a long day of hard work? Certainly not. Half an hour later, Lin Qiu casually tossed the discarded bones into the trash, letting out a satisfied belch. He had expected to gnaw on canned beef, yet he was fortunate enough to savor such a hearty meal. What bliss! Night had fully descended, and Lin Qiu activated his system to check the newly unlocked side quest. Side quest 4. Eliminate an elite infected. Was it time to hunt an elite creature? Lin Qiu nodded to himself. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. For him, taking down an elite foe was far more manageable than contending with hordes of lesser enemies. However, it was rather late, so he decided to embark on this venture tomorrow. Slaying an elite was easy, but locating one was the challenge. Thankfully, with his special combat suit, he had no fear of meeting an untimely demise outside. With this thought in mind, Lin Qiu abandoned the idea of venturing out at midnight and instead activated another feature of the system: communication. Though labeled as communication, it resembled more of a short-range team intercom, usable primarily face-to-face. Of course, as with all things, there were exceptions. Possessing relics could significantly enhance communication range. At that moment, the communication channel buzzed with a bold and highlighted message broadcasted across the screen. Pure White Church F808. The Pure White Church Sanctuary will be established at the Pingjiang Street Sports Hall. All awakeners are welcome to seek refuge. Upon seeing the words Pure White Church, Lin Qiu couldn't help but recall the three major organizations within the Human Federation. First was the Pure White Church, a congregation of individuals who worshipped the pure white mist, advocating for a staunch defense of their occupied territories. Second was the military, composed of numerous powerful awakeners, managed militarily with a focus on exploring the white mist. Lastly, the Awakener Guild, an unrestricted platform where any awakener could join. At this moment, the devotee of the Pure White Church was living out the church's tenets, urging people to unite and endure the crisis. Despite being merely a novice dungeon, death still held a consequence, leaving one with a headache for days. Were it not for Lin Qiu's current advantages, he might have chosen to join this makeshift sanctuary, patiently awaiting the task's conclusion to safely return to the real world. But for now, he donned his night vision goggles, grabbed his compound bow, and stood on the balcony, knocking an arrow. With a soft whoosh, an infected creature fell in the distance. Wait, it didn't fall? Surprised by the unexpected resilience, Lin Qiu swiftly drew a second arrow. Infuriated by the first shot, the infected creature moved more recklessly, and while he missed the mark with his first attempt, the follow-up struck true, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Observing the fallen infected, pierced by two arrows, Lin Qiu pondered deeply. It seemed these creatures were indeed bolstered by the night. In that case, he decided against the kill. Closing the window and setting his compound bow aside, Lin Qiu yawned lazily. This was still a novice dungeon. Without a task, the rewards for slaying ordinary infected were minimal. It was better to rest and prepare for tomorrow's elite hunt. As the night darkened and the winds howled, a night of carnage ensued. Just as Lin Qiu snuggled into bed, enjoying a sleep akin to that of a babe, other awakeners throughout the dungeon faced grave trials. In a derelict building, a frenzied infected creature gnawed mercilessly at an awakener's body, its throat torn and unable to scream, leaving only desperate flailing for survival. Nearby, Zhang Shun hefted a stone and brought it crashing down, empowered by his innate talent. This brutal strike obliterated both the infected and the awakener's head. These two were Zhang Shun and an awakener he had fortuitously encountered. Unaware of the heightened aggression of nocturnal infected, the pair had nearly met their end, only surviving as Zhang Shun used another awakener as bait to vanquish the frenzied foe. Gasping for breath, Zhang Shun rose, his eyes wide with the terror of having escaped death. He spat on the ground next to the corpses and grumbled. Even the monsters in a novice dungeon are this tough. Thankfully, I'm exceptionally gifted. With this one, I've already slain 5 infected today. Lin Qiu, oh Lin Qiu. I wonder if you'll still be smiling once the dungeon ends. Zhang Shun mused, knowing all too well that since Lin Qiu's parents had passed, he had descended into a life of indulgence, merely eating, drinking, and reveling, all while possessing a lackluster talent. Gathering the courage to slay an infected must have been a monumental task for him. Perhaps Lin Qiu had already succumbed to an infected creature, forcibly ejected from the dungeon, lying in the school infirmary in dire need of aid. Even if he hid for 3 days, failing to complete the side quest would yield little experience. In other words, he had a 90% chance of winning the wager if he did nothing. With this thought, Zhang Shun felt considerably uplifted. Pushing aside the infected's corpse and rummaging through the awakener's body, finally extracting a palm-sized can of fish. Having gone a day without food, he was ravenous. Yet, as he pried open the can, an inexplicable odor made him gag. What a foul scent. With a family of power and influence, Zhang Shun certainly had no shortage of food, and this long-stored can was evidently not a delicacy. Nevertheless, glancing at the main quest demanding 3 days of survival, he pinched his nose and ate, comforting himself that Lin Qiu might be worse off. Chapter 5, Hidden Quest. The next morning dawned bright and sunny. Lin Qiu rose and pulled back the curtains, stretching towards the apocalyptic scene outside his window. Confirming that his relic combat suit was donned correctly, Lin Qiu slung his compound bow over his shoulder and leaped from the second floor. With the relic's enhancement, the 5 to 6 meter drop felt as though it were non-existent, and he landed gracefully. Sensing the presence of the living, the infected creatures that had wandered in from the night paused momentarily, then let out a sharp shriek before lunging at Lin Qiu. Calmly, Lin Qiu raised his right arm, and the infected's fearsome fangs bit down without hesitation. In the next moment, a pale gray number appeared above his head. 0. Just as the textbooks described, when an attack's power falls significantly below the defense, it results in a drop of 1 health point. When the attack is immensely inferior, no health is lost. A smirk tugged at Lin Qiu's lips as he clenched his left fist and delivered a powerful blow to the infected's chest. The impact caved in the area, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones and the expulsion of shredded flesh and blood. 38. A dark red number emerged above the creature's head, and it collapsed, motionless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this all there is to the dungeon? With a sigh of amazement, Lin Qiu shook the remnants of flesh from his combat suit and briskly traversed the neighborhood, boldly setting off in search of elite creatures. Half a day later, in front of an underground parking garage, Lin Qiu perched atop a delivery truck, gazing at the layers of infected creatures not far away while quietly unscrewing a bottle of water for a sip. After running all morning, he had eliminated a fair number of lesser foes but had yet to catch sight of a single elite creature. While it is true that novice dungeons have undergone federal scrutiny and are deemed to possess a lower degree of danger, this particular one seems excessively secure. As for the multitude of lesser monsters scattered about, do those truly pose a threat? I hope there are elite monsters lurking within this underground garage. Lin Qiu took a sip of water to soothe his throat, removing the compound bow from his back in preparation for action. However, before he could draw the bowstring, an unexpected noise emanated from behind him. Assuming it was an infected individual, Lin Qiu swiftly turned around, only to discover that it was a man clambering into a vehicle. The man appeared to be in his 20s, with black hair, dark eyes, and yellowish skin, dressed in a somewhat soiled white shirt. He had a gaunt frame, exuding an air reminiscent of a disheveled scholar. Upon his arrival, he hurriedly whispered, "Comrade, do not shoot. You cannot shoot." "Oh, and why is that?" Lin Qiu did not lower his hand from the bowstring. His voice, filtered through his tactical suit, bore a slight distortion. "Give me a reason." "Zombie tide," the man explained. "The vehicles in the vicinity will be affected, triggering alarms and culminating in a horde of zombies." "Zombie tide." Lin Qiu frowned slightly. Although ordinary infected individuals could not breach his defenses, being swarmed by them, akin to flies, would certainly prove troublesome. After scrutinizing the man for a moment, Lin Qiu replied, "Thank you for the warning. No need for thanks." The man, relieved that Lin Qiu had abandoned his plan, straightened his posture, his eyes brimming with excitement as he whispered, "Comrade, are you one of the government personnel dispatched to handle the infection crisis? Where's your main force?" Taken aback by the man's words, Lin Qiu quickly realized that this individual was likely not another awakened one who had traversed into this world alongside him, but rather a local NPC. He had read in books that dungeons were fragments of worlds ravaged by the abyss, so the presence of sentient beings was entirely plausible. However, generally speaking, the simpler the dungeon, the fewer survivors there would be. In fact, it was nearly impossible for NPCs to exist in a novice dungeon. To have encountered one was indeed a stroke of luck. Given the rarity of this occurrence, it likely indicated the presence of a hidden mission. Lin Qiu smiled faintly and continued along the man's line of thought. "Indeed, I am a member of the rescue team. Although my companions and I have become separated due to an accident." He gestured towards his tactical suit. "This is the uniform of our unit. Have you seen my comrades?" The man adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Lin Qiu before shaking his head. "I'm afraid not. This is a relic I just acquired. It would be astonishing if I could recognize it." Lin Qiu's intention was merely to elevate his own standing. After all, NPCs within the dungeon were merely the remnants of intelligent beings, possessing intellect comparable to that of the living. If he did not demonstrate his capabilities, the man might not even consider assigning him a task. There is no need to apologize. Noticing that the man had accepted his fabricated identity without a hint of suspicion, Lin Qiu seized the opportunity to forge ahead. "Although I am but one person, I am confident I can resolve the challenges here. Is there anything you require assistance with?" "Ah, indeed." The man began to introduce himself. "I am Qin Yunxing, a researcher from Bio-Freedom Limited. I must admit, the current state of the city is closely tied to our actions." Lin Qiu attentively absorbed Qin Yunxing's background, which corroborated his own assumptions. Bio-Freedom Limited had been conducting biological experiments when an incident occurred, leading to the leakage of pathogenic strains and transforming the entire city into a paradise for the undead. However, it was evident that Qin Yunxing's understanding was merely superficial. At the very least, Lin Qiu knew that the abyss had a hand in this chaos. Otherwise, this world would not have been rendered into a dungeon. Yet, Lin Qiu refrained from revealing this to the man and continued listening. "I am the only one who escaped from the company, and I am also the sole individual who knows how to address this infection issue. Within the company, there exists an emergency facility. If we return there and activate it, we can release a gas that annihilates the pathogens. While it won't bring the deceased back to life, it is the best outcome we can hope for." Lin Qiu responded earnestly, "That is precisely the mission assigned to me by my superiors. Let us head to Bio-Freedom Limited at once." "No." Qin Yunxing shook his head. "You do not comprehend the difficulty of this task. The streets are now teeming with mildly infected individuals, and inside the company, there are likely numerous severely infected ones. They have become relentless killing machines, and we would need heavy weaponry to have any chance of success. We should first locate your companions and then devise a longer-term plan." "Severely infected? Aren't they just elite monsters?" Lin Qiu's heart leapt with joy, though his face betrayed none of his excitement. Instead, he feigned an air of mystery, saying, "Comrade Qin Yunxing, you underestimate the power we possess. Prior to my arrival, I was already aware that this pathogen leak was no ordinary affair, and I have equipped myself with newly developed combat armor. I alone could effortlessly penetrate a special operations team." Qin Yunxing was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qiu's bravado. Yet he couldn't help but believe him to some extent. After all, a pathogen leak resulting in the downfall of an entire city was unprecedented in human history. Surely, the higher-ups would not dispatch ordinary individuals for such a crisis. This man before him undoubtedly possessed extraordinary means. Considering this, Qin Yunxing replied, "Very well, then please follow me. Although I possess a keycard for entry into the company, it fell into a horde of corpses during my escape, and among them is a severely infected individual. Our immediate objective is to retrieve the keycard. You can also take this opportunity to assess the strength of the severely infected." Side quest detected, task panel updated. Side quest 5, obtain the keycard, quest item. Chapter 6, slaughtering elite monsters. Finally, a task has been assigned. Lin Qiu gazed at the words materializing on the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. Following Qin Yunxing, the pair soon arrived at a congregation of infected individuals. This location appeared to be a large shopping mall, which, prior to the disaster, had likely been bustling with shoppers, but after the outbreak, it had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Numerous infected individuals loitered in the plaza in front of the mall, while a shadowy figure could be seen wandering within. Qin Yunxing had already cleared a safe spot nearby, and the two were now observing the plaza from the rooftop of a building adjacent to the mall. Pointing towards the depths of the mall, Qin Yunxing stated, "The keycard is inside the mall. We can first eliminate the ordinary infected surrounding the plaza, and then focus on the severely infected. By the way, I discovered a gas station nearby. We could attempt to use gasoline against this elite monster." With that, Qin Yunxing retrieved a bloodied bone-cutting knife from a nearby drawer. evidently suggesting that his survival was not solely due to his speed. Lin Qiu, at a loss for how to explain the relic, decided to let his actions speak for themselves. Let me first use my bow and arrows. Qin Yunxing nodded, indicating his understanding. Having devised a plan, Lin Qiu retrieved an arrow from behind him, skillfully drawing the bow and releasing it. With a swift whoosh, an infected individual collapsed to the ground. The entire process fluid and seamless. Thanks to yesterday's hunting expedition, Lin Qiu's archery skills had reached an extraordinary level, achieving near-perfect accuracy. One infected after another fell. And as he noticed his quiver nearing emptiness, Qin Yunxing stood up, preparing to engage. However, Lin Qiu placed a hand firmly upon him. Why are you going down? Lin Qiu inquired, puzzled. Qin Yunxing couldn't help but be taken aback as he turned his head. Have you exhausted your arrows? I shall retrieve them. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qiu produced an arrow from behind and waved it in front of him. Not yet used up. Qin Yunxing was stunned. He distinctly remembered that Lin Qiu's quiver contained scarcely any arrows, and they had already taken down over a dozen infected. How could there still be more? Noticing his astonishment, Lin Qiu pulled the quiver to his chest, and with a flash of dark light, an arrow was conjured anew. Witnessing this supernatural phenomenon, Qin Yunxing, a researcher by profession, was utterly dumbfounded. What is this? Lin Qiu smiled slightly, mysteriously pointing skyward. This world harbors many things beyond the reach of ordinary people. Such blunt words left Qin Yunxing perplexed. For the first time in his decades of life, he realized that extraordinary powers indeed existed in this world. Fortunately, as a researcher, Qin Yunxing possessed a strong capacity for acceptance. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Understood. I shall cooperate fully with the operation." Pleased with Qin Yunxing's response, Lin Qiu nodded in satisfaction. In the grand scheme of things, with their innate talents, the two brothers could simply relax. Probing deeper into the significance seemed pointless. An hour later, the once bustling horde of corpses lay strewn about in disarray, leaving no doubt that a multitude of infected had recently roamed this area. Qin Yunxing stared at this scene, lost in thought, as if he had just awakened from a vivid daydream. It was no wonder. Although the virus transforming people into living corpses was terrifying, it could still be tenuously explained by science. But the relic in Lin Qiu's possession defied all logic. The worldview shattered by the living corpse virus now lay in tatters. Lin Qiu stood up and stretched, casting his gaze toward the interior of the mall. Next, let's venture inside and examine the elite creatures. Witnessing Lin Qiu's carefree demeanor as he approached, Qin Yunxing was taken aback and cautioned. Comrade, should we not prepare ourselves? I recall there's a gas station not far off. I still have a silenced pistol, though the ammunition is scarce, it should suffice. Lin Qiu waved his hand dismissively. No need. You stay put and do not move. I shall test its capabilities. With that, Lin Qiu drew forth an arrow emanating a faint dark light. A jolt of excitement surged through Qin Yunxing as bold conjectures raced through his mind. Could this arrow possess special abilities as well? Was the world truly this profound? After ensuring that the mission NPC was safe, Lin Qiu leaped down from the high platform and entered the mall through the shattered glass doors. In the dim, desolate corners, a gaunt shadow lurked, instinctively raising alarms within him. Lin Qiu hesitated, having not discerned the specifics of the enemy outside. It appeared that this was an agile creature. While his archery skills were commendable, facing such a speedy adversary posed a genuine challenge. He notched an enchanted arrow onto the bowstring, holding his breath as he aimed directly at the still enemy. Whoosh! The arrow soared forth, followed by a muffled thud as a large number appeared before Lin Qiu. 72. The elite creature lived up to its reputation. At the moment of impact, the foe moved unexpectedly, resulting in a non-critical hit. Otherwise, the damage would have certainly exceeded 100. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. From the shadows emerged a terrifying shriek. Ah! The sound was both grating and piercing, accompanied by the rapid approach of the elite creature. A faint red name hovered nearby. Pouncer Elite, Level 8, Health 80152. Its crimson muscles bulged grotesquely, resembling a skinned lizard, with limbs poised like a frenzied hyena. The enchanted arrow was firmly embedded in its shoulder. Yet it failed to claim its life, and it was evident that the creature was enraged, charging forth with lethal intent. Lin Qiu's expression turned grave. It was too fast. While in motion, it would be impossible to strike it. In the blink of an eye, the pouncer was upon Lin Qiu, as Qin Yunxing, observing from a distance, gripped his pistol tightly, attempting to aim at the pouncer, his forehead slick with cold sweat, nearly crying out in alarm. Move away, move away. That thing's claws could likely tear through steel. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Qiu did not flee. Instead, he placed the compound bow on a nearby table and stretched his body. Facing the pouncer's claws capable of severing iron, Lin Qiu grinned menacingly. In the next instant, he slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the creature's leap, then swiftly seized the pouncer's hind leg with precision. With a powerful yank, an immense force erupted from his arm, yanking the elite creature back from midair with no resistance whatsoever. Lin Qiu firmly gripped the pouncer's hind leg and exerted strength, whipping it around like a whip, sending the creature crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Bang! With a dull crash, the tiled floor shattered under the impact, reverberating as dust was sent swirling into the air. From afar, Qin Yunxing watched this spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. Yet in the next moment, the pouncer, now face down on the ground, emitted another shriek, defying the laws of biology as its unrestrained hind leg bent at a 90-degree angle, the glinting bone blade poised to strike Lin Qiu. Qin Yunxing hurriedly adjusted his aim, intending to sever the creature's joints. After all, while Lin Qiu possessed formidable attack power, his defense was not necessarily strong. However, the ensuing events caused him to halt his actions. He watched as the bone blade grazed Lin Qiu, producing a muted sound as it barely tore through his clothing. From Lin Qiu's perspective, a faint red one emerged calmly. Just a drop of blood lost, nothing to worry about. You missed your chance. Smack! With another swift strike, he slammed the struggling pouncer back to the ground. Lin Qiu then leaned down, extracting the enchanted arrow embedded in the creature's shoulder. The barbed arrowhead was still smeared with crimson flesh as Lin Qiu grasped it, thrusting it forcefully into the creature's skull. With a satisfying thud, the arrow penetrated flesh and bone, driving straight into the brain. Critical hit, 123. As the impressive damage appeared, the pouncer fell silent, defeated. The elite creature, which could slice through ordinary humans as easily as cutting vegetables, met its end in a most humiliating manner at Lin Qiu's hands. Chapter 7. Demon Hunter Longbow. The hidden main quest. The system notification chimed in his ears. Side quest 4. Kill an elite infected creature, completed. You have earned 1,000 pure white fragments and 1 special chocolate, gray. Completing side quest 4 activates your talent, Chaos Blessing. You have obtained the relic. Demon Hunter Longbow, white. Demon Hunter Longbow, white, an ancient longbow of black hue, capable of guiding arrows to strike infected beings, ensuring a 100 hit rate on infected creatures with a constitution of white or lower. Special chocolate, gray, a specially crafted nut chocolate, fragrant in aroma, containing a wealth of energy. Consuming it grants 3 days of sustenance-free existence. Side quest 5. Obtain the authorization key, quest item, completed. You have acquired the quest item. Authorization key, gray. Permission key, gray, a pristine white identity key, utilized at the entrance of Bio Freedom Limited, capable of steering the main quest in diverse directions. Upon completing side quest 5, your talent, Chaos Blessing, is activated. You have acquired the relic, Soul Arrow, white. Soul Arrow, white, an ethereal arrow that, upon use, automatically grants the skill Soul Arrow, allowing the attachment of mental energy to the arrow, inflicting mental damage, particularly effective against abyss-infected beings and other weak soul entities. Having accomplished 2 tasks in one breath, Lin Qiu could hardly contain the elation sparkling in his eyes. Armed with the Demon Hunter Longbow, he no longer had to fret about agile foes eluding his strikes. He could now lock onto their heads with ease. The specially crafted chocolate ensured he wouldn't have to scour for sustenance. Even after 3 days of intensive combat, he would be well sustained. The ability of the permission key to alter the main quest was astonishing, indeed. A person of his caliber should not merely fade away after 3 days. He was destined to achieve greatness. As for the relic, Soul Arrow, it was indeed a remarkable treasure, capable of unleashing soul attacks. Low-tier infected beings, being weak of soul, possessed negligible mental resistance. Their souls were practically non-existent, sustained only by a faint obsession for their own essence. This meant that his mental arrows could directly shatter their delusions, effecting a complete annihilation. Splendid, splendid indeed. Lin Qiu waved his hand, and the composite bow underwent a subtle transformation. The new bow was slightly heavier, and upon closer inspection, one could discern fine scratches, evidence of battle-hardened experience. The relic exchange was complete. Strapping the Demon Hunter Longbow across his back, Lin Qiu examined the quiver, only to discover an unexpected delight. The residual blood on the enchanted arrow had vanished, indicating that enchanted arrows could indeed be reclaimed by the quiver. Now, Lin Qiu was certain that elite monsters had become mere experience packages for him. Allocating all experience points to his level, a brilliant white light enveloped him, and he immediately ascended to level 7. Had any onlookers been privy to this change in level, they would surely have been astounded. In previous novice dungeons, only a select few exceptionally gifted students could achieve such a level by the end. Yet Lin Qiu had reached level 7 even before claiming his main quest rewards. Were there a ranking system, he would undoubtedly have secured a position as the provincial champion. However, Lin Qiu paid little heed to such accolades. He merely opened the system to glance at the next quest. Side quest 6. Eliminate 10 elite infected. As expected, it was yet another kill quest. If this had been not long ago, he would have despaired at the thought of locating even a single elite monster. Finding 10 would have seemed an insurmountable task. But now, circumstances had changed. Inside Bio Freedom Limited, there would undoubtedly be numerous elite monsters awaiting his arrival. Extracting a piece of chocolate from his pocket, he unwrapped it and tossed it into his mouth, stepping out of the mall and waving at Qin Yunxing in the distance. Let us proceed to Bio Freedom Limited. Qin Yunxing quickly slid down a nearby pipe and took the permission key from Lin Qiu's hand. However, unlike before, the look in Qin Yunxing's eyes now brimmed with admiration and reassurance. To effortlessly handle such formidable infected beings was to transcend the realm of humanity. After a thorough inspection of the key, Qin Yunxing sighed in relief. The key is intact. I am confident in opening the door. The two tidied themselves and promptly set off toward the company. According to Qin Yunxing, the company's laboratory was located in the West District, not far from their current location. However, as they crossed the street, Lin Qiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, glancing at a nearby structure. To his surprise, he had inadvertently passed by a mutual aid outpost established by the Pure White Church. Due to the lack of intelligence among low-tier infected beings, the members of the Pure White Church had simply painted a vast area white, resembling flowing mist, easily visible to anyone nearby. Even with the enhancement of his special combat suit, Lin Qiu could see a few familiar classmates through the glass. Regrettably, Zhang Shun was not among them. Otherwise, he could have taken the opportunity to give him a good beating. Anyway, clad in this attire, it was unlikely anyone would recognize him. Qin Yunxing, however, paid no mind to that direction, as the distance remained too great for ordinary individuals. Just then, as Lin Qiu pondered, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared. Striking down nearby, a living corpse, hidden among the ruins, let out a low growl and perished on the spot. The two halted, Lin Qiu shielding Qin Yunxing as he observed the ice shards that had shattered the corpse's skull, quickly deducing the identity of the assailant. Rumor had it that a prodigy with an exceptionally rare red talent, possessing ice-related abilities, had awakened at the school. What a coincidence to encounter them. Raising his head, a girl with white hair and blue eyes emerged from the depths of the alley. Coming to a stop, the girl regarded Lin Qiu and his companion, bluntly inquiring, "Do you require assistance? I can help deal with the infected." Clearly, she mistook Lin Qiu and his companion for NPCs capable of accepting quests. Qin Yunxing, noticing the ice crystal sword in the girl's hand, looked at Lin Qiu with excitement. "Comrade, is this your ally?" Lin Qiu shook his head. "No, she is here to steal kills. A talent of rare red quality." One wondered how efficient she would be at eliminating monsters. Although he had learned from Qin Yunxing that there were indeed many infected beings in the research institute, if the next task required the extermination of 100 elite monsters, that might not suffice. Moreover, the emblem embroidered with white mist on her chest unequivocally indicated a high probability of her affiliation with the Pure White Church. The church's abundant resources were well known. It was conceivable that she might possess relics. If they were to compete for kills, that would complicate matters further. Considering this, Lin Qiu feigned the role of a local NPC and declined. "We do not require assistance. As citizens, you should await the arrival of rescue and not risk venturing with us." The white-haired girl was taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by a rejection from an NPC in a novice dungeon. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I am quite powerful. Then you should remain here." Lin Qiu continued fabricating his narrative. "The first batch of rescue will arrive shortly. Those of you who have awakened extraordinary abilities will receive special attention. I understand that your parents may have perished at the hands of the infected, instilling a deep-seated hatred, but you must prioritize the greater good." Rescue team? Extraordinary abilities? The girl's eyes revealed a contemplative expression, as if she were pondering the existence of a map beyond the city. Was this novice dungeon, lasting 3 days, truly so intricate? If that were the case, perhaps there was no rush to hunt for elite monsters. Many might emerge tomorrow. Thus, leave everything to us. You should hurry to safety, Lin Qiu urged, pulling Qin Yunxing along as he shouted. "There may be a tide of corpses approaching. Make sure to run far away." The white-haired girl reached out, wanting to retain them, but as her hand lifted halfway, the two had already vanished from sight. Chapter 8. The Bloodstained Relic Pocket Watch. Reluctantly, the girl returned to the nearby outpost of the Pure White Church. Upon her return, the head of the Pure White Church greeted her with a wry smile. "My dear, where have you run off to this time?" The girl replied coolly, "I encountered an NPC." "An NPC?" The head blinked in surprise, quickly asking, "Did you accept a quest?" The girl shook her head. "No? Phew. Thank goodness." The person in charge let out a sigh of relief. "My dear, with your exceptional talent and the connections you've already established with the church, please refrain from taking unnecessary risks, constantly thinking about joining the military. When the church offers so much safety, this opportunity was granted to you by your father." As she listened to the incessant chatter, the girl tightened her grip on the icy crystal. Suddenly, she turned around and interjected, "A horde of corpses will soon emerge. We must prepare to evacuate." The person in charge was taken aback and hurriedly followed her. "Where did you get that information?" "Outside the gates of Bioliberation Incorporated." The last lingering infected creature succumbed to the arrows. Qin Yunxing promptly used the key to unlock the door, while Lin Qiu remained vigilant. Noticing the white-haired girl had not followed, and let out a breath of relief. What he had just said was not a mere fabrication. After all, once the door was opened, if too many monsters rushed out, he would be unable to fend them off alone, potentially leading to a horde. Although it was a matter of probability, urging the Pure White Church members to evacuate was undoubtedly the right course of action. With a click, The heavy door slowly lifted as Lin Qiu inputted the key. A system prompt appeared before him. You have used the item permission key. Would you like to change the main quest? Warning, once the main quest is altered, it cannot be restored. Failure to complete the main quest will incur penalties from the instance world. Please choose wisely. Glancing at the bolded warning, Lin Qiu smiled slightly. Let us do it. With a thought, the system prompt echoed once more. Main quest has been changed. Main quest. Eliminate all infected creatures within BioLiberation Incorporated. With a time limit of 3 days. Goodness, how violent. Lin Qiu mused. But I like it. He gazed at the dark entrance of the laboratory and stepped inside. Qin Yunsheng, eager to follow, was halted by Lin Qiu's hand. You mustn't enter. Qin Yunsheng was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, I am the sole survivor. No one else can activate the emergency facilities. This is my only chance for redemption, even if it means death. All right, I understand. Lin Qiu nodded repeatedly, patting his shoulder. What I mean is, let me go in first to clear out the infected. Then you can follow. It will be safer that way. After all, you are the only survivor and quite fragile, right? After a brief silence, Qin Yunsheng nodded. I apologize. I was too emotional. Not a problem. Lin Qiu waved his hand, turning away as he slipped into the darkness. A capable Qin Yunsheng would be a valuable asset beside any awakened individual, but for Lin Qiu, he was merely a burden. The choice between a mowing task and a protection task was glaringly obvious. As he traversed the quiet corridors of the research facility, the lights had long since extinguished, leaving only the faint green glow of emergency lights to guide him. Lin Qiu advanced, yet through the night vision goggles, he saw no elite monsters. Where could they be hiding? Standing at the corridor's center, Lin Qiu retrieved an arrow from his quiver and knocked it on the bowstring. In the next instant, the bow was drawn taut and released. The demon hunter longbow, a weapon that never missed its mark. Whoosh! An arrow soared forward, only to make a sharp 90-degree turn at the intersection ahead. Thwack! A growl erupted from somewhere unknown, indicating that a creature had been triggered. The normal arrow had failed to slay the beast. It was undoubtedly an elite monster. What a cunning creature to hide around the corner. Thankfully, my skills exceed yours. Lin Qiu swiftly drew an enchanted arrow from his quiver. Soon, through the night vision goggles, a massive silhouette appeared. This infected creature stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, its muscles bulging like a human tank. At that moment, this monstrosity had a crimson glimmer in its left eye. Had he not reached level 7, it was likely that even normal arrows would have been ineffective against it. Drawing back the bow, Lin Qiu shot the enchanted arrow without hesitation, sensing the impending danger. The elite infected instinctively attempted to evade, but the arrow, which had been shot straight, veered slightly and struck its right eye instead. 99. Roar. The elite monster let out a pained howl. 99 damage. This creature is quite resilient. Lin Qiu retracted the longbow and leapt onto its thick shoulder. The elite monster, sensing life nearby, snapped its jaws in retaliation. 1. Excellent. Confirming there is no threat, Lin Qiu withdrew the arrow, eager to test his new skill. As a trickle of mental energy dissipated, the arrow in his hand suddenly became ethereal. Soul arrow, striking at the same spot, with the same depth. Lin Qiu coiled his legs around the elite monster's neck, driving the arrow straight through its skull, as if piercing through tofu. 99. Despite Lin Qiu's perspective showing that the elite monster still had nearly a quarter of its health remaining, in the next moment, its massive body collapsed like a wind-up toy that had run out of energy. Status abnormal, triggering execution. Gazing at the dark numbers before him, Lin Qiu smiled with satisfaction. Truly, this was a mental attack, completely disregarding the creature's health. The inaugural battle with the soul arrow yielded impressive results. And even normal arrows could potentially pose a fatal threat to elite infected creatures if utilized wisely. Observing the progress on the task panel, Lin Qiu reclaimed the demon hunter longbow and continued his advance. Normal arrows served as scouts, enchanted arrows executed the kills, and with the protection of his tactical gear, the once perilous laboratory transformed into Lin Qiu's personal playground, where elite monsters fell before him like mere minions. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Side Quest 6. Eliminate 10 elite infected has been completed. You have received 1,000 pure white fragments and 1 relic type enhancement potion, white. Enhancement potion, white grants 10 to all attributes upon consumption, unusable beyond level 10, limited to 1 use. A relic drop. This relic obtained was not one granted by his talent, but one that could be brought back to the real world. Moreover, a one-time relic that could permanently enhance all attributes was invaluable, typically cultivated by the upper echelons for their offspring. Even if it was of white quality, it could fetch tens of thousands of federal coins on the black market. They say awakened ones make quick money, and it truly holds merit. Yet at this moment, Lin Qiu was indifferent to such monetary gains. His true path lay in his own empowerment. Producing the potion, he gulped it down, channeling all experience into leveling up. In the next moment, a radiant white light enveloped him. Level 9. Such a rapid leveling speed was something only Lin Qiu, freshly traversed to this world, could accept calmly. Were it any other awakened individual, They would be so exhilarated they wouldn't be able to sleep through the night. Lin Qiu was immensely satisfied as he gazed at the talent rewards. Upon completing side quest 6, your talent chaos blessing has been activated. You have received the bloodstained pocket watch, green. Bloodstained pocket watch, green, a silver pocket watch, its interior photograph blurred by blood, revealing only a faint smile of a girl. When worn, it increases damage to infected creatures by 100. Chapter 9. Preparing to enter the core area. Goodness, what a powerful relic. 100% damage increase. Combined with my soul damage that can practically execute half-health opponents, I could likely take down elite monsters with normal arrows just as easily as I would with lesser ones. Meanwhile, new side quests have emerged. Side Quest 7. Eliminate 100 elite infected. Disengaging from the system panel, Ichio refrained from launching a proactive assault, instead seizing a nearby table and smashing it down with great force. Bang! A resounding thud echoed throughout the desolate laboratory, and the next moment, a chorus of low growls erupted. Lin Qiu abandoned his bow and arrows, opting to wield the arrows as daggers instead. In no time, a crawling infected creature lunged from the ceiling. Lin Qiu deftly sidestepped and thrust the arrow forward. 73. Status abnormality. Execution triggered. Dark crimson numbers flashed, and the elite creature fell lifelessly to the ground. It was truly no different from slaying lesser foes. A faint smile curved Lin Qiu's lips as he charged into the horde of corpses, unleashing a powerful right hook that struck the exposed brain of a swiftly moving elite creature like a cannonball. With a dull explosion, the creature's head shattered, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Yet, that was not the end. Lin Qiu swiftly turned, executing a fierce whip kick that sliced through the air with such speed that it created a rushing wind, landing a devastating blow on the elite creature. The struck creature was sent hurtling through the air like an out-of-control truck, and the ordinary infected that were converging from all directions were caught off guard, toppling to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing the scene before him, akin to harvesting wheat, Lin Qiu felt but one sentiment. The thrill of battle was exhilarating. Outside the research facility, in the security booth, Qin Yunsheng gazed anxiously at the clock on the wall. Hours had slipped by since Lin Qiu entered the laboratory, and darkness had enveloped the sky. The offensive and defensive capabilities of the infected surged post-sundown, and he dreaded to imagine the number of monsters within the facility. With no news emerging after such a lengthy period, Qin Yunsheng's heart sank deeper with each passing moment. Could it truly be that Lin Qiu had perished inside? Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Qin Yunsheng sprang to his feet to answer the door, but his instincts compelled him to first grasp his handgun before opening the door. It proved to be a wise decision. Upon opening the door, a flash of white darted inside. It was the white-haired girl he had encountered earlier that day. Qin Yunsheng was momentarily taken aback. "Why have you followed me?" The white-haired girl surveyed her surroundings, noting Lin Qiu's absence, before speaking. "I've waited for a long time, yet there has been no surge of corpses." With a cold glare, she added, "You lied to me." Lowering his gun, Qin Yunsheng offered a resigned explanation. "We are uncertain of what may transpire. We can only brace for the worst. Moreover, rescue is imminent. You need not risk yourself with us." The girl feigned indifference. What of the other person? Qin Yunsheng, initially intent on persuading her to leave, found his patience waning at her inquiry. He replied in a low voice, "He has been inside for 4 hours without a peep. The infected within the facility may be far more formidable than I anticipated. I will help you kill them," she asserted, extending her hand. "Give me the key." Sighing, Qin Yunsheng rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. In previous days, he had encountered no one. Now, it seemed everyone was intent on courting death. Was he fortunate or unfortunate? Knock. Knock, knock. Yet again, a series of knocks resounded. Qin Yunsheng's guard heightened. "Open the door, it's me." The familiar voice rang in his ears, and his heart soared. It was Lin Qiu. He hastily flung the door open, and a strong scent of blood wafted into the booth. Moments later, Lin Qiu entered. His tactical gear drenched in blood, some stains darkened and crusted over time, resembling armor. One could only imagine the number of infected that had met their demise at his hands. The striking scene startled both occupants of the room, even the usually stoic white-haired girl displaying a hint of astonishment. Could the NPCs in the novice dungeon possess such strength? Qin Yunsheng closed the door and swiftly pulled over a chair. "Are you injured?" Lin Qiu waved his hand dismissively. They were merely a bunch of weaklings. I took my time slaughtering every room inside, only to discover a second gate that compelled me to return. His tone was calm and unhurried, as if he had just returned from a leisurely jog, leaving listeners astounded. Afterward, Lin Qiu cast a glance at the girl in the corner. "What brings you here?" The white-haired girl spoke earnestly. "I wish to slay the infected. If you do not take me with you, I shall enter alone." It appeared that the attempt to dissuade her had failed. Lin Qiu remained silent, redirecting his attention to Qin Yunsheng. "Are you aware of the second gate?" Qin Yunsheng nodded. "Of course. Beyond the second gate lies the true core area, though not vast. It houses the research facility's critical apparatus." Lin Qiu inquired, "What of the number of infected?" A smile crept onto Qin Yunsheng's face. "Rest assured, the core area is sparsely populated. the number of infected will undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Very well. Lin Qiu pondered the task progress before him. 38, 100. He fell into contemplation. Having slain so many, the majority were ordinary infected, and there were only about 30 elite creatures. It seemed that the entire facility could not yield 100 elite infected. Nevertheless, it was a novice dungeon. Without his extraordinary abilities, one could hardly expect the novice awakeners to eliminate even a single elite creature. As for the hidden main storyline of the laboratory, scarcely anyone could succeed. Alas, it seemed the number of foes was still insufficient for his tastes. Sighing, he mused, is this how it ends? There is no challenge. Lin Qiu clicked his tongue, feeling a wave of ennui wash over him. Very well, let us conclude this matter tomorrow. He turned to the white-haired girl. Recalling her name was Qin Bai. You need not venture alone. We shall act together tomorrow. With Lin Qiu's endorsement, Qin Yunsheng had no objections, and soon, a side quest acceptance interface materialized before Qin Bai. With no other options, as Lin Qiu had seized the main quest, even if others joined, they would only receive the dregs. Clicking to accept the quest, Qin Bai finally exhaled in relief, muttering her thanks before settling into a corner to rest. Observing the small patch of ground that Qin Bai occupied, Lin Qiu couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. Some women willingly sell themselves in hopes of clinging to fools like Zhang Shun, while others, like Qin Bai, confront danger with resolute pragmatism. Not all are delicate fairies. Had Qin Bai been the type to expect benefits without effort, Lin Qiu would have delivered a punch without hesitation, sending her out of the dungeon prematurely. Turning to the bathroom, he rinsed the bloodstains from his tactical gear, took a shower, yawned, and lay down on the sofa, swiftly succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Lin Qiu awoke, glancing around to find himself alone in the security booth. Rising, he pulled aside a corner of the curtain. The morning sun had just begun to touch the ground, a blend of desolation and hope. Just as he pondered the situation, two figures, one large and one small, turned the corner of the street outside the security booth. It was none other than Qin Yunsheng and Qin Bai. However, at that moment, they were sprinting frantically, clutching some food in their arms. Oh, I had almost forgotten that others also need to eat. Lin Qiu suddenly realized that he had consumed a special chocolate, which had rendered him immune to hunger for 3 days. Naturally, he was unharmed. But both Qin Yunsheng and Qin Bai were ordinary individuals, whose combat abilities would significantly diminish when starved. The number of infected pursuing them was few. And seeing no immediate threat, Lin Qiu opted to draw back the curtains and observe. Before him, Qin Yunsheng was sprinting ahead, escorting their provisions, while Qin Bai brought up the rear, her ice shards flying from her hand like deadly darts, each striking down yet another infected. Lin Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Ordinary awakened beings typically inflicted single-digit damage, yet the white-haired girl's attacks were at least thrice as potent, and she could strike from a distance. Truly, she was an extraordinary talent of the rarest caliber. Chapter 10, A Sudden Mutation, Abyssal Demon. Of course, in comparison to his own ability to slay hundreds with a single arrow, this seemed rather trivial. Soon, Qin Bai had dispatched all the pursuers, and Lin Qiu opened the window, allowing both of them to vault inside. The two entered, breathless and panting, taking a moment to recover. Lin Qiu cast his gaze upon the food on the table. At this juncture, edible supplies within the city had dwindled, mostly consisting of long-lasting canned goods. Once they regained their stamina, Qin Yunsheng produced a gleaming knife from his pocket and opened a can, handing it to Lin Qiu. Today, as fortune is favorable, these cans are relatively fresh. Lin Qiu casually picked up a bottle of mineral water. I shall refrain from the canned food. I had a nutritious meal before disembarking, sufficient to sustain my daily activities. As Lin Qiu's sci-fi-like declaration lingered in the air, the two exchanged glances, ultimately choosing silence. Qin Yunsheng's worldview had been shattered by the relic, while Qin Bai regarded Lin Qiu merely as an NPC, taking his words as mere set dialogue without the need for deeper comprehension. Thus, breakfast was swiftly dismissed. After their meal, Qin Yunsheng handed a bone-cutting knife to Qin Bai while inspecting his handgun. Once assured of its condition, the trio set forth towards the research facility under Lin Qiu's guidance. The sound of footsteps echoed through the silent laboratory as they hurriedly approached the second door. Qin Yunsheng retrieved the key, beginning the unlocking process, while Qin Bai crouched beside an infected corpse, conjuring a sharp ice crystal. This was an elite monster Lin Qiu had easily dispatched. Its body bore but a solitary wound, as though it were merely asleep. Gripping the ice crystal, Qin Bai slashed at the infected corpse. Upon seeing the shallow cut, her expression grew grave. Such formidable defense, even in death. If it had this level of protection while alive, her attacks would scarcely be effective. Yet, she possessed more than one method of assault. Rising, she glanced at Lin Qiu. Her expression inscrutable. Lin Qiu, sensing her gaze, turned to her, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The white-haired girl shook her head, restoring her indifferent demeanor. Just then, with a soft click, the second door swung open. Inside the core area of the laboratory, an array of experimental apparatuses was laid out, and to Lin Qiu's surprise, only two shadowy figures lingered. Just two monsters? The flicker of hope he had harbored was now extinguished. Yet, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, a sudden thought flashed through Lin Qiu's mind. Was it possible that the first level of this research facility was, in fact, a meticulously crafted special challenge, requiring the awakened to cleverly navigate past all the formidable elite monsters to successfully reach the second door? Furrowing his brow, Lin Qiu began to ponder this notion deeply, convinced that his hypothesis was likely the truth. For those newly initiated into the ranks of the awakened, they could only cautiously traverse through dozens of ferocious elite infected, each step fraught with uncertainty and peril, where a single misstep could provoke a frenzied assault from these monsters. At last, after a harrowing ordeal, they arrived before the second door and managed to unlock it. However, who could have anticipated that waiting for them was not the dawn of victory, but rather another heavy blow, two elite monsters they could not evade but must confront head-on. In that moment, their hearts must have been consumed by boundless dread. Nevertheless, witnessing the horrifying scene before him, Lin Qiu could only think two words. Is this it? Alas, he had inadvertently transformed a stealth mission into a slaughter fest. He truly had no equal. With a touch of irony, Lin Qiu turned to the white-haired girl and murmured, "One for each of us?" Without hesitation, Qinbai shook her head. "I lack confidence." A clear self-awareness. Lin Qiu's gaze shifted slightly towards her. Not many could admit to their limitations in this day and age. Drawing an enchanted arrow from his quiver, Lin Qiu declared, "Then I shall take one down, and you may attempt the other." An elite monster posed little challenge for him, yet for Qinbai, it was akin to a side quest. After all, she had steadfastly followed him thus far. It seemed only fitting to reward her bravery. The white-haired girl paused, still grasping the full meaning of his words when she saw Lin Qiu stand tall, drawing his bow like a crescent moon. In the next instant, a glint flashed. Thud. 202. Status abnormal, forced slaughter. He had not employed any skills, yet this strike was sufficient to vanquish the foe. As the blood-red numbers appeared before them, even the typically composed Qinbai could not help but feel her pupils constrict. A one-hit kill on an elite monster. This was excessive. With one infected down, the remaining elite monster, alerted by the commotion, charged toward Lin Qiu and the others. Lin Qiu patted Qinbai on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. I shall cover you." Furthermore, Qin Yunsheng prepared to release the antidote. The elite infected, exuding an aura of extreme danger, loomed large. Yet Lin Qiu's calm demeanor instilled an inexplicable sense of security. Qinbai summoned a frosty dagger, her figure darting forward to engage the elite monster. Meanwhile, Qin Yunsheng entered the adjacent lab, activating the backup power, illuminating the space. He inserted the identity key into the machine, immersing himself in the task of activating the antidote. Lin Qiu stood to the side, quietly observing Qinbai's duel with the elite monster. It was evident that students from the elite class differed from their ordinary counterparts. Qinbai clearly possessed considerable combat experience. Although initially flustered by the monster's tempestuous onslaught, she quickly steadied herself and began to seek opportunities to counterattack, her frosty aura swirling around her as if she were performing a ballet amidst the snow. Unlike Lin Qiu, whose approach was a straightforward numerical onslaught devoid of any aesthetic grace. Sighing, after watching for a while, Lin Qiu removed his relic pocket watch, selecting the most inferior arrow and casually knocking it to his bowstring. Thud! The dull thump resonated as the elite monster's claws, poised to launch a surprise attack, were pierced through. Excellent damage control. It nearly resulted in a one-hit kill. Disrupted from its skill, the elite monster was left powerless to resist, succumbing to the fatal strike from the white-haired girl. In a mere few minutes of combat, the silver-haired maiden found herself somewhat breathless, as this could indeed be regarded as a battle beyond her usual capabilities. However, it wasn't long before Qinbai composed herself and approached Lin Qiu, respectfully expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Qinbai, for your assistance." "It was a trivial matter, no need for thanks," Lin Qiu replied nonchalantly, taking a seat and surveying the chaotic scene before him. The laboratory appeared utterly devastated, the floor littered with disorganized documents, some grotesquely stained with blood, while the once orderly computers lay shattered, their screens flickering with a faint and eerie luminescence. As Lin Qiu casually picked up a document to examine, he was astonished to discover that the text was in a language he could comprehend, reminiscent of English. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the document for distraction, a cold yet serious voice echoed in his ear. The article detailed the experimental process involving the pathogens derived from an unknown organism. The excerpt read, "This unknown organism bears no resemblance to any species that could evolve on this planet. It possesses a unique respiratory system, utterly irrational, which we have designated as demon." Lin Qiu set down the document, gazing at Qinbai in surprise. "You can understand this?" It was noteworthy that in contemporary human society, where the exploration of alternate worlds had become paramount, most individuals focused on martial skills. Few, like Qinbai, were adept in combat, while also possessing proficiency in multiple languages. Qinbai nodded, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, yet Lin Qiu sensed a hint of delight emanating from her. It was akin to a child demonstrating their usefulness to their parents after tidying up. Quite endearing indeed. With this thought, Lin Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps the current state of the world is the result of this demon's doing. Their codename truly fits. Cackling, the voice returned sharply. Indeed. It fits perfectly. Startled, Lin Qiu sprang to his feet, scanning the vicinity, only to witness tendrils of black smoke rising ominously within the laboratory. The previously stable lights flickered erratically as if influenced by some unseen force, and the dark smoke coalesced into a massive shadow. Qin Bai's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. It is the Abyss Demon. The Abyss Demon. Humanity's true nemesis, a terror emerging from the chaotic abyss. Typically, the appearance of an Abyss Demon within a realm would signify a drastic increase in difficulty. Even the weakest Abyss Demon posed an insurmountable challenge for novice awakeners. Yet, this was a novice realm. How could such an out-of-bounds entity possibly exist here? Panic gripped Qin Bai's heart, but there was no time for contemplation. The shadow's target was none other than Qin Yunsheng, who was busy at the control panel. Qin Yunsheng, get out of the way, Lin Qiu shouted, swiftly drawing his enchanted arrow and dashing towards the laboratory. However, the glass that should have shattered upon impact held firm like an impenetrable barrier. Lin Qiu's arrow struck it, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qiu noticed a thin layer of black membrane enveloping the glass, rendering it unbreakable. The demonic apparition not only obstructed Lin Qiu's advance, but also lunged towards Qin Yunsheng, intent on devouring him whole. Yet, Qin Yunsheng remained motionless, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with a resolute glint in his eyes. Just before the demon's shadow descended upon him, he pressed the final button. And in the next moment, the antidote stored in the core chamber was released. A smile spread across Qin Yunsheng's face. He had succeeded. With a muffled thud, Qin Yunsheng's head vanished without a trace. Oh dear, it seems I inadvertently facilitated his success. This is rather troublesome. The demonic apparition savored the fresh flesh. Casually toppling Qin Yunsheng's headless corpse, its gaze shifting towards Lin Qiu and Qin Bai outside the window. Who would have thought that even in such a place, an awakener could rouse my dormant self? My foresight proves correct. Cackling, it declared, die, all you talented humans. The demon unleashed a torrent of attacks, and dark fissures erupted around Lin Qiu and Qin Bai, each one connecting to the world beyond the research facility. This demon intended to transport the city's infected directly into the laboratory. Sensing the scent of life, the infected from all corners of the city began to converge towards the fissures. As they traversed the spatial rifts and entered the research facility, they were immediately tainted by the residual aura of the Abyss Demon. Ordinary infected individuals quickly transcended into elite infected forms within moments. The sheer number of infected within the city was already daunting. Now, with their ascension into elite forms, the situation was utterly despairing. Not even seasoned awakeners could hope to face such overwhelming odds. This is the Abyss Demon, bringing despair to humanity, a being devoid of reason. Qin Bai summoned a frostblade. Remaining vigilant as she spoke rapidly, before us stands a manifestation of the Abyss Demon. It seems unable to leave the laboratory, categorized as an infection type. We need only to contend with the relentless tide of corpses. Having assessed the situation, Qin Bai turned to Lin Qiu. You are an awakener? Lin Qiu, crushing the skull of an elite infected with a swift motion, nodded reluctantly. Alas, my secret is out. Yes, I have only recently awakened. Recently awakened? Qin Bai regarded Lin Qiu deeply, refraining from further inquiry. This is not the time for such discussions. We must escape. With a decisive strike, Lin Qiu felled another infected, only to realize something was amiss. These elite monsters have abnormal health pools. As Qin Bai wielded twin swords, weaving through the tide of corpses, the blade's brilliance bloomed like flowers. Each strike inflicted 40 to 50 points of damage, capable of slaying an elite infected with just 2 blows. However, Lin Qiu had struggled considerably even with assistance, and it was inconceivable that such foes could be dispatched with such ease. In contrast, Lin Qiu, accustomed to slaying enemies in an instant, was so engrossed in his battle that he failed to notice the discrepancy. Yet, upon Qin Bai's warning, he quickly grasped the situation. It must be the antidote. Lin Qiu realized that the antidote released by Qin Yunsheng significantly diminished their attributes. With this revelation, Lin Qiu's gaze hardened as he looked towards the demonic apparition. Though he had only collaborated with Qin Yunsheng for 2 days, they had shared life and death experiences as comrades. Moreover, had it not been for the disruption, the release of the antidote might have signaled the end for the city's infected. Now, the Abyss Demon's formidable infection ability and the antidote's effects were counteracting each other, allowing the infected, who should have perished, to survive. Such a fate was utterly regrettable. Meeting Lin Qiu's gaze, the demon's expression morphed from anger to delight. Yes, that is the expression. Hate me. Your soul shall be particularly delectable. Lin Qiu swiftly crushed the skulls of 2 infected before turning to Qin Bai. How much time do you have left to escape? Qin Bai, severing the infected before her and freezing their corpses to impede the advance of others, replied loudly. Half an hour. The primary quests for the ordinary Awakeners remain unchanged. They merely need to survive for 3 days. The Awakeners arrived at noon 3 days ago and will naturally depart at noon 3 days later. Alright, I will lead the way. You hide for half an hour. Lin Qiu, clad in his special operations gear, charged forward like a tank amidst the advancing tide of corpses. Observing the damage indicators above Lin Qiu's head displaying 0, 0, Qinbai did not hesitate, swiftly eliminating the surrounding infected before joining Lin Qiu's side. Lin Qiu shouted, "Next. I will charge, and you strike." With that, he sprinted toward the exit. The infected, heavily influenced by the drugs, were utterly incapable of halting Lin Qiu. Simultaneously, Qinbai, following closely behind Lin Qiu, wielded her longsword, reaping the lives of the infected around them. Together, they broke through the encirclement of the infected. The demonic apparition watched the retreating figures of the two with a sinister laugh, devoid of disappointment. The presence of the antidote gas diminished the strength of the elite infected, and the leading Awakener was clad in formidable relics. Thus, it had not harbored high hopes of slaying him here. The true harbinger of death would be the mission failed. Lin Qiu's task was to eliminate all infected entities within the biopharmaceutical laboratory, and the existence of the demonic apparition allowed it to continually transport infected beings into the lab, rendering Lin Qiu's mission impossible. Furthermore, upon mission failure, the abyssal demon would exact punitive measures upon Lin Qiu's soul. The clandestine failure of the main quest and the intervention of the abyssal demon would significantly escalate the severity of the punishment, inevitably condemning Lin Qiu's soul to become its possession. Flee, flee. Only when you have nowhere left to run will your soul be the most delectable. Observing the two vanish, the abyssal demon's apparition laughed maniacally. 10 minutes later, outside the laboratory, Lin Qiu and Qinbai emerged, covered in blood, with Lin Qiu bearing even more stains than the previous day. Seeing that the infected had not pursued them, they exhaled in relief. Lin Qiu turned to Qinbai. "You need to find a place to hide immediately. Settle up in half an hour." Qinbai nodded, but after a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "What about you? Surely, you cannot complete your main quest now." Chapter 12, The Arrow of Dale. Although Qinbai was unaware of the specifics of Lin Qiu's mission, she knew the abyssal demon would not allow him to escape unscathed. Therefore, regardless of the task, the abyssal demon must be slain. Even if it were merely a demonic apparition, it remained a considerable nuisance for many seasoned Awakeners. Moreover, Lin Qiu was just a novice who had newly awakened. Attempting to defeat it was akin to chasing a mirage. Qinbai spoke firmly, "Do not abandon the mission. Once I return, I will contact the military immediately. They will surely negotiate with the abyssal demon to spare you." Demons are inherently greedy. When the offerings presented by humanity are sufficient to loosen their grip on their prey, Lin Qiu might find a sliver of hope. Yet, it would only be a sliver. Relying on a demon's integrity is far less prudent than augmenting the offerings to see if it could be vanquished. Qinbai's words surprised Lin Qiu. "Ha! You are quite the altruist, Qin." He clapped her shoulder, his spirits lifted. "However, it's unnecessary. You need only run quickly in half an hour." Qinbai's eyes revealed rare resistance. "No, I cannot allow this. As a fellow Awakener, you have already granted me a precious elite monster's head and saved my life moments ago. I cannot simply ignore my current situation." "Alright, trust me," Lin Qiu urged as he pushed Qinbai toward the exit. "If I am not out within half an hour after you settle up, then feel free to call for help." The reason Lin Qiu felt so confident was, in part, due to the demonic apparition. Originally, due to the limits of the dungeon, the number of elite infected he could defeat could not reach 100. However, the abyssal demon had deliberately spawned a horde of elite infected to kill them both. Though their strength was considerably diminished by the drugs, their status as abyssal certified ensured that Lin Qiu's side quest 7 was now complete. Opening the system, a prompt appeared before him. Side quest 7, slay 100 elite infected, completed. You have gained 2,000 pure white fragments and a relic type enhancement potion, green. Enhancement potion, green grants 100 to all attributes, cannot be used beyond level 10, single use only. The enhancement potion was merely a refined version. The real treasure lay in the talent rewards. Upon completion of side quest 7, your talent chaotic blessing is activated. You have acquired the relic Dale Blue. Dale Blue summons an impending nuclear explosion at a designated location, with a yield of 5 million tons of TNT. This was the assurance Lin Qiu needed to feel at ease. A nuclear explosion with a yield of 5 million tons of TNT would be more than sufficient to obliterate even the demonic apparition. Even if the demon's true form were present, it would be powerless to withstand such devastation. Casting a glance back at the laboratory, which resembled a bottomless abyss, Lin Qiu could not help but feel a twinge of pity for the demon within. Presumably, it still believed it could feast on something substantial. With a light chuckle, Lin Qiu urged, "Run, run. Don't keep that stern face." Qinbai gazed at Lin Qiu for a moment, her expression earnest. "You must survive." With that, she turned and left without looking back. As Lin Qiu watched Qinbai's silhouette disappear around a corner of the city streets, he tapped his communicator. Preparing to deploy the Dale at the Biopharmaceutical Institute in the West District, The detonation was scheduled for half an hour later. A response crackled through the radio. Yes, Commander. Dale is en route. Turning off the communicator, Lin Qiu's gaze drifted toward the horizon. A nuclear bomb with a yield of 5 million tons of TNT would be hundreds of times more potent than those deployed on certain islands. He needed to survive until after the explosion. Thus, he must flee far and fast. After downing the enhancement potion in one gulp, Lin Qiu quickly departed. Half an hour later, in the real world, outside the dungeon's entrance, one by one, awakeners emerged from the portal, their faces alight with excitement. Hey, what level did you reach? I'm already at level 3. What? How did you gain so much experience to level up? Didn't you know? Right before the dungeon ended, the difficulty dropped drastically, and even ordinary people could easily dispatch the infected. I thought I wouldn't complete a single task, but ended up finishing 3 in one go. Wow, I had no idea. What a loss. Observing the diverse expressions of the students, the school leaders remarked. This batch of students is quite impressive. Many from last year struggled to walk upon exiting. Indeed, if we can recruit a few more into the church and the military, our school's ranking will surely improve. Hey, look, Qinbai is out. Although she was a guaranteed recruit for the church, her performance in the novice dungeon was still significant. Wasn't he it? Why is she not resting and instead rushing up? Before the leaders could react, Qinbai leaped onto the podium, her face pale and somewhat sickly. Evidently just emerging from the dungeon, her soul still not fully reconciled with her body. A nearby teacher hurriedly said, Qinbai, quickly return to rest. This is your first dungeon. Your body needs time to adjust. Qinbai chose to disregard the teacher's words, promptly stating, abyssal demons have emerged in the novice dungeon, and the awakened individuals who initiated the hidden quest have been ambushed by these demons, resulting in imminent task failure. Urgent assistance is required. What? Abyssal demons? Upon hearing Qinbai's declaration, the leaders present were thrown into a state of panic. The novice dungeon is renowned for its safety. If abyssal demons were to wreak havoc, it could spell doom for the newly awakened children. This is the very future of humanity. A leader, resembling a rotund ball, hastily rose and scanned the room, noticing several unoccupied seats. Who initiated the hidden quest? Was it a child from the Zhang family? Or another? Qinbai shook his head. I do not know. During their conversation, an increasing number of awakened individuals emerged from the dungeon. Classes 1 and 2 were quickly filled, with not a single person remaining unconscious. It hardly seemed as though abyssal demons had appeared. Observing this, the plump leader initially breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression darkened as he turned to Qinbai. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? The presence of abyssal demons is no jest. Qinbai remained composed. It is true. The reason there are no casualties is that only the 2 of us participated in that hidden quest. Upon hearing Qinbai's words, the leader felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Since Qinbai had emerged unscathed, even if abyssal demons were indeed present, there would only be one casualty. Now that the awakened individuals from classes 1 and 2 had come to, it seemed that the hidden quest had been initiated by a fortunate ordinary student. It is crucial to note that if it were discovered that the novice dungeon had been infiltrated by abyssal demons, their school would undoubtedly face scrutiny and questioning from above. If the death of a single ordinary student could cover up this incident, it would be a fortunate turn of events. Alright, Qinbai might just be experiencing some first-time jitters in the dungeon. The plump leader hastily made a judgment. Xiao1, take your student downstairs. The teacher known as Xiao1, the head of class 1, quickly grasped Qinbai's shoulder. Yes, Xiaobai has just encountered some family issues, which may have affected him due to the dungeon. I will take him down immediately. Qinbai glared intensely at the plump leader, while the teacher struggled to move him. After a moment, Qinbai produced a white token from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. This is a token left by my father. The church recognizes the token, not the individual. As long as I possess it, I can directly enter the church for service. Qinbai spoke again. We must save them. Faced with the pristine white token, the corpulent leader hesitated. Although the discovery of demons in the novice dungeon would incur significant trouble, this token could guarantee his own son's admission to the church. After considerable deliberation, the leader tossed the token back to Qinbai. What do you mean by this? A bribe? He then commanded, seal off the dungeon and summon military personnel. Notify all classes to enter a state of heightened alert. The once chaotic square immediately fell into an organized flurry of activity. Qinbai turned to the entrance of the dungeon, his hands clenched tightly, murmuring, just hold on a little longer. Chapter 13, Dungeon Settlement, Mythical Quality Relic. With the enhanced capabilities of Special Operations Gear, Lin Qiu moved with the speed of a specter, swiftly traversing the city. Perhaps due to Lin Qiu's exceptional fortune, half an hour later, he arrived at the Villa District in the eastern city, where he discovered an underground safe house excavated by the wealthy. After clearing the infected individuals inside, Lin Qiu sealed the safety door, awaiting the impending nuclear explosion. Heh, is this the grave you've dug for yourself? Give up. As long as you remain in this world, you cannot escape my grasp. At that moment, the demon sat in the laboratory, watching Lin Qiu's frantic attempts to find an escape with an amused glint in its eyes. However, Upon hearing the demon's voice resonating in his ears, Lin Qiu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this creature to communicate with him from a distance. Paying no heed to the demon, who was about to meet its demise, Lin Qiu leaned back on the sofa and called out, "Why not turn on the video?" The demon, whose essence was located in the laboratory, was momentarily stunned. In its long existence, it had never encountered such a fearless awakened individual. The next moment, Lin Qiu felt a flicker before his eyes, and the shadow of the abyssal demon materialized before him like a dark mist. Young awakened one. Have you come to recognize the greatness of the abyss? Do you wish to join us? Show your sincerity. The great abyssal demon Sarah is in dire need of a servant. Perhaps you could survive with the glorious title of a demon slave. Facing the cackling abyssal demon Sarah, Lin Qiu retrieved a bottle of 1982 champagne from a nearby temperature-controlled wine cabinet, shook it lightly, aimed it at the demon, and smiled warmly. I thought I wouldn't get to witness your demise. What a shame. But now I have this opportunity to see you perish. Ding. The chime of the clock rang out, and Lin Qiu abruptly uncorked the champagne. Let the celebration begin. The demon Sarah froze, before it could finish its sentence. Lin Qiu saw the demon's expression shift to one of palpable terror. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of light and heat engulfed the entire video feed. Boom. The thunderous roar echoed in Lin Qiu's ears as everything around him trembled violently. Sounds of cracking and shattering came from the ceiling, even clad in special operations gear. Lin Qiu felt a heaviness in his chest. In the following moment, the absence of magical energy caused the video feed to dissipate into a wisp of black smoke. In an unknown cave in the abyss, the massive demon Sarah suddenly lifted its head, clutching its head and wailing in despair. Cursed humans. Cursed humans. My infiltration plan was flawless. How could it fail? To think they would bring such a high-quality relic to a novice dungeon. Damn it. I will remember your scent. I will tear you to shreds. Casting the champagne bottle aside, Lin Qiu listened to the system notification chimes in his ears, shaking his head to dispel the last remnants of discomfort. Before him was the newly emerged system notification. Side Quest 8. Eliminate an abyssal infected, green, completed. You have received rewards. 10,000 pure white fragments. Relic. Type Strengthening Potion, green. Type Strengthening Potion, green grants 500 to all attributes upon consumption. Cannot be used beyond level 20. Limited to one-time use. Main Quest. Destroy all infected biological entities within the biopharmaceutical laboratory. Time limit 3 days. Completed. You have received rewards. 10,000 pure white fragments. Relic. Resurrection Coin. Gold. X1. Resurrection Coin. Gold can resurrect the target to full status once. As you have entered the settlement interface, the talent Chaos Blessing did not activate. A perfect conclusion. Not only did I acquire a whopping 20,000 experience points in one fell swoop, but I also obtained the Resurrection Coin, a relic deemed extraordinary. This is a resurrection item. If it were to appear at an auction, one wouldn't even think of bidding without tens of millions. Of course, my life right now is far more precious than tens of millions. I must save it for my own use. Lin Qiu declared, enter the settlement interface. In the next moment, a dazzling light enveloped him, transforming the scene into an endless expanse of pure white. The system notification rang in his ears. You have completed Hidden Main Quest 1, Side Quest 8, and eliminated 98 infected entities in the dungeon. The completion rating for the dungeon is SSS. Due to your rating exceeding S, you have received additional pure white fragments. Due to your evaluation being the highest, you have obtained the Relic Fragment F, Color. Relic Fragment F, Color. As a newcomer, you can flawlessly complete the instance within a mere 3 days. Your abilities have moved even the deities. And this is the reward you rightfully deserve. Trait 1. The holder will no longer encounter a breakthrough threshold at level 20, gaining additional attribute points with each breakthrough below level 20. Trait 2. The more fragments held, the greater the enhancement of attributes. Trait 3. Upon entering a new instance, an additional task will be triggered. Detected that you have reached level 9. Additional attribute points from levels 1 to 9 have been automatically added. Summary. You have received Attribute Enhancement Potion, white, Attribute Enhancement Potion, green, Attribute Enhancement Potion, blue, and Relic Fragment F, Color. A mythic level relic of vibrant hues. Gazing at the settlement interface, Lin Qiu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that he could acquire a color mythic relic within the novice instance. Such an item is a treasure even within the Federation. Moreover, the traits of this relic were indeed extraordinary. It could grant additional attribute points upon leveling up. Why do humans of the same tier often struggle against demons? Is it not because the demonic attributes vastly surpass those of humans? At the same level, while humans may possess only a few hundred health points, demons could boast thousands, even tens of thousands, with other attributes typically far exceeding those of humans. This is the crushing weight of attributes. Humans often rely on sheer luck, obtaining certain special enhancement relics to bridge this gap. But Lin Qiu was different. He not only acquired a relic that enhances all attributes, but he would also gain additional attribute points with each level up, fundamentally erasing the racial disparity with demons. In the future, when facing demons of the same tier, Lin Qiu would not only hold his ground, but might even have the potential to exert overwhelming pressure on them. This is a notion that would be deemed fantastical in the annals of human history. In the Federation, there have been prodigies who overwhelmed demons with skill and loopholes. Yet none have achieved such an attribute supremacy. If Lin Qiu were to obtain fragments from every instance, he could possibly fill this void. This implies that Lin Qiu must achieve the highest evaluation of SSS in every instance, a seemingly impossible feat. Yet for Lin Qiu, it is not out of reach. Given his prodigious talent, after indulging in visions of the future, it was time to ground himself in reality. First, he needed to address the over 20,000 experience points in his possession. According to textbooks, due to the low difficulty of novice instances, the rewards are often scant, with most individuals gaining only a few hundred experience points, sufficient to rise a couple of levels. Typically, after completing the novice instance, an awakened would enter a novice phase, familiarizing themselves with several instances to elevate their level to 10 or first tier before truly being considered an awakened. Yet now, having reached level 9, he astonishingly possessed over 20,000 experience points. Did this mean he could ascend directly after the novice instance? However, he could not expend the experience on leveling up just yet, as the 2 relics he obtained could not be utilized beyond a certain level. Lin Qiu promptly declared, "Use enhancement relics." As soon as the words left his lips, an extraordinary surge of power flooded within him. The potions were taking effect. Lifting the hem of his school uniform, Lin Qiu observed the contours of his abdomen, clearly defined with muscle, while a sensation of strength and clarity surged like a tide. His enhancement was visibly apparent. Now at level 9, Lin Qiu's attributes far exceeded those of the average first-tier awakened. Next, it was time to level up. Chapter 14, Pinnacle of the First Tier. All remaining pure white fragments were to be used to elevate my awakening level. A beam of white light cascaded down, and Lin Qiu instantly felt his body lighten, as if soaring into the clouds. The system notification rang in his ears. Your awakening level has been elevated to 19. Goodness. To have reached the pinnacle of the first tier just after finishing the novice instance, this speed would surely be met with disbelief. Lin Qiu could not help but smirk. Having a cheat was undeniably comfortable. Now, let us check my personal panel for a clearer view. With a mere thought, the personal panel materialized before him. Name, Lin Qiu. Talent, Blessing of Chaos. Level, 19-8. Strength, 995. Agility, 908. Spirit, 1005. Constitution, 910. Weapon, none. Relics, Resurrection Coin, Gold. Relic Fragment F, Color. Pure white fragments, 0. Is this truly me? Lin Qiu gazed at the panel with incredulity. Compared to the panel at level 1, this was an entirely different realm. Pinnacle of the first tier, nearing 1,000 in attribute values, based on what Lin Qiu learned from books. Normal awakened individuals at this stage possess just over 100 in attributes, and even prodigies only reach around 200. With such talent, he could likely surpass so-called god-tier talents. After admiring his panel thoroughly, Lin Qiu dismissed it and stepped outside. After all, Qinbai was still waiting outside. If he took too long, this audacious individual might have already reported him. As he stepped through the pure white door, the anticipated cacophony did not greet him. The awakening square, though crowded with people, felt eerily silent, causing Lin Qiu's heart to leap. What was happening? Just then, a person clad in military attire approached. Holding a notebook, his gaze stern. Class 7, Lin Qiu? The military. Shouldn't they be stationed outside the city? Why are they at the school? Lin Qiu dared not ponder further, promptly nodding. It's me. Good. Run to the inspection area immediately. After the inspection, return to your class's team. Yes. He hastily ran to the inspection area, where several futuristic-looking inspection machines circled around him. Soon, the bystander announced, residual abyss energy detected, but at normal levels. You may return to your team. Upon finishing, the individual stamped Lin Qiu's student ID, signaling him to leave. Retrieving his student ID, Lin Qiu walked back to his class, observing the bustling military personnel and piecing together the situation. It seemed Qinbai had disregarded his advice and reported immediately upon exiting. Casting a glance toward Class 1, Lin Qiu sighed helplessly as he returned to his own class and took a seat. Being situated toward the back, his relatively lax class was not as stern. Many were whispering amongst themselves. Lin Qiu closed his eyes to rest, yet his ears caught snippets of conversation. It was evident that he had grown too strong too quickly and had not yet fully controlled it. Nonetheless, he did not filter out the murmurs entirely, as he overheard some rather amusing tidbits. What is up with Zhang Shan? Why is he back and asleep over there? Haha, you wouldn't believe it. Before the instance closed, the monster's strength was drastically reduced, didn't you hear? Zhang Shan was so fixated on killing a few more monsters that he refused to exit the battle, and as a result, he was caught in a plot twist. I heard that after the main storyline of the instance ended, there was a massive explosion, and anyone who tried to be greedy ended up in a terrible state. Serves him right. I said the reduction in difficulty definitely had its quirks. Indeed, not daring to step outside. The famished detective has endured 3 days of hunger. Ha! Casting a glance at the murmuring Zhang Shun, Lin Qiu could not help but let a smile grace her lips. It would be the perfect moment to retrieve the funds. With the detonation of the nuclear bomb, the novice instance was promptly cleared, ejecting all awakened beings. As the instance closed, the demon's presence was obscured. On the podium, a military officer, having closed the attendance roster, turned to the principal. Your school exhibits a commendable sense of crisis awareness. Although we did not uncover any demons within this instance, we have indeed detected traces of demonic presence, suggesting that there may have been arrangements made by demons in the past. From this day forth, the F-808 instance will be temporarily sealed, and no one is permitted entry. Thank you for your cooperation. The portly principal nodded vigorously, exclaiming, that is indeed the best news. When I first heard of the demon's emergence, I was terribly frightened, fearing for the safety of our students. Thank goodness. After bidding farewell to the military personnel, the principal felt an immense relief wash over him. Undoubtedly, this was the most favorable outcome. No demons discovered, yet remnants of their influence detected. He had neither deceived the military nor had to expend funds to mitigate the situation's repercussions, while simultaneously gaining a reputation as a concerned principal. It was akin to obtaining a free pass on the white fog token. The principal, in high spirits, waved his hand. All right, let us commence preparations for the graduation evening. With that, he swaggered away, his steps imbued with a sense of pride. That very evening, in the school's auditorium for the graduation celebration, classmates who had resolved to forego their awakening and live as ordinary individuals presented song and dance performances. Simultaneously, those awakened with peculiar talents showcased their skills in impromptu displays. Many were misty-eyed as they waved farewell to a place that had witnessed over a decade of their toil and sweat. In a corner stood Qin Bai, solitary, while beside her, a somewhat portly middle-aged woman chattered incessantly. You wasteful child, why did you give the white fog token to the principal? Even if there were indeed demons, they did not harm you. Why concern yourself with them? Your father worked tirelessly to obtain that. Qin Bai replied, Mother, I have stated from the beginning that I wish to join the military. Sighing, her mother lamented, Alas, why would you, a girl, venture into such perilous places? Our family has long served the church. You have no deep-seated enmity with demons. The middle-aged woman wished to argue further, but, upon seeing her daughter's resolute gaze, merely shook her head. Never mind, you are grown. Do as you please. Chapter 15. A windfall of 200,000. After watching her mother depart, Qin Bai wandered through the corridor and soon found her target. It was an unoccupied classroom, within which a few individuals were engaged in conversation. Are you certain we will commence here? Very well. I shall ensure your defeat is both convincing and thorough. A cacophony of cheers erupted from nearby, and Qin Bai's gaze fixated on the most conspicuous figure in the crowd, Lin Qiu, with ice-blue eyes that sparkled with intensity. Inside the room, Zhang Shun addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a wager with Lin Qiu before our awakening. As you all are aware, yes? We bet on the quantity of pure white fragments obtained in the first instance, with a stake of a staggering 200,000. At this proclamation, the other students, who had originally come merely to spectate, gasped in astonishment. What? Such a sum? Truly wealthy to wager 200,000. Zhang Shun is quite the bold one. And Lin Qiu is so dashing, with such affluence? Hold your horses. That 200,000 is compensation for his parents who perished within the instance. Once it is spent, it will vanish, and besides, this fellow's talent ranks among the lowest in Class 7. Marrying him would mean enduring hardship. Ah, so he is of that sort. What a pity, such a handsome face wasted. Zhang Shun, blessed with a blue talent, was assured victory for the 200,000. It was rumored he had lingered in the instance today, slaying several additional monsters. On the other side, observing Zhang Shun's bloodshot eyes, Lin Qiu maintained her genial smile and nodded. Indeed, it is prudent to fulfill our wager. One never knows when someone might renege. Today is, without a doubt, an opportune day. Zhang Shun sneered. The one who will renege is you. I have already informed you that I performed extraordinarily, eliminating a total of 63 ordinary infected. 63. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students gasped, and Zhang Shun's followers cheered him on. Even against a rabbit, one must exert full force, truly worthy of our esteemed Zhang Shun. Rumor had it that very few in Class 1 could slay such a number. Their leader was indeed formidable. Zhang Shun, basking in the flattery of his peers, wore a smug expression. His blue talent, a combat-oriented gift, had bestowed upon him unprecedented advantages within the instance. As one of his underlings remarked, he would dare to challenge not only Lin Qiu, but even the average prodigy. Zhang Shun pointed toward the identification machine. This is the identifier. It will display a numerical value based on our inputted strength. Generally, the more tasks completed, the higher the level, the greater the strength, and thus, the larger the number. We shall determine the victor based on the numerical outcome. Lin Qiu nodded. A sound method. You may go first. Humph, coward. Zhang Shun pressed his hand against the machine and exerted his strength. In the next moment, a faint white glow illuminated, coalescing into a number on the central screen. 33. Zhang Shun's expression soured. I sustained injuries in the instance, so I suppose I shall grant you this advantage. Very well, then it is my turn. Lin Qiu stretched lazily and casually tapped the machine. In an instant, a beam of white light materialized. Still pretending. What the? Zhang Shun, who had been sneering, was rendered speechless upon seeing the number displayed on the screen. Lo and behold, the number at the center of the screen was a resounding 34. Just 1 point shy. Lin Qiu leaned against the machine, a smile gracing her lips. It appears I have triumphed. Young Master Zhang, the 200,000? You. How could you possibly be this formidable? Zhang Shun stared incredulously at the machine, tapping it repeatedly as if to ascertain its validity. Lin Qiu sighed. Alas. The wager was your proposal, the unveiling today was also your idea, and even the machine is yours. I have said nothing, Zhang Shun. If you wish to avoid paying. There is truly no need for such theatrics. It cannot be me. It is impossible. Zhang Shun stammered, slightly flustered. Moments later, he slammed his palm against the machine, forcibly channeling his inner strength. I eliminated 63. Had it not been for my injuries within the secret realm, this number would be unthinkable. 34 is your limit. But 33 is not mine. Lin Qiu, concede your defeat. Ignoring his injuries, Zhang Shun pressed on with his strength, and the next moment, a brand new number sprang forth. 40. Gazing at the number, which exceeded Lin Qiu's by a full 6 points, a triumphant expression washed over Zhang Shun's face as he pointed at the screen. See that? Lin Qiu reached out to press the machine once more. In an instant, the number shifted. 41. Resting her chin on her hand, her eyes narrowed. I see it. 41. What of it? 41. Zhang Shun was left dumbfounded. Ignoring his injuries and forcing his power, coupled with the emotional turmoil he had just experienced, Zhang Shun nearly gasped for breath, trembling as he pointed at Lin Qiu. You. Hey, don't faint. Lin Qiu quickly interjected. The money. The young crowd, drawn to the spectacle, began to jeer at the unfolding drama. What? Does young Master Zhang wish to renege? Oh dear, is that all young Master Zhang has to offer? This is simply childish play. How handsome. I have completely succumbed. So, who has Lin Qiu's contact information? With wealth and looks, does it really come down to you? You ugly creature? Brother, look at me. As the voices echoed in his ears, Zhang Shun clenched his jaw and swiftly pulled out a card from his pocket, hurling it forward. Here, 200,000. The password is 666. With a resounding clap, Lin Qiu caught the bank card in midair with a swift motion of his hands. Excellent. Zhang Xiao is indeed generous. After tucking the card into his pocket, Lin Qiu waved his hand and turned to leave. Zhang Shun had fainted. Quickly, take him to the school hospital. As onlookers escorted the unconscious Zhang Shun away, suddenly, someone in the crowd realized, damn. Caught up in the spectacle, I forgot to chase after Lin Qiu. At least I need his contact information. Laughter erupted among his companions. You just thought of that? Better let go of that idea. Do you know who just went after him? The questioner, puzzled, asked who? Qin Bai, the one who has awakened a rare red-tier talent, destined to be a pillar of the human race. What do you have to compete with others for? What? This revelation not only shocked the girls, but even the boys nearby found it hard to accept. After all, Qin Bai had been the campus belle for 3 consecutive years. A goddess in the hearts of nearly everyone. How could she possibly take the initiative to pursue someone? Yet, when the skeptics leaned against the window to look down, their anxious hearts finally calmed, for they truly saw Qin Bai's silhouette. Tap, tap. In the corridor, 2 sets of footsteps nearly overlapped, but Lin Qiu, already at the pinnacle of the first tier, certainly sensed Qin Bai's presence. The surrounding sounds gradually faded, and the 2 unknowingly stepped out of the banquet hall. Lin Qiu turned around, curiosity evident in his voice. Are you Qin Bai? What brings you to me? Qin Bai halted her steps. Have we met before? Lin Qiu smiled slightly. Perhaps we have. After all, we attend the same school. Qin Bai's ice-blue eyes fixed on Lin Qiu. For some reason, he felt an array of emotions emanating from those eyes. It was as if she did not regard him as a stranger. Could she possibly recognize him as the individual from the instance? In that scenario, he had donned special operations attire and wielded a plethora of relics, which bore no resemblance to his current self, making such a connection improbable. Seemingly aware of the peculiarity in his gaze, Qin Bai silently took out her phone. Add me as a friend. Huh, so sudden? Lin Qiu was taken aback by the renowned ice queen of the school requesting his contact information. Did she truly believe he was the same person from the instance? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiu retrieved his phone and scanned the code, successfully adding each other as friends. After all, he had nothing to lose. Qin Bai tucked her phone away and inquired, what major did you choose? Are you planning to join the military department with me? In this era, awakened individuals have 3 apparent majors, corresponding to their paths: joining the pure white church as safe clergy, serving in the military to expand human territories, or joining the awakened association to work in small companies or independently. Among these, the pure white church, as humanity's foremost institution, sets high standards, allowing only those with blue-tier talent and above to interview. While the military does not prioritize talent, it demands high individual combat capability and adheres to numerous regulations, leaving little room for freedom. Thus, most awakened individuals opt to join associations. Lin Qiu was no exception. Naturally, I chose to join an association. Long live freedom. The military has too many rules. I don't want to graduate only to attend early morning classes every day. Qinbai appeared slightly disappointed upon hearing this. During their conversation, they had already reached the campus entrance. After bidding farewell to Qinbai, Lin Qiu boarded a bus heading home. Opening his phone, he found a substantial amount of federal coins resting quietly in his banking app. Let me see. I still have 300,000. Having just won another 200,000, totaling 500,000. I've achieved financial independence in a short time without even needing to earn money in instances. While other awakened individuals might need to consider procuring relics for their upcoming instances and spending on training to ensure success, Lin Qiu was free from such worries. All this money was at his disposal. Delightedly counting his wealth, he disembarked the bus. His home was situated in a relatively remote area, though modest. Lin Qiu was not picky about his living conditions as long as he had a roof over his head. With money in hand, he felt at ease and ordered a barbecue takeout, then sank into his sofa and turned on the television. However, before he could even relax for 2 seconds, a message from the illustrious Qinbai arrived. Qinbai, news has just been announced that the new Abyss instance D071 was released by the military yesterday, and the first batch of entry slots is now up for grabs. Qinbai, tap here. Qinbai, are you interested in diving into the instance together? An Abyss instance? Upon seeing Qinbai's message, Lin Qiu instinctively straightened up. Currently, humanity categorizes instances into 3 types. Safe instances, low difficulty, relatively safe, suitable for leveling, such as beginner instances. Ordinary instances, moderate difficulty, posing some challenges, suitable for personal enhancement. Abyss instances, extremely high difficulty, featuring abyssal demons, while rewards are substantial. They are akin to gambling with one's life for ordinary individuals. Generally, only true genius warriors or the military, with the creed of expanding human territory, dare to challenge Abyss instances. Even they must repeatedly challenge to uncover the secrets within, ultimately devising meticulous strategies to succeed. Perfectly suited for me, since I have an advantage. I must challenge the Abyss instance and show those arrogant abyssal demons what it means when the times have changed. Lin Qiu stroked his chin and immediately typed a response. Lin Qiu, help me snag a spot, thank you. Qinbai, link inviting you to join the group order. Qinbai, I've secured a spot. Just click the link. Goodness, she has got me cornered. Lin Qiu, appreciate it. JPG. Lin Qiu, thanks a lot. Early the next morning, Lin Qiu took a bus to the development site of the new Abyss instance. On the high-speed train, he gazed out the window. Outside the Human Federation cities, thick, white mist swirled, exuding an air of mystery. It is said that when the Abyss first invaded, it was unstoppable, and humanity, armed solely with technological might, found itself utterly defenseless, teetering on the brink of annihilation. However, later, the pure white mist descended from the heavens, obscuring the Abyss's gaze, allowing the remnants of humanity to survive. As the remaining humans began to venerate the pure white mist, the deity governing the mist indeed granted blessings. The origin of awakened individuals. The mythical relic known as the Awakening Stone. Through the Awakening Stone, humans awakened their talents, fought against the demons, and defended the last human territory. They could also communicate with the white mist through their souls, entering the mist itself. Within the mist lay countless remnants of worlds devoured by the Abyss, varying in size. Collectively referred to as instances, awakened individuals could resonate with their souls, embody the beings within the instances, and grow stronger by completing tasks and conquering the instances. The failure to conquer the dungeon results in varying degrees of damage to the souls of the awakened, contingent upon the severity of death and the dungeon's difficulty. The consequences can range from a mere splitting headache, recoverable, to actual death, which is not entirely out of the question. Thus, the journey of the awakened is fraught with peril. One could say that the Human Federation currently stands as an isolated island amidst a sea of white mist. Due to the presence of several ordinary dungeons near the Abyss dungeon, the area surrounding it is bustling with numerous awakened who are preparing to queue for entry. Observing this grand scene, Lin Qiu cannot help but feel a surge of emotions. With a sense of ennui, he decides to pass the time by reading the introduction to the Abyss dungeon sent by Qinbai while standing in line. This dungeon bears a striking resemblance to the tumultuous ancient era of Sakura country before Lin Qiu's transmigration, with its expanse being as vast as an entire nation. In this world, there once existed a Sakura country, but alas, it lacked the strength to endure the arrival of the pure white mist and was obliterated, leaving only a few elites who managed to escape, barely maintaining some semblance of heritage. Consequently, the descendants of the Sakura bloodline have pulled together a reward fund of 10 million to incentivize teams that successfully navigate the dungeon. Just as Lin Qiu is engrossed in his reading, a figure approaches, burdened by a large chest strapped to their front. The individual opens the chest to reveal an assortment of cracked relics, artifacts of the past. However, the relics being offered are of the lowest quality, classified as gray, and are primarily single-use items. Their utility lies in enabling one to comprehend the language within the dungeon or to decipher its written words, capabilities that are neither particularly useful nor dispensable. Naturally, such relics are intended for novices. For someone like Lin Qiu, who has already ascended in capability, these trinkets hold little value, as his powerful soul can fully assimilate the information contained within the body encountered in the dungeon. It is akin to acquiring archery skills intuitively in a novice dungeon. The roaming merchant, upon spotting Lin Qiu, brightens up. "Young man, which dungeon do you plan to enter? Do you require any relics?" Lin Qiu waves his hand dismissively. "No? Thank you. Are you certain?" The merchant persists. "You appear to be a first-timer, and without relics, even a safe dungeon can be daunting. My relics are affordable and effective. You will not regret a purchase." As the merchant continues his sales pitch, Lin Qiu closes his phone with a slight smile. "Very well then. Do you have any relics suited for the D071 dungeon?" Yes. The merchant eagerly nods, reaching out for the relics, but halfway through, he halts abruptly. The merchant finally registers the implication and looks up at Lin Qiu. "D071? Isn't that the newly announced Abyss dungeon?" Lin Qiu nods. "Indeed, it is the Abyss dungeon." "You must be joking," the merchant exclaims, frustration evident in his voice. "You are attempting to challenge the Abyss dungeon without any preparation, and you're merely standing in line here?" Engaging in the Abyss dungeon requires assembling a team, with large guilds or military units involved. If you do not wish to make a purchase, that is one thing, but fabricating nonsense is quite another. With that, the merchant slams the chest shut and scoffs as he turns to leave. Nearby, the other awakened in line chuckle amiably. This young man clearly just graduated. He is quite bashful. Yes, the poor lad felt too embarrassed to outright refuse, so he concocted an excuse. Did you really take him seriously? Indeed. As the light-hearted banter continues, an unexpected hush descends upon the crowd. Conversations and laughter cease as everyone's gaze collectively shifts in one direction. Not far away, a familiar figure strides toward them. Qinbai, clad in a sharp dark green military uniform, he exudes an air of confidence. His long hair, once cascading to his waist, has been cut into a neat, stylish short hairstyle, enhancing his presence. Lin Qiu, puzzled, inquires, "Qinbai, what are you doing here?" Qinbai pulls out his phone. "Since I purchased a pair of tickets, we must enter simultaneously. Come on, let us get our tickets checked quickly. I only have 10 minutes of leave." With that, Qinbai heads toward the soldier's designated passage. "Can I really just tag along?" Without hesitation, Lin Qiu follows, leaving behind a group of bewildered awakened. As Lin Qiu vanishes into the passage, the roaming merchant finally processes what just transpired, murmuring to himself, did he actually just mention the Abyss dungeon? Could it be true? Chapter 17, Abyss Dungeon, Hellish Start. Thanks to Qinbai's assistance, Lin Qiu bypasses the queue and completes the ticket check. Once finished, Qinbai hands Lin Qiu a fragrant pouch. This relic is compatible with the dungeon. In case you find yourself in the role of a refugee, the dungeon is set against an ancient Sakura backdrop. If you happen to embody a commoner from that era, you might not even be able to write. Truly commendable for a top student. His foresight is impressive. As time draws near, the two exchange farewells, don their pouches, and complete their relic registration. Lin Qiu gazes at the shimmering portal before him and steps boldly into the light. Let the new dungeon adventure commence. Beep. The familiar expanse of pure white space envelopes him, accompanied by the familiar system notification sound. Detected that you possess the dungeon fragment F color prior to entering the dungeon. You may choose normal strategy mode, a mode akin to that of ordinary awakened, relatively peaceful and secure. Hell strategy mode, difficulty significantly heightened, while rewards are proportionately increased. The dungeon fragment, it seems, serves as the key to unlocking the hell mode of the dungeon. The Abyss dungeon is inherently rife with uncertainties, even under the watchful eyes of Abyss demons. The difficulty is exceedingly high. Should hell mode be added, it would not be unusual for a typical individual to perish upon arrival. However, for Lin Qiu, there is no need for deliberation. Observing the revival coin before him, he slaps it down decisively. Hell mode, here we go. You have selected Hell strategy mode. The difficulty of this dungeon has greatly increased. Complete the task. The choice of the pure white mist has activated your talent, Chaotic Blessing. As you have not yet entered the dungeon, you cannot obtain relics. This talent activation will significantly enhance the quality of the rewards upon completing your first task. More surprises? To Lin Qiu's astonishment, his talent is joining the fray. His anticipation for this dungeon journey grows ever more intense. Roar! A thunderous cry jolts Lin Qiu from the pure white realm, and upon opening his eyes, he is met with a whirlwind of chaotic light and shadow. The sounds of fire, battle cries, and blades slicing through flesh. Where on earth has he landed? Connecting the dots with the dungeon's backdrop sends a jolt of realization through Lin Qiu. He has been unceremoniously dropped onto a battlefield. Indeed, the remnants of this body's memories flood in. Lin Qiu, the second son of the esteemed warrior clan, the Kiyomi family, had been accompanying his family's warriors to the front lines when he suddenly fell ill, leaving him bedridden in a relatively safer rear area. A safer rear area? Lin Qiu's heart races. How could the enemy have breached this far? Have all the frontline fighters perished? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door to Lin Qiu's chamber is kicked open, revealing a towering warrior with tears in his eyes. Young Master. The front lines have collapsed entirely. Both the clan head and the former Young Master, along with 2,000 elite warriors, have perished. The malevolent spirits have breached our defenses. You are the last survivor of the Kiyomi family. We have no time to mourn. Please, follow me at once. Could it be that they have all truly been wiped out? Truly, this is the infernal mode. Encountering such a scene at the very beginning, escaping from the battlefield is nothing short of miraculous. Simultaneously, the system tasks refresh. Main quest: revitalize the declining Tachibana clan, ensuring that the name of the Tachibana clan resonates throughout the nation for at least a year. Side quest 1: escape from the war-torn rear camp. Damn, I am the only one left. How can I possibly revitalize a clan? Am I to personally establish a family? Just the thought of it sends a pang of fear through me. Silently cursing, Lin Qiu immediately threw off the covers and prepared to rise. Time to flee. The samurai in charge of the rescue was momentarily taken aback, then promptly responded, "Yes, young master. I know a path that leads to the rear mountains, currently completely secure. Please follow me." Lin Qiu nodded, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, a wave of weakness washed over him. Negative status: abyssal infection, all attributes reduced by 90, will automatically disappear in 3 days. Glancing at the system notification, Lin Qiu's lips twitched. This truly is hell mode. They seem to want me dead. Fortunately, his attributes were still approximately tenfold those of an ordinary awakened one, so even with a 90 reduction, he remained at a normal level. If not for his astonishingly high attributes, he would surely be bedridden, unable to flee. Grabbing the dagger from the table, Lin Qiu and the samurai bolted outside. Upon exiting the room, Lin Qiu found himself truly amidst the battlefield. Flames erupted everywhere, thick smoke stung his eyes, and blood mingled with severed limbs painted a grotesque tableau, pulsating with the rhythm of battle cries. Even the ancient battleground, where life and death intertwine, was enough to leave one in awe. As they fled, several samurai attempted to block their path, but the samurai escorting Lin Qiu wielded exceptional swordsmanship, effortlessly beheading the enemies with a single strike, never needing to draw a second blow. Observing the flashes of steel before him, Lin Qiu contemplated. It seems this is the extraordinary power of this world. Generally, aside from novice and low-level dungeons, other dungeons invariably possess some form of extraordinary power. A hallmark of high-level world fragments. The samurai led Lin Qiu into the forest, leaving the bloody battlefield behind. To conserve energy, he gradually reduced his speed. Lin Qiu seized the moment to inquire, why did the clan's army falter so swiftly? This world, steeped in a cherry blossom ancient backdrop, couldn't possibly have a vast population. Thus, deploying 2,000 samurai in battle could already be deemed a large-scale war. And for 2,000 samurai to be annihilated in a single day was nothing short of fantastical. In the background, the Tachibana family was considered a prestigious lineage. Yet it was so easily extinguished? Upon hearing Lin Qiu's words, the escorting samurai trembled, even struggling to maintain a grip on his sword. In the next moment, he steadied his shaking right hand, his voice hoarse. "Young master, you do not comprehend what the enemy is. They know it are not human. The royal army marches by day and slaughters by night, ceaselessly. They drink blood to quench their thirst, revel in killing, even when their heads are severed. They show no fear, akin to demons crawling out of hell. And this is merely the common soldiers. The leading centurion possesses eerie abilities. With a body of iron and skin of bronze, impervious to blades and spears. Even our clan head, fighting with all his might, could only sever one of his arms. And that is just the centurion. A full 2,000 skilled swordsmen, adept at maneuvering on any battlefield, were utterly annihilated within the span of a single night. A profound sense of despair emanated from each word, plunging Lin Qiu into silence. Undoubtedly, this royal army had been tainted by the abyss. Even though this world harbored some extraordinary powers, they proved utterly insufficient. Gazing at the samurai before him, Lin Qiu recalled his name, Tachibana Nobutaka. Originally an outsider samurai, he was bestowed the Tachibana surname by the clan head due to his exceptional swordsmanship and loyalty, ranking among the top 5 experts of the Tachibana clan. His return to rescue Lin Qiu must have been a task left behind by the deceased clan head. Patting his shoulder, Lin Qiu offered words of comfort. "Nobutaka, do not worry. I shall inherit the will of our fallen warriors and rebuild the Tachibana clan." With Lin Qiu's reassurance, Nobutaka's spirits gradually lifted. He nodded. "Indeed, with you, young master, there is still hope for the Tachibana clan. Those demons march by night. We must depart swiftly." With that, Nobutaka cleaved through a branch before continuing on their path. Nobutaka was quite familiar with the small path behind the camp, and soon, the two arrived at the edge of the forest. However, when Nobutaka finally led Lin Qiu out of the woods, The sight before them shattered the last vestige of hope within the samurai's heart. Under the pale moonlight, a towering warrior knelt upon the ground, evidently having awaited their arrival for a long time. He towered nearly 6 feet tall, his muscles bulging, with forearms as thick as Lin Qiu's waist, brimming with explosive strength. Beside him were 2 long blades, their edges glinting coldly in the moonlight, reflecting streaks of crimson blood. Even more chilling was the fact that several bells hung from his waist, but upon closer inspection, they were not bells at all, but rather gruesome human heads. Chapter 18. The Rare Relic, Shura Unleashed. Everyone must die? What are you doing here? Nobutaka hastily gripped his dagger, disbelief etched across his face. The figure before them was none other than the malevolent centurion of the demon army who had slain the previous clan head, impervious to blades and swords. Infamous for his countless murders, known as the Butcher. It's a betrayal. A figure suddenly emerged from behind the Butcher, clad in tattered samurai garb, blood-soaked, his pale face resembling that of a ghost in the moonlight. It's you. You have betrayed the Tachibana clan? Nobutaka exclaimed angrily. You were once a clan elder. Why? The clan elder managed a stiff smile. Because I'm afraid of dying. Living is so wonderful, and within the ranks of the demon army, I can attain the power of the gods. Even a clan head with the title of Sword Saint cannot withstand this power. Nobutaka seethed. You. Smack. Lin Qiu slapped Nobutaka's shoulder, his tone earnest. Look closely. At Lin Qiu's urging, the previously agitated Nobutaka suddenly froze, quickly scrutinizing the figure before him. Only then did he notice that the so-called clan elder cast no shadow beneath the moonlight. A ghost. Seeing Nobutaka's realization, the clan elder's expression turned disinterested. In the next moment, his face contorted grotesquely, revealing the visage of another samurai, who then admonished, Nobutaka, the clan head granted you a second chance at life. How could you flee in the midst of battle? Lin Qiu was left speechless, incredulous that the creature was still attempting to impersonate someone. He thinks we are fools. Nobutaka, let us go, we shall not engage with them. Upon hearing this, the previously distressed Nobutaka took a deep breath, his emotions stabilizing. The young master is right. Samurai dying on the battlefield is their duty, and there is nothing to lament. Rather, it is you demons, manipulating human hearts, that are utterly repugnant. The face-changing demon, caught off guard by their unexpected defiance, was momentarily speechless. Enraged, it bared its fangs. You vile, cursed humans, I shall crush your souls and devour them. And then we shall see how calm you remain. At this moment, the Butcher, witnessing their attempt to escape, slowly rose to his feet. The towering figure loomed like an iron tower, and the colossal great sword embedded in the earth had been drawn forth. This was undeniably a presence that seemed insurmountable by human might. Observing the scene, Tachibana Nobutaka had already grasped the fate of the two. Unless by some miracle, the bloodline of the Tachibana family would meet its end here. He slowly tightened his grip on the long sword and calmly declared, Young master, I shall do my utmost to hold off the Butcher. You must flee. Run as fast as you can and do not look back. May the divine protect you. You shall be safe. Clearly, this was mere consolation. For even the strongest head of the Tachibana family had fallen to the Butcher's blade. How much time could Tachibana Nobutaka hope to buy? Moreover, Lin Qiu had never entertained thoughts of escape. He waved his hand dismissively. I will not run, Nobutaka. That little demon with the face-changing trick is yours to handle. Is that a problem? Tachibana Nobutaka looked bewildered. That little demon poses no issue. I am confident I can slay it. But the true threat is the Butcher. That is a monster even the clan leader cannot contend with. Lin Qiu replied resolutely, Leave it to me. What? Tachibana Nobutaka's face registered shock. Young master, you cannot possibly be its match. You must flee. In that instant, Lin Qiu entirely disregarded Tachibana Nobutaka's words, drawing the sword from his waist with determination. The blade gleamed like the moon, exuding a chilling aura. With the long sword in hand, Lin Qiu spoke in a solemn tone, Tachibana Nobutaka. Lowering his head, Tachibana Nobutaka responded, At your service. Lin Qiu asserted firmly, Given the current situation, do you believe there is another path for us? I possess a secret treasure left by the former clan leader, which will suffice to confront this crisis. Your task now is to lure that troublesome little demon away and eliminate it. After dispatching the target, depart swiftly from this place and return to this valley to find me at dawn. This is an order. As a half-member of the Tachibana family, Tachibana Nobutaka understood well that they had no means to combat evil spirits. If they did, the clan leader would not have met such a tragic fate. His head displayed as a trophy. Yet at this moment, a flicker of hope surged within him. Perhaps there is a chance? After all, he is merely half a member of the Tachibana family. Observing the young master, who had just risen from his sickbed, he felt overwhelmed with sorrow and anger, lamenting his lack of strength. Nonetheless, obeying orders is the duty of a warrior. After a moment's struggle, Tachibana Nobutaka finally spoke, yes, to the clan leader. Their exchange did not escape the attention of others. The Butcher regarded Lin Qiu with a newfound admiration, as expected of the heir of the Tachibana clan. In respect for your warrior spirit, I consent to a one-on-one duel with you. Face demon, you shall deal with Tachibana no Butaka. The face demon looked at Tachibana no Butaka, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, his aura almost reaching its peak. Even as a malevolent spirit, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Lord Butcher, am I to go? The butcher shot a cold glare at the face demon. Are you defying my command? And no, of course not. I shall go at once. The face demon chuckled nervously and scampered away. Before long, the vast open grassland was left with only the butcher and Lin Qiu. Under the moonlight, the butcher raised his great sword, proclaiming, Tachibana's young master, come forth to battle. I shall take your head as a memento of my promotion to captain of 1,000 men, to cherish for all time. After all, it is a rare and exquisite trophy. A mad glint flickered in the butcher's eyes, indicating that his mental state was far from stable. Lin Qiu regarded the imposing man before him, and then glanced at his own long sword. Without a doubt, even standing still, that brute would be a challenge to breach. Truly, this was hell mode. However, fortunately, the external aid would not let him down. The moment he stepped out of the dense forest, the first side quest, Escape from the Rear Camp, had already been completed, and the system rewards had appeared. Side quest 1, Escape from the War-Torn Rear Camp, completed. You have received 1,000 pure white fragments. Upon completing side quest 1, your talent Chaos Blessing has activated. Due to the completion of the special task Pure White Mist, the quality of your rewards has been significantly enhanced. You have obtained the relic Shura Gateway, Red. Shura Gateway, Red, a blood-red sword said to be forged from the bones of demons from hell, possessing the power to bridge the realms of life and death, and is known in conjunction with another sword, Gateway, as Shura. Feature 1. Gateway, using the flesh and blood of the deceased as bait. Sacrificing a portion of one's own life, it can temporarily pull the dead back from hell. The resurrected dead lack reason and will not perish until the user's lifespan is exhausted. Feature 2. Shura. The gateway will slowly enhance the strength of both itself and its master based on the enemies killed. However, if this power is not controlled, it will transform into a Shura devoid of reason, driven solely by a thirst for blood. Feature 3. Immortal. The master of the gateway will not die. When the master is on the brink of death, it will automatically absorb nearby life force to heal the master's wounds. Chapter 19. Instant Kill the Butcher. A relic of rare crimson quality, such an entity, once revealed, would unleash a storm of bloodshed upon the human federation. Yet at this moment, it was merely a reward waiting to be claimed. This was also the reason Lin Qiu remained unperturbed and instructed Tachibana no Butaka to leave first, for he could no longer perish. Simultaneously, a new task emerged. Side Quest 2. Survive under the pursuit of the butcher. Closing the system panel, Lin Qiu gazed upon the towering warrior before him. The butcher, an elite unit, level 25, with a health pool of 3,800, the rest unknown. Compared to the elite monsters Lin Qiu had encountered in the novice dungeon, which had only 200 or 300 health points, this one boasted a health pool that exceeded tenfold. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Qiu brandished the sword, and in the next moment, a splash of crimson appeared beneath the pale moonlight. The butcher completely disregarded this, charging forward with his great sword, intent on beheading Lin Qiu in one fell swoop. Currently, Lin Qiu could only barely track the butcher's movements. He rolled to the side, evading the great sword while delivering a swift slash at the butcher's waist. However, this strike merely left a slender gash, with hardly a drop of blood spilling. Feeble, the butcher gazed at Lin Qiu, who was exerting every ounce of effort to evade his casual strike, and shook his head in disappointment. What is the point of resistance? It is better to die obediently in my hands. Lin Qiu did not respond, but instead asked, Butcher, how is your digestive system? The butcher fixated on Lin Qiu's delicate wrist, licking his lips. Quite well. You will be wholly digested by me. Oh, is that so? Yet, observing the butcher's rabid demeanor, Lin Qiu smiled eerily. Digested well? I find that hard to believe. With that, Lin Qiu reversed his grip on the sword and plunged it into his abdomen. At this sight, the butcher was momentarily stunned. While he relished in torturing those with a warrior's spirit, this was not quite the spirit he had in mind. How infuriating. A warrior who does not perish in battle is imperfect. The butcher's face contorted in rage as he swung his blade toward Lin Qiu, aiming to kill him before he could complete his act of self-harm. Yet, faced with the imminent attack, Lin Qiu remained unfazed, twisting his long sword as though it were a key. Shura Gateway. Sword Saint, return from hell. The pure moonlight was suddenly shrouded in crimson, and in the blink of an eye, the vast plain seemed to transform into a realm of hell. The butcher was taken aback. He felt a surge of panic. Since he transformed into a demon, he has slain countless formidable foes, even taking the life of the legendary sword saint, Tachibana Iki. The notion of fear had long since evaded his thoughts, yet now it has resurfaced. Suddenly, the butcher felt a sharp pain in his waist, causing his massive form to lose balance and collapse to the ground. He glanced down, only to discover his most prized trophy, the head of sword saint Tachibana Iki, suddenly opening its eyes. Moreover, something else was amiss. Gagging, the butcher opened his mouth, feeling a searing pain in his throat as an arm burst forth from his abdomen, clawing at his mouth, seemingly trying to escape from within him. An overwhelming sense of terror surged within him, and his eyes widened in horror as he was compelled to consider a terrifying possibility. Could it be that Tachibana Ikki, whom he had devoured, had truly come back to life? Ah gag. Watching the butcher roll about in madness not far away, Lin Qiu felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly fled, clutching the door he had opened. The surrounding flora and fauna pulsated with life energy. The earlier self-inflicted wound had triggered the regenerative mechanism of the door, not only healing his injuries, but also dulling his pain. Otherwise, enduring such agony from self-harm would have been unbearable. The resurrection of Tachibana Ikki was underway, his body already emerging halfway. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qiu began to doubt whether the butcher could survive this encounter. However, it soon became evident that the butcher had indeed survived, infused with the power of the abyss. The butcher had seemingly lost his human form under the excruciating torment, gradually transforming into a 5-meter-tall demon, resembling a gargantuan gorilla. With such a colossal physique, the emergence of someone from his stomach could hardly be deemed a fatal blow, especially considering the demon's remarkable regenerative capabilities. The butcher expelled the last remnants of the sword saint's flesh, gasping for breath. He knelt on the ground, one hand pressed against the earth, gazing at the dangerously radiant figure of Tachibana Ikki before him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Joy. It had been a long time since anyone had pushed him to such extremes. Tachibana Ikki, you could never defeat me in life. And surely the same holds true in death. Roar. The butcher bellowed, drawing forth his own arm bone as a long blade, his aura surging to a new pinnacle. Phase 2. Such audacious words caused Lin Qiu to feel a twinge of concern. Could Tachibana Ikki truly prevail? Clinging to this thread of anxiety, Lin Qiu immediately manipulated Tachibana Ikki's body through the door. In the next moment, Lin Qiu's heart settled back into his chest, for the panel before him was terrifyingly formidable. Sword Saint Tachibana Ikki. Talent, Sword Saint, 100 increase in swordsmanship damage. Level, 25. Health, 10 minutes remaining. May choose to expend 5 years of lifespan for renewal. Physique, 1224, special resurrection bonus. Agility, 1200, special resurrection bonus. Spirit, 1300, special resurrection bonus. Strength, 1500, special resurrection bonus. Skills, Ikki Style Quick Draw, Ikki Style Swallow Return. Ikki Style, truly worthy of the title Sword Saint. His attributes were even superior to Lin Qiu's. Most importantly, he had no health bar, only a countdown. How could he possibly lose? Observing the butcher advancing like a tank, Tachibana Ikki slightly bent forward, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Facing this formidable adversary, he remained motionless until the butcher drew within 3 meters of him. Ikki Style Quick Draw. A blinding flash of steel cleaved through the air, casting a stark white glow beneath the blood-red moonlight. The two figures intersected, as if time had frozen. Clang. The long blade returned to its sheath. And in the next moment, the butcher's body was shattered into countless pieces. Critical hit, 4028. Huh. Truly, the Sword Saint is exhilarating. The severed gorilla head let out a final, disjointed murmur before falling silent. Instantaneously defeated, Lin Qiu gazed at the dismembered remains of the butcher, his lips twitching. How could you dare utter such words? Though somewhat beyond expectation, upon reflection, the outcome of this battle was, in fact, foreseeable. Given the vast disparity in physical prowess during their lifetimes, Tachibana Ikki had managed to sever an arm from the butcher, and now, resurrected and utilizing the butcher's own body as material, the absence of a physical disparity meant that the battle was devoid of suspense. Notifications from the system rang in his ears. Door's duration has ended, consuming 5 years of lifespan. Side Quest 2. Survive under the butcher's pursuit has been completed. Reward, 2,000 pure white fragments, 100 liang of gold, white. Upon completing Side Quest 2, your talent, Chaotic Blessing, has activated. You have obtained the relic. Ashura Blade Sheath, blue. Ashura Blade Sheath, blue, a sheath capable of barely containing the power of Ashura. Capable of sealing the aura of the Ashura blade to avoid drawing attention. Chapter 20, Kagaya Shrine. Without the enhancement, the talent rewards indeed diminished, yet they were still commendable. Especially the gold. With this, he would at least not have to worry about future sustenance, as the rebuilding of his family would require funds. As for the 5 years of lifespan consumed, it was of little concern. This body was not even 20, so burning it up was manageable. Inserting the door into the sheath, the sanguine moonlight that had emerged due to its activation faded as Tachibana Ikki's form slowly vanished. Pure white moonlight cascading once more upon Lin Qiu. Aside from a slightly heightened stench of blood, everything seemed as if it had not changed. Young master, young master. The thicket was suddenly parted, a blood-stained blade thrusting forth, followed by the anxious face of Tachibana Nobutaka. After slaying the ghoul that had desecrated the corpse of the fallen, he wasted no time in hastening back to the battlefield. As he approached, he had already discerned the eerie silence enveloping the area. By all accounts, It seemed that the young master had perished. However, as a warrior of the Tachibana clan, could he merely stand by and allow his young master to perish in exchange for his own life? Absolutely not. Even knowing that he might return to witness the severed head of his young master, he had to come back, recklessly wielding his blade against that demon. Yet, what he did not expect was that upon parting the foliage, he would find Lin Qiu braced against his sword, standing amidst a pool of blood. The youth, clad in a simple garment, stood atop the grotesque severed head, the moonlight illuminating him as if he were a celestial being descended to vanquish evil. Tachibana Nobutaka's eyes widened in disbelief. The butcher had perished? Staring blankly for an extended moment, Tachibana Nobutaka finally came to his senses, a sob escaping his throat as he abruptly knelt to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, Divine One, have you finally witnessed the suffering of this world?" On the other side, upon seeing Tachibana Nobutaka return, Lin Qiu had initially intended to scold him. After all, he had sent Nobutaka away precisely to prevent him from being harmed. The door in his hand might inadvertently absorb the surrounding life force and inadvertently lead to his demise. Yet, upon his return, Nobutaka knelt, weeping profusely, leaving Lin Qiu at a loss for words. There was no alternative. With only the two of them remaining in the Tachibana clan, he had to tread carefully. This was the mainstay for reviving the Tachibana family. Raising the door, Lin Qiu stepped out of the battlefield and patted Tachibana Nobutaka on the shoulder. "All right, I told you I had it under control, didn't I?" The Tachibana clan is a family with the legacy of deities, although the clan head was overconfident and met an untimely demise. "As long as I am here, the lineage shall not falter. Nobutaka, I need your assistance to revive the clan and eradicate the demons." Jiang Xinchong wiped away his tears and gradually regained his composure. Kneeling on one knee, he solemnly declared, "I am Jiang Xinchong, and I vow to follow the clan leader unto death." Excellent. Lin Qiu, having never held a leadership position, was at a loss for words and could only clear his throat awkwardly. "I appreciate your loyalty. Now, let us retreat towards the family territory." "Yes, clan leader." 3 days later, along a rural path, Lin Qiu leaned against the carriage window, gazing out at the scenery, stifling a yawn out of sheer boredom. The front lines were a considerable distance from the Jiang family territory, and the slow pace of ancient horse-drawn travel meant that, had Lin Qiu not managed to acquire 100 taels of gold, both he and Jiang Xinchong would likely still be trudging along on foot. After 3 days of travel, they estimated they had a few more days to go. Their speed was commendable. Yet, life in ancient times was undeniably arduous. Without the internet, while the scenery was somewhat pleasant, having gazed at it for so long, Lin Qiu had grown weary of it. Tap, tap, tap. "Young master, I have returned." Although Lin Qiu had ascended to the position of clan leader, Jiang Xinchong still referred to him as young master due to his modesty and youth. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Qiu relaxed his grip on the door and called, "Come in." The door swung open, and Jiang Xinchong entered, bowing slightly while carrying a food box. Upon opening it, Lin Qiu found the usual monotonous fare of plum rice balls, salted fish, and some pickled vegetables. He revealed an expression of disillusionment. "Xinchong, is there truly nothing better to eat, even with money?" Jiang Xinchong shook his head. "Currently, due to the turmoil of war, food is in dire shortage. In fact, had we not offered gold, even ordinary rice balls would have been difficult to procure. Such is the chaos of war." Lin Qiu said no more and took a bite of the rice ball. After arranging the meal, Jiang Xinchong pulled out a small charm from his pocket and placed it before Lin Qiu. "Young master, this is a protective talisman I found while exchanging clothes." Lin Qiu was taken aback. It was a relic bestowed upon him by Qin Bai before entering the instance. Initially thought to be merely a charm, it was, in fact, a protective talisman. Such talismans, known as omamori in the land of Sakura, are used to pray for peace, health, and love. Often found in shrines and temples, quite fitting for the instance's historical context. Lin Qiu had gleaned this knowledge from the original owner's memories. It seemed he had been rather ignorant before entering the instance. Though it was of no immediate use, it might serve as a token when he encountered Qin Bai again. Should that opportunity arise, he pocketed the talisman, pondering the vastness of the map and whether they might ever cross paths again. Jiang Xinchong added, "Young master, according to the villagers, this talisman is from the nearby Kagaya shrine. Do you have any past connections there?" With the family's numbers dwindling, it was vital to maintain the relationships established by their ancestors. Kagaya shrine? Lin Qiu was momentarily taken aback, pulling out the talisman to inspect it again. Could it be that they would truly meet someone there? To complete the main quest, the Jiang family needed to enhance their reputation, and in this era, there was no quicker way to elevate their standing than with the endorsement of a shrine. Given that the Jiang family was already a prestigious lineage, a single shrine support would quickly reveal that the Jiang family had not entirely vanished. Once they returned to the family territory, they could select a number of heirs from the branch families carrying the Jiang surname, allowing the family to swiftly restore its former glory. Thus, whether for the sake of finding someone or fulfilling the quest, a visit to Kagaya shrine was imperative. After another bite of the rice ball, Lin Qiu promptly declared, "Then let us make a detour to Kagaya shrine." Resolute in his decision, The two immediately set off towards the shrine. Kagaya Shrine, the largest shrine within a radius of several dozen miles, flourished even amidst the turmoil of war, particularly during an era plagued by malevolent spirits. Drawing a steady stream of worshippers, nestled atop a mountain, it was said to be the very mountain from which the moon goddess Kagayaheim ascended. The carriage halted at the foot of the mountain, and Lin Qiu and Jiang Xinchong proceeded on foot. Along the way, Lin Qiu attentively observed his surroundings, even displaying the omamori prominently, yet they encountered no leads. Before long, they arrived at the shrine's main hall. Much to Lin Qiu's surprise, before he could even call out, a priest hurriedly approached them. Which family do you hail from? In these times, where ordinary folk often struggled to find enough to eat. Lin Qiu's appearance, his sword at his waist, fair complexion, and handsome features, immediately suggested he belonged to a prominent family. For Kagaya Shrine, he was a potential benefactor. Jiang Xinchong produced a badge. The Jiang family. The Jiang family. The priest was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across his face as he scrutinized the two. He quickly bowed in apology. Forgive me, I spoke out of turn. I was unaware you were here to seek blessings, or perhaps to stay for a prayer. Jiang Xinchong replied, my young master has acquaintances at Kagaya Shrine, and we have come to pay a visit. I see, the priest said, instantly adopting an inviting demeanor. Please, allow me to show you to the back courtyard for a respite. May I inquire whom you are seeking? Lin Qiu presented the omamori. It belonged to a childhood friend. Her name escapes me, but I recall she moved to Kagaya Shrine and once sent me a talisman. I thought to visit while passing through. The priest examined the talisman and confirmed, indeed, it is one of our shrine's omamori, but we distribute a large quantity each year, making it difficult to find individuals. Do you have any additional information? Lin Qiu hesitated for a moment. While I cannot recall her full name, I do remember her nickname. Bye. The priest blinked in surprise. Very well, I shall do my utmost to locate her. Please, rest for now. Chapter 21. An encounter at the shrine. As many dignitaries enjoyed retreating to the shrine for a few days of prayer, numerous vacant rooms were available. And it wasn't long before accommodations were arranged for Lin Qiu and Jiang Xinchong. With the Jiang family's reputation, visitors soon began to arrive in droves. Though the Jiang family had suffered devastating losses in battle, their remaining resources were significant. With only 2 members left, there was ample opportunity for astute maneuvering that might allow others to rightfully seize the Jiang family's assets. It was well known that the Jiang family was a prestigious lineage, and many large families coveted this opportunity to elevate their status. The simplest method to achieve this was, of course, through marriage alliances. With this thought in mind, several families temporarily residing at Kagaya Shrine frantically attempted to stifle the news, fearing interference from other families, while simultaneously preparing their daughters to present themselves to Lin Qiu. Jiang Xinchong was also included in these plans. While Lin Qiu found himself with ample time to ponder during the journey, the bustle within the shrine was overwhelming. Staring at the endless stream of visitor invitations, he felt utterly dazed. Pushing the invitations aside on his desk, Lin Qiu called out, Xinchong. A voice responded from outside. Young master, I am here. Lin Qiu opened the window and tossed the stack of invitations out. I am unwell. You shall receive them tomorrow. Jiang Xinchong, who had been inspecting security flaws outside, hastily caught the invitations. Young master, are you unwell? Do you require a physician? Not at all, Lin Qiu quickly interjected. I suffer from a heart ailment that no medicine can cure. In any case, I leave it all to you. Resignedly sorting through the invitations, Jiang Xinchong sighed. As you wish, young master. The following morning, at Kagaya Shrine, on the mountain steps, several shrine maidens wielding brooms were busy sweeping the fallen leaves while engaging in conversation. Ah, have you all heard? Not all members of the Orange family perished on the battlefield. A direct descendant has managed to escape. It is said to be the second son of the current clan leader. Under such circumstances, he could return and directly inherit the family legacy, thus becoming the clan leader himself. How promising he is at such a young age. But why is this youthful leader resting at the Kagaya Shrine? Shouldn't he be returning sooner? Rumor has it that this young master is seeking a childhood companion, and she is a girl. Given that this war has decimated the Orange bloodline, perhaps he wishes to find someone familiar to continue his lineage. Does that imply that someone is poised to ascend directly to the position of matriarch of the Orange family? How enviable. Alas, it is said that this young master has been in poor health since childhood, rarely wielding a sword, lacking the ferocity of a warrior, and instead is a stunningly handsome youth. How infuriating. Oh, moon goddess, why do you not grant me this opportunity for ascension? Why not? That young master's chamber is located on the back mountain. Why not boldly pursue your affections? Did you not say that the young master is seeking a childhood companion? Surely, we have no chance. Haha, that sounds like an excuse. Think about it. A child who played with a direct descendant of the Orange family in their youth surely must have connections. How could they leave no trace behind? Wasn't he their name by? The shrine maiden, quietly sweeping nearby, froze momentarily, her ears perking up. That is merely a term of endearment. An appellation known to just the two of them. The true token is an ordinary talisman, one that can be obtained for just 5 copper coins. This clearly indicates an intention to choose a consort. As long as there is mutual attraction, one could easily become the beloved light of his heart. After all, there is no harm in trying. If successful, it would lead to soaring heights, and I must give it a go. That makes sense. I shall try as well. The shrine maidens finished sweeping the fallen leaves, chattering and laughing as they headed towards the back mountain. In truth, many harbored similar thoughts, leading to what was once a tranquil back mountain was now as lively as a temple fair. In the guest hall of the villa where Lin Qiu was temporarily residing, Orange Xinqiang sat across from a visitor. Orange Xinqiang spoke first. I sincerely apologize. The young master is currently unwell, and I shall represent him in this matter. Not at all. It is we who have overstayed our welcome. The individual before him was not the first visitor, as Orange Xinqiang had already seen several groups off prior. Lin Qiu, in his bedroom, occasionally lifted a corner of the window to observe the outside world. By this point, he understood that hoping for the Kagaya shrine to assist him in finding someone was as futile as expecting a pig to climb a tree. It was likely that the information he provided had been sold for a high price to cultivate imitations. The frontline demons were nearly tearing through, while behind them, people were still reveling in merriment, which was truly disheartening. Perhaps these individuals could not fathom that a system upheld for a millennium could be so easily overturned. With a sigh, Lin Qiu lowered the window and silently pressed the hilt of his door-opening knife. The Kagaya shrine seemed to be rather boisterous. Ha, what a jest! Though these people are disappointing, they are hardly life-threatening. Come over here, come over here. How infuriating. Those prominent families have completely monopolized the entire house. However, it is fortunate that the young master of the Orange family is unwell and has not made an appearance. Even if they entered the house, they would be unseen. Listening to these disparate voices, Lin Qiu realized that another batch of onlookers had arrived. Yet, for safety's sake, he decided to take a look. Lin Qiu pushed up the window, revealing only a narrow slit, but this casual glance immediately fell upon a familiar figure. The most effective way to determine if there is an acquaintance in the instance is by observing the other's aura. While one's appearance may change, one's essence is far more challenging to alter. Although her exterior appeared altered, that indifferent gaze was unmistakable. It was Qinbai. She was indeed here. Uncertain of Qinbai's task, Lin Qiu dared not call out to her directly, merely opening the window quietly. As soon as the window opened, the girls who had been fixated on it suddenly erupted in excitement. The window is open. Young master, look at me. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Even Qinbai, who had merely come to try her luck, was momentarily taken aback. Once Lin Qiu confirmed that Qinbai had seen him, he nodded towards the crowd and then closed the window again. That evening, Orange Xinqiang, exhausted from the day's endeavors, gazed at the towering pile of consolation gifts, his head throbbing. Clearly, today's duties exceeded what was expected of him as a warrior. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu was beside him, gleefully unboxing surprise gifts from another era. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, prompting Orange Xinqiang to put down his list and call out, "It is evening. Please return tomorrow." From outside, a cool voice replied, "I am a shrine maiden, here to deliver freshly picked Qinbai tea." Lin Qiu toyed with a fan adorned with landscapes, revealing a satisfied expression. "Let her in." Orange Xinqiang promptly went to open the door. Moments later, Qinbai entered, holding a box. Lin Qiu opened his fan and smiled slightly. "Xinqiang, you guard the door. No one is to enter." In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman shared a room, a setting steeped in the confines of feudal antiquity. Orange Xinqiang believed he understood the young master's smile and immediately perked up. "Yes, young master." After closing the door, Lin Qiu confirmed once more Qinbai. Qinbai nodded. "Lin Qiu? What a coincidence." Lin Qiu gestured to a seat beside him. "Make yourself comfortable. Shall we collaborate henceforth?" Qinbai pointed outside and shook her head. The next moment, a system friend request notification popped up. Short-range communication could utilize the system channel, a feature available from the novice instance, which Lin Qiu happily accepted. Chapter 22, Scheming for the Shrine. Qinbai, I never expected you to align with the young master of the Orange family. However, shouldn't you be cautious? A drastic change in demeanor could easily attract the family's suspicion, especially with that person outside. Lin Qiu, fear not. Only 2 members of the Orange family remain. And the person outside is trustworthy. Lin Qiu, by the way, what is your task? Qinbai, that is a secret, but I can reveal a bit. I need to obtain the divine sword Shuangxue from the Kagaya shrine. Lin Qiu, the divine sword. Through Qinbai's explanation, Lin Qiu's understanding of this world deepened further. In this instance world, there once existed extraordinary beings known as Yao. Prior to the Abyss's invasion, the Yao and humans battled, culminating in a victory for humanity. The victorious humans sealed 5 of the most powerful Yao into 5 weapon blades, referred to as the 5 great demon swords. With the Kagaya shrine venerating the demon sword, Shuangxue, over time, as the legend of the Yao faded, the demon sword, due to its continued veneration, became beautified and referred to as the divine sword. It can be said that the divine sword represents the pinnacle of power in this world. Only by mastering the divine sword can one transcend the current limits of humanity and possess the strength to resist the malevolent demons. Otherwise, Humans can only attain the level of a sword saint at best, capable of handling mere foot soldiers, but when faced with a centurion, they would find themselves in a dire struggle. The physical strength is simply insufficient to withstand. Confronting a demon like the Butcher, who is on the verge of becoming a centurion, is indeed insurmountable. Qinbai, the advance of the demon army is exceedingly swift, bolstered by the abyss, rendering them virtually unstoppable. The only way we can resist them is by activating the 5 divine swords and acquiring their power. Qinbai, although my main quest does not yet require saving the world, possessing power is essential. Lin Qiu understood. By the way, may I inquire? The Divine Blade is enshrined at the Kagaya Shrine. If you master the Divine Blade, does that mean you have control over the shrine as well? Qinbai, absolutely. Even if they refuse to let me take charge of the shrine, the Oni army will assist in persuading them to acquiesce. Lin Qiu, that's true. How about this? Let us strike a bargain. I will help you subjugate the Divine Blade, and in return, once you gain control of the shrine, you must unambiguously uphold the reputation of the Tachibana clan. The task at hand requires that the name of the Tachibana family resonates throughout the nation for at least a year, and in this day and age, nothing is more convincing to the common folk than the endorsement of a shrine. Qinbai, do you not want the Divine Blade? Lin Qiu, there are too many blades. I cannot wield them all. Qinbai, this is the Divine Blade, of which only 5 exist. Lin Qiu, you have piqued my interest. Qinbai, forget I said anything. Let us enjoy our collaboration. Lin Qiu, now then, let us prepare a battle plan. What progress have you made thus far? Qinbai, although the Divine Blade seals a great demon, due to generations of veneration, it has become akin to a sacred artifact. Therefore, only the oracle priestesses of each generation have the opportunity to touch it. Lin Qiu, how outrageous. Gender discrimination at its finest, denying me the chance. Qinbai, while each oracle priestess is selected based on comprehensive ability, the shrine has long been mired in corruption, and the slots have already been predetermined. Some oracle priestesses serve the Divine Blade, and then immediately go on to serve the patriarch of a certain family. Lin Qiu, quite the game being played. Qinbai, I have covertly manipulated the current oracle priestess, and she will be dismissed during her service to the Divine Blade. However, even so, there is no guarantee I will be selected as a candidate. Lin Qiu, no worries, I am confident in this matter. You simply need to find an excuse to leave the shrine for a few days to complete a task, and upon your return, victory shall be yours. Upon reading Lin Qiu's words, Qinbai was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qiu slid a few gold coins from his sleeve and handed them to Qinbai with a slight smile. Trust me, perform well during the mission. Qinbai accepted the gold and nodded. I trust you. Let us conclude our discussion for today. The Oracle Priestess's requirements are absolute purity. Although I concealed my presence upon arrival, it is not impossible that someone might discover me. After their conversation, Qinbai took her leave. However, at the moment Qinbai opened the door, Tachibana Nobutaka, who was stationed at the entrance, cast a suspicious glance in her direction. Even after Qinbai departed, that look did not change. Lin Qiu, unable to contain himself, closed his fan. Nobutaka, what is with that look? Tachibana Nobutaka picked up a nearby box containing deer antlers. Young master, how about we have ginseng and deer antler chicken soup tomorrow? Clearly, you are thinking inappropriately. Lin Qiu sighed. Nobutaka, that priestess is a covert agent our family has placed in the Kagaya Shrine. Do you understand? When it comes to serious matters. Tachibana Nobutaka quickly grasped the situation. My apologies, I overthought it. Lin Qiu waved his hand dismissively. No problem, we still need to enjoy our chicken soup. But let us skip the ginseng and deer antler. What is the point of a good chicken soup if it's simmered with medicinal flavors? In the shadowy thicket, the petite figure of Qinbai gracefully ascended and soon returned to her quarters. Inside, 3 priestesses were soundly asleep. Without disturbing any of them, Qinbai shed her garments and slipped beneath the covers. Opening the system, Qinbai promptly utilized the relic to send a message. Qinbai, requesting withdrawal of Phase 1 support from the military. Shortly thereafter, a reply arrived. Military Reserve Liaison Officer, are you certain? Military Reserve Liaison Officer. Unlike other organizations, the military advocates mutual assistance. In the face of dungeons, the strength of individual humans is minuscule. We would rather exert ourselves than gamble. Requesting support will not significantly diminish your assessment points. Qinbai, certain. Military Reserve Liaison Officer, understood. The request from Reserve Cadet Qinbai has been withdrawn. Shutting off the system panel, Qinbai retrieved the item given to her by Lin Qiu. Under the resplendent moonlight, the gold emitted a gentle glow. Lin Qiu, caressing the gold in her hand, a glimmer of inexplicable brilliance flickered in Qinbai's eyes. Grasping tightly the gift bestowed by Lin Qiu, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, in a conference room within the Kagaya Shrine, a group of elder shrine officials were passionately debating matters. You people are truly superficial. Are you still clinging to the bygone glory of the samurai? The frontline battle reports have all but confirmed no miscommunication. The Tachibana clan has indeed been utterly annihilated. That was a distinguished samurai family, one of the 3 great clans under the general, and even the old sword saint did not escape. Face reality, everyone. The general will eventually fall. And the future belongs to the royal family. No, it is the realm of the Oni army. This is an opportune moment for us at the Kagaya Shrine to choose sides. If we can bind Lin Qiu and deliver her along with the divine blade to the impending Oni army, not only can we preserve our glory, but we may also have the chance to ascend to greater heights. The officiant who was speaking, despite being marked by age spots, appeared to rejuvenate. Animatedly gesturing like a youth, his voice growing hoarse by the end. Calm down, my grandson. An elder officiant quickly patted his back and helped him sit down. Even if the Tachibana family has been reduced to mere remnants, their remains are not to be trifled with. The warrior accompanying the young master possesses combat strength within the top 5 of the Tachibana clan and must not be confronted recklessly. Fortunately, the Oni army's arrival is still a few days away. We shall use this time to secretly undermine their strength, and in the end the officiant's right hand curved. Suddenly clapping together, we shall achieve success in one fell swoop. Chapter 23, Mutual Scheming. The next morning, Lin Qiu awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. A pot of greenery by the window infused the room with a hint of life. However, what truly roused Lin Qiu was the aroma of chicken soup wafting through the air. Young master, this chicken soup was sent from the Kagaya Shrine. It is said to have been simmered overnight with a secret blend of spices. Tachibana Nobutaka opened the sand pot and laid out the meal. After several days of travel, Lin Qiu felt as though her mouth had dried out. I must admit, while the ingredients were somewhat limited, the chicken soup meticulously prepared by the shrine is far superior to the industrially processed variety. The broth is rich, and the chicken falls off the bone. Delicious, truly delightful. After downing 2 bowls in quick succession, Lin Qiu finally picked up a third bowl to savor slowly. Beside her, Tachibana Nobutaka spoke. Young master. Today there are significantly fewer visitors. Would you like to consider receiving some of them? Lin Qiu shook her head, lamenting. Nobutaka. Now the direct line of the Tachibana family consists solely of us two. Must I meet with every visitor when I succeed the family head? These are all minor families, and I have entrusted you to handle them precisely to cultivate your abilities. Nobutaka, you must aspire to be more than just a warrior. You ought to be the face of the Tachibana clan, do you understand? Though I did not partake in true chicken soup. The illusory broth Lin Qiu consumed invigorated Tachibana Nobutaka. Yes, young master. I will ensure they are promptly sent away. Observing Nobutaka folding the lengthy report list, Lin Qiu nodded in satisfaction. However, when Lin Qiu turned her head to truly appreciate the scenery outside the window, the smile that had graced her lips inexplicably vanished. Upon the windowsill lay the once vibrant green plant, now wilted and devoid of life. Zhu Xinchong, noticing the change in Lin Qiu's expression, also glanced over. How peculiar. This Kagaya grass was thriving just a moment ago. My apologies, young master. I shall remove it at once. No, there is no need for that. Lin Qiu set down her chicken soup. Leave this one here, and bring me a fresh pot of Kagaya grass. As you wish. Although puzzled by Lin Qiu's unusual command, Zhu Xinchong swiftly returned from the courtyard outside with another pot of Kagaya grass. Placing it on the table, Lin Qiu held the door with one hand while cradling the chicken soup in the other. Xinchong, please stand guard outside. Once Zhu Xinchong was dismissed, Lin Qiu gulped down the remaining chicken soup in one breath, and an eerie scene unfolded. The Kagaya grass in the pot began to exhibit visible yellow spots at an alarming rate. Lin Qiu understood immediately. All right, you may come in now. Zhu Xinchong pushed the door open and was taken aback by the nearly lifeless Kagaya grass. Young master, there seems to be something amiss in this room? No, it's not the room, Lin Qiu replied, her expression complex as she glanced at the chicken soup before her. It is this chicken soup that poses a problem. The passive nature of the door meant that if the master was injured, it would actively absorb nearby life force. It was likely that this chicken soup contained a trace of poison. While an ordinary person might only experience a slight loss of vitality, perhaps even failing to notice it, the door remained faithful to its duty, absorbing life force to compensate for Lin Qiu's depletion. What was merely a slight drain on human vitality became a significant burden for plants, and thus, the wilting of the Kagaya grass was explained. Without further elaboration, Lin Qiu extended her hand. Xinchong, the visitor list for yesterday and today. Zhu Xinchong fumbled to open a nearby drawer, hastily retrieving a stack of documents and placing them on the table. Here they are. Lin Qiu immediately began to compare the documents. The number of visitors today had plummeted by nearly 80%, which, under normal circumstances, would seem unremarkable. After all, the Kagaya Shrine only entertained a handful of families, all of whom had visited yesterday. Furthermore, Lin Qiu had deliberately presented herself as unwilling to meet guests, making the reduced visitor count entirely reasonable. Yet, something about this situation felt decidedly amiss. Zhu Xinchong, primarily a warrior, was not adept in social matters, and the visitors from other families yesterday were seasoned negotiators. It could be said that even Lin Qiu had found herself somewhat swayed by their words. Consequently, as farewells were exchanged the day prior, several had expressed a desire to continue discussions on the following day. clearly recognizing Zhu Xincheng's unmasked eagerness to seize the moment. However, today, none of those individuals had shown up, and the messages sent were oddly phrased, suggesting that matters had escalated and urging Lin Qiu to deliberate carefully. Those who had seemed so eager to expedite decisions were now suddenly aloof, and coupled with the door's warning, Lin Qiu stroked her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly. Initially, she had contemplated taking action against the shrine to pave the way for Qinbai, feeling a twinge of guilt. But now, Lin Qiu caressed the door. Exhaling a deep sigh, Xincheng, I have heard that worshipping deities can aid in recovery from ailments. Please arrange for this. Understood, young master. Though now aware of the Kagaya Shrine's intentions to undermine her, it was evident that this malice was veiled, hidden from plain sight. Thus, Lin Qiu commanded Zhu Xincheng to remain in the small courtyard while she, accompanied only by the door, followed the priests dispatched by the Kagaya Shrine to visit each deity in the shrine. At Kagaya Mountain, within an obscure shrine, the priest led the way while explaining. Our Kagaya Shrine serves the moon goddess, Kagaya Heim, yet she is attended by countless deities who serve at her side. While they may not match her stature, they are nonetheless worthy of our veneration, such as this one, a servant of the moon goddess. Listening to the priestess discourse, Lin Qiu nodded while sipping from her water pouch. Every couple of steps, she took a sip, prompting the priest to express concern. Lord Lin Qiu, are you perpetually thirsty? This may indicate some ailment. Lin Qiu smiled gently. No, I merely heard that drinking ample water aids in expelling toxins from the body and promotes recovery. The priest was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it appears that is documented in medical texts. Due to her excessive water intake, it wasn't long before Lin Qiu indicated a need to relieve herself. In the restroom, having addressed her physiological needs, Lin Qiu drew the door, biting the scabbard in her mouth. Time to get serious, time to get serious, she whispered to herself, steeling her resolve as she plunged the door into her abdomen. Ugh! Lin Qiu let out a muffled groan, and in the next moment, sensing her master's grievous injury, the door immediately began absorbing the nearby life force to mend her wounds. As the life energy flowed into her, Lin Qiu couldn't help but twitch her lips. This exchange of vitality not only rendered the act of seppuku pain-free, but oddly pleasurable. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, the priest suddenly felt discomfort in his throat and coughed a couple of times. Once the wound had fully healed and the blood was completely drained by the door, Lin Qiu sheathed her weapon and exited. This was Lin Qiu's plan, to draw upon the life force of all present during her visit to Kagaya Mountain, fabricating the illusion that everyone was afflicted by illness. When Qinbai returned, Lin Qiu would cease her activities, thus creating a miraculous narrative of Qinbai saving the world, subsequently securing her place as the Oracle Priestess. Chapter 24. All the World's a Stage. 3 days later, at the Kagaya Shrine, within the grand shrine dedicated to the moon goddess Kagaya Heim. Cough, cough, cough. After paying respects to the moon goddess, Lin Qiu dry coughed twice, nearly collapsing. Zhu Xincheng, filled with concern, helped her to her feet. Young master, are you all right? Lin Qiu shook her head and then turned to the pale-faced priest beside her. Revered priest, why is it that despite my devoutness, my illness remains unabated? Seeing the young man before him, pale yet steadfast in his faith, the priest found himself at a loss for words. Over the past 3 days, he had witnessed Lin Qiu pay homage to every deity of Kagaya Mountain, even offering incense to the most neglected halls, showcasing an unparalleled fervor. Yet, this devoted supplicant continued to suffer from affliction, leaving the priest reluctant to shatter his hopeful beliefs about the divine. Zhu Xincheng, filled with worry, spoke up. Young master, the number of ill individuals at the Kagaya Shrine has been increasing daily. For the sake of your health, we should descend the mountain. What? Lin Qiu grasped the priest's hand, disbelief etched across her features. More people have fallen ill? The priest sighed in sympathy. Indeed, recently at the Kagaya Shrine, not only are people falling ill, but many trees are on the brink of withering as well. You may want to heed Lord Zhu Xincheng's advice and retreat for a while. Why didn't you say so sooner? Lin Qiu's eyes widened with terror. This was no ordinary illness. It was the plague unleashed by the demon army. The demon army thrived on slaughter, disregarding martial ethics, breeding demons that spread disease. During battles, they would unleash maladies within the opposing ranks, diminishing their combat effectiveness. Our Zhu family's forces fell entirely due to the plague. As the principal shrine of the Kagaya Shrine, the main hall bustled with visitors, and with the recent surge in illness, the number of supplicants seeking blessings had increased even more. Lin Qiu's revelation stirred a tempest among the surrounding devotees. So that is what is happening. It has come to my attention that the demon army is advancing towards the vicinity of the Kagaya Shrine. Could it be that they have unleashed this plague to undermine our strength? It must be true. Consider this. The Tachibana family is a prestigious noble lineage. Even if they are filled with incompetence, the slaughter of 2,000 pigs would warrant a 2-day pursuit. How could they possibly fall in an instant? There is certainly something amiss. The despicable demon army has resorted to such treachery. We shall never surrender. We are determined to fight them to the bitter end. Listening to the fervent words of the surrounding faithful, the high-ranking officials of the shrine, who had originally come to monitor Lin Qiu, could not help but display a hint of discomfort on their faces. They had initially contemplated capturing Lin Qiu and presenting him to the demon army, hoping to retain their status among the powerful. However, Lin Qiu's actions had clearly left them in an untenable position. Particularly, the shrine's president, Hisashi-kun, felt a surge of anger, wishing to argue with Yi Qiu to demonstrate his loyalty to the demon army. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu, having successfully incited the congregation, gazed at the system before speaking again. I initially believed that the Kagaya shrine, under the protection of the moon goddess, would be shielded from the plague, but alas. Lin Qiu looked towards the statue of the moon goddess, sorrow etched in his eyes. Oh, divine being, have you forsaken us? A hush fell over the crowd. The faithful, who had been so indignant, now felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, why has the moon goddess not healed our afflictions? Could it be that she has truly abandoned us? No. If the moon goddess has forsaken us, then we are destined to become prey for the demon army. As the crowd grew increasingly anxious, President Hisashi could no longer tolerate Lin Qiu's undermining of the shrine's foundation and exclaimed, "The moon goddess has not abandoned us. Do not spread alarmist rhetoric." Lin Qiu immediately responded, filled with sorrow and indignation. Then why does she allow the demon army to wreak havoc upon the world? Why does she watch her followers suffer? President Hisashi was momentarily at a loss for words. The rapid onset of this affliction had caught even him unprepared. He had no solutions to offer. In truth, he had questioned whether the demon army was responsible for this outbreak, but upon contacting individuals within their ranks, he was met with scorn. After all, the demon army could easily crush even the martial alliance, let alone a mere shrine. They simply could not be bothered to poison them. This meant that the shrine's affliction was beyond remedy. Were it not for the mildness of the symptoms, just occasional coughing, Lin Qiu's provocation would have incited the terrified faithful to demolish the shrine. Seeing the esteemed President Hisashi fall into silence, the previously observant followers felt their spirits plummet. This was divine retribution. Why has the deity not punished the demon army? It must be because they are a calamity sent by the gods. We are guilty. The divine must cleanse the world. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Qiu found himself at a loss for words. What a spectacle! Truly, these followers are steeped in feudal superstition, already invoking the doctrine of original sin. When the source of their suffering remains elusive, people often blame themselves. The atmosphere within the shrine grew increasingly oppressive, as if the mere discomfort of their bodies had transformed into a harbinger of imminent death. Suddenly, at that moment, the shrine's doors were flung open. Entering was Chinbai, clad in a Miko's attire and wielding a sacred bell, her expression solemn and grave. The moon goddess has not forsaken her followers. The demon army shall inevitably face judgment, and the afflictions of the faithful shall be alleviated. This is the revelation granted to me by the moon goddess in my dreams. What? Upon hearing this proclamation, the gaze of everyone in the room turned toward Chinbai, the seemingly ordinary Miko. Particularly, President Hisashi found himself torn between fear that Chinbai spoke falsehoods. Should the ailments remain unhealed, the enraged faithful would undoubtedly storm the shrine, and the dread that she might succeed, thereby diminishing his standing within the shrine and obliterating any chance of surrendering to the demon army. Amidst his turmoil, Lin Qiu stepped forward once more. You, a mere Miko, can shoulder such a grave responsibility? Lin Qiu gestured to the faithful around him, emphasizing that these were living souls, not mere pawns for your theatrics. Chinbai stepped forward, her expression unwavering. This is indeed the will of the Kagaya deity. I shall heal the wounds of the people and vanquish the man-eating demons. Let us begin with you. Young master, Lin Qiu scoffed, you had best be able to deliver. With that, he seated himself upon a nearby chair. Such an attitude caused those around to feel a wave of apprehension for Chinbai. The faithful within the shrine began to voice their doubts. Can she truly succeed? After all, he is the young master of the Tachibana family, and they possess numerous means of healing. If he remains unhealed, the illness must be no trifling matter. This Miko is certainly a decoy sent by the shrine to draw fire, and they will cast her out to meet her end. Do not insult the white Miko, protested those who had accompanied Chinbai, as well as the followers who had returned to the shrine to offer thanks. The Miko must have received divine instructions. She effortlessly resolved the great dilemma of our village. Indeed, while she was once just an ordinary Miko, her abilities have surged in the past fortnight, rivaling even those of the Grand Mikas. Moreover, she has resolved the calamities of 3 villages in just 3 days, as if aided by divine intervention. What nonsense. It must be mere luck. Just as the 2 factions began to argue heatedly, Chinbai made her move. Holding the sacred bell, she waved it towards Lin Qiu. Ding-ling-ling. The melodious chime resounded, causing Lin Qiu to widen his eyes in astonishment, instinctively retracting his hand from the door latch. The stifling atmosphere of the shrine dissipated instantly. Lin Qiu rose and took a couple of quick steps, then, incredulously, touched his throat. Could it be that I am truly healed? Witnessing Lin Qiu, who had just moments ago struggled to stand, now vibrant and full of vigor, The previously skeptical faithful were left in a state of shock. Seizing the moment, Qinbai addressed the congregation. The moon goddess has bestowed her blessings. Henceforth, simply maintain a normal diet, and your ailments shall vanish. At these words, one of the priests exclaimed in excitement, "A miracle! This is a miracle! My throat no longer aches. The Kagaya goddess has manifested. She has manifested." In that instant, everyone within the shrine fell to their knees before Qinbai. Despite such a grand spectacle, Qinbai maintained an expression void of emotion, yet to all, it appeared as though she regarded them with the gaze of a deity. The explanation that Qinbai had garnered the attention of the Kagaya goddess was met with unwavering belief. Chapter 25. The Divine Blade of Frost and Snow. Addressing the faithful, Qinbai proclaimed, "The demon army consists of malevolent spirits who have escaped from the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, having somehow eluded the gaze of the gods to enter the mortal realm." After a pause, she turned to Lin Qiu. The Tachibana clan perished in their struggle against the demon army. Their deaths stirred the attention of the great Lord Kagaya, who then cast her gaze upon the mortal world. Thus, the loyal Tachibana clan has all ascended to the Pure Land, enjoying its blessings. Young master, there is no need for you to grieve. Lin Qiu's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as he covered his face. I see now. I had harbored resentment towards the moon goddess, blinded by hatred. It is for this reason that the great Kagaya has decreed that I wield the divine blade to eradicate the demon army. Qinbai approached the divine statue, kneeling reverently and bowing thrice. I humbly wish to be renamed Kagaya by wielding frost and snow, to vanquish evil spirits, unyielding and relentless. Lin Qiu glanced at the dazed high-ranking officials of the shrine beside him, and promptly urged, "Where is the sacred blade? Do you intend to defy the decree of the great Kagaya?" The shrine's president opened his mouth, wanting to utter a refusal, yet the fervent gazes of the congregation silenced him. Finally, he slightly bowed towards the rear of the shrine and invited, "Since it is the command of the moon goddess, we must adhere to it. Kindly follow me, white maiden." Lin Qiu shot a glance at the shrine president and then tugged at the sleeve of Yuxinzhong. "Come, let us proceed." Yuxinzhong, as if awakening from a dream, looked puzzled. "Young master, has your ailment truly been cured? Indeed. Do you not trust in the divine power of the great Kagaya?" Lin Qiu lifted the curtain and strode boldly into the rear of the shrine. Typically, the ritual for the transfer of the sacred blade would occur in a public setting, yet the shrine president insisted that Qinbai personally retrieve the blade, leaving Lin Qiu with no room for doubt. In the back of the shrine, the president, who had been leading the way, halted upon noticing Lin Qiu and his companion following, and immediately interjected, "Ladies, the sacred blade is a treasured possession of our shrine. Even you cannot accompany us." Lin Qiu, embodying the audacity characteristic of noble youths, retorted, "No, I must witness it." Turning to Qinbai, he added, "In front of all these witnesses, I refrained from expressing it earlier, but indeed, Bai is the childhood companion I seek. No matter what, I shall not allow her to leave my sight again." Faced with Lin Qiu's affectionate gaze, Qinbai instinctively paused, and after a moment, recalled her lines. "Young master, that was in the past. I have resolved to dedicate this life to the divine. Fear not, I shall await you." Lin Qiu asserted with conviction, "If you truly wish to serve the divine, I will fund the expansion of Kagaya Shrine nationwide. Should you lose the blessings of the divine, the Yu family will be your final refuge. A calamity has descended." Observing the scene before him, the shrine president felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Initially, he had hoped to resolve the matter discreetly, believing that by delaying, Qinbai could be kept from the sacred blade, and by fabricating a few divine miracles, he could suppress her rising popularity. However, he never anticipated that the white maiden would be the very by Lin Qiu sought. It appeared that the young master had already succumbed completely. He could hardly fathom the actions a man in such a predicament might take. The shrine president contemplated a final struggle, but was met with the piercing gaze of Yuxinzhong. A warrior second only to the sword saint among their ranks could easily wreak havoc among these divine officials. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the shrine president conceded, "Very well, I shall summon the sacred blade at once." Before long, two priests approached, carrying a ceremonial stand. Upon it lay a resplendent blue katana, its scabbard adorned with agate jewels, exuding an air of opulence. The shrine president cautiously addressed Qinbai. "The sacred blade harbors the power of the divine. Traditionally, the oracle maidens merely brandished it for show. Must you truly draw it?" Qinbai nodded affirmatively. "It must be drawn, and in front of the gathered crowd. Only then can we ignite the faith of the believers to resist the army of evil spirits. To wield frost and snow is to hold power, yet without the strength to uphold it, such power shatters at a mere touch. Therefore, the sacred blade must be drawn." "Very well," the shrine president acquiesced. "I shall prepare for the oracle ceremony. Please, the three of you may rest in the adjacent chamber." In the side hall of Kagaya Shrine, devoid of outsiders, Lin Qiu could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha, what do you think? Is my plan not flawless?" Qinbai nodded earnestly. "Indeed, but how did you accomplish this?" Lin Qiu waved a hand dismissively. "A secret. It's a secret. However, your approach was unexpected. To win over so many hearts in just 3 days is no small feat. Qinbai shook her head. Had it not been for the gold you provided, I could not have achieved such results. The adage money makes the world go round clearly applied here, as Qinbai had evidently spent wisely. Lin Qiu mused. I had thought you would use that money to smoothen relations within the shrine. Qinbai caressed the hilt of the sacred blade. Bribery takes many forms. At least the people below can accomplish tangible tasks. Indeed, Lin Qiu nodded in agreement. Beside them, Yu Xinzhong wore an inscrutable expression. It was evident that Lin Qiu's conversation with Qinbai had revealed to him that Lin Qiu had been orchestrating a scheme these past few days. Yet even so, he still could not grasp certain key aspects, particularly why Lin Qiu denied him food from the shrine, insisting he eat only the rice balls purchased along the way. If there was a poison in the food, Lin Qiu seemed to enjoy it quite well. After pondering for a while and failing to comprehend, Yu Xinzhong cast the thought aside. Ultimately, whatever the young master commanded, he would execute without excessive contemplation. Lin Qiu plucked a couple of plums from a nearby dish, and his gaze fell upon the sacred blade. Speaking of which, why not draw it now to test it? It must harbor the power of a great demon. Wouldn't it be wise to familiarize yourself with it beforehand? After all, you have not truly received the moon goddess's gaze. Qinbai shook her head. According to military intelligence, the first drawing of the blade will awaken its power, significantly altering the wielder's appearance. If I were to draw it secretly, I would surely be exposed when I take the stage. Thus, I must draw it in front of the crowd and succeed on the first attempt. Lin Qiu expressed concern. Are you certain you can manage it? Qinbai affirmed. I possess a rare ice attribute talent of extraordinary quality, which aligns perfectly with frost and snow-s attributes. This is precisely why the military dispatched me here. That is reassuring, Lin Qiu remarked as he pushed open a window, glancing at the venue that was nearing completion. Let us proceed. The oracle ceremony is about to commence. In front of the shrine dedicated to the moon goddess, Kagayaheim, a grand platform had been erected, upon which the statue of the moon goddess was prominently displayed. The blood-red sunset hung over the horizon, and the full moon began to rise as orange-yellow bonfires ignited in the square, illuminating the fervent faces of the believers. Oh, revered goddess of the moon, Kagayaheim, cast down your gaze upon your maiden. In the square, priests donned demon masks, dancing and singing ancient hymns. Leaning against the trunk of an ancient cherry blossom tree, Lin Qiu watched the proceedings from a distance. As the clear sound of bells rang out, Qinbai made her entrance. Clutching a golden bell, her skirt billowed gracefully, her dance ethereal, her expression devoid of pretense, further enhancing her aura of purity. It must be said, navigating such a scenario was no simple task. Had Lin Qiu been tasked with learning how to embody a maiden and assimilate into the customs of this world, he would have likely been tormented to the brink of despair. Fortunately, he had assistance. Glancing at the portal at his waist, Lin Qiu smiled slightly and continued to observe. As the dance concluded, Qinbai set the sacred bells down on a nearby cushion and reached for the sacred blade. One hand on the scabbard and the other on the hilt, she felt a twinge of uncertainty at such a pivotal moment. After all, Lin Qiu's presence had hastened her opportunity to engage with the sacred blade, yet without him, she might never have had the chance at all. Thus, she had to attempt it. With a soft sound, the blade slid from its sheath, and in the next instant, an overwhelming chill erupted. In an ephemeral moment, Qinbai grasped the frost and snow, and frost had already begun to crystallize upon her lashes. A spectral azure blossomed from the depths of her pupils. As the altar dedicated to the deity stood as a bastion of winter, while the space below was merely caressed by a gentle breeze. Such a divine spectacle invigorated the faithful, their voices rising like a tempest, engulfing the grand ceremony in a cacophony of exultation. A miracle. The moon goddess has manifested. Kagayabai, Kagayabai. Yet, in this moment, few realized that Qinbai's condition was far from ideal. Under the extreme cold, her body felt stiff, and as she parted her lips, a dense chill escaped in a rush. Her long hair transitioned from raven black to frost white, and her pupils transformed entirely into a deep blue. At that moment, Qinbai appeared increasingly akin to her earthly visage. Summoning all her strength, she raised the divine blade high, encircling the altar before turning to retreat backstage. Observing this, Lin Qiu leaped onto the rooftop, circumventing the fervent crowd to follow her. Chapter 26. Sending someone on their way. Creak. Qinbai pushed open the door, immediately collapsing to her knees. The divine blade cradled in her arms felt like an ice cellar. Yet, at this juncture, she desperately sought to reinsert the drawn blade into its sheath. A flicker of a delicate figure danced along the azure blade, emitting a whisper. The youth of today is truly impatient. In times past, one would draw the sword only after bathing in incense for a day at a time. To draw it all at once, can you truly bear the weight? Your survival to this point is indeed a testament to your rare talent. I am quite eager to savor the essence of your soul. Qinbai bit down hard, gripping the hilt with all her might, striving to contain every wisp of the chill. However, she had only recently awakened. Even with the benefit of Lin Qiu's assistance in completing a few tasks in the novice dungeon, she was still in the early stages. Attempting to forcibly wield the divine blade carried considerable risk. Are you alright? Suddenly, Lin Qiu's voice pierced her thoughts. Having arrived at a critical juncture, frost and snow would undoubtedly exert every effort to influence her spirit, meaning that Lin Qiu's presence would invoke an attack. Don't come any closer. Realizing this, Qinbai instinctively attempted to halt Lin Qiu's advance into the room, but as she opened her mouth, only tendrils of cold air escaped, rendering her voiceless. Creak. The door swung open. Oh dear, what a graceful youth you are, but alas, your timing is ill-fated. Frost and snow abruptly shifted the blade, transforming into a streak of icy light aimed at Lin Qiu. Before I consume you, let us first open your appetite. With every ounce of strength, Qinbai managed to utter, get away. Clang. The blood-red blade slid an inch from its sheath, and Lin Qiu raised it slightly, positioning the door horizontally before him. Ding. The ethereal azure blade clashed against the crimson, emitting a jarring cacophony. Frost and snow let out a piercing laugh. Not a cursed blade, yet you dare to impede me? Watch as I freeze you solid. Before the words faded, tendrils of crimson mist began to rise from the door's blade, as if provoked. The dense blood mist surged into the frost and snow, instantly coating it in a layer of red. What is this? It hurts, no? Oh. It's going to break. Crack. As the sound of splintering echoed from the azure blade, Lin Qiu hastily pressed the partially drawn door back in. The blood mist dissipated, leaving the once overbearing frost and snow seemingly drained of half its vitality, clattering to the ground. With the sudden loss of pressure, Qinbai's strength evaporated entirely, and she slumped against the wall. Lin Qiu lifted her from the ground, playfully pinching the cheeks of the white-haired girl. You couldn't handle that? You're not doing so well. Qinbai laboriously rolled her eyes. It's clearly you who is absurd. This is the divine blade, one of the 5 legendary artifacts of the dungeon world. You faced a blade that hadn't fully emerged, and yet you faltered at the first encounter. What on earth are you wielding? After a light-hearted exchange, Lin Qiu refrained from further teasing and gently placed the white-haired girl upon the bed. He retrieved the fallen frost and snow from the ground and placed it upon the table, pouring a cup of warm water and bringing it to the girl's lips. Ah. Qinbai, those with severe frostbite should not drink hot water. Lin Qiu's eyes brightened. Goodness, the system has such utility. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Qinbai, furthermore, do not rub or massage the frostbitten areas, as this may exacerbate tissue damage. Your earlier pinching of my face was a mistake. Lin Qiu momentarily froze, taking a sip from the cup. So, how do we proceed? Qinbai, my innate talent is commendable. I am gradually acclimating to the chill within me. Qinbai, in approximately an hour, I should be able to move normally. During this time, I would appreciate your vigilance. Lin Qiu nodded. Understood, rest easy. With that, he settled into a chair, pondering over his own blade. If even the mediocre frost and snow possessed a spirit, could his own blade, the door, possess one too? Seeing Lin Qiu obediently remain at the bedside, Qinbai felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yet, inexplicably, gazing at Lin Qiu, a peculiar sense of reassurance enveloped her. Lost in thought for a moment, Qinbai refocused and opened the system again. Qinbai mastered the divine blade frost and snow. Military Reserve Coordinator. Are you certain? The astonishment of the coordinator was palpable. The 5 divine blades represented the pinnacle of power within this dungeon world, and among the awakened. Qinbai was not the only one to encounter them. A particularly fortunate and formidable military member had embarked on a mission to acquire another divine blade, and, upon his arrival in the dungeon, had qualified to interact with it, tirelessly attempting to draw it for days, yet had only managed to pull it out by 8/10. Meanwhile, Qinbai, who had only begun her interaction with the divine blade yesterday, had drawn it today? This was utterly unfathomable. No matter how gifted, could anyone achieve such speed? After the initial shock came a serious inquiry. Military Reserve Coordinator. Comrade Qinbai, this is a matter of great gravity, affecting the progression of the dungeon, and cannot be subject to the slightest deceit. Military Reserve Coordinator. Are you certain that you have drawn the divine blade frost and snow? Qinbai, I am certain. Having sent the message, Qinbai activated the system's photographic mode, intending to capture an image of frost and snow descent. However, with Lin Qiu positioned so closely, the first-person perspective of the system camera inadvertently included him. For the first time, Qinbai scrutinized Lin Qiu with utmost detail. He reclined in the chair, a hint of boredom flickering in his faintly rosy eyes. His smooth black hair reflected a cool light beneath the moon, and his exquisite features paired with the azure blade beside him painted a picture of exquisite beauty. With a subtle shift in her gaze, Qinbai clicked to capture the moment, saving the image. She then zoomed in closer, intentionally snapping a picture solely of frost and snow before sending it. As is well known, system photographs cannot be edited, and with this evidence in hand, the military personnel finally acknowledged the truth. A truly awakened individual had mastered a divine blade. Military Reserve Coordinator. Excellent. I will relay this information immediately. Please ensure your safety. Military Reserve Coordinator. We will promptly dispatch military personnel to assist you. the Kagaya Shrine is soon to face an assault from the demon army. If you cannot hold out, flee immediately. As long as you survive, the mission can continue. Qinbai understood. The malevolent demon army is excessively formidable. According to the military strategy, the plan is to gather 5 divine swords, subsequently harness their power to cultivate subordinates, and engage in guerrilla warfare across the globe. In essence, as long as the wielder of the cursed sword remains alive, there is still hope for salvation. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the window. Lin Qiu cast a reassuring glance at Qinbai and rose to the bedside. Upon opening the window, the figure of the black-clad Kurenai Nobutaka materialized before Lin Qiu. Confirming that Lin Qiu was indeed present, Kurenai Nobutaka immediately spoke. Young master, my grandson, the president, has indeed shown signs of unusual activity. With that, Kurenai Nobutaka produced a homing pigeon from his bosom. This is a letter that was intercepted. The pigeon tilted its head towards Lin Qiu, cooing softly, its plump feathers concealing a message tube tied to its leg. Lin Qiu opened the tube, and a neatly rolled letter fell into his hand. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that the letter sought to inform of the demon army's divine sword having fallen into Qinbai's possession. This president did not seem to be a benevolent character. Lin Qiu unfurled the letter and placed it beside a candle, the flickering flame reflecting in his pupils. In an hour, let us send him on his way. By the way, this pigeon is rather plump. I shall stew it tomorrow. Yes, young master. Chapter 27. The Governance of the Shrine. Within the president's chamber of the Kagaya Shrine, the president pressed a mechanism at the head of his bed, and the bed, once a place for repose, slowly split open. Under the warm, orange glow, the shimmering rays of gold and silver danced, prompting an involuntary widening of the eyes. Grasping a handful of golden beans, the president sighed contentedly. Alas, I have toiled diligently throughout my life to amass such wealth, only for a shrine maiden to emerge and threaten my retreat. Oh, white shrine maiden, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Does the moon goddess truly exist? Who, in this world, understands better than I? If she does exist, then from whence did this fortune come? Hee hee ha ha ha. After savoring his treasures for a moment, the president slowly collected his thoughts, activated the mechanism, and concealed everything beneath the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu above revealed a faint smile. In truth, the assassination targeting the president should have commenced much earlier, yet this fellow had suddenly displayed such wealth. Gold and jewels, what splendid seed capital. It must not fall into the hands of others. To safeguard this fortune, Lin Qiu had endured until now, but the time for patience had passed. Observing the president on the bed, blissfully oblivious, Lin Qiu lifted his garment. Seppuku. Ah, the president, lying on the bed, abruptly opened his eyes. Feeling as though he had plunged into an ice-cold lake, warmth and reason draining away rapidly. Unable to utter a sound, he could only widen his eyes, feebly reaching out with his hand, as if seeking a lifeline. Yet, in the end, he grasped nothing. His hands, as parched as a chicken's claw, fell limp. The president of the Kagaya Shrine stared wide-eyed, breathless. Boom. A purple lightning dragon streaked across the sky, and torrential rain began to pour. It was now the following morning, and the front of the Kagaya Shrine was teeming with people. A trembling shrine maiden spoke. Today, I came as usual to serve the president upon his awakening, but upon opening the door, I was met with this horrific sight. I know nothing. A priest, his face grim, retorted, how could you, being among the president's closest associates, know nothing at all? I suspect you were the culprit. This priest was none other than the senior shrine official who had last interacted with the president, and thus, he was deemed the most suspicious. Though he was aware of his innocence, any suspicion could lead to the exposure of his unsavory dealings, leaving him with no benefit. Therefore, he sought to settle the matter swiftly, pinning the blame on someone of lesser status, such as the trembling shrine maiden. Upon hearing this, the shrine maiden's eyes brimmed with tears. It wasn't me, I swear it. Every full moon night, the president would instruct us to keep our distance. I returned home to sleep early and know nothing of what transpired. Incensed, the irate priest seemed poised to take action, but in the next moment, a brilliant blue katana was drawn between the two. The cold aura emanating from the blade froze the falling raindrops into crystalline shards. A wondrous phenomenon that rendered all present speechless. The sword's master was none other than Qinbai, who had only just drawn the divine sword and ascended to the rank of Oracle Shrine Maiden. Behind Qinbai stood Lin Qiu and Kurenai Nobutaka, the latter holding an umbrella. However, the previously carefree Lin Qiu's expression turned grave upon witnessing the president's lifeless body. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for speculation. The death of the president has no bearing on any of you present. Upon hearing this, the priest, one of the suspects, visibly relaxed. But soon everyone grew tense again. Then what of the president? Lin Qiu stepped into the room, picked up a broom, and poked at the corpse, asserting, last night. The president was radiant and slightly plump, yet now he lies emaciated, resembling a specter. Do you recall the sudden outbreak of disease during this period? Had it not been for the presence of the white shrine maiden, who dispelled the sickness, many would have perished in such a manner. This is the advanced symptom of the demon army's plague. Before the decisive battle, the demon army delights in eliminating our higher-ups to incite chaos, undoubtedly. This is a declaration of war from the demon army. Once again, the demon army. The shrine's higher-ups were acutely aware that their president had intended to surrender, yet today, he had been assassinated within the shrine. Was this conceivable? Of course it was. The demon army's bloodlust was well known. It was highly probable that the president had failed to prevent the divine sword from being drawn, leading to his gruesome demise. In the eyes of the shrine's higher-ups, the demon army's disregard for human life was further solidified. Even those who had contemplated joining the demon army just yesterday were now dissuaded by the sight of the president's withered form and anguished countenance. To join the demon army might spell an even grimmer fate. Now, with the presence of the oracle shrine maiden Kaguya, who wielded the divine sword, there remained a glimmer of hope for resistance. Thus, after much deliberation, the Kaguya shrine officially entered a state of war, with Qinbai becoming the temporary leader of the shrine. The plan was a resounding success. Lin Qiu, glancing at the system panel where the main quest was now counting down, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems my efforts were not in vain. The power transition ceremony was swiftly completed. Under Lin Qiu's subtle guidance, Qinbai stated that there was no need to prepare a new room, as inheriting the previous president's quarters would suffice. Soon, a shrine maiden arrived, carrying fresh bedding. All belongings of the late president were cleared away and replaced with new decor. Not opulent, merely simple. Under Lin Qiu's direction, the president's remains were cremated into ashes and scattered upon the mountains, leaving no grave behind. Once the transition was concluded, the expansive house was left with only 3 individuals. The rain outside had ceased, and the fresh, invigorating air flowed in through the windows, uplifting the spirits. Observing Lin Qiu as he admired the post-rain mountain scenery, Qinbai could not help but remark, "Your methods are indeed swift and decisive." According to Qinbai's perspective, toppling the shrine's president was indeed a matter that required a gradual approach. However, Lin Qiu took decisive action and eliminated him outright, simultaneously framing a group of malevolent spirits, thereby galvanizing the collective spirit of the Kaguya shrine to combat the evil forces. Lin Qiu smiled faintly, stating, "Who has the time to engage in a slow game of charades with them? Now that the sacred blade is in hand, I believe it wouldn't be a significant issue to remove the entire upper echelon of this shrine." Qinbai hastily interjected, "While the shrine's higher-ups may be inept, we are on the brink of war, and their strategic oversight is still required. It would be prudent to wait until we weather the initial onslaught of the evil spirits before gradually replacing them." "Suit yourself," Lin Qiu nodded slightly, then picked up the frost snow to toy with it. "By the way, is the sacred blade all right? I heard it was on the verge of cracking yesterday." Qinbai shook her head. Though the formidable spirit residing within frost snow has become too intimidated to emerge, the sword itself is fundamentally unharmed. According to reports from the military, the sacred blade possesses both a normal state and a liberated state. What you currently hold is its normal state. The liberated state requires a symbiosis between the wielder and the blade, necessitating the cooperation of a powerful spirit. However, as I've only recently acquired the sacred blade, mastering the liberated state immediately is unrealistic. For now, let it recuperate." Lin Qiu nodded in agreement, then continued, "There's another matter. Do you know why I insisted you reside in this particular room?" Qinbai pondered for a moment. "Convenience?" "Of course not," Lin Qiu retorted, walking over to the bed and pressing on a specific spot. With a click, the wooden bed suddenly split apart, revealing a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures before their eyes. Is this the extent of the embezzled funds? Even Qinbai was taken aback by the glimmering riches illuminated by the sunlight, which appeared to be worth several hundred taels of gold at first glance. Lin Qiu picked up a gold ingot and waved it in front of Qinbai. "I have no place to store this, so you can keep it for now as compensation. You may draw from these funds." Qinbai nodded. "The shrine is in dire need of money during the conflict. Consider it a loan from me." "How courteous," Lin Qiu remarked, and seeing Qinbai's insistence, he did not press further. "Let it be a loan, then. Having an excess of money is merely a number to me. I do not lack for wealth, but have a fondness for gold and silver without the habit of extravagance." Thus, Lin Qiu's actions appeared exceedingly generous to others. Just as the two were conversing, the figure of Tachibana Nobutada appeared outside the window. "Young master, White Witch. The shrine scouts have just reported that the advance party of the evil spirits has entered our reconnaissance range. The evil spirits are coming." Lin Qiu's fingers, which had been toying with the purple sandalwood beads, paused as he turned to Qinbai. Qinbai remained composed. "It is unrealistic to rely solely on a shrine to confront the evil spirits. I have been writing letters seeking assistance and preparing for evacuation over the past few days. My plan is to first evacuate the elderly, women, and children, while the able-bodied will form a retreating army, ultimately consolidating near the general's territory to hold a fortified position. In the world of the instance, the powers are divided between generals and royalty. The generals represent the martial forces, overseeing the armies of warriors, while the current general wields the power of the sacred blade, a martial arts expert surpassing even the sword saint. Ordinarily, the instance world operates under the general's command, with royalty serving as mere symbols of fortune. However, due to the abyss, the royal faction has acquired a battalion of fierce and unyielding evil spirits. Initially, the general assumed the royal faction was merely experiencing a bout of madness and dispatched troops to suppress them, only to discover that the evil spirits were extraordinarily formidable, shattering the warrior armies upon contact, which led to the current predicament. Given the time that has elapsed, the general has likely come to realize that retreating into his control zone would ensure the safety of this group. A strategy of retreat while fighting is indeed the only viable option. Lin Qiu nodded. The ordinary soldiers of the evil spirits, apart from their lack of fear of death, are not much different from regular humans. With proper tactics, militia can take them down. However, centurions and above possess unique abilities and are not of human origin. Qinbai nodded slightly. Those will be our responsibility. A smirk crept across Lin Qiu's lips. Shall we test their mettle first? Qinbai initially intended to decline, but found herself stirred by Lin Qiu's eagerness. After engaging in cerebral tasks for so long within the instance, it was indeed time to stretch their legs. All right, Qinbai said, rising. Let us see what caliber the advance party of the evil spirits possesses. Tossing frost snow to Qinbai, Lin Qiu was greeted by a long-forgotten system notification. Side Quest 3. Eliminate the leader of the evil spirits advance party, Centurion Typhoon Maru. Though Typhoon Maru shared the rank of Centurion with the Butcher, Lin Qiu needed no further observation to ascertain the vast difference between the two. The Butcher was on the verge of being promoted to the rank of thousand-man commander and was renowned within the evil spirits ranks, whereas Typhoon Maru was merely a minor leader of the advance party. Were it not for the task reward, Lin Qiu would not have been so audacious as to charge forward. With the quest reward in mind, Lin Qiu's anticipation for this venture grew. The three of them mounted fine steeds at the foot of the mountain and galloped towards the scouts' reported location. On a sun-drenched hillside at the edge of the Kagaya Shrine's territory, a multitude of ragged soldiers lay haphazardly, some reclining, others seated. Their armor was tattered, swords stained with blood, and some had even rusted from neglect. To an outsider, they appeared to be a motley crew. Yet no one would suspect that these individuals comprised the victorious army that had swept through half a nation, the evil spirits advance party. Within the central military tent of the evil spirits advance party, a semblance of organization could be observed. Among these malevolent beings, there existed a hierarchy. The ordinary evil spirits were akin to fearless commoners, while centurions possessed special abilities and retained a semblance of intelligence. Typically, a centurion would have several formidable companions by their side, forming the strategic core of the entire advance party. At that moment, the slender figure of Centurion Typhoon Maru gazed greedily at the sun above. He had heard that the shrine's priestesses exuded a distinctive fragrance. He wondered if it was true. How he longed to sample it. Munching on jerky, Typhoon Maru remained unsatisfied, his eyes roaming the horizon. Suddenly, he froze. In the distance, three majestic steeds emerged, upon which sat a silver-haired girl clad in priestess attire, a black-haired youth in casual clothing, and a warrior. Without needing to smell, Typhoon Maru could tell at a glance that they were a feast beyond compare. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he struck a nearby gong. Incoming. Be cautious and capture them alive. Simultaneously, as Lin Qiu observed the malevolent beings stirring in the distance, he clapped his hands, after starving for so many days. It's time to indulge. By the way, your task isn't to eliminate Typhoon Maru, is it? Qinbai shook her head, merely to repel the advance party. That's a relief, Lin Qiu said, spurring his horse forward toward the evil spirits. Beside them, Tachibana Nobutada, somewhat helpless, quickly interjected, Miss Bai, please take care of yourself. With that, he hurriedly gave chase. Qinbai remained silent for a moment before slowly drawing frost snow. The azure blade reflected a chilling aura, and the puddles accumulated from the rain surrounding them erupted with torrents, instantly freezing into ice. In an instant, dozens of ice shards hovered menacingly around Qinbai. With a swift flourish of his long blade, the ice shards transformed into a barrage of glistening projectiles, effortlessly piercing through the fiends before him. 527, 588, 555. Compared to the paltry two-digit damage dealt in novice dungeons, Qinbai's damage had surged beyond tenfold. The increase in level played a significant role, but the true enhancement stemmed from the divine blade he wielded. Yet, the malevolent army of fiends displayed no regard for their fallen comrades, charging forth like mindless zombies, undeterred by the prospect of death. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qiu had successfully infiltrated the ranks of the fiendish horde. Confronted with fresh flesh, the fiends erupted with ferocious aggression, their wails echoing throughout the battlefield. However, in the next moment, as Lin Qiu pressed down upon his weapon, he yanked it forth with a sudden force. The next instant, a crimson arc of blade light cleaved through the air, severing the heads of several fiends in an instant. 4,666, 4,958, 4,702, over 4,000 damage from a mere basic attack. Upon witnessing this astonishing figure, Qinbai's pupils dilated in disbelief. Although she had anticipated Lin Qiu's strength, she had not expected him to be this formidable. How could someone who had just awakened like herself deal such damage? A minor creature had only a few hundred health points, and with this strike, the fiendish army had lost nearly 10 full bars of health. Chapter 29. The Relic of the Fiendish Statue. Just as Lin Qiu felt elated and prepared to reap the harvest of combat and scathe, an incomprehensible event unfolded. The fiends that had been surrounding him suddenly let out a horrifying shriek, frantically scattering in all directions. Gripping the weapon tightly, Lin Qiu stared in bewilderment at the bizarre scene before him. Wait, I came here to farm monsters. Why are they all fleeing? Was this the ferocious fiendish army he had heard so much about? He remembered that the fiends were supposed to be fearless, ready to fight to the death. Behind him, both Zhu Xinzong and Qin Bai were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. They too were taken aback to discover that the fiendish army could indeed retreat. However, after fleeing a certain distance, the fiends reverted to their cruel, bloodthirsty nature, charging toward Qin Bai and Zhu Xinzong in the distance. On the chaotic battlefield, Lin Qiu, mounted upon his steed, found himself at the center of a conspicuous circular void where the fiends had once been. Observing this peculiar sight, Lin Qiu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was beyond his comprehension. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, intending to turn his horse around. After all, could a mounted warrior not catch up to foot soldiers? However, as he tugged at the reins, he discovered, to his astonishment, that his steed stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. At this critical juncture, Lin Qiu finally grasped the situation and glanced at his weapon. Could it be that the aura of this weapon has frightened both the fiends and my noble steed? It was evident that the fiendish army was not entirely composed of demons. They were akin to the infected creatures that had appeared in previous dungeons. Manifestations of the abyss's taint upon this realm. Only when the dungeon had been sufficiently contaminated would the abyssal demons emerge, causing the difficulty to escalate. And where had the fiendish army originated? From the depths of hell. Having struggled to escape the abyss's influence, they encountered a weapon like the one Lin Qiu wielded, capable of bridging the realms of life and death, imbued with the essence of hell itself, naturally invoking their primal fear. Quite reasonable. Realizing this, Lin Qiu promptly sheathed his weapon. As anticipated, the absence of its oppressive aura caused the fiends to pause momentarily, only to turn back and charge toward Lin Qiu once more. Each time Lin Qiu unsheathed his weapon, the fiends would retreat in a frenzy. Conversely, when he sheathed it, they would swarm toward him, as if offering their heads for him to cleave, almost concerned that he might struggle to cope. What should have been a perilous battlefield now resembled a glitch in a game, filled with absurdity and mirth. Lin Qiu continued this dance of drawing and sheathing his blade, while his noble steed, under the weapon's suppression, merely paced gracefully. Cursed be you, worthless creatures. Is this how you choose to entertain yourselves? The centurion, Xianfeng Wan, seethed at the sight. Truly, brainless fiends, they deserve their fate. After venting his frustration, Xianfeng Wan sprang into action, brandishing his dual blades, slicing through the air like a tempest towards Lin Qiu. True to his name, Xianfeng Wan moved with the swiftness of the wind. As he approached Lin Qiu, the latter couldn't help but chuckle. Come forth, let's see if you can withstand my blade. Xianfeng Wan sneered. Such bravado. Watch as I first shatter your body, leaving your head for the feast. With that, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his dual blades, a dazzling display akin to whirling wheels of fire. Yet, the moment he stepped into the aura of Lin Qiu's weapon, an icy chill gripped his heart. At that instant, he finally comprehended the bizarre behavior of his subordinates. The blade in Lin Qiu's grasp was no earthly weapon. Retreat. Xianfeng Wan's speed was a testament to his instinct for self-preservation, knowing when to advance and when to withdraw. Without hesitation, he discarded his blades, attempting to flee with all his might. Lin Qiu swung his blade, and Xianfeng Wan's discarded weapons were cleaved in twain. Yet, this delay was sufficient for him to escape. With the oppressive aura of Lin Qiu's weapon, his steed could barely run, and even if it could, it would struggle to catch up to a fiend fleeing for its life. Fortunately, Lin Qiu was not alone. White, Zhu Xinzong. The two voices rang out in unison. Qin Bai made a sweeping motion with her long blade, unleashing an extreme wave of cold that engulfed Xianfeng Wan, whose frail form was soon enveloped in a biting chill, causing his body to involuntarily numb and his once lightning-fast speed to dwindle. At that moment, Zhu Xinzong galloped in, his mighty blade cleaving downward and carving a deep gash into Xianfeng Wan's chest, exposing bone. The tremendous force propelled Xianfeng Wan's slight frame directly towards Lin Qiu. As the fiend hurtled toward him, Lin Qiu raised his weapon. The next moment, Xianfeng Wan collided with the crimson blade. Thud! A critical hit of 4,000. The long blade pierced through the fiend, black-red numbers erupting from above Xianfeng Wan's head. This fiend, who had narrowly escaped countless blades, met his demise on the spot. Casting aside Xianfeng Wan's lifeless body, Lin Qiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent swordsmanship." In the distance, Zhu Xinzong wore a look of exhilaration, following up with another swing of his long blade, continuing the slaughter of the fiends. With the mission accomplished, Lin Qiu felt liberated. utilizing the unique property of his weapon to create opportunities for one-on-one combat, casually slaughtering his foes. Half a day later, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the battlefield, strewn with dismembered limbs and severed arms. Yet the attire of the trio bore only a few crimson stains on the edges. Lin Qiu accepted a cloth from Zhu Xinzong, wiping the blood from his weapon, while sighing in contentment. What a gratifying day. I feel as though I could devour 3 bowls of rice. Zhu Xinzong opened his mouth, clearly wanting to inquire why they had agreed to merely engage before promptly fleeing if things went awry. How could they have been annihilated so completely? This was an entire reconnaissance army, nearly 200 malevolent spirits. In the past, Tachibana Nobuyutomo would have certainly pressed Lin Qiu for answers, questioning whether he had been possessed by a demon. However, upon witnessing the White Witch wielding the power of ice and snow, an ability clearly beyond human comprehension, Tachibana felt a sense of relief. Perhaps, indeed, the times have changed. With the emergence of these harmful demons threatening the world, it stands to reason that forces capable of salvation would also arise. Although the dagger in Lin Qiu's grasp appeared somewhat ominous, any source of power in this chaotic era was the greatest of gifts. The trio dismounted and entered the military tent, scouring through the confidential reports inside. Seizing the opportunity before sunset, they made their way towards the Kagaya shrine. During their journey back, Lin Qiu opened the system to check the rewards from defeating the vanguard leader, the Centurion Kazamaru. Side Quest 3. Defeat the leader of the demon army's vanguard, Centurion Kazamaru. Completed. You have received 10,000 pure white fragments. Upon completing Side Quest 3, your talent, Chaotic Blessing, has activated. You have acquired the relic, Demon Statue Blue. Demon Statue, blue, a thumb-sized statue resembling a demon. When equipped, damage dealt to enemies will increase by 200, shared among enemies within a radius of 100 meters. Gazing at the delicate statue in his hand, Lin Qiu couldn't help but smile knowingly. This was nothing short of a divine artifact. His single target damage was exceedingly high, capable of slaying both minor and elite foes with a single strike. Yet, with this item, against clustered enemies, a single kill could unleash devastation upon many. Had he possessed this artifact on the battlefield moments ago, those mere 100 or so foes would have been utterly insufficient. Noticing the sudden smile on Lin Qiu's face, Qinbai inquired, "What has brought you such joy?" Lin Qiu retrieved an omamori from his pocket, placing the demon statue inside the pouch. "Oh, nothing much. Just a pleasant thought." Observing the omamori in Lin Qiu's hand, Qinbai's gaze flickered, but he feigned ignorance and turned away. Chapter 30. Visitors from the military. Indeed, this rice is quite exceptional. I shall have another bowl. In the guest room of the shrine, Lin Qiu and his companions sat across from one another, enjoying their meal with delight. Although the moon had already risen, given their esteemed status, no one dared to comment on their late-night dining. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, hastily prepared by the shrine's kitchen. The grilled eel, perfectly golden and drizzled with a secret sauce, paired with fragrant rice, was nothing short of divine. "This exquisite eel rice makes me feel I could devour 4 bowls," Lin Qiu exclaimed, cradling his bowl with immense appreciation. As Qinbai nibbled his food, he meticulously reviewed the intelligence they had just received. The main force of the demon army loomed like an impending storm. And while the 3 of them could defend themselves, protecting others was another matter entirely. Qinbai was determined to preserve the lives of the citizens, a task that would require every precious moment. Placing the intelligence report down, he rubbed his temples, lamenting, "Alas, time is too short." According to the reports, the main force of the demon army will arrive in 2 days. This brief span was hardly sufficient to cultivate the divine weapons. Lin Qiu, puzzled, asked, "What are divine weapons?" Qinbai glanced towards the open door. "I assumed you knew, considering this sword is no ordinary blade." Lin Qiu sighed, regrettably. "After subduing frost and snow, I attempted to test it, but the door does not seem to possess any sentience." "Is that so?" Qinbai was uncertain about the specifics and proceeded to explain the concept of divine weapons. Once a divine blade acquires a master, it bestows upon them transcendent powers. After a period of adaptation, these powers can be passed on. Those who inherit this power are known as divine weapons. Using himself as an example, Qinbai elaborated. "For instance, I can infuse the icy essence of frost and snow into another's body. If they can withstand such power, they may integrate this icy essence into their own weapon, gaining mastery over ice and snow. Only by empowering more individuals with this power could they hope to triumph against the demons. Is it truly possible?" Lin Qiu mused, intrigued. While he regarded Qinbai's words as mere tales, Tachibana Nobuyutomo's expression turned grave. The recent events had shattered his worldview. The former sword saint had met a grim fate, leaving him to question the very blade in his hand. As a samurai, he feared not death, but as a vassal, he bore the heavy responsibility of protecting his young lord. This latter duty was the root of his inner turmoil. Yet now, a path to change their fate and grow stronger lay before him. How could he not take it seriously? He suddenly spoke up. "Lady White Witch, may I attempt this?" Tachibana's request left Lin Qiu and Qinbai momentarily stunned. Qinbai looked to Lin Qiu, questioning with his eyes. Lin Qiu set down his bowl. I have no objections to this endeavor. As Tachibana was his most trusted confidant, his growth was essential. Unfortunately, the door's power was too overwhelming. And even if he possessed such capability, it was likely that no one could endure it. Lin Qiu voiced his thoughts, and with no objections from Qinbai, Tachibana successfully gained the opportunity to engage with frost and snow. However, whether Tachibana had the aptitude remained unknown, and for safety's sake, they decided to proceed cautiously, postponing the attempt until the following day. Without delaying Qinbai's strategic planning, Lin Qiu and his companion bid farewell after their meal. The next day, the Kagaya shrine was bustling with activity. Numerous carriages had been requisitioned, and the nearby citizens were fleeing north with their families. The remaining populace consisted mostly of young and able-bodied individuals. Despite only having 2 days, the militia had undergone rigorous training and appeared somewhat organized. Traps had been set up at the designated battlefield, and supplies such as oil and arrows were being transported in abundance. This was destined to be a war of attrition. They aimed to delay the advance of the demon army for as long as possible, even if it meant stalling for just one more second. At the Kagaya shrine, in the small courtyard where Lin Qiu resided, the morning sun radiated a gentle warmth, with dew droplets glistening on the tender green grass. Instead of resting in bed, Lin Qiu stood quietly in the courtyard. Tachibana Nobutomo was nearby, instructing, "One heart style is to unite the sword with your core, achieving a seamless bond between you and the blade, ensuring that every strike is precise and decisive." Indeed, at this moment, Lin Qiu was practicing his swordsmanship. In the realm of dungeons, only memories could be freely retained, thus learning within these instances was highly esteemed by many awakeners. The Tachibana family, a prestigious clan of samurai, had even produced a sword saint. The one-heart style was renowned. Lin Qiu did not set his sights high. He simply wished to master one technique, the one-heart style draw cut. When asked why he focused solely on this technique, it was due to the overwhelming impact he experienced during battle yesterday, where a single strike required him to resheath the door to draw again, leaving a profound impression on Lin Qiu. If the door's momentum could intimidate demons, extended combat was impractical. Thus, he resolved to enhance this draw attack. Strengthening his normal attacks to amplify overflow damage was sufficient to allow Lin Qiu to obliterate minor foes and dispatch major opponents with a single blow. Moreover, during the resurrection of the former sword saint Tachibana Ikizan using the door, Lin Qiu had been truly awestruck by that singular strike. Such a magnificent skill was one he could not afford to overlook. Under the influence of various factors, Lin Qiu entered a state of focused study. Although Zhu Xinzong was merely one of the top 5 experts of the Zhu family, it is worth noting that he originally bore a different surname. An outsider, having not only adopted the Zhu surname, but also ascended to the top 5, left Lin Qiu with no doubt. Had Zhu Xinzong been a true blood relative, he would undoubtedly possess the potential of a sword saint. With the guidance of a half-step sword saint, Lin Qiu's swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. However, there still remained a slight distance to mastering the art of drawing the sword. Indeed, young master, if you persist in your sword training for 3 years, you will surely find the rhythm and initially grasp the one-heart flows drawing technique. Zhu Xinzong beamed with joy, yet Lin Qiu could not muster a smile. 3 years. Perhaps it would be better to find a shortcut. Lin Qiu tossed aside the wooden sword and waved his hand. Training is over. I am off to find the White Priestess. You should concentrate on your practice and preparation for engaging with the divine sword. Today is a significant day, and I cannot afford to miss it. Zhu Xinzong picked up the discarded wooden sword, watching Lin Qiu's retreating figure with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yes. Young master. At the Kagaya shrine, in the guest room of the White Priestess, Lin Qiu pushed the door open. Bai, I have arrived. To his surprise, in addition to Bai, there were 3 other individuals present. Their attire varied, yet all exuded an air of competence, 2 middle-aged men and a young man. Upon Lin Qiu's entrance, the 3 nodded respectfully at Qinbai and intended to leave, but Qinbai spoke up. There is no need for you 3 to depart. It is an opportune moment to become acquainted. At this remark, the expressions of the 3 subtly shifted. In the next moment, Lin Qiu's system chimed in. Qinbai, these 3 are from the military, sent to assist us through this challenging period. Military personnel? Lin Qiu scrutinized the trio before him, momentarily taken aback. Such an expansive map, yet they could dispatch 3 individuals in such a short time. The military's operational capacity was indeed remarkable. Chapter 31, Blade Awakening. The 3 rendered a military salute to Lin Qiu. Thank you for your assistance to the White Priestess. The military will remember your contributions. Faced with such a formal greeting, Lin Qiu felt a surge of energy. It is my duty. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 older military members took their leave, reportedly to handle shrine affairs and militia matters. Entrusting such tasks to the military would undoubtedly ensure high efficiency. As for the young man, he introduced himself. I am Asako Akira, newly graduated and a reserve in the military. With the 2 superiors gone, Akira displayed the youthful vigor unique to his age. I am here to attempt to become a divine soldier. Are you as well? Attempting to become a divine soldier. Do you possess the talent of the frost attribute? Lin Qiu assessed Akira thoughtfully before responding. I am Tachibana Lin Qiu. But I am not here to become a divine soldier. Is that so? Noticing the sword at Lin Qiu's waist, Akira patted his chest. I see. Then please feel free to seek me out if you ever require assistance. The power of the divine sword is the most formidable in this realm. Even senior Lin Qiu should make the effort to try. Who knows? You might succeed. Ah well. Hearing Akira's encouragement, both Lin Qiu and Qinbai lowered their heads. Poor child. He likely still believes that it is Lin Qiu's lack of mastery over the divine sword that led him to relinquish it to Qinbai. Ahem. Lin Qiu cleared his throat. I shall refrain from trying. You should give it your all. Akira nodded earnestly. On the battlefield tomorrow, I will exert myself to the utmost. With that, Akira exited, intending to venture to the room housing the divine sword and commence his attempts. Lin Qiu found a spot to sit, struggling to suppress a chuckle. Did you not mention my situation to them? Well, sometimes, certain matters cannot be conveyed clearly. Qinbai continued working. No one would believe that a newcomer to this realm, who has been here for less than half a month, possesses the noble status of the Tachibana clan leader and wields a weapon that even the divine sword fears, capable of slaying 100 captains with a single strike. To be honest, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. Haha, too kind. Lin Qiu smiled, then turned his gaze out the window. I have come this time to discuss Zhu Xinzong's awakening. Rest assured, I will personally supervise, and nothing will go awry. Is it acceptable to have another person present? Lin Qiu opened the door as he spoke. Qinbai paused momentarily. You may come, but do not draw frost and snow. Lin Qiu shrugged. Let us see how it performs. Awakened individuals understand their talents and possess a good sense of self-awareness, making the path to becoming divine soldiers significantly easier. In contrast, ordinary people, unaware of their gifts, can easily find themselves facing absurd situations, mistaking a headache for wisdom. In the room housing the divine sword, the light was somewhat dim, imbued with a sense of solemnity and reverence. Akira exhaled a breath of cold air, a thin layer of frost forming on his forehead as he cautiously placed the frost-laden sword back on the altar. Subsequently, he drew his own sword, observing that the once entirely silver blade now bore a faint blue hue. A smile of satisfaction crept across Akira's lips. As he continued to embrace the power of the divine sword, his weapon would correspondingly undergo transformation. This phenomenon was known as blade awakening. Each change in color signified an enhancement of power and mastery. It was evident that, at Akira's current pace, he would likely complete the awakening within 5 days, enabling him to wield the power of ice and snow to slay evil spirits, even when not in proximity to the divine sword. Rubbing his slightly chilled hands, Akira beamed, sheathing his sword before turning to exit. However, upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback, for Qinbai, Lin Qiu, and Zhu Xinzong were all present outside. Akira exchanged greetings with each of them, then turned to Lin Qiu. Are you here to attempt blade awakening as well? Lin Qiu smiled. Not I, but him. Zhu Xinzong nodded at Akira. Not an awakened individual, but an NPC from the realm? Akira felt a pang of confusion. Awakened individuals, as realm conquerors, were natural allies. Conversely, due to their status as outsiders, relations between awakened individuals and locals were often fraught. In higher-level realms, should an awakened individual be discovered to have swapped souls, it would not be inconceivable for them to suffer dire consequences. After all, in the eyes of NPCs, they were indeed foreign demons seizing bodies. Thus, the mutual trust between Lin Qiu and Zhu Xinzong was quite rare. Qinbai declared, Gentlemen, please follow me. This room can accommodate multiple individuals simultaneously. Akira was initially startled, but he promptly dismissed the earlier warnings from the shrine's members. After all, their words held little weight compared to those of Qinbai, the master of the divine sword. He quickly added, I shall lend my assistance as well. Having just attempted it, I can share some insights. Qinbai glanced at Lin Qiu, who received the message and looked toward Zhu Xinzong. Zhu Xinzong spoke up. That would be most helpful. If possible, he aims for a successful attempt on the first try. Not a bother at all. We are comrades in arms. The affable Akira immediately took charge of the situation, beginning to impart the secrets of blade awakening to Zhu Xinzong. Before long, Zhu Xinzong grasped the entire process and commenced his attempt at awakening the blade. He held the hilt of the frost blade in one hand and his long sword in the other. In the next moment, he exerted force with both hands, causing the two swords to reveal a sliver of a gap. The once ordinary long sword now felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. And a chill coursed through Zhu Xinzong's body, ultimately merging with the previously mundane long sword. The white blade was suddenly suffused with a hue of ethereal blue. As the edge was slowly drawn forth, Fei Niaoming could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. How swift! Could it be that this individual possesses talents related to ice and snow? No, there is no resonance emanating from him. Could it be that he is indeed the legendary embodiment of extraordinary strength? Fei Niaoming was bewildered. How could one devoid of any ice and snow abilities manage to unsheath a blade to such an extent in one breath? What extraordinary physical prowess must he possess? With a sigh, Oji Nobutomo closed his eyes, as if peering within himself. He sensed the breath of frost and snow transforming his corporeal form along its path. Is this the power that transcends humanity? Alas, I still lack talent. Observing the blade, now nearly drawn, Oji Nobitomo could not help but exhale in resignation. It must be halted, otherwise. Just as Oji Nobitomo prepared to relent, Lin Qiu made his move. He gently pressed his thumb against the hilt, and a crimson glint revealed itself on the blade. In the next moment, the Yushin blade, frost and snow, shuddered violently, losing its temper entirely. Meanwhile, Oji Nobitomo, who had been exerting himself to the utmost to unsheath the blade, felt a sudden lightness in his grip. Clang! The sounds of two blades being drawn coincided. Frost and snow, along with Oji Nobitomo's weapon, were unsheathed simultaneously. Those present, save for Lin Qiu, were momentarily stunned by the instantaneous completion of the unsheathing. What is this situation? Fei Niaoming stared blankly at the blade shimmering with a blue luminescence. Is this how one unsheaths a blade? Ah, indeed. Lin Qiu pressed the hilt back down, a smile gracing his face, celebrating the success of a single attempt. A commendable achievement indeed. Only Qin Bai, sitting beside Lin Qiu, regained his senses, casting a glance at the hilt, now with a deeper understanding of the extraordinary nature of this blade. After bidding farewell to the somewhat dazed Fei Niaoming, the unsheathing ceremony officially concluded. Following his successful unsheathing, Oji Nobitomo seemed to sense something from frost and snow and immediately entered a meditative state. The intense preparation time swiftly passed. Chapter 32. A single individual becomes an army. Ah, meet. A dense throng of people, accompanied by dark clouds, advanced from afar. To an untrained eye, they might resemble a desperate crowd of refugees. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern their inhuman appearances, flanked by countless malevolent spirits, with a colossal throne seemingly constructed from heaps of bones at its center. Dozens of robust demons, towering at 3 meters tall, bore a war chariot forward like slaves, atop which rested an immense structure of white bones. The main force of the demon army had arrived. Hurry, let us mobilize. Our enemies are demons. Those who fear death should refrain from complicating matters. Oil. Prepare the oil. Within the hastily erected defensive line, individuals with intelligence moved about. Even in the face of the death-defying demons, humanity still clung to a glimmer of hope. Yet, to confront the true enemy, those inhuman beings, specific individuals were required for the task. The confirmed adversaries included 3 centurions and 1,000-man commander. Notably, the 1,000-man commander was a temporary promotion. For reasons unknown, another contender for the position had gone missing, allowing this demon to ascend. Unless the battlefield experienced significant changes, he was unlikely to intervene. Thus, we must swiftly execute a decapitation plan, slaying the 3 centurions before the 1,000-man commander can react, and then fully confront the commander. Although newly promoted, he had already absorbed the blood of the demon king, surpassing the strength of a centurion. We must not underestimate him. We do not aspire to eliminate the foe. Merely inflicting pain to delay the demon army's advance would suffice for our victory. The military personnel analyzed the situation with the map. Therefore, let us too, along with the White Witch, carry out the operation to eliminate the centurions, while the rest prevent the demon army from breaching our defenses, shall we? Lin Qiu surveyed the newly triggered side quest before him. Side quest 4. Eliminate the demon army's leader, 1,000-man commander Xiangjun. Having read it, Lin Qiu nodded silently. Although the 2 veteran awakened beings sent by the military had not fully unsheathed their blades, their sufficiently high awakening levels ensured that their true combat power surpassed that of the centurions. Thus, it was a reasonable arrangement for the 3 of them to handle the 3 centurions. However, the military's directive was to patrol and prevent breaches in the defense. Therefore, my entering the heart of the demon army to eliminate their leader should also be a reasonable action, right? Well then, if there are no objections, let us commence the operation. With a command, a barrage of arrows was loosed, and the foremost ranks of the demon army fell into the traps, emitting anguished cries as they met their demise. Yet, such scenes were commonplace for the demon army. The corpses of comrades buried in pits, the bodies shielding flames. And increasingly more demons surged forth, breaking through the trap area. Flames blazed fiercely, and cries of battle echoed, plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. Ordinary people defended from behind their cover, while Qin Bai and his 2 companions pinpointed their designated centurion and charged into the throng of demons. Lin Qiu stepped out from behind cover, drawing his blade in a swift motion. Beside him, Fei Niaoming hastily exclaimed, "We have only just begun our defense. Do not be so aggressive. Conserve your strength." Lin Qiu waved his hand dismissively. "I shall venture in to scout the situation. Nobitomo, you are responsible for my position." Oji Nobitomo nodded resolutely. "Yes, young master." With that, Lin Qiu directed his blade towards the nearest demon approaching him and struck. 348. The demon fell lifeless. Fei Niaoming stood dumbfounded at this spectacle. The crimson blade. Had Lin Qiu already unsheathed the divine weapon? Yet, he had never heard of a blood-red divine blade. And while this damage could slay ordinary demons, with the multitude of demons present, he would eventually be overwhelmed. However, just as Fei Niao Ming was lost in thought, an extraordinary scene unfolded. From the demons slain by Lin Qiu, a radius of nearby demons was suddenly enveloped in a surge of red light, and in an instant, their bodies exploded into fragments. 472, 553, 366, all were annihilated. In a heartbeat, a semicircular area of cleared space materialized in front of Lin Qiu. This exemplifies the might of relics. Lin Qiu's first kill of a demon, even though it was merely a standard attack, yielded overflow damage exceeding 3,000. Enhanced by the relic, the damage skyrocketed to 6,000, subsequently distributed among the nearest demons. This phenomenon resulted in the absurdity of having slain one, yet witnessing the demise of a dozen demons alongside it. Furthermore, all the slain demons became nourishment for the hilt, allowing Lin Qiu to grow ever stronger. Observing this scene, not only the summoned militia but even Fei Niao Ming was left speechless. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Lin Qiu never donned armor on the battlefield, spending his days idling at the Kagaya Shrine. It turned out he was not a mere scion, but rather a figure of unrivaled might, burdened by solitude. Such speed and extermination was something even Qin Bai, who wielded the divine blade, could not achieve. Though the current circumstances were utterly unbelievable, there was no denying that Lin Qiu's sudden appearance profoundly bolstered the morale of the front lines. Ignoring the ecstatic cheers from behind, Lin Qiu sheathed the hilt once more and charged towards the heart of the demon army, where they were most concentrated. Unsheath, 566. Overflow damage, 578. 594. Like blood-red blossoms blooming, wherever Lin Qiu's hand reached, a tapestry of cruel yet resplendent death unfurled. The corpses of the evil ghost army were sent flying in all directions, only to fall back down as time passed. To their astonishment, the frontline militia noticed a gradual decrease in the number of enemies they faced. More and more evil ghosts broke free from the trap zone, yet fewer advanced towards them. Lin Qiu single-handedly prevented the entire evil ghost army from advancing. The frontline had unexpectedly transformed into a rear guard due to the actions of just one individual. Observing the battlefield, where blood mist occasionally erupted, Fei Niao could not help but murmur. Could this individual be an awakened one at level 60 or 70, here to fish for kills? Meanwhile, deep within the battlefield, Lin Qiu was not alone. Qin Bai and his companions, targeting 3 centurions, infiltrated the evil ghost army using their own strategies to initiate a decapitation plan. They had initially lacked the time to observe Lin Qiu's slaughtering spree, but who could have anticipated Lin Qiu's overwhelming prowess? As he carved his way from the front lines into the heart of the evil ghost army, such a commotion made it impossible to ignore. As he forced back the foes before him, the military officials watched Lin Qiu's seamless slaughter, akin to harvesting chives, and promptly accessed their system. Military Command 701. What is the situation with this awakened one? Qin Bai? Qin Bai. Reporting. Commander, this individual wields a unique blade and possesses immense strength. However, since you mentioned the operation's absolute confidentiality, I refrained from mentioning him. Military Command 701. Regardless of the circumstances, his abilities are too formidable. We must ensure his safety. Quickly, withdraw him. Observing Lin Qiu wreaking havoc among the evil ghosts, the military member couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Such a terrifying extermination capability was a treasure that must be protected. How could he be allowed to venture deeper into the battlefield? If the Centurion took notice and eliminated him before he could mature, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Although the military demanded absolute obedience to orders. With such strength, as long as the individual was not a traitor, it was not a matter of him obeying the military, but rather the military cooperating with him. No, the Centurion must not be allowed to kill him. He must be safely withdrawn. Chapter 33. I come to assist you. This military member promptly sent a message. Military Command 701. The plan has changed. I will go rescue him while you continue to deal with your enemies. If we can eliminate 2 Centurions and rescue Lin Qiu, today will be a great victory. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Bai finally spoke. Qin Bai. Commander, Lin Qiu is quite capable. He should be able to safeguard himself on the battlefield. Military Command 701. No more discussion. Obey orders. The military member, codenamed 701, ignored Qin Bai's words. He had noticed from the beginning that Lin Qiu's attacks required him to sheath his blade before he could strike again, and that the enemies surrounding him would invariably be harmed. This special attack pattern clearly indicated the use of an area of effect skill. Using skills required mental energy. And once that energy was depleted, Lin Qiu would soon find himself surrounded and slain by countless evil ghosts. Alas, these young individuals were recklessly squandering their immense talents, courting disaster. However, just as 701 rushed anxiously toward Lin Qiu's battlefield, a shadow darted past him with greater speed. 701's pupils constricted. It was the Centurion he had just battled. The Centurion of the evil ghost army cackled. Is that your secret weapon, humans? Humph. It's too late to save him now. I shall take his head. The sudden eruption of the evil ghost caught 701 off guard, but glancing at Lin Qiu, he wasted no time and chose to unleash his full power. A dazzling crimson blade flashed in the air, and the long sword in 701's hand transformed, revealing its fully sharpened state. I had intended to save this move for you, but it seems I must use it now. With a furious shout from 701, the long sword he wielded stirred up a searing gust of wind, rapidly forming a colossal tornado of blazing flames, ensnaring the evil ghost centurion within. Firestorm tornado. If you wish to kill Lin Qiu, you must step over my corpse. A harsh hissing sound accompanied the acrid stench of burning flesh as the sudden outburst caused the centurion to let out a pained wail. However, as he broke free from the fiery vortex, the centurion's expression was not one of despair, but rather an eerie grin. Confronted by this smile, 701's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. The evil ghost centurion sneered, "Huh? What does it matter if you stop me? Another ghost already made it through." 701 abruptly turned around, only to realize that while he had just unsheathed his blade, another centurion-level entity had already charged through. Astonishingly, there were 4 centurions within this evil ghost army. Although this one was merely newly promoted, it was more than sufficient to deal with such an arrogant little ghost. The evil ghost army centurion immediately took action, blocking 701 from advancing. "Don't run, your opponent is me." With the evil ghost centurion fully engaged in delaying tactics, 701 found himself stranded, watching helplessly as another evil ghost approached Lin Qiu. He could only shout anxiously, "Lin Qiu, flee." In his view, Lin Qiu excelled in group attacks. While his ordinary strikes could deal nearly 600 damage and annihilate regular evil ghosts, they posed no threat to a true centurion. Conversely, the centurion could kill Lin Qiu with a single blow. There was no escape. "Flee." Hearing the faint voice echoing in his ears, Lin Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he turned his head to seek the source of the voice, but before he could discern anything, a fierce gust of wind suddenly whipped past him. Almost instinctively, Lin Qiu swung his long knife towards the direction of the sound, and with a muffled thud, a shocking line of blood erupted into the air, followed by a slender form splitting in two, crashing to the ground. Critical hit, 4662. The centurion that had attempted to ambush him was slain on the spot. What an elite monster. When did it arrive? Lin Qiu raised an eyebrow at the elite monster he had just dispatched with a single strike. Such a sneak attack was utterly unsporting. Wait, someone just told me to escape? Lin Qiu focused and soon spotted 701 standing dumbfounded nearby, alongside the motionless centurion. As the thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Qiu quickly comprehended the situation. Clearly, 701 and the evil ghost centurion were locked in a stalemate, believing themselves outmatched and urging him to retreat. With that realization, Lin Qiu immediately called out, "Hold on, I come to assist you." Abandoning the minions around him, Lin Qiu dashed towards 701's direction. "I come to assist you." Hearing those words and glancing at the lifeless evil ghost corpse beside him, 701 couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What on earth is happening? He just effortlessly killed a centurion. Are we not in the same dungeon? It has barely been half a month since entering this dungeon, and he is already turning the tide. Moreover, judging by his actions, it seemed like that was just a casual strike. It must have been just a simple attack. 701 felt his blood pressure rising. Yet, he quickly snapped back to reality. This was a battlefield, and there was no time for hesitation. 701 swung his blade, aiming at the evil ghost centurion attempting to sneak attack. As the evil ghost centurion realized the ambush had failed, he promptly attempted to flee. However, Lin Qiu, who had already killed his way to the front, would not let it go. With a swift motion, he grasped the door and hurled it with all his might. The crimson blade cut through the air, piercing the back of the malevolent centurion and pinning him firmly to the ground. 3965. Dark red numbers erupted above the centurion's head, and having already sustained considerable damage, he fell lifeless to the ground. Observing the numbers before him, 701's pupils dilated. Although he had witnessed even larger figures moments earlier, the experience of seeing them leap forth from his own perspective was distinctly different. Such damage was indeed astonishing. Stepping upon the fallen body of the malevolent spirit, Lin Qiu withdrew the door and sheathed his blade, casually inquiring, "Are you all right?" 701 mechanically shook his head. "I'm fine, but by the way." Instinctively, 701 wanted to question Lin Qiu about why he had not reported his strength, but he quickly reconsidered. Firstly, Lin Qiu was not a member of the military, and secondly, such overwhelming power capable of clearing out lesser foes and effortlessly dispatching elite monsters would be met with skepticism unless witnessed firsthand. Thus, 701 changed his approach, asking, "Lin Qiu, have you any interest in joining the military?" Lin Qiu waved his hand dismissively, not interested. With a hint of disappointment, 701 sighed, "Should you ever change your mind, feel free to contact Qin Bai. Even if you're not a fresh recruit, we can facilitate your enlistment and offer you first-rate benefits." With that, he added, "No more chatter, I must assist the other two." Lin Qiu responded, "If you don't need my help, I shall continue to clear out the lesser foes to alleviate the pressure from behind." 701 nodded. That's acceptable. In a 3 against 2 scenario, we have the upper hand. After their brief exchange, the two parted ways, with Lin Qiu continuing his relentless assault toward the center of the military formation. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds suddenly parted, unleashing a torrential downpour. Watching Lin Qiu's figure fade into the curtain of rain, 701 felt an unsettling sense that Lin Qiu was heading in an inappropriate direction, but he quickly dismissed the thought. With Lin Qiu's prowess, as long as he did not confront the Centurion directly, he stood a fighting chance. After all, the Centurion was too conspicuous for Lin Qiu to recklessly charge at. Contemplating this, 701 couldn't help but chuckle. What sort of person would willingly court death? Chapter 34. The Centurion Xiangjun. The rain intensified, and amidst the chaotic battlefield, a singular spot was beset by hail. Surrounded by a continuous flow of vapor, Qinbai, wielding the divine blade Frost and Snow, was in his element, transforming the surrounding raindrops into countless icy needles that pierced the malevolent spirits before him, leaving them riddled with bloodied holes. How infuriating! The half-frozen malevolent spirit shrieked in agony before collapsing, lifeless. The two military members who arrived to support breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. Well done, White Witch. I never expected this operation to proceed so smoothly. 701 recalled Lin Qiu and turned to Qinbai. The external aid you procured is remarkably powerful. I suspect that in this instance, even a lieutenant may not have achieved such prowess. Qinbai nodded. I too was taken aback. In any case, 701 ceased idle chatter and resumed issuing commands. The Centurions, now classified as non-human entities, had all been vanquished, and thanks to Lin Qiu, the number of ordinary malevolent spirits had significantly dwindled. It could be said that the operational plan was unfolding exceedingly well. Next, we must swiftly recover our status to prevent the true terror of the malevolent army from emerging. The Centurion's intervention is imminent, and our ultimate objective for this mission is to inflict pain upon him. Understood. Qinbai and the others nodded in affirmation. However, just as they were fully engaged in recovery, they observed the commander's flag of the malevolent army toppling at the edge of their vision, vanishing into the misty rain. The three froze in disbelief. The commander's flag has fallen? Has someone severed the commander's military banner? Who could possibly breach such a horde of malevolent spirits? Not good. Lin Qiu, 701 exclaimed in shock. Is he truly confronting the Centurion? Is he not afraid of death? The difference between a Centurion and a 100-man captain was vast. An attack capable of slaying a 100-man captain might barely breach the Centurion's defenses. Meanwhile, the Centurion's health, attack, and other attributes would be exponentially greater. Even among the malevolent army, the Centurion represented the pinnacle of combat power, a being that could rival the Ghost King. Though this Centurion had been temporarily promoted, in terms of strength, killing a 100-man captain was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Lin Qiu's actions seemed, to all, a blatant invitation to death. Qinbai stood, declaring, I shall go take a look. Qinbai, have you lost your mind? 701 admonished. Do not make futile sacrifices. Stop at once. Qinbai retorted, we intended to seize this opportunity to wound the Centurion and hinder the malevolent army's advance. Now is the perfect time to strike collectively. 701 pointed at Qinbai's slightly pale face, as the wielder of the divine blade. You are 1/5 of the critical force for this mission. How can you be so reckless? While we have planned to strike at the Centurion, that was under the assumption of being at full capacity. In our current state, we would soon lose our combat ability. Do you think the Centurion is a fool? Especially you. The great demon sealed within the divine blade will not overlook any opportunity to consume its master's soul. Should you falter on the battlefield, no one will be able to rescue you. If your soul were to be devoured, even if you exited the instance, you would require years of recovery from severe injuries. The military members were indeed correct. Confronting a being like the Centurion, which resembled a god of death, was not something to be undertaken lightly. Qinbai grasped the hilt of Frost and Snow, recalling the suppression Lin Qiu had demonstrated with the door, and suddenly spoke. I have a method to unleash my full power without fearing backlash from Frost and Snow. Furthermore, we have a B plan at our disposal. When can we go to support? What? 701 exclaimed, turning to the divine blade at Qinbai's waist. You can ignore the backlash? The great demons sealed within the divine blade would seize any opportunity for freedom. They would only willingly relinquish their power to those they truly valued. Few have achieved this in the history of the instance, and now Qinbai claims he can? Qinbai nodded. A soldier does not lie to his superiors. Delaying the battle. I can indeed ignore the backlash, but I require Lin Qiu's assistance. Upon hearing this, 701's expression changed dramatically. Lin Qiu's value was still on the rise. If Lin Qiu's earlier performance had convinced 701 to restore their combat strength to 80% before proceeding, now, with their strength at 60%, they had no choice but to act. Adding the B plan into the mix, 701 gritted his teeth. 50%. Once we VE restored to 50%, we shall set forth immediately. There was no other option. Lin Qiu's worth was simply too great. In the center of the battlefield, near the skeletal war chariot of the malevolent army's Centurion Xiangjun, a flash of blood-red blade light sliced through, accompanied by the emergence of dark red numbers as one after another malevolent spirits' bodies exploded, turning into countless fragments of flesh. The battlefield had unmistakably transformed into a meat grinder. Hearing the incessant system prompts of Attack 1, Life 1, and more ringing in his ears, Lin Qiu became increasingly exhilarated. Like an unstoppable demon from hell, the sound of the long blade slicing through flesh echoed, but this time, the damage seemed markedly different. 2024. Damage overflowed. 2,200. 2,320. This time, it only seemed to have claimed the lives of two monsters. Lin Qiu sheathed his blade, and the torrential rain immediately washed away the mist of blood. It was at this moment that he beheld an imposing war chariot resembling a palace of white bones. The chariot was hoisted by several towering demon warriors with great difficulty. It was his blade that had just struck them. Oh, it seemed he had inadvertently slain the flag-bearer beside them. To Lin Qiu's astonishment, the demise of the three demon warriors appeared to have gone unnoticed, as the others treated him, a living being, with utter indifference. Continuing to lift the skeletal chariot and advance slowly. Was this a living target? It must be noted that this peculiar creature was second only to the centurion, and slaying one would yield attributes far exceeding those of dozens of smaller foes. Thus, Lin Qiu wasted no time in executing his deadly assault. Slain the demon lifting the chariot, Shura trait activated, attack power 66. Slain the demon lifting the chariot, Shura trait activated, health points 108. Slain. In the blink of an eye, the demon warriors turned into fodder for the opening, and Lin Qiu did not limit his carnage to a single spot. Instead, he maneuvered beneath the skeletal chariot, attacking from within. After all, if too many demons were slain, the chariot might lose balance and crush a few of its bearers, which would be quite a loss. However, despite Lin Qiu's caution, the inevitable occurred as the number of fallen demons increased. With the collapse of one demon, the remaining warriors could no longer support the skeletal chariot. Boom. With a resounding crash, the chariot plummeted to the ground, instantly stirring a deluge of blood. The demons Lin Qiu had slain were already bleeding profusely, and with the rain diluting the gore, the skeletal chariot transformed into a blood-soaked vehicle, turning the battlefield into a scene reminiscent of hell. Unperturbed by the eerie, blood-colored chariot before him, Lin Qiu strode boldly inside, with the Shura trait granting him immortality. Coupled with resurrection coins, who would dare to cower? He kicked the chariot's grand doors, which crashed down with a thunderous sound, revealing a magnificent interior. There, gold and silver blood droplets flowed like water, and mountains of corpses lay piled high. Amidst this bizarre landscape, a demon as plump as a pig feasted ravenously, completely oblivious to Lin Qiu's presence. What a sight! This isn't a commander of demons, it's a pig lord. Lin Qiu sighed in disbelief and approached, delivering a swift kick. 12. The corpulent demon was sent sprawling into the gold and silver, creating a cacophony as it rolled, becoming entirely buried beneath the treasure. With only its stout, elephantine legs flailing helplessly in the air. Simultaneously, the name of the boss emerged. Demon Centurion Pig Lord. Level 29, Elite Template, health points 10, 800. With over 10,000 health points, it was indeed a creature of Centurion caliber, a stark contrast to the ordinary Centurions. The sounds of gluttony echoed from the treasure pool, as a hefty arm struggled to push aside the obstacles, seemingly finding it arduous even to crawl out. Unable to bear the sight, Lin Qiu unsheathed his blade and swiftly approached the pig lord, aiming for a strike beneath the treasure. Upon witnessing the damage he inflicted, Lin Qiu was taken aback by the high defense. A casual strike from him could severely maim a centurion, yet against the pig lord, it merely chipped away at 1/10 of its health. Chapter 35, 2 strikes into the second phase. Ah, it hurts. So painful. After taking that blow, the pig lord finally seemed to regain its senses and leaped forth. However, what followed was an avalanche of fat. Lin Qiu's blade pierced its belly, sending a torrent of fat gushing forth. Dodging the fatty onslaught, Lin Qiu remained silent and struck again, observing the pig lord still wailing in agony. A glimmer of realization sparked in Lin Qiu's eyes. It appeared that the pig lord was not afraid of the aura of the opening. After such a long time, he had finally encountered a foe he could continuously strike. Elated, Lin Qiu gripped his blade tightly and unleashed a flurry of attacks. In no time, the pig lord's health bar dropped by a full third. How infuriating! Why must you kill me? I only wish to eat my fill. The pig lord roared in fury, declaring that anyone who impeded his meal must perish. In the next moment, its massive hand, akin to a basin, came crashing down toward Lin Qiu. Unwavering, Lin Qiu thrust the blade forward. In an instant, the blade pierced the pig lord's palm, yet the narrow blade could not withstand the force, and the blow landed squarely on Lin Qiu. Taking the hit from the pig lord, Lin Qiu felt a dull ache in his chest. But almost immediately, a unique power surged from the blade. With the trait of immortality, every time Lin Qiu was wounded, he absorbed the life force around him to heal. 100, 100. In mere moments, a green light leaped before Lin Qiu, fully restoring his health. In contrast, a white number appeared above the pig lord. 50, 50. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Long before he acquired the blade, he had pondered whether he could directly siphon life force from enemies to replenish his health. But due to his poor condition and the terrifying appearance of the slaughterer, he had refrained from attempting it. Now, he had received his answer from the pig lord. He could indeed absorb blood from the demon, and it was real damage. However, there was a limitation. He could only siphon half the health from the demon, while the remaining health needed to be drawn from the surrounding environment. After all, demons were not living beings. They could only grasp a sliver of life by consuming flesh and blood, so being able to absorb half was already a significant boon for Lin Qiu. Nevertheless, while Lin Qiu reveled in his success, the pig lord clutched its belly and collapsed in despair. So hungry, even hungrier. Can you blame me? I have siphoned all the life force from within you. Lin Qiu chuckled heartily and struck again. Yet, to his surprise, upon hearing his words, the pig lord suddenly raised its head, a fierce glint igniting in its eyes. Is it you? It's you. The pig lord became enraged. Boom. With a mighty punch, before Lin Qiu could react, he was sent crashing into a pile of bones. A blood-red number leaped above Lin Qiu's head. 1,200. In an instant, Lin Qiu felt a dull thud in his chest. Without needing to look, he knew it must be bruised and battered. 100, 100, 100. The opening's trait activated, beginning to siphon blood furiously, while above the pig lord's head, the numbers 50, 50 appeared. His wounds healed rapidly, and Lin Qiu had no intention of draining the pig lord to death. Instead, he gripped the blade and continued the fight. In the face of the furious pig lord, the two clashed fiercely. Gold and silver treasures scattered across the ground as the pig lord charged like a human tank, while Lin Qiu stood resolute, accepting every blow. When the pig lord attacked, Lin Qiu did not dodge. He simply endured. As Lin Qiu fell, the pig lord would feel an insatiable hunger, leading to a bizarre exchange where each time the pig lord knocked Lin Qiu down, it would also collapse from hunger. Thus, they battled back and forth, locked in a fierce struggle. This was the essence of full damage flow. The pig lord not only needed to absorb Lin Qiu's attacks, but also suffered from its own recoil. Watching the human rise time and again, seemingly unscathed despite facing its formidable blows, the pig lord's mentality crumbled entirely. Die, 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 die. You will die? Exert yourself a bit, will you? Lin Qiu exclaimed, thrusting a blade deep into Xiang Jun's chest, a wry smile gracing his lips. Are you truly this agitated? Ah, mere humans. Xiang Jun opened its colossal mouth and let out a deafening roar, and in the next moment, a transformation occurred. It was as if an inexhaustible force surged forth from within Xiang Jun, causing the fat on its body to expand at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, this fat flooded the entire skeletal palace, filling every inch of space, leaving Lin Qiu cornered and immobile. Yet, the expansion was far from over. Xiang Jun's body continued to swell. Boom. The vast skeletal palace was instantly obliterated, and Lin Qiu was flung into the air. However, as he soared through the sky, he beheld a scene that rendered him momentarily speechless. Where the skeletal war chariot once stood, a magnificent white elephant suddenly arose. Towering several dozen meters, it stood amidst a sea of corpses and blood, resembling a vengeful deity, as it raised its trunk to the heavens and trumpeted. Accompanied by a thunderous crack, the mightiest form of Xiang Jun made its appearance. As Lin Qiu fell freely, he suddenly felt a soft impact behind him, and instead of landing in the icy muck, he found himself cradled in someone's arms. Turning his head, he was astonished to discover it was Qin Bai. Qin Bai? What brings you here? Qin Bai gazed at the imposing white elephant with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Our objective this time was merely to inflict pain upon the enemy commander, to compel it to retreat. I never anticipated you would achieve this single-handedly. A military officer nearby interjected. However, you haven't just injured it. You've nearly slain it. This is now a matter of life and death. Rising to his feet, Lin Qiu replied, not a problem. I'll simply kill it. Kill it. Officer 701 sighed. In this form, a mere brush against it would be fatal for an ordinary person. How could one possibly slay it? Fortunately, we have a backup plan. As the two military members began strategizing a retreat, Qin Bai turned to Lin Qiu. How do you intend to kill it? Officer 701 was taken aback. You can't be serious about confronting it, can you? While unleashing the full power of the divine blade would greatly enhance your strength, your base stats are far too low to defeat it. Lin Qiu reassured them. Do not worry, I can handle this alone. Hey, Lin Qiu. Officer 701 attempted to restrain him, desperate to prevent his demise, but was held back by Qin Bai instead. Officer 701 insisted. How can you just let him march to his death? Qin Bai shook her head. He is resolute in his endeavors and will pursue them regardless. Our task now is to proceed with Plan B. Upon hearing Qin Bai's words, Officer 701 fell silent, understanding that individuals like Lin Qiu, possessing exceptional strength yet unbound by official constraints, often bore an indomitable pride, refusing to turn back until they hit a wall. With a resigned sigh, He said, "Fine. Let us prepare Plan B, to keep Xiangjun at bay until that fellow realizes his folly. When the time comes, we shall rescue him." As everyone busily set the plan into motion, Lin Qiu had already reached the foot of Xiangjun. With a swift slash, he left a gash in its flesh. Remarkably, not only did Xiangjun's health regenerate, but its attributes surged once more. Now, Xiangjun boasted a staggering 12,000 health points. Chapter 36, The Fall of Xiangjun. This was his own doing. Had Qinbai struck, even a basic attack would have inflicted negligible damage, barely scratching the surface. Before Lin Qiu could fully grasp the situation, Xiangjun abruptly lifted its massive leg, akin to a towering pillar, and brought it crashing down upon him. Boom. This blow felt like colliding head-on with a speeding freight truck, and Lin Qiu sensed his entire body threatening to turn to mush. 5,000. Dark crimson numbers appeared above Lin Qiu's head, unmistakably indicating that this strike had nearly drained his health. Immediately, the effects of his skill activated, slowly restoring Lin Qiu's health while inflicting damage to Xiangjun 2,500. A mournful trumpeting echoed as a tear of blood trickled from the corner of Xiangjun's eye, seemingly lamenting the injustice of the universe. Emerging from the bloodied pit, Lin Qiu spat out a mouthful of blood, gripping his weapon anew, and plunged it into Xiangjun's thigh. Why does it feel like my strikes deal less damage than the retaliation I receive? He pondered, realizing that while ordinary attacks were subject to damage mitigation, the health restoration was pure damage. Suddenly, Lin Qiu understood that simply remaining still might enable him to slay Xiangjun. As long as the opponent's damage output was sufficient, they would succumb to the backlash of his skill. Just as Lin Qiu contemplated this, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Qiu, run, get away from there." It was Qinbai. Startled, Lin Qiu turned to see her shooting several ice spikes towards Xiangjun, marking a path for escape. Simultaneously, he sensed an ominous rumbling sound in the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qiu shouted, "I will not perish. Go all out, but do not approach." Qinbai immediately responded, "Understood." With that, she grasped the hilt of her frost blade, her gaze sharpening with determination. The two military members nearby exchanged worried glances. "White sorceress? You can't be considering?" Indeed, Qinbai exhaled a breath of frost, as the area around her transformed into a realm of snow. Gazing at the surging floodwaters, Qinbai raised her frost blade high and swung it fiercely. Frostblade, Ice River. The blade's azure light surged with the wind, extending hundreds of meters before cleaving through the floodwaters, which were instantly transformed into countless shards of ice, roaring forward. Ultimately, a moving ice river crashed into Xiangjun. Boom! The razor-sharp ice spikes effortlessly breached Xiangjun's proud defenses, sending shards flying. The enormous creature, weighing thousands of tons, appeared feeble before the combined might of nature and human strength, its bones fracturing under the onslaught. 8,000. An unprecedentedly colossal number materialized above Xiangjun's head. Having just entered its second phase, and at the peak of its power, Xiangjun was grievously wounded by this attack. Even Lin Qiu, who had sought refuge at Xiangjun's side, could not evade the repercussions. His defenses were far inferior to Xiangjun's, and even the residual shockwave stripped away over 10,000 health points, leaving him critically wounded. Fortunately, Lin Qiu had always been averse to being indebted to others, and he promptly ensured Xiangjun repaid its debt. The true damage of his skill acted as the final straw, as Xiangjun's health, which had still been over 2,000, was swiftly depleted. A mournful cry escaped Xiangjun's lips as it succumbed, finally closing its eyes. Xiangjun slain. Azura trait activated. Attack power 666, defense power 666. Upon vanquishing the formidable Xiangjun, Lin Qiu experienced a remarkable elevation in his fundamental attributes, with his base attack power soaring to an impressive 7,000. Concurrently, a system notification indicating the completion of a quest resonated in Lin Qiu's ears. Side Quest 4. Eliminate the malevolent leader of the Ghost Army, Captain Xiangjun, has been accomplished. You have received 20,000 pure white fragments. With the completion of Side Quest 4, your innate talent, Chaotic Blessing, has been activated. You have obtained the relic, Translucent Sword Heart, Purple. Translucent Sword Heart, Purple upon utilization, grants the unique talent of Translucent Sword Heart. Trait 1. When you practice swordsmanship, each swing of your sword has a chance to trigger an inspiration surge, significantly enhancing your learning progress. Trait 2. When you wield a sword, the weaknesses of your enemies will be revealed to you. Attacking these weaknesses results in a guaranteed critical hit, with critical damage increased by 100, while ignoring 50 points of the opponent's defense. Undoubtedly, the Chaotic Blessing has bestowed a valuable artifact, and with the Translucent Sword Heart, Lin Qiu's offensive capabilities escalated even further. The augmentation of critical damage and the ability to exploit weaknesses while disregarding 50 defense points meant that Lin Qiu could now effortlessly unleash devastating blows akin to Qin by summoning a flood, harnessing the advantage of time and place, all while fully unleashing the Divine Blade's potential. Had he possessed such damage earlier, Xiangjun would have likely been reduced to mere slices of white elephant noodle before Qinbai, and the others arrived. Yet, the true strength of the translucent sword heart does not lie solely in damage amplification. Rather, it significantly enhances skill acquisition. In the first realm, Lin Qiu had temporarily acquired the skill, Soul Arrow, capable of inflicting damage on souls. However, this was merely a relic effect, and once Lin Qiu departed the novice dungeon, he would lose that ability. The translucent sword heart, however, serves as an accelerator. Skills learned through it are equivalent to mastering them, ensuring their permanence even after leaving the dungeon world. Upon choosing to acquire the relic, Lin Qiu felt a surge of clarity within his chest, as if the entire world had become illuminated. Without needing to open his eyes, he could sense numerous nodes in the icy river before him, all easily destructible. With a swift thrust of his blade, the previously impenetrable ice that had submerged Lin Qiu and Xiangjuan shattered into pieces, allowing the frigid waters to surge in. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiu swam to the surface. With a splash, he emerged from the frigid waters and clambered onto a floating ice chunk, rubbing his hands together. It must be said, this technique indeed possessed formidable power, leaving even him feeling a tad chilled. Lin Qiu, young master, a distant voice called out. And as he looked up, he saw personnel from the military and Orange Shinshu approaching. Lin Qiu greeted them from afar, and soon they converged. Orange Shinshu was the first to apologize. Young master, I noticed there were few remaining ghosts on the front lines, so I dared to come seek you. Lin Qiu said little in response, casually remarking, in the future, during such grand spectacles, keep your distance from me. It is for your own good. I am not one to perish easily. Next, the military personnel spoke earnestly. According to our analysis, Xiangjuan may not be dead yet. We must evacuate immediately. Xiangjuan is not dead? Lin Qiu reassured them. Do not worry. He is thoroughly deceased. His body is still submerged below. 701 paused, but just now, the ice sealing Xiangjuan shattered. That was my doing, Lin Qiu retorted. I couldn't possibly remain down there indefinitely, could I? 701 still appeared skeptical. But 6,000 damage is hardly sufficient to slay Xiangjuan. According to the latest intelligence from the military, Xiangjuan possesses a substantial health pool of approximately 10,000. Lin Qiu interjected. Actually, it's 12,000. 701 pressed further. What about the other 6,000? Lin Qiu smiled nonchalantly. Need I guess? I dealt that damage myself. Now, let's not indulge in needless worries. I am not one to fabricate such lies. Xiangjuan is dead. Upon hearing these words, the two military members stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer astonishment. How long had Lin Qiu been gone? In such a brief span, he had managed to inflict 6,000 damage? It was worth noting that Xiangjuan was no mere health sponge. He was an armored behemoth. Chapter 37. A blade to shatter the seal. How had they managed to breach his armor? They had manipulated a river and contended with torrential rain to amplify the water flow. Only then had they barely managed to deal 8,000 damage. Yet Lin Qiu had silently inflicted 6,000? It seemed he had not been exaggerating. He might indeed be capable of single-handedly defeating Captain Xiangjuan. Realizing this, 701 felt a dryness in his throat. Now, enough of this. Where is Qin Bai? Why is she absent? Lin Qiu craned his neck to look behind the group, failing to spot Qin Bai. Speaking of her, the military members exchanged complex glances. If you come over, you'll understand. Shortly thereafter, they traversed the ice-laden river to the area with the most intense cold. It resembled an artificial polar region, with a frozen ground layer a meter thick, and at the center of this harsh environment stood a diamond-shaped ice crystal. Within the ice crystal lay Qin Bai's body, encased. 701 rubbed his temples, his expression grim. She claimed to possess a method to suppress the divine blade, which is why we permitted her to fully unleash it. Who would have known that the moment she completed the full release, she would be encased in ice generated by the divine blade? Qin Bai's slumber effectively incapacitated 1/5 of humanity's combat strength. To sacrifice so much for a single captain was indeed a steep price. As for how to awaken Qin Bai from her slumber, 701 had already dispatched a message to the military, but the prognosis was bleak. After all, the divine blade was the most enigmatic existence in this world, and even humanity knew little about it. Reflecting on this, 701 couldn't help but sigh. Today's youth seemed to lack a sense of the bigger picture, Lin Qiu mused, quickly stepping forward. 701 hastily interjected, be cautious. The ice crystal must not be touched directly. The divine blade is currently highly aggressive, and we have yet to discover a means to counter it. Protective measures are necessary. That is unnecessary. Lin Qiu strode confidently towards the ice crystal, drawing his blade and stabbing it into the crystal. Clang! The crimson blade pierced, shattering the ice crystal into fragments. And the moment Qin Bai's body lost its support, she began to topple. Lin Qiu quickly sheathed his sword and caught her. As she was freed from the icy confinement, Qin Bai's eyes slowly opened, and upon seeing Lin Qiu, a glimmer of relief washed over her. Lin Qiu embraced Qin Bai's body, colder than ice, and sighed in exasperation. Did I not say to leave it to me? Qin Bai, such a day was inevitable. Adapting in advance is crucial. Lin Qiu glanced at the frost-covered snow. Lin Qiu, the divine blade seems to be in need of repairs. As if sensing Lin Qiu's gaze, Frost Snow's blade trembled slightly, as if to defend itself. Qinbai, this instance of freezing was not a backlash from the divine blade. Frost Snow did not dare to consume my soul. The freezing merely served to allow me to better wield Frost Snow's power, considering I had only recently acquired it. Lin Qiu blinked slightly, activating the translucent sword heart. Through the insight into weaknesses, he noted that aside from her weakened state, Qinbai's soul had suffered little harm. Lin Qiu, it did not deceive you. When will you be able to recover? Qinbai, in approximately 3 hours, I will regain my ability to move. Lin Qiu, very well, take the time to rest. As Lin Qiu and Qinbai engaged in a peculiar silent exchange, their wide-eyed gaze locking onto one another, the onlookers gradually deduced that a private conversation was unfolding. However, at this moment, the majority of them were oblivious to this detail. Their attention was captivated instead by the astonishing revelation. Had Qinbai truly been rescued so effortlessly? That was the seal of the divine blade, and according to the military's records, even with the presence of the other 4 divine blades, it was not guaranteed that one could forcibly break it. Success depended solely on individual fortune. Yet now, Lin Qiu had shattered it with a mere thrust. Observing the forlorn Frost Snow lying at their feet, the assembly began to realize for the first time that perhaps the divine blade was not as insurmountable as previously believed. Oh, wait. No, it was Lin Qiu who was simply too extraordinary. The seal had been breached, and the divine blade did not dare to stir. What manner of weapon was Lin Qiu wielding? Recognizing that Qinbai was in a poor state, Lin Qiu had no intention of lingering in the frigid air. He hooked his foot around Frost Snow and kicked the divine blade towards Jiu Xinju, then turned to the 2 military personnel and inquired, "Is it acceptable for you 2 to handle the battlefield cleanup?" "Absolutely." The 2 members promptly nodded, for in their minds, Lin Qiu had ascended to the status of a mysterious overlord. Such a formidable individual was someone even the military sought to befriend earnestly. On their way back, Qinbai, nestled in Lin Qiu's embrace, had already succumbed to slumber. The cost of liberation was steep, even with Frost Snow's full support. It was a burden too great for a novice awakener like Qinbai to bear alone. Under normal circumstances, the head of the shrine would faint while retreating from the front lines, inevitably inciting widespread panic. However, the spectacle had been so grand. Qinbai had commanded floods that crystallized into ice, vanquishing the elephant monarch, an event that appeared to commoners as though a deity had descended. Therefore, even if Qinbai had collapsed from exhaustion, no one would question his prowess. After all, the calamity that transpired was visible to all. Though it was Lin Qiu who had delivered the killing blow to the elephant monarch, he refrained from correcting the narrative. In this era, fabricating a godlike figure could undoubtedly instill greater hope in the hearts of the ordinary folk, and indeed, it was Qinbai who had dealt the majority of the damage during the boss battle. The first wave of the evil ghost army had been thoroughly dismantled, with the elephant monarch slain and the majority of his legion annihilated by Lin Qiu, and the remainder swept away by the floods. Almost none remained. While there were more than one elephant monarch within the evil ghost army, it would take at least a month for them to realize the shift and summon reinforcements from elsewhere. A month was ample time for the citizens near the Kagaya shrine to retreat securely to the area under the general's command. With the elderly, women, and children having been evacuated earlier, the results of this encounter were indeed gratifying. No one had anticipated that they would not only withstand the initial onslaught, but also easily slay the enemy's commander. Such a resounding victory even sparked thoughts of a counteroffensive, though it was clear that such notions must be quashed. However, while a counterattack was out of the question, a brief stay of 1 or 2 days posed no issue. As for the reason for the delay, on the following day, the now frozen river had several boats traversing its waters, searching for treasures. Lin Qiu and his companions were aboard one of those vessels. Did the elephant monarch truly possess vast amounts of gold and silver? Qinbai inquired. Lin Qiu nodded affirmatively. That is certainly the case. During my first phase, I scoured the entire bone palace, and aside from flesh and blood, it was mostly gold and silver. Although the Kagaya shrine sought refuge in the general's territory, without funds, they would merely be refugees. With money, they could establish a new life. Qinbai agreed. Your foresight is truly commendable. Lin Qiu chuckled. Not at all. The idea of recovering lost treasures from the riverbed is simply too intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Qiu's gaze flickered, for he had already glimpsed gold through the water. Look, we have found it. This seemed to act as a signal. After Lin Qiu's initial discovery, more individuals began to uncover the gold and jewels scattered from the elephant monarch's massive form. After a full day of gathering, the amassed treasures filled 5 entire chests, roughly estimated to be worth 2,000 taels of gold. Such wealth was sufficient for the Kagaya Shrine's refugees to establish a modest foothold, while it was certain that many more treasures lay buried beneath the earth. Now was not the time for extensive excavations. Qinbai chose to take what fortune had provided. With the belongings of the Kagaya Shrine securely in hand, the young adult contingent responsible for the rearguard began their journey northward. Chapter 38, The Jiu Clan. 10 days later, near the territory of the Northern General's shogunate, The sound of wheels rolling over somewhat damp soil echoed along the military road laid by the general, as a long convoy of carriages slowly advanced. With the complete annihilation of the Elephant Monarch and his forces, a considerable amount of time had been gained for the relocation of the Kagaya Shrine. Consequently, many items that had previously been left behind in the haste to escape were now brought along. Furthermore, with only the young adults remaining, the convoy did not appear to be fleeing, but rather resembled a logistical unit. At the forefront of the convoy were two carriages designated for rest. In times of escape, carriages and horses were invaluable transportation resources, and employing a horse to pull an empty carriage was clearly a waste. Thus, only two such carriages were available, one belonging to Lin Qiu and the other to Qinbai. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Enter. The curtain was lifted, and Jiu Xinju stepped inside, carrying a lunchbox, as he began to serve the food while speaking. Young master, we expect to reach the general's territory today. Soon we shall return to the Jiu clan. Indeed, Lin Qiu replied, pouring meat broth over his rice, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent. Nearly a month has passed, and we are finally returning. Although the name of the Jiu clan persisted thanks to Qinbai's advocacy, and the main quest was progressing normally, who would not be delighted at the prospect of inheriting such a grand legacy? After hastily finishing lunch, Lin Qiu lifted the curtain and could see the fortifications erected at the boundary of the general's territory from afar. Due to the evil ghost army, it could be said that civilians across the instance world were converging toward the last bastion of safety, the general's domain. Thus, this area had effectively become a concentration of refugees. Occasionally, groups of 3 or 4 would cast greedy glances at the convoy, yet the entirely youthful contingent of the Kagaya Shrine instilled such intimidation that no one dared approach. Before long, the convoy had crossed through the refugee area and arrived at the fortifications. The commanding officer guarding the gate was a burly warrior who hurriedly opened the door to greet them. Welcome to the territory of the esteemed general. May I request your names for verification? Qinbai was the first to step out, his white hair and otherworldly beauty momentarily stunning the surrounding guards into silence. With clarity and precision, Qinbai introduced himself. I am Bai Kagaya, the head of the Kagaya Shrine. We have come to seek refuge from the slaughter of the evil ghost army. I kindly request you open the gates. The commanding officer regained his composure, exclaiming, Ah, it is the renowned White Priestess. The evil ghost army has been repelled from the Kagaya territory. The general has already been informed of this, and we welcome you wholeheartedly. Since the emergence of the evil ghost army, the general had been diligently working to summon the divine blades from various regions. Thus news had already reached them by the time the Kagaya Shrine set out. Qinbai responded, once the citizens are settled, I will naturally pay a visit to the general. The commanding officer beamed, that is splendid. However, we must conduct a routine inspection. The evil ghost army is cunning and treacherous, and they could easily infiltrate among the fleeing refugees. That is understandable. Qinbai nodded in agreement. The commanding officer let out a sigh of relief and promptly ordered an inspection of each carriage. Naturally, Lin Qiu's cart was also knocked open. 2 warriors, swords hanging from their waists, respectfully inquired, Sir, may we inspect those large boxes in the corner? Leaning against the carriage, Lin Qiu nodded slightly, certainly. At once, Zhu Xinzong stepped forward and opened the boxes one by one. In the next moment, a dazzling array of jewels instantly dazzled the eyes of the 2 warriors. So much gold. They swallowed hard, gazing longingly at the closed boxes. Very well, we have completed our inspection, they reported. Lin Qiu smiled faintly, thank you, gentlemen. As the curtains were drawn, the 2 warriors proceeded to their next location, yet they remained somewhat unsettled. With such an abundance of gold and jewels, who on earth was seated in that carriage? If not for the commander's strict orders forbidding us from provoking this group, I would have certainly taken a cut. If all goes as expected, the carriage must contain the last 2 direct descendants of the Jiu family. Humph. Indeed, the Jiu family is nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Not only obliterated by the Demon Legion at the first encounter, but even the ones who fled did so with their riches in tow. Such a family deserves to be stripped of their status as a noble clan. Indeed, this matter has stirred quite the uproar lately. I reckon that once the avaricious young master returns, the Jiu family will surely collapse. Inside the carriage, Lin Qiu opened his eyes. Zhu Xinzong whispered, young master. Should I take their tongues? Lin Qiu raised an eyebrow. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Zhu Xinzong replied, according to the law, those who insult noble families to their faces are to be punished with tongue extraction. Clearly, these 2 warriors, seeing the Jiu family reduced to just 2 members, are brazenly mocking us. Lin Qiu watched the departing figures of the 2 warriors and softly remarked, there is no need for such measures. Even ordinary warriors dare to speak so boldly, indicating that there are forces behind the scenes aiding in the downfall of the Jiu family. We should focus our efforts on those hidden puppeteers. Zhu Xinzong inclined his head slightly. Understood, young master. Before long, the inspection at the checkpoint concluded, and the convoy of the Kagaya Shrine successfully entered the general's territory, under the guidance of the warriors dispatched by the checkpoint commander. The Kagaya Shrine convoy reunited with the first group of elderly, weak, women, and children that had escaped. The Kagaya Shrine, being a powerful family, could not stabilize itself easily. Lin Qiu took a few small yellow fish from the boxes for provisions and led 2 swift horses from the stables, proactively bidding farewell to Qinbai. Upon seeing Lin Qiu's intent to depart, everyone felt a pang of reluctance. After all, Lin Qiu provided an unparalleled sense of security. It seemed that as long as he was nearby, matters would never descend to the most perilous depths. Riding on horseback, Lin Qiu let out a sigh. In truth, I am quite reluctant to move, but regrettably, I have my own tasks to attend to. There is no choice but to part ways temporarily. However, the general will soon assemble a coalition against the demon army, and we shall meet again. Hearing this, the crowd felt a twinge of worry. After all, within the narrative, tasks were often intertwined with personal experiences. Qinbai, merely an ordinary shrine maiden, now bore the future of the entire Kaguya shrine upon her shoulders. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu, as the sole surviving direct descendant of the Zhu family, possessed that enigmatic blade. The difficulty of their tasks was undoubtedly immense. 2 members of the military department assured, "We have communicated with our members embedded in the upper echelons of the narrative world. They will do their utmost to preserve the Zhu family's name and status." An unexpected little surprise. Lin Qiu gave a thumbs up to the 2 military members. Although he had no intention of relying on external assistance, the military's actions were commendable. Qinbai added, "I just wrote a letter to the general. As the current wielder of the divine blade, I should carry some weight." Very well. Lin Qiu reined in the reins, turned the horse's head, and waved farewell to the crowd, until we meet again in a few days. Chapter 39, Reclaiming the Zhu Family. In the general's shogunate, the core area, as the safest place in the narrative world, the streets of the shogun's mansion bustled with traffic and throngs of people, resembling a paradise on earth. However, within the council hall of the shogun's residence, an austere tranquility prevailed. As the door swung open, 3 middle-aged men entered in succession. Seated at the head of the long table was a solitary figure. With black hair and purple eyes, a faint scar adorned his right eye, seemingly a mark of a blade's injury. Merely sitting there exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. This individual was the current shogun, the foremost master of the shogunate. Possessing one of the divine blades, the heavenly punishment, surpassing even the sword saint in this era, which could be termed the age of diminishing magic. The shogun, Minamoto Haruharu. The 3 men who entered were the heads of the 3 prominent clans under the shogun's command, the leader of the Asuka clan, the leader of the Akita clan, and the acting leader of the Zhu clan. Although the Zhu family's direct lineage and the majority of their warriors had perished on the battlefield, numerous branch members still remained within their territory. Thus a temporary leader was swiftly chosen. However, without military support, the current situation of the Zhu family could be described as precarious, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. "Please sit." As the voice resonated, the 3 clan leaders immediately knelt beside the long table. "Yes, my lord." Minamoto Haruharu regarded the 3 clan leaders with a calm demeanor and stated, "The demon army is on the verge of breaching our gates. The royal family, disregarding their own lives, aims to drag us into the fray. There is no room for secrecy among you. The 3 great clans must send troops to the front lines. Furthermore, each clan must dispatch a 10-member elite team to attempt to draw forth the divine blade. If the attempt to unsheath the blade fails, then strive to become divine soldiers. The divine blades, mythical in nature, could only be drawn by a select few in the current era, and apart from Minamoto Haruharu, no one else was capable. However, recent battle reports had distinctly indicated that Kaguya Shrine's Kaguya had successfully unsheathed the divine blade Frost and Snow, while the Inazuma clan's Inazuma had drawn the divine blade Flowing Fire. Thus far, 3 out of the 5 divine blades had been drawn, naturally suggesting that the seals on these blades might have begun to weaken. Currently, the shogun only possessed 1 divine blade, which was a matter of great concern. Clearly, the leaders of the 3 clans understood the gravity of the situation and readily agreed to send people to attempt to draw the blade. At the very least, they would strive to become divine soldiers. After discussing such an essential matter, the focus inevitably shifted towards the increasingly declining Zhu family. The leader of the Asuka clan, with a pointed implication, remarked, "Zhu family, can you truly dispatch enough warriors to the front lines at this moment? Surely you aren't planning to send the elderly, the weak, and the sick?" The leader of the Akita clan chimed in, "Given the current dire state of battle, as a noble family, the Zhu family occupies vast lands yet does not contribute. Other clans may not refrain from gossiping." The acting leader of the Zhu clan responded with a forced smile, "Alas, it is all due to the former clan leader's arrogance. A full 2,000 warriors were sent to their demise in vain. Our 3 great clans have worked alongside the shogun for a long time, and we hope you can extend your support during this time." "Support?" The leader of the Asuka clan chuckled, "Of course, we can provide support. Given the severe shortage of warriors in the Zhu family, I believe our Asuka clan can send over some warriors to serve as swordsmanship instructors, swiftly nurturing the new generation. As colleagues, how could one stand idly by?" The leader of the Akita clan narrowed his eyes. "Our Akita clan can also dispatch a group of warriors to guard the Zhu family's fields and resources, preventing them from being easily taken by the demon army and affecting logistics." As the words of the two clan leaders echoed in the air, the presiding Yuzuki spoke up. The Tachibana clan has been at the forefront of the battle against the demon army, suffering the loss of their leader and the near-total depletion of their warriors. They are deserving of recognition. Yet the current crisis demands that we utilize the resources of the Tachibana territory. Therefore, during our campaign against the demons, the clan with the greatest military achievements shall temporarily oversee the management of Tachibana's assets. Upon hearing this, the previously jovial expressions of the two clan leaders instantly vanished. The acting clan leader of the Tachibana remained silent, observing the unfolding drama. At this moment, the Aoi and Akita clans were intent on seizing Tachibana's assets, aiming to reduce the three clans into two. The general, on the other hand, sought to use Tachibana's resources as a means of motivation, enhancing the resolve of the smaller clans to confront the demon army, while deliberately nurturing new aristocratic families to replace the Tachibanas. The acting leader of the Tachibana, chosen from a collateral line, merely hoped to salvage some scraps from this debacle, a fortunate turn of events for someone who lacked any claim to territorial inheritance. Even with the specter of war looming, humanity could not escape the reality of internal strife. The gathering descended into a cacophony of disputes, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The general, Yuzuki, pressed the hilt of his sword, suppressing the urge to resort to violence. The hour is late. Let us resume our discussions tomorrow. The leaders of the two clans snorted dismissively. We trust the general will give this matter due consideration. The acting leader of the Tachibana, whose legs had grown numb from kneeling, quickly rose to follow the two clan leaders as they exited. Just before leaving the general's residence, the two clan leaders halted, their gazes fixed on the Tachibana acting leader, and in a low tone cautioned, to inherit the Tachibana territory, you must learn to choose your allies. Do you understand? The Tachibana acting leader immediately plastered on a smile. Of course, you two have guided me to this position. I am well aware of what must be done. I have already located some of Tachibana's land deeds and shops, which I shall deliver to your residences tomorrow. At this, the leaders of the two clans finally revealed faint smiles and departed in their carriages. As the Tachibana acting leader watched the carriages fade from view, he exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped outside. Servants waiting at the door promptly approached. Clan leader. Indeed, he replied. Hearing this title filled him with a sense of pride, straightening his previously bent posture as he returned to the Tachibana's temporary residence. Yes, clan leader. The servants, relieved that the acting leader had not found fault, gazed at him with admiration. You truly have an eye for these matters. In the past, whenever we served, we were often met with scorn. Indeed, flattery and smiles go a long way. Our new clan leader seems to thrive on such. With that, the servant tightened the reins, and the carriage set off into the distance. The three major clans had residences within the general's city, occupying lands second only to that of the general's abode, and were exceedingly lavish. The carriage halted in front of the Tachibana estate, and the acting leader disembarked with an air of nonchalance, swiftly making his way inside. Although the Tachibana family had fallen from grace in the past, upon his return, he would have been greeted, yet today, for reasons unknown, no one appeared to welcome him after a prolonged absence. Fuming, the acting leader muttered, what insolence. Even in decline, the Tachibana remains a noble family. Is this how one is treated? Where is everyone? After an outburst of expletives, he finally noticed that the grand hall was brightly lit, bustling with activity. A pack of worthless wretches. I'll see you all sold off. The acting leader stormed forward, kicking open the grand doors. However, before he could utter another word, he stood frozen in shock, akin to a duck caught by the throat. Inside the brightly lit hall, people hurried about, and his concubines were bound tightly, rolling on the floor, while the family deeds he had brought from home were stacked haphazardly, available for anyone to peruse. Yet, this alone would not suffice to warrant his shock. After all, he had the backing of the two clans. Even if the servants revolted, they could not reach such a level of audacity. What truly rendered him immobile were the two familiar figures. Second young master. At that moment, Lin Qiu sat in the master's seat, legs crossed, leisurely cracking walnuts. Upon seeing the intruder, he chuckled. Well, if it isn't our Tachibana acting leader? Despite your treachery and insatiable greed, I must commend you for providing me with such delightful entertainment after all your efforts have come to naught. Consider this my mercy. Xianzhong, the acting leader, Tachibana Xianzhong, set down the deed he held and grasped the hilt of his sword. At your service. Lin Qiu smiled slightly. Send him on his way. Understood. Watching Tachibana Xianzhong approach with his blade drawn, the acting leader's complexion shifted. Realizing that the rumors of Lin Qiu's survival were true, he had not expected that Lin Qiu's first act upon returning would be to kill him. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure, barking, Tachibana Xianzhong. Halt. I am the clan leader of the Tachibana now. Seeing that Xianzhong remained silent, the acting leader grew increasingly frantic, pointing at Lin Qiu and berating, you coward who fled in battle. You are unworthy to be a part of the Tachibana. Tachibana Xianzhong, if you kill Lin Qiu now, I shall elevate you to the new direct line of the Tachibana. You will be the rightful heir of the clan. Lin Qiu, still grinning, grabbed another handful of seeds. As the tip of Xianzhong's blade drew near, the acting leader stepped back, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Realizing that Xianzhong had no intention of speaking, he panicked, scrambling backward and blabbering. Those things were not meant to be given away. The current state of the Tachibana makes it impossible to retain everything. I am merely abandoning the cart to save the horse. Lin Qiu, it's me. I used to hold you as a child. I have the support of the Aoi and Akita clans. If you kill me, the Tachibana will surely perish. Uft. The long blade pierced through the acting leader's chest. Tachibana Xianzhong, holding the hilt, coldly regarded the disbelief in his eyes as he pushed the body outside into the courtyard before withdrawing his blade. Spraying forth. Blood did not stain the room in the slightest. Moments later, Tachibana Xianzhong presented several letters to Lin Qiu, clan leader. These were found on him. Lin Qiu hastily skimmed through the letters, already aware of who was targeting the Tachibana family. Setting the letters aside, he pressed the door open and instructed, "Secure the deeds well and retire early. Tomorrow, we shall visit the general's residence. These petty human affairs must come to an end." Tachibana Xianzhong bowed his head. "Yes, clan leader." Chapter 40, Reasoning. The following day, at the general's residence, a meeting to divide the Tachibana clan was reconvened. The Aoi clan leader surveyed the empty seat across the table, his expression darkening. Why has the Tachibana clan leader not yet arrived? Never mind. Let us just reach a conclusion. The Akita clan leader scoffed. After all, the Tachibana is already a mere shadow of its former self. The general, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from further comment. Clearly aware that the acting leader of the Tachibana was nothing more than a powerless puppet. Just as the three were about to continue their important discussions, a sudden commotion erupted outside. This unexpected turn of events left the three momentarily stunned, and before they could react, a loud crash resonated as a hole was smashed through the window, followed by a dark spherical object hurtling inside, rolling across the floor until it came to a halt in the center of the room. It is the head of the Orange family. Upon realizing the true nature of that object, the other two clan leaders present instantly turned pale as a sheet, their faces drained of color. Having occupied their positions for decades, they had long since forgotten the sight of blood. Suddenly, a severed head was thrown before them. Who wouldn't be terrified? Who did this? General, is anyone allowed to enter your residence? With a rustle, the door swung open, and Lin Qiu stepped inside. At that moment, Lin Qiu was dressed in the hastily crafted attire of the Orange family head, a key hanging from his waist, his tall figure and strikingly handsome. Aloof visage presenting the image of a pampered nobleman. Had it not been for the severed head just tossed in, it is unlikely anyone would have associated him with the act of murder. Orange Shinzong was not present, due to the general's residence forbidding weapons. Lin Qiu had chosen to force his way in, engaging with the soldiers of the general's residence for necessary amicable negotiations. Facing the two stunned clan leaders, Lin Qiu smiled warmly. "Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Lin Qiu, the head of the Orange family." Upon finishing, Lin Qiu gestured towards the head that had rolled aside. "This individual was a traitor to our clan and has been dealt with accordingly. I shall be attending the upcoming meeting. Does anyone have any objections?" The leaders of the Flying Bird clan and the Autumn Field clan swallowed hard, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief silence, General Yuan Jihua finally spoke. "Let him in." No sooner had he uttered these words than the soldiers of the general's residence, who had initially attempted to disarm Lin Qiu, parted to allow Orange Shinzong entry. However, as the meeting room was reserved for the family heads, Orange Shinzong did not follow but instead retreated to a guest room, tacitly acknowledging Lin Qiu's position as head of the family. "Thank you." Offering a polite acknowledgement, Lin Qiu casually chose a seat, slamming the key on the table, immediately shifting the atmosphere. "Esteemed leaders, I shall not waste time with pleasantries. The demon army is on the verge of attacking us. The captains of the demon army are inhumane beings. We must unite to weather this storm. Instead of squabbling over how to divide the territory of the Orange family, it would be wiser to rally your own warriors. As for the Orange family, now that I have returned, there is no need for further debate over ownership." The moment this declaration was made, the expressions of the two clan leaders shifted drastically. Seizing the opportunity presented by the decimation of the Orange family, they had scurried about, supporting puppets and pressuring the general, and had finally managed to reach this point. Just as they were on the brink of swallowing the Orange family whole, an unexpected Lin Qiu emerged to halt their plans. Let alone the fact that he had just returned with only two people. Even if the Sword Saint, Orange Isen, were to return, they would still demand a substantial piece of the pie. The leader of the Flying Bird clan spoke up. "Orange Isen acted independently with his troops, resulting in a significant reduction in our combat strength. We could overlook that, but now you, an empty Orange family, dare to occupy prosperous territory?" The general, seated at the head of the table, could not help but furrow his brow. "I have always respected the Sword Saint of the Orange family, but given the current situation, dealing with the demon army is our priority. If you temporarily relinquish the Orange family's assets, once everything returns to normal, I will personally ensure they are returned to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu nodded in agreement. "Very well, since reason fails to persuade, let us converse through other means." With the demon army approaching, only those capable of slaying demons are worthy allies. If you wish for my orange family to relinquish our assets, then allow me to test your prowess. Upon uttering this, the two aging clan leaders' faces paled further. Although they had witnessed Lin Qiu entering with a blade, they had never considered he might actually strike. Lin Qiu's gaze swept across the two elder clan leaders before finally settling on the general. These two old men are nothing but remnants nearing their demise, of no consequence. However, I have long heard that General Yuan possesses unrivaled strength. How about testing your mettle against my blade? Witnessing the tense atmosphere, the two elder clan leaders turned pale with fright, hastily scrambling towards the exit, fearing Lin Qiu's potential for violence, abandoning any semblance of dignity befitting clan leaders. Yuan Jia gripped the divine blade at his waist and slowly rose. "I did not expect the Orange family to harbor such an arrogant youth in its final days. In that case, I shall discipline you on behalf of the old sword saint. If you can withstand my strike, I will do my utmost to advocate for the Flying Bird and Autumn Field clans on your behalf. If not, then you shall dutifully surrender your family's assets." Yuan Jiha's audacity to speak thus stemmed from immense confidence. He had begun training with a blade at the age of 8, taken lives by 10, and by 15 had drawn the divine blade, heavenly punishment. Now, at 28, he was nearly one with his weapon. Even the sword saint could easily be bested by him. As for Lin Qiu, he was the Orange family's second son, frail since childhood, and had collapsed on the battlefield. Now, his overbearing demeanor likely stemmed from believing himself the head of the Orange family. Yet, what he failed to realize was that the current Orange family had no capital to support his arrogance. Naive, impetuous. Reflecting on the time when the old sword saint had been his mentor, Yuan Jia sighed internally, discreetly diminishing his strength by a third, lest he inadvertently slay Lin Qiu. However, contrary to Yuan Jia's expectations, before he could make a move, Lin Qiu acted first. The moment Lin Qiu rose, Yuan Jia's brow furrowed. His stance was riddled with flaws, his method of exerting force incorrect, and he intended to rely on a sneak attack to gain the upper hand? Yuan Jiha's disappointment deepened. But at that instant, Lin Qiu suddenly gripped the hilt of his blade. In that moment, Yuan Jiha's expression shifted. He could distinctly sense a change in Lin Qiu's aura. This was the One Heart School's draw cut. Due to the arduous journey over the past few days, Lin Qiu had only practiced the draw cut. But with the aid of his transcendent sword heart, he had mastered this technique. Having seen much and learned much, Yuan Jiha immediately recognized the move's essence and swiftly altered his attack. Clang! The door swung open, drawing the blade directly onto the divine blade, heavenly punishment. In a direct clash between a great sword and a short blade, one would naturally expect the former to have an overwhelming advantage. Yet, at that moment, Yuan Jiha felt no sense of certainty, for the divine blade relayed the alarming message that it was on the verge of shattering. A weapon capable of breaking the divine blade. Yuan Jiha was taken aback, feeling incredibly fortunate for having remained vigilant earlier. He quickly mobilized all his muscles, angling his blade to minimize the point of contact with that strange blood-colored long knife. And then, in a bizarre maneuver, he sidestepped, managing to escape with his beloved blade in a rather awkward manner. However, Lin Qiu's momentum did not wane. The blood-colored blade energy cleaved through the guest hall like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly splitting the room in two as it surged outward. Crash! Bricks and stones flew in all directions, and the two clan leaders, who had been hiding outside, intending to watch Yuan Jia teach Lin Qiu a lesson, collapsed to the ground, their lower halves suddenly damp. They gaped in horror, unable to utter a single sound, clearly paralyzed by fear. Chapter 41, Physical Persuasion. They could hardly fathom that the universally acknowledged sword master, the exceptionally powerful general, could not even withstand a single strike from Lin Qiu. It was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Yet, the reality before them brooked no disbelief. The Orange family had produced an entity surpassing the Sword Saint, and everything was destined to be reshuffled. At this moment, Lin Qiu stood upon the table, leaning on the key with both hands, and smiled faintly at the two clan leaders huddled together. My reasoning has been laid bare. Autumn Field and Flying Bird families are always welcome to visit openly. But should you choose to come stealthily, Lin Qiu gracefully leaped off the table and approached the door, extending the blood-red blade to gently tap the cheeks of the two clan leaders. Then I shall also stealthily visit your homes for clandestine discussions. With a visage as refined as spring, Lin Qiu's smile was exceptionally warm and inviting. Yet, in the eyes of the two clan leaders, he now resembled a fearsome Azura, freshly emerged from the depths of hell, poised to drag them into eternal damnation. The Flying Bird clan leader stammered, tears welling up as he lamented. Our three great families are intrinsically linked, and with the Zhu family suffering such grievous harm, we are utterly heartbroken. We, the Flying Bird clan, are willing to contribute a fortune of 100,000 gold coins for the reconstruction of the Zhu family. I shall as well. The Akataka clan leader quickly chimed in. I'll also provide 100 Akita dogs specially bred by my family. Indeed, indeed. The three great families united in affection. This is the perfect resolution. Lin Qiu beamed with delight. All right, let us return and ensure our kin are well managed. Right, right. The two clan leaders supported each other, hastily retreating without a backward glance. Once the two leaders were dealt with, Lin Qiu turned to gaze at Yuan Jia, who sat kneeling on the ground, embracing the divine blade. Upon approaching, Lin Qiu realized he was murmuring to the blade in a soothing manner. It's all right. It doesn't hurt, Yuan Jia reassured himself. Although Lin Qiu was aware that the divine blade housed a great demon soul, this manner of interaction seemed rather peculiar. Observing the small nick on the blade, Lin Qiu hesitated. Perhaps I did indeed strike a bit too hard? However, it was unavoidable. These divine blades were exceedingly fragile, shattering with the slightest touch. Noticing Lin Qiu's proximity, Yuan Jia promptly sheathed his blade, protecting it behind him. Put your blade away. All right. Lin Qiu hastily sheathed his sword. And as the tension dissipated, the atmosphere in the reception room relaxed. Seeing the blood-red blade completely concealed within its sheath, Yuan Jia finally exhaled in relief and inquired, "Where did you acquire this blade?" The divine blade is regarded as the most formidable weapon in existence, yet in their duel, one strike had rendered the other incapacitated. This was nothing short of an impossibility. Yet, such an impossibility had indeed transpired. Lin Qiu turned, casually finding a cushion that had yet to be shattered, and settled down, no comment. Then, esteemed general, I wish to retain all the assets of the Zhu family. Do you have any objections? I do, Yuan Jia replied earnestly. While I understand your desire to keep the Zhu family's wealth, you must agree to one condition. Though the blade in your possession is undocumented in history, its power undoubtedly exceeds human comprehension. It is a waste to wield it in such a manner. You must allow me to be your swordsmanship instructor, enabling the full potential of this divine blade to be realized on the battlefield, slaying demons, before I consent to your retention of the Zhu family's assets. Taken aback by this condition, Lin Qiu initially thought Yuan Jia was resolute in a fight to the death. Yet surprisingly, the request was merely to be his swordsmanship mentor. Yuan Jia, as the only being surpassing the sword saint in the realm, stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. For most, seeking his tutelage was a futile endeavor. Even for Lin Qiu, who had just begun to grasp the essence of the Zhu family's sword art, this was an exceptional opportunity. Should Yuan Jia willingly impart his knowledge, combined with Lin Qiu's innate understanding, it would be akin to acquiring the world's most advanced techniques for free. Observing Yuan Jia's eyes light up as if discovering a rare gem, Lin Qiu could discern that this general was not a cunning political mastermind, but rather possessed a rare and sincere heart. He genuinely did not wish for Lin Qiu to squander the blade he held. Encountering such a benevolent individual, Lin Qiu lowered his guard. As it happens, I have recently contemplated learning swordsmanship. He nodded slightly. I accept your condition. Excellent. Yuan Jia exclaimed joyously. To be chosen by such a blade, you are undoubtedly extraordinary. In the future, you shall become a nightmare for the demon army, a pillar of support for humanity. Though I already am, Lin Qiu internally scoffed. After all, even Yuan Jia would not easily dispatch a captain-level adversary. Just as they concluded their discussion regarding the mentorship, a commotion erupted outside. Yuan Jia glanced at the half-destroyed room and remarked, "It seems the guard soldiers have heard the noise and are coming." Today, the general's residence was bustling more than it had been since the emergence of the demon army. Even more so than when the news of their arrival had first reached them, for the distant demon army would not damage the general's estate. As Lin Qiu and Yuan Jia exited the reception hall, they were met with a scene strewn with ice shards and the sight of the stalwart Aji Nobutaka wielding a long blade. Clearly, Lin Qiu's ability to converse with Yuan Jia in the shattered room for so long was solely due to Aji Nobutaka holding off all the rabble by himself. Observing this, Yuan Jia expressed astonishment. You are Aji Nobutaka? You have become a divine warrior. The General South residence maintained close ties with the three great samurai clans, and Aji Nobutaka was renowned for his talent, second only to the old sword saint of the Zhu family. Thus, Yuan Jia was not unfamiliar with him. However, he had not anticipated that Aji Nobutaka would become a divine warrior in such a short time, and not even one that shared the same bloodline as Lin Qiu's peculiar blade. Seeing Lin Qiu and Yuan Jia emerge side by side, both unscathed, the gathered samurai relaxed. The tense atmosphere dissipating entirely, Aji Nobutaka sheathed his blade. Yes, esteemed general, I have only recently awakened my blade. Good. Yuan Jia nodded and instructed the surrounding soldiers to disperse. Once only the three of them remained, he continued, I have indeed been training divine warriors, but the results have been rather disheartening. At times, the awakened warriors would even injure themselves with the divine blades. However, with the demon army advancing aggressively, despite the dangers in training divine warriors, we must persist. I intend to cultivate a batch of divine warriors from various clans and wandering samurai, specifically to counter the demon army's captains. Lin Qiu nodded. This should have been done long ago. The only remaining issue is the awakening rate. Divine warriors are not so easily found. Yuan Jia sighed. Indeed, there are still 2 divine blades yet to awaken. and those who become divine warriors must adapt to a new combat style. It is quite challenging. The only solution now is to allow as many people as possible to try. Initially, Lin Qiu had planned to listen passively, but upon reflection, he realized he could indeed offer some assistance. Indeed, he could recommend talents from the military to become divine warriors, potentially even the masters of the divine blades. These NPCs in the dungeons might be uncertain of their potential, but the awakened ones were well aware, especially in the military. As this would not be their first attempt to conquer this dungeon, they would undoubtedly come prepared. For instance, Qin Bai, who possessed rare frost talents, had been assigned to the Kagaya Shrine, and there were other military members with various awakened blades. If Lin Qiu were willing to recommend them, the chances of awakening would certainly be high. Lin Qiu's motive for doing this was straightforward. The territory of the Zhu family was far too vast. Relying solely on Lin Qiu and Aji Nobutaka would be insufficient to manage it all, and there would surely be instances of subterfuge and betrayal. Even if Lin Qiu had ample leisure, he had no desire to waste time cleansing his family of internal strife. Thus, one may fully leverage the esteemed title of recommending the divine weapons to cultivate a favorable relationship with the military, subsequently proposing the request for the military to assist in managing the Tachibana family. The military personnel, eager to conquer the dungeons, would undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to serve Lin Qiu. At that juncture, even if Lin Qiu were to remain idle, the Tachibana family would not face decline. Indeed, it would be prudent to contact Qin Bai upon my return. As for aiding others in forging their weapons to become divine weapons, Lin Qiu had not contemplated this. Assisting Tachibana Nobutomo was twofold. Firstly, he was one of his own, deserving of aid. Secondly, Nobutomo had already drawn his sword halfway. Even without Lin Qiu's assistance, he would eventually succeed, with Lin Qiu merely expediting the process. Thirdly, Nobutomo possessed extraordinary talent. Had he been an ordinary warrior, even with Lin Qiu's help, he would not stand a chance against a centurion, and in the face of a 1,000-man commander, he would be no different from an average person. Lin Qiu had no desire to squander time nurturing cannon fodder. What he truly wished to see was a cohort of formidable stalwarts standing against the demonic army. While few would compete with him for the heads of 1,000-man commanders, resolute in his decision, Lin Qiu promptly spoke. By the way, would you like me to recommend a few candidates for divine weapons, or even potential divine blades? Yuan Ji raised an eyebrow. You have a way to select candidates? Lin Qiu patted the door at his waist, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, a unique secret method. Chapter 42, Free Labor? No. We demand payment for our services. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ji fell silent for a moment. The mystery surrounding the door was indeed something he could not fathom. Lin Qiu felt the same. Very well. The remaining 2 divine blades are located in the general's mansion. You may recommend people to draw the divine blades, but I have one condition. Yuan Ji's tone grew frigid. If the individuals turned traitorous, the divine blades were indeed humanity's last hope, and in this regard, caution was paramount. Lin Qiu interjected. I will personally handle it. That's good. After finalizing their discussions, the Tachibana family was effectively preserved intact. In the following days, Lin Qiu intended to return to the Tachibana territory to establish a semblance of authority for the family. To this end, he also visited the current encampment of the Kagaya Shrine. Kagaya Shrine, temporary encampment. Within the conference room, several individuals were planning for the future when they glanced at the samurai at the door conveying news. Astonished, Lin Qiu has returned. Well then, after a few days apart, did you miss me? The partially ajar door swung open, and a languid Lin Qiu sauntered in. The military members stared incredulously at Lin Qiu, who had taken a seat and was pouring himself water. It had only been a little less than 4 days since his departure, considering the swift pace within the dungeon. A round trip to the general's mansion would likely take 3 days. What could he possibly accomplish in less than a day's time? During Lin Qiu's absence, the military members had contacted headquarters, diligently analyzing this awakened individual based on intelligence gathered from previous dungeon explorations, and had begun to formulate a rough outline of the mission. In the past dungeon explorations, the Tachibana family had been the first samurai aristocracy to be annihilated. Due to the family's substantial size, its decline had directly led many other families to completely disregard the existence of the demonic army, immediately engaging in the division of the Tachibana family. One could assert that the fall of the Tachibana family significantly accelerated the progression towards a disastrous ending for the dungeon. In this dungeon exploration, the military sought not only to identify 4 awakened individuals capable of wielding the divine blades, but also to either prevent or hasten the Tachibana family's demise, ensuring that the various families could unite promptly against the demonic army. However, the military had not anticipated that the pawn placed within the Tachibana branch had yet to exert its influence. The once doomed main branch of the Tachibana family was spared due to the presence of an awakened individual, who also had close ties with the military reserve, aiding in acquiring the divine blade and slaying a 1,000-man commander. If, prior to Lin Qiu's arrival, the progression of the dungeon had been complex and tense, his emergence was akin to adding a lubricant to a long rusted chain, rendering everything effortlessly smooth. Yet, It was evident that to alter the dungeon's narrative, one must complete the mission, and given the substantial changes Lin Qiu had wrought upon the dungeon's plot, the difficulty of the mission would undoubtedly exceed expectations. To accomplish such an almost impossible feat, Lin Qiu's significance in the eyes of the military surged, positioning him as second only to the activation of the divine blades. To preserve the initial advantages Lin Qiu had gained, the military had been preparing to dispatch personnel to various locations, offering comprehensive support to assist him in completing the mission, at the very least to maintain half of the Tachibana territory. But who would have thought that before the public sentiment could even begin to take shape, Lin Qiu, the one at the forefront, had already returned. A military member immediately stood up. Did you first go to the general's mansion to observe the enemy? That indeed seems necessary. In these past days, we have thoroughly analyzed the challenges you face in re-entering the Tachibana family, the most significant of which is the attitude of the other two families and the general. Therefore, we have specially prepared the following plan. Just as the military member was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, Lin Qiu raised a hand to interrupt. Stop. The military member's expression grew serious. Comrade, the mission you face is quite formidable. Even if you are not a military member, we will provide assistance without charge. Please do not view seeking help from the authorities as something shameful. Among the awakened, there was a saying, once your mission overlaps with that of the military, it is possible to complete it while lying down. Given Lin Qiu's situation, not only was there an overlap, but he could also gain substantial support from the military. If it were any other awakened individual, they would likely be overjoyed at this juncture. However, Lin Qiu could only sigh in resignation. Everyone, please do not be so tense. My presence here signifies that the mission has been accomplished. Both the general and the other two families have warmly welcomed me to take charge of the Tachibana family. Furthermore, the two families have kindly offered 20,000 gold as a token of their support. Mission accomplished? Welcome back. Generously offering 20,000 gold, though the word sounded familiar. The expressions of those present were filled with confusion, as if they could not comprehend it all. The prominent powers at the apex of this dungeon's hierarchy were so accommodating? Who orchestrated the persecution and suspicion we faced? Having spent less than a day at the general's mansion, the mission time was shorter than the travel time, and it was still deemed an exceedingly challenging task by the military. Yet, it was completed just like that? Was he here for a dungeon run or a leisurely outing? Yet, observing Lin Qiu's expression, he did not appear to be deceiving them. Recalling Lin Qiu's prowess to confront a 1,000-man commander single-handedly, perhaps the task's completion was not as hasty as it seemed? The group exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the detailed plans they had compiled over the past 3 days, falling into contemplative silence. Lin Qiu clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. In conclusion, I have successfully preserved the Tachibana family. The next most crucial step is management. I intend to return to the Tachibana territory and elevate certain branches to main status. As the saying goes, it is difficult to conquer a land, but even more challenging to maintain it. While I may consider myself quite strong in martial prowess, the human heart is not something that can be discerned merely through strength. Therefore, I will need your assistance. Lin Qiu smiled. I still have faith in the military personnel, so please send more individuals to help manage this mess that is the Tachibana family. How does that sound? Lin Qiu's thoughts were quite simple. Although he had reclaimed the Tachibana family, the territory of a samurai aristocracy was far too vast for him to manage alone. Rather than overworking himself daily, it would be more efficient to delegate authority and enjoy a lighter load. However, if power were entrusted to the NPCs within the instance, it would inevitably lead to the emergence of ulterior motives. Handing it over to the military department, on the other hand, would be a far simpler task. In pursuit of clearing the instance, they would undoubtedly maximize the utilization of resources. Upon hearing this news, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. As if struck by a sudden windfall, Lin Qiu's words essentially provided the military department with a secure and justifiable haven, along with the usage rights of a prestigious family with a 1,000-year legacy. It is crucial to understand that one of the reasons for the difficulty of the instance's tasks lies in identity issues, especially within such ancient-themed scenarios. Commoners are commoners, and warriors are warriors. The class divide is far more insurmountable than one might imagine. As the heir of the Tachibana family, Lin Qiu could summon the entire Kagaya shrine into action with a mere utterance, whereas an ordinary awakened individual would struggle to make even the slightest ripple. Should the awakened faction gain control over the Tachibana family, they would attain the qualifications to converse with the pinnacle of power, such as the generals, which would greatly enhance the execution of subsequent tasks. At this moment, the members of the military department could not help but abandon their usual solemn expressions, exclaiming in excitement, "Really? You want us to manage the Tachibana family? There is no need for me to lie in this regard," Lin Qiu replied, waving his hand. "It would be better for you to manage the Tachibana family than to let those oblivious branch members take charge. At least you can truly uphold the family. Oh, by the way, I have just one request. My authority is paramount. If I do not require it, you may develop the Tachibana family as you wish." Lin Qiu evidently sought to have the military department manage the vast Tachibana family at no cost. Yet, This temptation was one that no one could refuse. Not to mention working for free. Even if it were a paid job, the members of the military would be eager to comply. Chapter 43, The Approaching Demon Army. Member 701 of the military department typed away on the system while murmuring, "Is this really true? Looking at these words, I feel like I must be dreaming." Beside him, another member expressed his astonishment. "The last time we eliminated the Centurion caused a seismic shock within the headquarters. If this news spreads, won't the headquarters be blown to pieces?" Ignoring the two military members who were already busy contacting headquarters, Lin Qiu approached Qinbai and remarked, "By the way, why not relocate your Kagaya shrine to the Tachibana territory? It would be livelier with more people." Although the Kagaya shrine had successfully entered the general's territory, the overwhelming influx of families seeking refuge meant they were essentially living under someone else's roof, resulting in less than ideal treatment. However, moving to the Tachibana family would be entirely different. If the general's territory resembled a cramped dormitory, then the Tachibana household would be akin to a lavish mansion ready for immediate occupancy. Qinbai nodded in agreement. "That would be a tremendous help. If there's anything you need from me, please don't hesitate to ask." Lin Qiu smiled, saying, "All right, just wait and see." The rewards from the hellish difficulty were indeed heavenly. Even a glimpse of power slipping through his fingers could astonish the military department, which was tasked with conquering the instance. Observing the bustling conference room, Lin Qiu couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet reflection. Meanwhile, within the instance world, the Shirinui family, a medium-sized clan, was bustling with individuals who appeared remarkably competent, moving swiftly and purposefully throughout the various buildings. The Shirinui family had been identified by the military department as one of the families most susceptible to replacement after numerous explorations. Following the death of the elder Shirinui, the position of clan leader was swiftly claimed by an awakened individual from the military, transforming the locale into a stronghold for the awakened. Vast amounts of information converged here daily for the military to analyze the current state of the instance. Suddenly, a communications officer displayed an expression of disbelief, promptly taking a screenshot of the system message, highlighting it in red, and sending it out. Immediately, a cacophony erupted in the general conference room. "What? The head of the Tachibana family is willing to employ us." Normally, noise was prohibited within the temporary base, but at this moment, who could maintain their composure upon seeing such news? Being affiliated with the Tachibana family, one of the three major clans, signified that the awakened had officially ascended from mere soldiers to the position of commanding officers, a transformation that constituted a significant advantage in the execution of their plans. Although many existing plans would be scrapped and new ones would need to be devised, could the meticulous calculations of having $100 be compared to the dilemma of choosing wisely with 10 million? Such were the burdens of bliss. In the general conference room, the lead officer of this operation, a major, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Team 701, you have done exceptionally well. It's nothing short of a miracle. Especially this extraneous individual named Tachibana Lin Qiu. We must extend an invitation for him to join the military." A nearby member of the military presented previously gathered information. "Major, this awakened individual seems reluctant to be bound by regulations and has declined to join the military." The major's brow furrowed slightly, and he sighed. What a pity. For the military, obedience to orders was paramount. If one were unwilling to abide by the rules, the likelihood of plan discrepancies increased significantly. Thus, it was common for such capable lone wolves to refuse military affiliation. However, the major stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. While this awakened individual could not join the military, they could collaborate with it. I will find a way to apply for a Citizen's Honor Medal for him. Surely he will not refuse that. The Citizen's Honor Medal? When the confirmation of the Citizen's Honor Medal finally arrived, 3 days later, Lin Qiu was already en route to the Tachibana territory. Indeed, Team 701 looked upon Lin Qiu with envy. This medal would afford him the vast majority of premium privileges without any restrictions, serving as a testament to his amicable relations with the military and his outstanding contributions to humanity's efforts in conquering the instance. Lin Qiu nodded. For something that merely allows one to enjoy preferential treatment, that is certainly acceptable. In those 3 days, the military's pawns left behind in the Tachibana branch had already begun to stir. Upon Lin Qiu's return, he was greeted by a relatively stable Tachibana family. Once back at the Tachibana ancestral home, Lin Qiu elevated several branches to the main line and rightfully assumed the position of head of the family. The smoothness of the process left Tachibana Nobu in disbelief. Could it be that the loyalty of the Tachibana branch was truly this high? However, there was little time to ponder such thoughts, for after arranging matters concerning the Tachibana family, Lin Qiu was to immerse himself in the front line. The first wave of the demon army had officially engaged with the martial coalition of the various families at the front, while the training of divine weaponry and the selection of wielders for the divine sword were to proceed on the battlefield. At the Tachibana family conference room, Lin Qiu sat comfortably in the head's position, savoring his morning tea as representatives dispatched by the military meticulously reported the proceedings. In the past, such information would have been solely at the military's discretion, and Lin Qiu would scarcely have paid attention. However, today was different. Today, The military was reporting on the candidates for the divine weapon and divine sword selections. The list of candidates for the divine sword, Tachikaze, amounted to 10 individuals. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu furrowed his brow. Just 10? A military representative responded, "You may not be fully aware of the general selection criteria. He holds exceedingly stringent standards for the divine weapons and divine sword candidates, and has awakened individuals who have traversed here. Our compatibility with the originals is entirely a matter of luck. In previous instances, we have attempted this. Individuals whose personalities changed dramatically in a short time were immediately eliminated by the general due to suspicions of demonic influence. These 10 candidates are the most meticulously selected and are the most likely to pass the initial screening." Lin Qiu sighed. "There is no need for that. All individuals with talent should be arranged for selection. I have already discussed this with the general. Anyone I recommend will be given an opportunity. However, should that individual truly defect, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon me. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, the military officer responsible for the report suddenly appeared enlightened. Remarkably, even the most vigilant general could be easily persuaded. What, after all, is beyond Lin Qiu's capabilities? As for the matter of defection, it could be entirely disregarded. For these are all personnel of the military. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. The military representative hastily rose to leave, his eyes brimming with excitement. If the restrictions on conditions were lifted, the quota could at least double. As he exited through the door, the orange-haired shinobu came in, master of the house. "The horses have been prepared." Nodding, Lin Qiu set aside his teacup and rose to grasp the door handle. "Let us proceed to the front lines. It is a perfect opportunity to stretch our limbs." Chapter 44, Preparations Before Battle. At the general's territory's edge, the area had become densely populated with troops from various esteemed families, the atmosphere heavy and solemn. Leading a small squad of 50 riders, headed by Lin Qiu and Qin Bai, they passed through the tents of the noble families and approached the central command. Witnessing this scene, the warriors could barely contain their indignation. One of the 3 great families, and they could only muster merely a handful of warriors for the front lines. Was this a jest? Alas, there was little to be done. The news of the 2 families and the general seeking to dismantle the Juji family's prestigious status had circulated fervently, and yet, was it not all for naught? The young head of the Juji family is indeed cunning. It is said that the leaders of the other 2 families were utterly terrified. Humph, in my opinion, that is mere gossip. The heads of noble families have witnessed far grander spectacles. Could they really be frightened to tears by a youth? It seems to me that the leader of the Juji family merely leveraged wealth and power to win over the head of the Kagaya shrine. Are you aware of Lord Kagayahaku? It is said that her beauty is unparalleled and her martial prowess extraordinary. It is rumored that a single strike from her altered the course of a river. Truly miraculous. My cousin relocated from that area and can indeed attest to this. Quite right. I surmise that the general is extending a courtesy to the Juji family purely due to this formidable strength. As the crowd murmured in agreement, deep in thought, Lin Qiu and his companions had already dismounted at the training field behind the central command tent. At this moment, Motoharu, acting as the instructor, was guiding several warriors in perfecting their swordsmanship. Each warrior wielded a long blade, all exhibiting traces of a purplish hue, clearly indicating they were yet to fully unsheath their divine weapons. "Ah, you've arrived?" Upon spotting Lin Qiu, Motoharu's eyes brightened. "Time for training is precious. You have delayed long enough. Come and join us." "Understood," Lin Qiu replied, gesturing to Qin Bai and the others beside him. "These individuals are here to engage with the divine swords. Please arrange for them accordingly." Such a large number? Motoharu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. Currently, the only unsheathed divine weapons remaining are the Wind, Treader, and Golden Flow. Those wishing to attempt these 2 should follow me. After instructing the warriors to continue their training, Motoharu promptly led everyone to the secret vault, where the last 2 divine swords were concealed. Another individual had been awaiting their arrival. A figure with fiery red hair and orange-red eyes, none other than the master of the divine sword, Inazuma Shin. Of course, the soul within the shell was also the highest commander of this military operation, holding the rank of major. Upon meeting, he greeted Lin Qiu with a warm smile. "Master of the Juji family, I have long admired your reputation." Lin Qiu returned the smile. "The pleasure is mine." Motoharu observed the exchange with a hint of nostalgia. "I had thought that only one could wield the divine swords. To my surprise, heroes emerge in chaotic times. And here we have 4 gathered together." Inazuma Shin laughed heartily. "If we unite our strengths, how could the demon army possibly remain undefeated?" Motoharu, too, allowed a smile to surface. "Indeed. Thus, under the protection of the 4 of us, the ceremony for unsheathing the last 2 divine swords can commence." Entering the secret vault, 2 divine swords, 1 blue and 1 gold, were enshrined in the central position. The individuals selected by the military were undoubtedly endowed with exceptional talent. After 3 days of effort, the 2 divine swords were successively drawn. Motoharu, witnessing the smoothness of the proceedings, could not help but feel astonished. Could the difficulty of unsheathing the divine swords be correlated to the progress of the demon army? The individuals Lin Qiu had chosen managed to draw the divine swords with such ease. Within 3 days, 2 swords had been unsheathed, and the remaining dozens of warriors also possessed the qualifications to become divine weapons. Without a doubt, the accomplishments of this day far surpassed the fruits of Motoharu's painstaking preparations over half a year. A sense of emotion flickered in Motoharu's gaze as he regarded Lin Qiu. Not only could he draw unknown enchanted blades, but he also possessed a remarkable method for discerning talent. Truly, the youth is a paragon of heroism. Inazuma Shin from the military also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In previous dungeon raids, the greatest concern had been the inability to gain the general's trust, as potential often remained unfulfilled. Yet now, with Lin Qiu's presence, that dilemma had been effortlessly resolved. Once mutual trust was established among individuals, efficiency would naturally multiply. In less than a month since the dungeon's inception, all 5 divine swords had already been drawn, undeniably marking this raid as the closest to a perfect strategy. With this thought, Inazuma Shin cast a glance at Lin Qiu. This abyss dungeon had only been discovered less than a year ago. Could it truly be unraveled with Lin Qiu's assistance? Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in the annals of human dungeon raids. No. It is still too early to pop the champagne. This matter must be treated with utmost seriousness. Although the divine swords have been drawn, the fledgling wielders of these weapons are still rather fragile when confronting a centurion. Motoharu quickly recovered. Next, we shall engage in high-intensity training, striving to ensure that each individual harmonizes with their respective divine sword, enabling them to swiftly activate their full-release forms. With the demon army's first comprehensive assault imminent, Inazuma Shin, Kagaya Haku, and Lin Qiu shall stand against the formidable foes exceeding centurion strength, while your task shall be to hone your skills against the centurions and ordinary demons. Having concluded, Motoharu turned to Lin Qiu. You shall stay by my side to learn my sword techniques. Lin Qiu nodded in agreement. For those capable of drawing a blade, talent and strength were indispensable. Hence, for most divine weapon wielders, combat serves as the swiftest means to master their powers. Lin Qiu, however, was even more extraordinary. His clarity of heart allowed him to grasp techniques with mere glances. As the group departed the training grounds, the front lines lay just ahead. In the distance, towering banners billowed in the wind, their intricate patterns faintly discernible. Motoharu's expression turned grave. This time, we faced the main force of the demon army, led by 2 centurions commanding tens of thousands of troops. Lin Qiu questioned, aren't there only 2 centurions? Where do the tens of thousands come from? Motoharu sighed. Apart from the self-proclaimed demon king, the most formidable forces within the demon army are the centurions. Thus, the disparity in strength between centurions can sometimes surpass that between a centurion and an ordinary demon. You must not become arrogant simply because you have slain an elephant lord. He is merely the weakest of the centurions. As for the tens of thousands of troops, initially, the army comprised fewer than 10,000 demons. But they have since absorbed fleeing refugees, leading to a dramatic increase in numbers. At this revelation, the expressions of those present turned somber. Kagaya Haku stepped forward and proclaimed, in these chaotic times, it is a challenge enough to save oneself, let alone others. The most prudent course of action now is to allow them to rest in peace. Jin Waki nodded in agreement. Indeed, our immediate task is to swiftly expel the malevolent army. Everyone, let us set forth. A handful of swift steeds were brought forth, and the assembly mounted their horses, including those training within the military camp, totaling over 100 riders. This was the contingent specifically designated to confront the leaders of the malevolent army, representing the last flicker of hope for humanity in this realm. As Jin Waki led the way, he introduced, the 2 centurions accompanying us are known as Lord of Wind and Lord of Flame. They are adept in wielding their respective elements, with the wind augmenting the ferocity of fire, making their combined might formidable. Our objective in battle is to inflict sufficient pain upon them, compelling a retreat, ideally. We aim to severely wound one of them. The Lord of Wind possesses slightly lesser strength, thus we shall focus our efforts on him. Understood. Chapter 45, The Battlefield of Carnage. The crowd nodded in unison, including Lin Qiu, who found a system notification appearing before him. Side Quest 5. Eliminate the malevolent army's leader. Centurion, Lord of Wind. Side Quest 6. Eliminate the malevolent army's leader, Centurion, Lord of Flame. 2 quests. Lin Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Had there been only one task, the system's rewards might not have diminished, but his talent rewards would certainly differ. After concluding their discussions, they successfully reached the front line of battle. In the distance, a dark mass of malevolent spirits advanced ominously, their wails audible even from afar. These pitiful souls, transformed into malevolent entities at the last moment, had once been refugees, starving in life, and now, as spirits, they faced death without respite. Behind this dark horde stood 2 enormous mobile tents. Unlike the Lord of Elephants who concealed himself, these 2 centurions boldly stood outside. One resembled a crane, albeit entirely devoid of feathers, with grotesque, towering flesh wings. The other appeared akin to a lizard, resplendent in crimson. its skin marred by extensive cracks from which an ominous glow emanated, as if concealing boundless heat. The frontline warriors, though resolute in their stance, felt their grip on their blades quiver at the sight of these entities. It was evident that they were not mere mortals, but rather divine beings beyond human resistance. Manhwaaudio was the first to step forward. He drew his purple long sword with a flourish, declaring, "Heaven punishment." Upon the emergence of the divine sword, it entered a state of full liberation, unleashing a torrent of purple-black arcs of electricity that radiated an overwhelming pressure, blinding all in proximity. However, rather than instilling fear, the frontline warriors erupted into fervent cheers. "It is our esteemed general. We wield the power of the divine. These malevolent spirits cannot withstand us. Let us slay them and reclaim our homeland." Manhwaaudio nodded at his comrades. Natsuhon no Shin drew forth the divine sword of flowing fire, and fiery serpents surged forth, casting an imposing presence. Kagaya Haku unsheathed her divine sword of frost and snow, causing a flurry of snowflakes to dance around, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Although neither sword had reached full liberation, they both exhibited their potential, especially Kagaya Haku, who, having previously undergone a forced full liberation only to be saved by Lin Qiu, possessed a deeper understanding of her sword than Natsuhon no Shin, likely enabling her to achieve a regular full liberation first. The remaining two divine swords, Windstep and Glimmering Gold, were comparatively subdued. Yet Manhwaaudio had a clever stratagem. The fluctuations of each divine sword were limited to their respective positions. Thus, under the cover of the thunderous Heaven's punishment, the other four swords lined up sequentially, appearing indistinguishable at a glance. To the ordinary warriors, it seemed as though they had four other blades as potent as their generals. What an inspiring sight. Suddenly, one warrior expressed confusion. Why hasn't the person beside the general drawn their sword? Another cast a sidelong glance and scoffed. There are 5 divine swords in total. What can they possibly draw? The warrior's expression shifted to one of understanding. It seems our assumptions were indeed correct. A nearby warrior eagerly added, "I once served under Kagaya Shrine. As a warrior of the priestess Kagaya Haku, I witnessed Lin Qiu enter the priestess's chamber, returning with a small yellow fish." "What? The priestess too? Relying on looks? How delightful. I wonder when I can walk this path." "Stop. Enough of that. Look over there." The previously engaged warriors fell silent, turning to see what had captured their attention. As they turned, their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape. At that moment, Lin Qiu's long sword was drawn from its sheath. Though it was relatively shorter than the others, when the blood-red blade emerged, the other 5 divine swords recoiled as if confronted by a cat before a mouse. A chilling aura permeated the air, and under the crimson blade, the entire front line seemed to step into a realm of despair. The very bones turned cold. The once exuberant warriors fell into a stunned silence, for the terror invoked by this single blade eclipsed even that of the approaching malevolent horde. At the forefront, Lin Qiu tilted the blade slightly and murmured, "This is what you compelled me to draw." Beside him, Manhwaaudio twitched his lips, staring at his divine sword, which felt as though it were a mere mortal weapon in comparison. He was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how Lin Qiu's mere presence could suppress the 5 divine swords, especially his own, which was in a state of full liberation. Before even clashing, it had cowered in fear. Where had the dignity of a great demon gone? "Enough, quickly sheath your sword." Lin Qiu nodded at the command and returned his blade to its sheath, instantly dissipating the oppressive atmosphere. Manhwaaudio turned his horse around and declared loudly, "Everyone, this is the power we possess. Even in the face of divine adversaries, you need not fear. Now charge with me." Ho! The warriors raised their long swords high, erupting in a chorus of thunderous cheers. Following the mobilization, as the malevolent army drew near, Manhwaaudio tightened the reins and surged ahead. The cavalry behind him mirrored his actions. This battle would see the elite tasked with decapitating the centurions, while the ordinary warriors would stand against the common malevolent spirits. The lower-tier malevolent beings, lacking intelligence, would simply charge towards the larger groups of warriors, thus allowing Manhwaaudio and his companions to easily disperse and evade. Lin Qiu, however, had different intentions. Rather than targeting the centurions, he preferred to reap the lesser foes. Discarding his steed, he grasped his sword with both hands. It was time to test his skills. One heart flow, draw, and slash. Clang. The flash of the blood-red blade was fleeting. 358. Damage overflow. 355. 397. Manhwaaudio, who had been leading the charge, observed Lin Qiu abandon his horse and engage the ordinary malevolent spirits, exclaiming, "Do not waste time on these." Yet, before he could finish, Manhwaaudio, along with the other divine warriors and the ordinary soldiers, stood in stunned disbelief. For within a radius of several dozen meters around Lin Qiu, the bodies of malevolent spirits erupted with countless slash marks, only to explode in a cacophony of devastation, scattering limbs into the air. In an instant, an eerie void emerged on the battlefield around Lin Qiu, with a foundational damage soaring into the thousands, augmented by relics and skills. A mere ordinary evil spirit possesses roughly 300 health points, with defenses that are almost negligible. This implies that with a single strike, Lin Qiu has effortlessly vanquished nearly 40 ordinary evil spirits. Even Qin Bai, who had previously witnessed Lin Qiu's formidable prowess, could not help but be slightly taken aback. In just a few days, the range of Lin Qiu's skills had exceeded her expectations. After all, during his last usage, Lin Qiu had only managed to slay a handful of evil spirits, yet now, the count was beyond immediate reckoning. Attack 1, Defense 1, Health 1. Hearing the notification chime resonate in his ears, Lin Qiu wore a delighted smile. General Yuan, you go ahead and deal with the centurions. I shall remain here to alleviate some pressure for those behind. Rest assured, my eyesight is keen. Wield your sword with confidence. Initially, Yuan Jihe had reservations about expending Lin Qiu's combat prowess on ordinary evil spirits. After all, whether it was Yu Xinbing or himself, a single strike would suffice to dispatch these common foes. However, Lin Qiu's area attack capabilities were undeniably extraordinary. If he were present, the pressure on the rear would be significantly alleviated. Acknowledging this, Yuan Jihe nodded. Very well, then stay here. With that, Yuan Jihe brandished his blade and departed. Standing tall amidst the encroaching horde of evil spirits, Lin Qiu remained unperturbed. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light surged forth, and Lin Qiu sprang into action once more. Wielding his crimson longsword, he swung with ferocity. Each flash of the blade was akin to a tempest, and with every strike, dozens of heads soared into the air, blood spraying in all directions. What should have been a battlefield cloaked in smoke was now enveloped in a thick mist of blood, with the ground strewn with the lifeless bodies of evil spirits, severed limbs scattered about, and rivers of blood pooling in grotesque formations. Such a gory and brutal scene would render even the most seasoned warriors, those who had endured countless life and death battles, pale and nauseous, their stomachs churning with revulsion. What manner of Azura killer had their general summoned? Chapter 46, Lord of Flames. Elsewhere, having acknowledged Lin Qiu as a battlefield grinding machine, the Yu Xinbing began their encirclement of the centurions. Among them, Yuan Jihe's actions were the smoothest. Being a being that surpassed the centurion level, coupled with exceptional swordsmanship, slaying a centurion was akin to child's play. Yuan Xinliu's void-cleaving sword. A flash of purple light erupted as the Yu Xin sword in Yuan Jihe's hand shot forth like a bird in flight, swiftly claiming an enemy's head before returning. Reminiscent of a flying sword in the hands of a celestial swordsman, Yuan Xinliu's thunder flash. Another burst of purple light flickered, and Yuan Jihe, along with his sword, vanished like a specter, reappearing behind the enemy. In just 2 strikes, he had effortlessly dispatched 2 centurion-level foes. Such a dazzling display of skill immediately caught the attention of the 2,000-man commanders. Lord of Winds emitted a raspy screech. Is this the pinnacle of human combat power? I shall confront him. The Lord of Flames nodded. Very well, I shall cover your advance. With a powerful flap of his leathery wings, the Lord of Winds summoned a tempest that surged upwards, rushing toward Yuan Jihe. The evil spirits along the path were swept into the whirlwind, torn asunder, becoming mere fragments in the gale. As a bloodstorm approached, Yuan Jihe brandished his longsword, a flash of purple light erupting, and with a resounding thunderclap, he struck at the Lord of Winds. The two, a man and a demon, became embroiled in a fierce clash. The wind was swift, but the thunder was swifter. The two fought amidst a maelstrom, with blade and wind slicing through the air, transforming the surrounding 100 meters into a no-go zone. Having personally dispatched a horde of evil spirits, Lin Qiu observed the tumult of wind and thunder in the distance and immediately set forth. Simultaneously, the other wielders of the Yu Xun swords sprang into action, attempting to encircle the Lord of Winds. The Lord of Flames, stationed nearby, swiftly intervened, striking the ground with a thundering force that cracked the earth and sent magma bubbling forth, intercepting the 5 warriors. However, such an area attack evidently posed no significant threat to the group. The frost and snow wielded by Kagaya Haku spread a wave of chilling air, as shards of ice pelted against the Lord of Flames' massive form, yet only numbers like 7 and 10 appeared above him. To the observers, the Lord of Flames' health bar barely budged. Frost and magma were mutually restrictive, yet the damage dealt remained minimal, sending a shiver down the spines of the awakened. As a seasoned centurion, the Lord of Flames possessed over 20,000 health points. With his offensive power, it seemed that aside from Yuan Jihe, the others could only manage to inflict mere scratches. In this encirclement, the strongest among them, Shiranui Makoto, happened to be of the fire element, significantly reducing the damage dealt to the Lord of Flames. Forcing back such a formidable presence was no small feat. Shiranui Makoto promptly declared, I shall absorb the Lord of Flames' fiery essence with my Yu Xin sword. You all take this opportunity to strike. With that, Shiranui Makoto swung his longsword, devouring a tremendous amount of magma fire, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Sensing the dire situation, Shiranui Makoto swiftly adapted, channeling his abilities to siphon the Lord of Flames' flames. thus diminishing the opponent's offensive strength. Meanwhile, Kagaya Haku continued her ranged assaults. Though minimal, they still contributed some damage. As for the remaining two wielders of the Yushin swords, despite their inexperience, their status as official military members afforded them considerable strength, resulting in damage in the tens, quite respectable. At this rate, if the Lord of Flames remained stationary to endure their feeble assaults, defeat was inevitable within the hour. However, would the world ever feature such a foolish boss? Clearly not. Upon realizing that his magma was being thwarted, the Lord of Flames swung his tail. The crimson tail swept across, effortlessly severing trees along its path, igniting them in flames. The awakened warriors hastily dodged, but at that moment, Lin Qiu finally arrived on the scene. Completely disregarding the seemingly overpowering magma tail, Lin Qiu slightly bent forward, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Yuan Xinliu's drawn blade slash. In the next instant, a streak of blood light flashed, and the massive magma tail was severed in two. Red digits emerged above the Lord of Flames' head. 2666. Roaring in pain, the Lord of Flames, who had initially dismissed these foes, retreated hastily. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Qiu's damage output, stood in stunned silence. While they were aware that Lin Qiu had previously dealt nearly half the health of the Centurion Xiang Jun in a one-on-one confrontation, the damage displayed before them was far beyond their calculations. According to their assessments, Lin Qiu's damage should hover around 1,000, on par with a major, just below the peak combatant Yuan Jia. Yet this damage was utterly bewildering, nearly 3,000 with a single strike, severing the Lord of Flames' tail and whittling down over 1/10 of his health bar. One might think he was battling mere minions. This sudden surge of power not only startled his allies, but also prompted the Lord of Flames to retreat several hundred meters, his once disdainful demeanor replaced by caution. With the capacity to fell him in 10 strikes, who could remain unperturbed? Gazing at the severed tail before him, Lin Qiu beckoned the Lord of Flames with a finger. Come, let us continue. Beside him, Shiranui Makoto quickly responded. Hurry. Provide cover for Lin Qiu. I shall absorb the magma's fire. Haku will lower the Lord of Flames' defensive resilience, and Lu Jin will control his movements. As for Tafu, assist the general in confronting the Lord of Winds. Understood. In the fierce competition among the awakening faction, the principles of martial ethics were cast aside. Upon witnessing Lin Qiu's overwhelming prowess, Shiranui Makoto promptly devised a strategy of 3 defenders to protect 1 attacker. Lin Qiu did not decline. He excelled in offensive capabilities, but was not adept at tracking. If Yin Jun truly intended to flee, he would indeed be unable to intercept him. Roaring in frustration as he was beset by Qin Bai and others, Yin Jun's anger surged, and he lashed out with his claws. However, with the introduction of 2 divine blades, the previously explosive fury seemed to be encased in ice, rendering it ineffective. Simultaneously, the gilded wielder of the divine blade made a swift motion, causing numerous chains to erupt from the ground, binding Yin Jun in place. Now was the moment. Lin Qiu sheathed his blade and charged forward. Yet, just as he was about to strike, Yin Jun suddenly turned his gaze upon him, mockery evident in his large eyes. A sinister glow emanating from his throat. Fool, you've fallen for my trap. Get back. Shiranui Makoto exclaimed, taken aback by Lin Qiu's audacity, quickly issuing a warning. However, Lin Qiu seemed to disregard the caution, advancing resolutely, his determination causing even Yin Jun to tremble. Did he truly intend to endure my molten breath just to land this blow? Is he not afraid of death? With a fierce resolve, Yin Jun unleashed his ability, molten breath. Boom. Like a meteor crashing down, a river of magma cascaded upon Lin Qiu. 5,500. A dark red numeral sprang from above Lin Qiu's head, and the expressions of the military members present turned to despair. A staggering damage of 5,500. Few second-tier awakeners could withstand such an onslaught, and Lin Qiu was merely an output-focused fighter. This was the end. Only Qin Bai maintained his composure, wielding frost and deepening his influence over Yin Jun. Having faced the novice dungeon and the impossible event with Xiang Jun, Qin Bai did not believe that the extraordinarily powerful Lin Qiu would fall so easily. As fate would have it, he was correct. As Yin Jun spewed molten lava, his body trembled violently, and the next moment, a ghastly wail reverberated across the battlefield. Lin Qiu had withstood the molten breath and struck decisively at Yin Jun's organ of breath. A deep crimson numeral erupted. Critical hit, for 1,500. Boom. With a deafening crash, Yin Jun's throat exploded. The great beast collapsed. Chapter 47, an unexpected turn. He actually succeeded. Shiranui Makoto was incredulous. But then realization dawned upon him. Yes, he likely possesses a defensive relic, and he exchanged that precious relic for the chance to severely injure Yin Jun. What audacity! What precise judgment! Shiranui Makoto quickly commanded through the system. Hurry. Rescue Lin Qiu immediately. The duration of defensive relics is typically brief, and anyone could potentially kill him now. The group hurried toward Yin Jun, but only Qin Bai wore an unusual expression. Why did it feel as though Lin Qiu had been utilizing that precious item all along? Yet, Before they could reach him, the previously incapacitated Yin Jun stirred once more. His body expanded dramatically, soon resembling a small mountain. His severed tail suddenly plunged into the ground, melting copious amounts of earth into lava, which then enveloped him. By the time Yin Jun turned, his severed tail had fully restored, and he appeared as a colossal lava valley, prostrate upon the ground. Simultaneously, green numbers emerged above Yin Jun's head. 2000, 2000, 2000. Undoubtedly, Yin Jun had recognized the gravity of the situation and brazenly activated his second stage. No one could have anticipated that Yin Jun's second stage would allow him to swell in size and recover his injuries by absorbing magma. Moreover, within the area he dominated, all individuals began to suffer continuous damage from the extreme heat. If this continued, the enemies would bleed out while Yin Jun regained strength. Truly, as a commander-level entity, he not only surpassed the Awakeners of the same tier in health, but also wielded an output capacity that was nothing short of divine, akin to an indestructible demon, a nightmare. Yin Jun's voice thundered, "Humans, I now acknowledge your will, but to slay me? Dream on. In my current lava valley form, no matter how formidable your abilities, you shall be reduced to ash." Shiranui Makoto's expression darkened. "That may be so, but in this form, you likely find it difficult to move, correct?" Yin Jun's voice resonated ominously. "What of it? There are more commanders than just us two. Once reinforcements arrive, I shall relish in witnessing how you resist." In truth, forcing Yin Jun to this critical juncture had already succeeded in halting his advance. Shiranui Makoto had never anticipated that they could easily eliminate a commander-level being, especially since they had only Lin Qiu as a viable combat power, with ample room for growth. The longer they prolonged this confrontation, the greater their potential for development. Thus, Shiranui Makoto promptly commanded, "Lu Jin, you clear the demonic army on the battlefield. Kagaya-bai, follow me. We must first rescue Lin Qiu from the lava valley." Kagaya-bai nodded, her divine blade on the brink of full liberation. Shiranui Makoto couldn't help but smile. "I never expected our full-scale assault would unfold here. Very well. Let's unleash our utmost power." With a full eruption of energy, Shiranui Makoto's divine blade swept away the surrounding flames, while Kagaya-bai's blade enveloped the area in frost. The two combined formed a protective circle of ice and snow, barely isolating Yin Jun's scorching damage. They immediately made their way toward the lava valley to rescue Lin Qiu. At that moment, within the lava valley, Lin Qiu was swiftly trying to escape, with numbers of 200 and 100 intermittently appearing above his head. Clearly, the second stage of Yin Jun was not like Xiang Jun. This creature's area damage was a direct counter to Lin Qiu's healing. Remaining deep within the lava valley, Lin Qiu lost an average of 200 health per second while only recovering a mere 100. When Lin Qiu's health dipped to critically low levels, he would be left incapacitated. In essence, if he did not find a way to flee, he would inevitably find himself helplessly sprawled within the lava valley, relying solely on his life-sustaining ability to survive. Although Lin Qiu understood that Yin Jun could not maintain the lava valley form indefinitely and would eventually revert, who could predict whether this creature might go berserk and remain in this state for 10 days or more? While the lava valley offered a certain comfort akin to a hot spring, Lin Qiu had no desire to languish there, counting stars. Thus, seizing the last of his health, he dashed toward the exit. After a laborious escape to the valley's edge, he suddenly spotted two figures, Shiranui Makoto and Kagaya-bai, with the divine blade to mitigate damage. Lin Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Forcefully halting his automatic healing, he plunged into the sanctuary formed by the two divine blades. "Thank you. This is a tremendous help." Qinbai swiftly hoisted Lin Qiu onto his back. "Hold on. Once we're out, we'll attend to you immediately." Having taken a direct hit from the molten breath, Lin Qiu was now scorched, resembling a duck freshly retrieved from a roasting furnace, with his skin charred and a faint scent of cooked flesh lingering in the air. However, this was merely a facade Lin Qiu had chosen to maintain. His ability could heal any injury, but he preferred not to emerge unadorned. This layer of char served as a protective barrier. Qinbai carried Lin Qiu on his back, and the trio rushed outward with fervor. The Flame Lord, transformed into a molten canyon entity, attempted to intercept them. However, his proficiency lay in area attacks, rendering him somewhat fatigued when trying to focus his efforts on just 3 individuals. As the trio neared their escape, the Flame Lord could not help but roar in fury. "Wind Lord, stop your games. Come and assist." He was acutely aware of Lin Qiu's explosive potential. If he failed to incinerate him within the canyon, it could very well lead to the emergence of a new nightmare for the malevolent army. Meanwhile, the Wind Lord, engaged in combat with Yuan Jihe, found himself in dire straits. "Damn it, this adversary is already troublesome, and now there's an additional nuisance disrupting my winds." He seethed. "Humph. Once I aid the Flame Lord in dispatching those 3 pests, you shall experience what it means to be outnumbered." With a swift motion, the Wind Lord transformed into a tempest, wholly disregarding the 2 divine blades, Tread Wind and Heavenly Punishment, as he soared toward the Flame Lord. Before the Wind Lord could reach him, the winds began to stir, and within the expansive molten canyon, the flames surged higher, bolstered by the gusts. In an instant, the defensive circle formed by Ji Huazhen and Qin Bai began to constrict. Yet, they were still some distance from escaping the canyon, a chasm that felt insurmountable. A flicker of despair crossed Ji Huazhen's eyes. Could they not steer the unfolding scenario in the right direction? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. A piercing cry resonated above the lava canyon, and the Wind Lord, who had taken the form of a swirling gale, was instantly reverted to his original state and plummeted. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhihe, having relinquished his weapon, knelt on the ground, utterly drained. The heavenly punishment, unleashed in its full glory, was a formidable technique. Capable of long-range targeting with exceptional damage, capable of bypassing defenses to strike at the core, its only drawback was its tremendous energy consumption. Yet, at that moment, this technique struck like the thunder of early spring, heralding a life-giving rain. The Wind Lord was knocked down, and the surrounding tempest faltered, allowing the flames to diminish slightly, granting the others a genuine chance to flee. Ji Huazhen, drawing upon his last reserves of strength, consumed the flames around him with his blade, declaring, "We must break free with all our might." Qin Bai's frost blade unleashed a chilling aura, reinforcing the nearly shattered ice barrier once more. However, at that moment, a deep, mocking laughter echoed through the canyon. "Humph, think you can escape? Once you've entered my molten canyon, there shall be no easy escape." In disbelief, the others watched as torrents of lava surged forth, cascading down upon the Wind Lord. A harrowing shriek filled the air, yet, instead of flames, eerie green numbers appeared above the Wind Lord. 500. 500. The Flame Lord could still utilize the magma to restore his allies' health. Chapter 48. The Undying Slash. Decapitate the Wind Lord. Thus, the Wind Lord, previously on the brink of death, regained his capacity for action. With newfound vigor, he flapped his charred wings in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. "How dare you ambush me? Die! All of you must perish." Within the molten canyon, the Wind Lord, no longer concerned for his safety, unleashed his full fury, causing the flames surrounding Lin Qiu and his companions to swell ominously, transforming into a malevolent force as they surged toward them. Witnessing this, Yuan Zhihe, far beyond the canyon's edge, turned pale. To think their efforts to save Lin Qiu and the others would be in vain. Would this initial operation result in the loss of 3 pivotal allies? Inside the molten canyon, the trio struggled to break free, but their speed visibly diminished. Qin Bai's lips turned purple as he exhaled a chilling breath. The divine blade in his hand had been pushed to its limits. Were it not for Lin Qiu on his back, or rather, for the door he was carrying, it would likely have ceased functioning by now. With hope of escape dwindling, Qin Bai muttered, "When the mission fails, remember to apply for the Citizen's Honor Medal at the settlement. It can somewhat alleviate soul damage." Don't give up so easily." Lin Qiu's voice resonated in his ear, his warm breath sending shivers down Qin Bai's spine. He turned to see Lin Qiu staring intently at the distant Wind Lord, his eyes vacant as if perceiving all that existed. A glimmer of hope stirred within Qin Bai. Could he possess a solution? "Yes," Lin Qiu replied, closing his eyes before reopening them, his pupils restored to normalcy. "Put me down." Qin Bai complied instantaneously, and Ji Huazhen halted as well. They were now out of options and could only rely on Lin Qiu's prowess. Ji Huazhen urged, "We can only hold for 10 breaths." Lin Qiu placed his hand on the hilt of the door-opening blade, standing firm like a pine tree, unmoving against the wind. He then smiled slightly. "1 breath is sufficient." From afar, Yuan Zhihe, witnessing this posture, gasped in shock. Could it be? One heart flow, azure slash. As if transcending the boundaries of space and time, a streak of crimson blade light erupted, unnoticed by anyone until they regained their senses. Only to find the Wind Lord above the molten canyon had been bisected, his eyes still reflecting a hint of confusion. It was only upon witnessing his own body collapse that the Wind Lord realized he had been decapitated, his life extinguished. Critical hit. 10,000. 10,000 damage. A single strike to sever the head. In the face of the Wind Lord's demise, Yuan Zhihe, Ji Huazhen, Qin Bai, and even the Flame Lord were left in a state of bewilderment. How had Lin Qiu achieved this? How could he traverse thousands of meters to slay the Wind Lord, who was so far away? This was utterly illogical. Wind Lord? Wind Lord. Realizing the Wind Lord was truly dead, the Flame Lord was struck with horror, hastily directing the magma to engulf the Wind Lord's remains before burrowing underground. With tremors akin to a magnitude 7 earthquake, the Flame Lord's true form vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Lord was slain, and the Flame Lord made a hasty escape. The enormity of the revelation left nearly everyone present in a state of shock. It was not until Lin Qiu could no longer support himself that Qin Bai instinctively helped him, breaking the silence. Beside them, Ji Huazhen, throat dry, remarked, "Lin Qiu, with such a technique, why did you not reveal it sooner?" "Because I only just learned it," Yuan Zhihe interjected, having regained some of his strength as he approached. At that moment, Yuan Zhihe gazed at Lin Qiu with astonishment. "This azure slash appears to be a modification of my heavenly punishment. I haven't employed it in over a decade, and you learned it from merely a glance. Lin Qiu looked up and smiled. Indeed, I just learned it. It is quite impressive. Harnessing his transparent sword heart, Lin Qiu concentrated his efforts, ultimately replicating and refining this astonishing killing technique. Although forcibly activating it strained his body. With the door-opening blade enabling him to avoid death, he felt assured in executing it. Yuan Ji, he could only grimace, his mind racing. Though he had previously informed Lin Qiu that he could learn his techniques on the battlefield, the fact that Lin Qiu could utilize a modified version of his technique after merely observing it once was beyond comprehension. This was not merely talent. It was nothing short of monstrous. The others, including Ji Huazhan, felt their minds dull with amazement. To think such a powerful technique was learned on the spot. They couldn't shake the feeling that life had suddenly lost its luster. In matters of comparison, if not for the high-ranking individuals present, many would have been left utterly disheartened. Their spirits shattered. After a moment, Ji Huazhan was the first to speak. The stronger Lin Qiu becomes, the stronger humanity grows. This is a good thing. Do not delay. Swiftly return Lin Qiu to a secure location for his protection, as his injuries are still quite severe. A group of individuals hurriedly transported Lin Qiu, who resembled a tree struck by lightning, back to the military camp, even dispatching several divine warriors for his stringent protection. Of course, Lin Qiu's injuries could be fully healed in no time by utilizing his ability to open doors, but given the circumstances within the military camp, drawing upon that power might inadvertently siphon the life force from numerous warriors. Reluctantly, Lin Qiu had to forego the prospect of healing through that means, and instead opted to relish the rare opportunity for recuperation. Due to Lin Qiu's astonishing feats in battle, having single-handedly penetrated the main force of the demonic army and reportedly slaying nearly 10,000 ordinary demons, along with dispatching several centurions attempting to play the part of the unsuspecting predator, his prowess was further cemented by personally slaying Feng Jun and frightening away Yin Jun. It is safe to say that the remarkably low casualty rate and complete victory of this skirmish were largely attributable to Lin Qiu's efforts. Consequently, a fervent admiration for Lin Qiu swept through the military camp, elevating his renown to a status comparable to that of a general with a lineage spanning millennia. This led to the injured Lin Qiu being inundated with visits from nearly every officer in the camp. Fortunately, Yuan Ji had issued a decree prohibiting disturbances to Lin Qiu's peace, and with the assistance of Jiji Nobutaka in entertaining visitors, Lin Qiu found himself comfortably inundated with gifts while reclining, with countless admirers visible just beyond the curtain. Inside the tent, Qin Bai was attending to Lin Qiu's wounds. With the healing ointment provided by Yuan Ji in hand, Qin Bai gently applied it while channeling the power of frost and snow from within, meticulously working it into Lin Qiu's injuries. Since Lin Qiu had been injured by Yin Jun, this method was theoretically the most efficient for his recovery. However, as Qin Bai observed the dead skin sloughing away to reveal skin as fair and tender as his own hands, he fell into a contemplative silence. This hardly resembled the condition of a severely burned patient. After a brief moment, Qin Bai inquired, "Is it truly necessary to apply the ointment?" Lin Qiu touched his skin and replied, "It seems unnecessary. Aside from my health not being at its peak, I should have no other issues." Qin Bai nodded and focused intently on peeling away the damaged skin. Before long, Lin Qiu was entirely revealed. Qin Bai's cheeks flushed slightly as he remarked, "I will leave some frost here, in case there are remnants of the fire poison within you. I have matters to attend to at the Kagaya Shrine, so I must take my leave." With that, Qin Bai carefully tucked the blankets around the reclining Lin Qiu before hastily exiting. Chapter 49, The Heirloom Fire Mouse Fur. Lin Qiu raised an eyebrow in exasperation. Well, his brows had been thoroughly burned away, so he could not raise them. With a resigned sigh, he mused that Qin Bai was still quite young and easily flustered. Just as Lin Qiu was lost in thought, the curtain was lifted and Jiji Nobutaka entered, carrying an assortment of items. This must be the care packages sent from various quarters. Strangely enough, someone of Jiji Nobutaka's caliber, second only to the divine warriors, was relegated to such a menial task, which seemed a waste. However, given that Lin Qiu had single-handedly achieved what the entire coalition could not, few would dare to voice any objections. With this in mind, Lin Qiu spoke, "Nobutaka, please bring me my blade." "Yes, esteemed master," Jiji Nobutaka replied. Setting down the box he was carrying and retrieving the blade, open door, placing it beside Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu closed his eyes, gently caressing the scabbard of open door. As a relic of rare crimson quality, its inherent abilities were extraordinarily versatile, particularly its characteristic of immortality. Initially, Lin Qiu had been unable to choose when to activate or deactivate it. However, through deepening his understanding, he had now gained control over its functions. Now, he intended to refine his command further. A trace of the blood-red blade emerged. Lin Qiu concentrated fiercely on manipulating open door. "Life force, come forth." A wisp of life energy suddenly drifted from Jiji Nobutaka and enveloped Lin Qiu. In the next moment, Lin Qiu's hair and eyebrows began to grow back. Since the life force required for hair growth was minimal, It posed no harm to a warrior of Jiji Nobutaka's caliber. Perfect. Feeling his newly sprouted short hair, Lin Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jiji Nobutaka was busy unpacking, rinsing fruits with water. Before long, a platter of beautifully sliced fruits was presented at Lin Qiu's bedside. Esteemed master, this is the 50-year-old crimson fruit provided by the Hinasaka family, and this is the 60-year-old sea spirit mushroom from the Akita family, both of which can be consumed raw. Tonight, we have chicken ginseng soup made from a millennium-old ginseng from the General S estate, and also a rare fish caught from the river, which is beneficial for invigorating the blood and qi. Would you prefer fish sashimi, or? Goodness, how splendid it is to be treated so well while recuperating. With 2 pillows propped behind him and a small table set before him, Lin Qiu was utterly comfortable. After ordering a few dishes from Jiji Nobutaka, Lin Qiu savored the fruit platter while opening the system. Finally, he had time to claim his rewards. Side Quest 5. Eliminate the leader of the demonic army, Centurion Feng Jun, completed. You have received 10,000 pure white fragments, and the Broken Wind Talisman, green. Broken Wind Talisman, green, a fragment of a broken jade talisman. Using it bestows a slight permanent increase to agility attributes. Upon completing Side Quest 5, your talent, Chaotic Blessing, activates. You have obtained the heirloom Fire Mouse Fur, purple. Fire Mouse Fur, purple, a deep red fur coat crafted from the hide of mice residing in volcanoes, significantly enhancing defense and granting immunity to fire damage. Immunity to fire damage, what a formidable trait. Lin Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment as he perused the description of the relic. Had it not been for Feng Jun's swift retreat, this exquisite garment would have remained on the battlefield. With a slight sigh of regret, Lin Qiu donned the soft, fiery red coat and opened his personal panel. After defeating Feng Jun, Lin Qiu's attack power had swelled to over 8,000, combined with critical damage and skill enhancements. Delivering over 10,000 damage with a single strike was hardly a challenge. Against foes in a weakened state like Feng Jun, achieving a one-hit kill was certainly feasible. Furthermore, the Fire Mouse Fur had added a staggering 2,000 to his defense, positioning Lin Qiu's tankiness above all other attributes. Yet the true significance lay in the fire immunity. With this newfound ability, could he not slay Yin Jun as easily as one would a chicken? Once fully recovered, he would immediately seek news of Yin Jun's whereabouts. Carefully folding the Fire Mouse Fur, Lin Qiu turned his full attention to the fruit platter before him. Having sustained a rare serious injury, it was time to thoroughly enjoy the benefits of being a patient. Meanwhile, outside the tent where Lin Qiu resided, several warriors gazed up with excitement. Is that the tent of the esteemed Lin Qiu from the Jiji clan? How awe-inspiring. Truly, he surpasses even the legendary sword sage. A veritable god of slaughter. The patriarch of the Jiji clan. A perfect warrior. The master of divine blades. The disciple of the general. Perhaps the last title is unnecessary. It feels as though the general isn't as formidable as Lin Qiu, right? Do you want to fight? What a misunderstanding this is, truly amusing. Amidst the fervent discussions, a dusty warrior emerged from the crowd, lifting the curtain to return to his own tent. Sitting on his bed, he bit into a plain bun, his eyes filled with resentment. What nonsense! How could Lin Qiu be so powerful? This is absolutely impossible. Inside the battlefield, only a handful of the divine sword masters were present. He must have orchestrated matters behind the scenes to conceal the truth. Just as the warrior was muttering to himself, the tent was abruptly flung open, and 4 robust samurai strode in. Their expressions were grim as they regarded the warrior. Akita Inu, did you spread false information about the head of the Tachibana family? The sudden confrontation startled Akita Inu, who quickly rose and protested. No, it wasn't me. Dare you to deny it? One of the samurai exclaimed, suddenly pinning Akita Inu down onto the bed. I see you are merely envious, assuming others are like you. Humph. Prepare to accept the punishment from us 4. Oh, Yoshi. The other 3 burly men closed in. And as Akita Inu beheld the scene, his face turned pale. No, don't touch me. Crack. A bunch of worthless fools. The battle report was tossed onto the ground. The harsh sound of scraping sending a jolt through everyone's hearts. The setting sun cast its rays through the window, dividing the attic into light and shadow. At this moment, Enjuin had shrunk to human form, kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing to the shadow before him. Lord Demon King, it is not our incompetence. The elite from the shogunate are too formidable. Wind Lord was vibrant one moment, and the next, he was beheaded. The gap in strength is insurmountable. The shogunate is powerful? What a jest. A haunting voice emerged from the shadows. Enjuin, our demonic army has pushed from the south to the shogunate's territory without encountering any obstacles. Enjuin cautiously replied. The Elephant Lord was ambushed and perished at the Kagaya shrine. That is because it was useless. What? Do you wish to be a useless one as well? Upon hearing this, Enjuin immediately lowered his head. I dare not. As long as the Demon King allows me to collaborate with another centurion from the main force, I will surely breach the shogunate's defenses and conquer the world for you. You wish to lead troops while dragging along 2,000 of our demonic army to their doom? From the shadows, a ghastly pale hand suddenly reached out, pressing against Injuan's head. Injuan trembled uncontrollably, afraid to move. I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you cannot eliminate the one named Tachibana Akido, you shall take your own life. A dense black aura seeped from the hand, merging into Injuan's body through his orifices. The extreme pain caused Injuan to writhe on the ground, struggling in agony. It hurts. It hurts. Orange flames ignited from Injuan's body, only to be followed by a transformation in color. If the previous flames were a vibrant yellow filled with power, the current flames appeared as a desolate yellow reminiscent of the setting sun. Injuan's writhing body gradually stilled, sensing the flames within him had grown more than twice as powerful. A look of ecstasy spread across his face as he quickly knelt down. Thank you, Lord Demon King, for your grace. I shall personally char Tachibana Akido's head and present it before you. The figure in the shadows nodded in satisfaction. Very well, go forth. Yes. Injuan respectfully rose to bow before departing. Exiting the attic, he gazed at the nearly submerged setting sun in the distance, a cruel glint appearing in his eyes. Humph. Tachibana Akido, prepare to wail beneath my desolate flames. Your days are numbered. Chapter 50. The Siege of Warrior Kuin. At the edge of the shogunate territory, on the front line resisting the demonic army, Lin Qiu donned a fire rat fur coat, riding his steed as he wandered about. In just a few days, aside from recuperating from his injuries, Lin Qiu had also utilized his transparent sword heart to uncover the secrets of Source Waki and returned to a state of idleness. Observing the troops still drilling in the distance, Lin Qiu couldn't help but sigh. How I long to find a centurion to spar with. Currently, the only potential for triggering a mission lay with centurion-level beings, but the demonic army seemed oblivious to the sudden losses on the front. As the other centurion commanders continued their rampage, showing no inclination to move northward, this meant that, not to mention centurions, Lin Qiu found it difficult to spot even a few ordinary demons. Master. Suddenly, the voice of Tachibana Nobutada reached him from behind. Lin Qiu pulled on the reins. Turning to look, Tachibana Nobutada handed him an envelope, speaking respectfully. This is a secret letter sent by the general. Lin Qiu nodded, took it, tore open the envelope, and extracted the contents. Soon, a serious expression settled on his face. The letter read that, according to spies dispatched by Source Waki, the remaining demonic army units were gradually converging, seemingly intending to unite and advance northward. Currently, there were 4 remaining centurions, aside from the missing Injuan. The others were progressively stronger, and should they combine forces, it would undoubtedly result in a formidable battle. Therefore, Source Waki planned to mobilize the Divine Weapon Squad collectively before they could gather, aiming to take them down one by one. It must be said, this was indeed a brilliant strategy. In an era where individual combat prowess surpasses that of armies, they should rely on their extraordinary mobility to dismantle the enemy's command center. Waiting for the enemy to initiate an ambush would surely spell disaster. All right, I understand. Let us return together. Turning his horse around, Lin Qiu and the others immediately headed back toward the military camp. In the main tent of the camp, Source Waki and the 5 were gathered. Over the past few days, Kagaya Hikari and Shiranui Shin had successively mastered the full liberation of the Divine Sword, and alongside Lin Qiu, they now possessed the combat strength of 4 centurions. In a 4-to-1 scenario, even if the remaining 3 centurions surpassed ordinary centurions, they still had the capability to fight. Source Waki pointed to a location on the spread map. This is our first target, Centurion Warrior Kuin. Warrior Kuin, draped in crimson, possessed 4 arms, making him an unprecedented 4-sword-style warrior. His strength lay in his formidable physique and peculiar techniques. With a demon's body, he could execute moves that martial artists could not easily perform, even resorting to self-harming forbidden techniques at will. Lin Qiu and I will handle him. You all clean up the surrounding 100-men captains to ensure we are not disturbed. After speaking, Source Waki turned to Lin Qiu. Use your talent to analyze his every move. Identify his weaknesses. We must strive to resolve this swiftly, or else if the demons from Warrior Kuin Castle converge, they could drag us down. Side Mission 7. Eliminate the demonic army leader, Centurion Warrior Kuin. Upon seeing the system prompt, Lin Qiu casually nodded. Rest assured, leave it to me. With his transparent sword heart, Lin Qiu was ideally suited to confront an enemy of this technical caliber. Having finalized their plan, the group mounted their horses and discreetly departed the military camp. Their destination was a city known as Warrior Kuin Castle. As the demonic army advanced northward, in addition to their rampant pillaging, they were also establishing cities for the demons, capturing humans as livestock for sustenance. Among these, the cities housing the 3 centurions were the largest, truly epitomizing the night march of 100 demons. Outside Warrior Kuin Castle, Kagaya Hikari utilized frost and snow to cloak the presence of the group, while everyone donned black cloaks for a discreet infiltration. Under the cover of darkness, the group stealthily entered the city, incapacitating the humans used as livestock and claiming a foothold, resting through the night. When the sun rose high the next day, they finally began their operations. The once lively city, now ravaged by demons, had become desolate. The streets reeked of lingering blood, and though the midday sun bathed the roads, an inescapable gloom permeated the atmosphere. With a soft thud, dozens of divine weapons leaped into the warrior Kuan mansion from all directions, and the battle was about to commence. The incessant sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed through the air, punctuated by the occasional emergence of a malevolent spirit from around the corners, only to be thwarted by the divine weapons at hand. As the number of those rushing deeper into the estate dwindled, when Jinshi finally kicked open the doors to the training grounds, only Lin Qiu remained by his side. Within the arena stood a towering, robust crimson-haired demon, 3 meters tall, practicing its swordsmanship. Its face was a ghastly crimson, fangs bared, and with 4 arms held aloft, each brandishing a long sword of an impressive length of 1.5 meters, its movements imbued with a sinister elegance. Ah, this sword intent. You must be the renowned Jinshi, the greatest swordsman in the realm? The martial lord slowly turned around, stating, I did not seek you out, rather. You have come to me. Very well, allow me to witness the prowess of the so-called greatest. As soon as the words left his lips, the martial lord's colossal form sprang into action, as poised as a maiden, yet as swift as a hare. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before the two, his 4 swords descending upon them from various angles. Clang! The clash of metal resounded as the 2 swords aimed at Jinshi were barely parried. Feeling the overwhelming pressure before him, Jinshi could not help but exhale in relief. It was fortunate that he had summoned Lin Qiu, otherwise, he would have truly struggled against the martial lord alone. Clang! Simultaneously, an entirely different collision resonated through the air. The 2 swords aimed at Lin Qiu had unexpectedly been cleaved in twain. As the blades met, the pristine white edges shattered like glass. And in the martial lord's stunned expression, the razor-sharp blade swiftly struck his shoulder, instantly inflicting a grievous wound deep enough to expose bone. 6,800. The calm demeanor on the martial lord's face vanished in an instant as he withdrew, retreating several dozen meters before halting, pressing a hand against his wound. His countenance stricken with horror. Ever since his transformation into a demon, he had believed himself invincible among warriors. Yet he had never anticipated his first defeat in demon form would come from a sword. My swordsmanship is unparalleled. How could you possibly shatter it in a single blow? How can I continue to fight? Witnessing this scene, even Jinshi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, barely suppressing a smile. Although he had already known from their last encounter that Lin Qiu's blade could not be obstructed, seeing it shatter an enemy's weapon in the midst of combat, coupled with the bewildered expression on the opponent's face, was still somewhat amusing. Kid, are you the swordsman who slew the Elephant Lord and the Wind Lord? The martial lord's muscles twitched as his wound began to heal significantly. I never anticipated your sword to be so peculiar. Very well. With a grim expression, the martial lord coldly snorted, discarding both his functional and damaged swords. Immediately, his powerful 4 arms interlocked rapidly, and with a forceful tug, a series of terrifying cracking sounds echoed. To everyone's astonishment, the martial lord's previously intact arms shattered instantaneously. Behold my martial lord's sword. Even on the road to the underworld, it holds significance. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, for long, bone swords, gleaming with an eerie white light, began to sprout from the fractured joints of his arms. Each sword measured several feet in length, adorned with grotesque patterns, and oozing thick, dark red demonic blood. Second phase. With a single stroke, Lin Qiu had forced the martial lord into his second phase. After all, adversaries within the realm were not mindless. They only transitioned to the second phase upon reaching a certain threshold of health. Once an enemy realized the threat posed by their opponent, it was entirely possible for them to activate their second phase while at full health. Come now, witness my 4 strikes, and see if you can withstand them. In that moment, the martial lord exuded an aura that was chilling, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. He let out a howl towards the heavens, his form ethereal, reappearing before the two in an instant. Faster, stronger, more ferocious. This strike encapsulated the entirety of the martial lord's skill and combat experience. A move deemed unbeatable. He was confident that, in all the world, no one could withstand this earth-shattering blow. Even the legendary Demon King would likely suffer injury from such an attack, perhaps even bleed. Chapter 51. Slaying 2 Lords. Clang, clang. The familiar sounds pierced the air once more, and the once self-assured martial lord's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. He swiftly turned to Lin Qiu, only to witness the scattered fragments of bone swords and a dazzling flash of crimson light. Uft! Crit 10,000. The fierce blade struck the same spot as before. This time Lin Qiu employed a skill, resulting in even greater damage than the first strike. The martial lord felt a searing pain in his chest, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as warm, crimson blood spewed forth. He swiftly rolled aside, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. My bone swords are the hardest part of me. How could you shatter them? Lin Qiu smiled, relishing the encounter. Shall I give it another try? Perhaps this time it won't break. There's no way I'll heed your words. The martial lord spat in fury, His gaze at Lin Qiu's blade now tinged with fear. He had willingly transformed into a demon, reaching this level through unparalleled swordsmanship and an indomitable physique. His bone swords, after all, were a force that even the divine weapons could not shatter. Yet, in a single encounter, he had been unable to even block the enigmatic longsword strike. This realization had nearly crippled half of his capabilities, as his swordsmanship was primarily predicated on overpowering foes with his demonically enhanced strength. But now, Lin Qiu's blade could sever his swords and pierce his flesh. How could he possibly continue to fight? Not to mention, Jinshi was watching with keen interest. Seeing this, the martial lord bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Come help me." As those words escaped his lips, both Lin Qiu and Jinshi's expressions shifted. For the martial lord to speak so courteously, could there be another commander present? Lin Qiu, although confident in his ability to single-handedly defeat a commander, understood that this was the enemy's stronghold. If faced with someone like the Flame Lord, who possessed area attacks, he could easily find himself ensnared. "Heh, weren't you the one who claimed you needed no assistance?" Accompanied by a low, raspy laugh, a withered, yellow figure crawled up onto the wall like a specter. The figure appeared frail, as though a gust of wind could topple it, yet it emanated an indescribable, sinister aura. Despite the changes in its form since their last encounter, Lin Qiu recognized the figure immediately. Flame Lord. Upon seeing the Flame Lord's arrival, Lin Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. If it had been the Water Lord, he might not have been so confident, but the Flame Lord? With the relics from this phone now in his possession, he could fight without fear. Lin Qiu immediately declared, "I'll handle the Flame Lord. You take care of the Martial Lord." Jinshi nodded at the Martial Lord, "Rest assured. With two of his weapons shattered, I am confident I can subdue him." The Martial Lord's expression darkened. "Humph, do not think this guarantees victory, even without two weapons. I remain confident in my ability to slay you. Flame Lord, this one is yours. Be cautious of his blades." The Flame Lord revealed a cruel smile. "Fear not. The withered yellow flames bestowed upon me by the Demon King are precisely what I need to deal with this scoundrel." The two humans and two demons exchanged glances. And in the next moment, a fierce battle erupted. Lin Qiu held the blade firmly in both hands, gripping the door tightly, and unleashed the most formidable technique of the one-heart flow, the Shura Slash. Splitting sound. A critical hit of 12,888. It struck true. The expression on Yan Jun's face darkened, yet soon a withered, yellow fire ignited upon his body, and he burst into laughter. "Lin Qiu, while your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, I am no longer the easy prey I once was. I shall see whether your blade can fell me before my withered flames consume you." The withered flames were a scorching blaze that seared the soul and diminished one's capabilities. Once tainted by its flames, not only would one suffer mental harm, but their offensive and defensive prowess would also significantly wane. The last time his ordinary flames had nearly brought Lin Qiu to the brink of death. And now with the withered flames, capable of continuously draining vitality and lowering Lin Qiu's state, victory was surely within reach. Observing the withered flames descend upon Lin Qiu, Yan Jun smiled with confidence. "In terms of endurance, the advantage lies with me." However, in the next moment, Lin Qiu abruptly flicked his black cloak, and the withered flames were instantly consumed, leaving the cloak unscathed. Yan Jun's pride faltered. "You think shedding your clothes can help you escape the embrace of the withered flames? How naive." Yet, before he could finish, the smile vanished from Yan Jun's face, replaced by an expression of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a demon king. The withered flames fell upon Lin Qiu's fire rat cloak, disappearing as if a cow had vanished into the sea, leaving not even a single fiber scorched. "My withered flames? Where are my withered flames? This is a blessing from the Demon King. How could you possibly extinguish it?" Yan Jun was left bewildered. But in the next instant, a frenzied look crossed his face, as his throat swelled. "No matter what illusion you've conjured, I refuse to believe it. You cannot withstand this blow." Lin Qiu, witnessing this, smiled. "You never learn." The scene of him piercing Yan Jun's throat still vivid in his mind. Lin Qiu wasted no time and thrust his blade toward the swollen throat. Boom. A critical hit of 15,000. The withered flames erupted like a volcanic eruption. However, Lin Qiu nestled within the protection of the fire rat cloak, emerging unscathed. Yan Jun clutched his throat and collapsed. Disbelief etched across his face as he pointed at Lin Qiu. You actually disregard the withered flames? How is that possible? Congratulations, you finally understand." Lin Qiu declared, raising the door and moving with the swiftness of lightning. He struck again. Splitting sound. The long blade plunged once more, and crimson numbers erupted above Yan Jun's head. A critical hit of 20,000. In just 3 strikes, Lin Qiu dealt a staggering 50,000 damage, slaying the empowered Yan Jun on the spot. The nearby Wu Jun watched in astonishment as his complexion shifted from crimson to a sickly green. Yan Jun had claimed to possess the Demon King's blessing and had ascended to greater heights. Yet in an instant, he fell to 3 strikes, barely lasting a minute. Was this some kind of jest? Had it not been for Yan Jun's disintegrating corpse, Wu Jun would have cursed aloud. However, soon enough, Wu Jun found no opportunity for venting his frustration, as the murderous Lin Qiu had already approached. Faced with the imminent crimson blade, Wu Jun hurriedly raised his hands to defend, yet at that moment, the divine punishment from Yuan Jia struck forth. Splitting sound. In a moment of panic, he fell prey to two skills. 2, 888. 10, 024. Infuriating. Wu Jun widened his eyes, his face contorted with bitterness as he let out a furious roar, attempting a final desperate struggle. But Lin Qiu deftly flicked his wrist, the blood-red long blade slicing from Wu Jun's chest to beneath his jaw, and with a sudden upward thrust, a muffled sound echoed as that crimson head was cleaved in two. Meanwhile, Yuan Jia was not idle. His divine punishment sliced downwards at an angle, and together they cleaved Wu Jun in half. In mere minutes, two commanders lay lifeless upon the training grounds. Gazing at the still-burning corpse of Yin Jun and the body of Wu Jun before him, Yuan Jia gasped for breath, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Although they had devised a strategy for a swift resolution, the battle concluded far too rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, two commanders had perished. Yuan Jia tossed Lin Qiu a cloth to wipe his blade, exclaiming, "You have grown stronger, seemingly without limits." Lin Qiu wiped the door, sheathing his sword with a slight smile. "Isn't this splendid? By the way, you all leave first. I shall cleanse this city of its malevolent spirits." Chapter 52, The Massacre of the City. Yuan Jia's heart skipped a beat. "This city, are you certain?" Lin Qiu nodded. "Absolutely. Have you forgotten my area of effect attack? Utilizing the spillover damage of the malevolent spirit statues, with my current damage output, slaying a single malevolent spirit can affect and eliminate dozens surrounding it. Efficiency beyond compare. These malevolent spirits are merely walking attribute points to me. Very well, we shall retreat first." Yuan Jia said no more. Lin Qiu's displayed capabilities had far surpassed his own. In this era, strength carried considerable weight. Lin Qiu watched Yuan Jia depart, then opened the system to claim his kill rewards. Side Quest 6, Slay the Leader of the Malevolent Spirit Army, Commander Yin Jun, completed. You have received 20,000 pure white fragments. Relic, Withered Flame Seed, purple. Withered Flame Seed, purple, a one-time item that, upon use, grants fire attribute attacks and additional burning damage, continuously lowering the enemy's overall attributes, with a maximum reduction of 50. The withered flames were indeed extraordinary. Had they encountered anyone other than himself, clad in the fire rat cloak, they would have posed a considerable challenge. Lin Qiu reflected. Continuing to scroll down, for the talent rewards were the true prize. However, upon reading further, Lin Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon completing Side Quest 6, your talent, Chaos Blessing, has been activated. You have received Relic, Shura Close Door, Red. Shura Close Door, Red, a black blade said to be forged from the bones of demons from hell, possessing the power to connect the realms of life and death, and can be combined with another blade, the Open Door, to form the Shura. Trait 1, Close Door. Trait 2, Shura, closing the door will gradually enhance the strength of itself and its wielder based on the enemies slain. However, if one cannot wield this power, they will transform into a mindless Shura, driven solely by the desire to kill. Trait 3, Integration. When you possess the Open Door, both the Open Door and Closed Door will inherit each other as traits, allowing you to wield the weapon as Shura. To think it would be the counterpart to the Open Door, as a relic of rare red quality. The Open Door had been Lin Qiu's greatest assurance in reaching this point, and now with the emergence of the Closed Door, it was akin to adding a flourish to his success. Although the Closed Door merely offered an additional useful trait compared to the Open Door, even that alone was enough to elate anyone. True damage. Now, whether wielding the Open Door or the Closed Door, both could inflict true damage, and the harm they wrought could not be restored. This meant that Lin Qiu was not merely depleting health points, but rather the very essence of life. The recovery ability of the malevolent spirits had always been a vexing issue, and it was only due to Lin Qiu's explosive capabilities that he could barely ignore it. But now, with the Closed Door, no matter how resilient your endurance, it would be in vain. Lin Qiu picked up the large blade discarded by Wu Jun, giving it a gentle shake. In the next instant, a blade entirely black, resembling a black hole capable of devouring all surrounding light, replaced the large sword, manifesting in Lin Qiu's grasp. It was none other than the Closed Door. Lin Qiu pushed open the door, and beneath the sunlight, a pair of long blades, one black and one red, one long and one short, merged seamlessly, exuding an eerie beauty. Simply striking, with new weapons in hand. It was only natural to test their lethality. Grasping the Azura with both hands, Lin Qiu set his gaze upon the dying demon, cleaved in two by the divine weapons not far away. The divine weapons were not as formidable as Lin Qiu. They did not pursue kills. For if the demon lost its ability to resist, there would be no time to deliver the final blow amidst the chaos of battle. This presented the perfect opportunity for Lin Qiu to test his blades. Disabling the splash effects of the relic demon statue, Lin Qiu approached the near-death demon and casually struck down with his blade. In the next moment, an enormous number dazzled Lin Qiu's eyes. 19,163. A normal attack yielding nearly 20,000 in damage, and if he were to utilize skills, the damage would soar even higher. Notably, the attack enhancement from opening and closing the door, along with the kills of Yen Jun and Wu Jun, had significantly increased his power. Indeed, the opening and closing of the door proved to be a relic of red quality. As for the reward from Wu Jun, it was, as expected, the scabbard of the door. Clearly, Yen Jun wielded the withered yellow flame, possessing extraordinary strength, which accounted for the substantial reward increase. Alas, he had encountered Lin Qiu, clad in the fiery mouse pelt, destined for tragedy. Reflecting on this, Lin Qiu promptly commenced his citywide slaughter plan. Roar! Outside the window, the approaching demons were initially howling in Lin Qiu's direction, but upon his arrival, a wave of fear surged through them. They sensed the aura of death emanating from the Azura. Wailing, one demon curled into a ball, cradling its head in its hands. Unfortunately, Lin Qiu had no pity for it. The black long blade plunged down from above. Thud. 362. Damage overflowed. 657. 208. 503. A series of ghastly white numbers radiated outward from the Wu Jun mansion, each number that appeared signifying the demise of a demon. Due to the multitude of severely injured demons in the vicinity, Lin Qiu's strike resulted in the immediate slaughter of over 100 ordinary demons. Such efficiency made it seem like the city's massacre would occur in mere moments. Lin Qiu swung the long blade, the black-red blood splattering onto the ground. Standing atop the loft, surveying the entirety of Wu Jun City, the previously desolate city had now come alive, with numerous demons crawling out from the shadows. Drawn to the commotion of the Wu Jun estate, the streets teemed with a throng of demons, creating a cacophony akin to a festive celebration. Observing the awakening throngs of demons, Lin Qiu crossed his dual blades, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. Excellent. Let me see how many more I can slay. Crackle. Flames roared, filling Wu Jun City with a bizarre aroma of roasted flesh. In the former heart of the demon city, before the Wu Jun mansion, the severed limbs of demons piled high, forming a mound of corpses that towered several meters, now sending forth thick black smoke into the sky. Wiping the blood from his blades, Lin Qiu gazed at the blazing inferno before him, nodding in satisfaction. Having struck over 100 times, he had dispatched a total of 21,602 demons, truly an immeasurable act of merit. Facing the roaring flames, Lin Qiu pretended to clasp his hands in prayer. Amipa. Subsequently, with a pat on his steed, it neighed excitedly and galloped towards the outskirts of the city. The mission in Wu Jun City had been splendidly accomplished. Outside Wu Jun City, Yuan Ji and the others lay hidden on a hillside, awaiting Lin Qiu's appearance. However, as time passed without sign of him, they were instead greeted by the rising black smoke from within the city. Before long, a small, familiar dark figure emerged in the distance. It was Lin Qiu. Yuan Ji and the others immediately approached him. Lin Qiu, how many demons did you slaughter to create such a commotion? Lin Qiu casually replied. Every one that emerged was slain, just over 20,000. 20,000. Hearing this number, the assembled crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. Had this figure been anyone else, even Yuan Ji might have doubted the claim. Yet, this was Lin Qiu, who had just pierced through the joint forces of Feng Jun and Yen Jun, beheading over 10,000 demons. Such a feat of slaughtering a city in a little over an hour seemed entirely plausible. Natsuhibi chuckled wryly. You truly are something else. When you say to slaughter a city, you do it. Your battle prowess is in a league of its own. Although they were all awakened beings, capable of bringing relics into the instance, the resources and the type of relics carried were of utmost importance. To accomplish what Lin Qiu had, not only bringing many relics, but also being a perfect match for the task, was indeed a rarity. Lin Qiu smiled slightly. All for the sake of restoring peace to the world as swiftly as possible. The sooner, the better. By the way, who is our next target? At this, the group collected themselves, and Yuan Ji spoke. The next target is named Huanjun Chapter 53, Huanjun City. Huanjun is a peculiar centurion. Although he is a demon, his domain is predominantly inhabited by humans. True to his name, Huanjun's ability is to transform into a human, and his presence is elusive, making him difficult to detect. His specialty lies in blending in among his kind to stealthily eliminate team members, sowing chaos. This is Huanjun's hallmark. In the early stages of the demon army's expansion, Huanjun was already active on the front line, employing various tactics to instigate turmoil within enemy ranks, earning him the title of an esteemed veteran among the demons. Yuan Ji's expression turned serious. Due to Huanjun's elusive abilities, the fewer people involved in this operation, the better. It will be just the 6 of us. The other divine weapons will be responsible for rescuing any conscious individuals left within Wu Jun City and escorting them to the nearby deep mountains for refuge. Understood. The divine weapons responded and promptly set out, leaving only Tachibana Shinju behind. Lin Qiu hesitated for a moment, then nodded to him. Shinju, you should go as well. While Tachibana Shinju was among the top holders of divine blades, facing an established centurion like Huanjun still posed a risk of sudden death. Yes, my lord. Tachibana Shinju accepted the order and departed. Only 6 individuals remained on the hillside. Yuan Ji instructed, given Huanjun's unique abilities, even with just the 6 of us, we must remain vigilant. Upon entering Huanjun City, we will separate to search for his whereabouts. If we happen to cross paths, we must not engage in close proximity. We must draw our divine blades and confirm each other's identities before any contact. The divine blades possess a mutual sensing capability, serving only their respective masters, which is why Yuan Ji insisted on taking only 6. If a regular divine weapon were to be replaced, they might not recognize it. As for Lin Qiu's identification, it was much simpler. The Azura's aura was rare and imposing. There was no chance of misidentifying it, even among the divine blades. Lin Qiu added, once we locate Huanjun, we will strike immediately. Do not worry about the noise. No matter how many demons come, I can effortlessly dispatch them. The recent achievement of slaying 20,000 demons lent Lin Qiu's words unparalleled persuasiveness. Yet Yuan Ji still expressed concern. Isn't there a substantial number of humans in Huanjun City? Shouldn't we be worried? Not at all, Lin Qiu nodded. My blade will only harm those who harbor hostility towards us. Ordinary humans will remain unscathed. That's good to hear. Yuan Ji nodded slightly. Then, without further ado, let's head to Huanjun City. With Lin Qiu's presence, the process of eradicating the malevolent spirits became exceedingly smooth. Both the generals and the military were eager to seize the moment and bring an end to this era of rampant evil. Huanjun City, a notorious haven for malevolent spirits, buzzed with activity both day and night. During the day, crowds thronged the streets, while at night, the streets teemed with a procession of ghosts, their presence palpable and ominous. As Lin Qiu and his companions approached the outskirts of the city, they observed numerous humans, bound by ropes, queuing to enter. These were individuals seized by the spirit army from various regions, clearly indicating that even these malevolent entities now prioritized sustainability, wary of consuming their human prey entirely and leaving themselves without sustenance. Huanjun City functioned as a colossal breeding ground, where humans lived in perpetual dread, fully aware that closing their eyes at night might mean never witnessing the dawn again. After all, it was a common occurrence for the chefs to indulge in their own secret feasts. By day, the city walls were manned by warriors appointed by the spirits. Yet to Lin Qiu and his companions, it felt no different from an abandoned city. They effortlessly infiltrated the city, changing into disguises and preparing to navigate this bizarre realm where humans and spirits coexisted. In the western part of the city, Lin Qiu carried a rolled-up fire rat fur coat, with Shura concealed within, appearing merely as luggage. His face and body smeared with charcoal and other cosmetics. He looked considerably duller. The military skills were impressive. After a thorough transformation, Lin Qiu barely recognized himself. Come, gentlemen, come and play. From a nearby pavilion, a gaggle of exquisitely dressed courtesans beckoned to potential customers, the scent of fragrant powders wafting through the air. Indeed, the most renowned industry in the western city was the flower street. Unlike the breeding practices of Wujun City, the lives of humans within Huanjun City, aside from the constant threat of being devoured, were not markedly different from their usual existence. It was precisely due to this ever-looming specter of death that Huanjun City had transformed into a realm of hedonism, where all endeavored to indulge and savor life that could vanish at any moment. The flower street was the liveliest part of the city, and by midnight, revelers often found themselves in more exhilarating pursuits than the spirits themselves. Thus, both spirits and humans were deeply enamored with this decadent locale. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Qiu settled in a corner, placing a broken bowl in front of him, feigning the guise of a beggar while focusing intently and secretly activating his transparent sword heart. This ability allowed him to perceive the weaknesses of his adversaries. And given the distinction between the vulnerabilities of spirits and humans, Lin Qiu was capable of conducting a broad search while others relied on chance. However, upon opening his eyes, Lin Qiu was startled by the scene before him. Within the vast flower building, humans and spirits mingled, resembling a hellish tableau, as at times, malevolent spirits would indiscriminately consume individuals, truly embodying the notion of dying beneath the peony blooms. Once the spirits finished their feasts, numb-faced servants would enter to clean up the blood, readying the establishment for the next wave of patrons. Phew, these are merely ordinary spirits. I must search further. Lin Qiu inhaled deeply, recognizing that the more powerful the spirit, the fewer flaws they exhibited. The strength of Huanjun was undoubtedly superior to that of Wujun and Yanjun, and he aimed to adhere to that standard. Just as Lin Qiu was concentrating on locating the spirits, several figures abruptly emerged from the flower building, rushing towards him. Get lost. Who invited a beggar to loiter at my doorstep, seeking to sabotage my business? A flamboyantly dressed madam, flanked by 2 burly men, approached Lin Qiu with an unfriendly demeanor, intent on shooing him away. Lin Qiu's lips twitched slightly as he gathered his broken bowl. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to be a customer? The madam cast a disdainful glance at him. Humph. This place is no haven for the impoverished. Lin Qiu wiped his face. What era are we in? Clinging to traditional business practices? How valuable are your earnings if you anger the malevolent spirits? They could shut you down in an instant. The spirits demand professional service and exquisite cuisine. Upon seeing Lin Qiu's face, the madam's eyes widened. Young man, you make a valid point. Indeed. Pleasing the spirits is the way to go. A smile spread across her face, though the thick white powder on her cheeks began to flake off. More unsettling than a ghostly visage. Lin Qiu nodded in satisfaction. If that's the case, why not invite me in for a complimentary experience? Complimentary? The madam covered her mouth with a handkerchief, chuckling. How can a beauty like you go to waste? Someone, take him away. Our courtesan has found a catch. Wait, what? I came for a free experience, not to be captured. Lin Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I heard that Huan Jun is a female spirit. Perhaps I might be delivered directly to her. This baiting strategy seemed rather appealing. With that thought, Lin Qiu ceased to struggle and allowed himself to be taken away. Seeing that Lin Qiu offered no resistance, the madam nodded in satisfaction. You little beggar certainly understand the situation. Rest assured, while my establishment may not be grand, feeding you will be a piece of cake. Lin Qiu immediately began to haggle. Let us be clear, I perform for food, not for other services. Unless it's the esteemed Lord Huan Jun. Oh ho, you have quite the discerning taste. The madam snorted lightly. Fear not. Someone of your caliber must first be presented to the higher-ups. Who knows, perhaps this old hag might end up relying on you for sustenance. As Lin Qiu noticed the hand pointed towards him, a shiver ran down his spine, and he quickly evaded. What a clever boy, your skills are impressive. If I weren't so old, I'd surely love to test my might against you. The madam teased, saying no more as she tossed him into a room on the third floor, promising to personally attend to him shortly. Once thrown into the single room on the third floor, two burly men remained at the door, guarding it. Lin Qiu exerted a slight force on the ropes binding his hands, snapping them as he swiftly unveiled the fire rat fur coat, which concealed Shura. Covering himself with a blanket from the bed to create a vague human shape, he pretended to be asleep and then climbed up to the beams. Before long, the madam appeared on the third floor, pushing open the door while carrying a basket of items. Oh dear, why have you fallen asleep already? The flower street is for resting during the day and reveling at night. You must correct this bad habit. The madam approached to lift the blanket. But in the next instant, a splash of crimson appeared at her neck, rendering her already pale face even more ghostly. From behind, Lin Qiu's voice slowly emerged. Do you wish to live, or do you wish to die? The madam trembled. I wish to live. I wish to live. As she spoke, she mentally berated herself 100 times. It was evident that such quality goods could never be delivered to her doorstep for free. How foolish she had been. Blinded by beauty. Very well, then cooperate with me. Lin Qiu sheathed his blade. Ordinary individuals would feel utterly demoralized merely sensing Shura's aura, and those with weaker wills, like the madam, were even more susceptible. Indeed, even upon witnessing Lin Qiu sheathing his sword, the madam did not change her expression but instead forced a smile. My lord, I am just an ordinary person. I sought to ally with the malevolent spirits simply to survive. If you require anything, please command me. I beg you, spare my life. Lin Qiu sat on the bed, casually stating, I have no interest in killing you. Next, tell me everything you know about Huan Jun. Yes. The madam knelt on the ground, speaking softly. Huan Jun is the master of this city. She comes and goes without a trace, and few are aware of her existence. I am but an ordinary person and do not know much. But as Lin Qiu's gaze grew increasingly perilous, the madam of the brothel felt a sudden chill run down her spine and hastily exclaimed, Tomorrow marks the grand selection of courtesans in the flower street. It is said that the chosen courtesan will have the rare privilege of meeting the illustrious Lord Huan Jun. The courtesan selection? Lin Qiu mused, stroking her chin. Lord Huan Jun is likely a female ghost, so I should have this in the bag. The madam chuckled nervously. When Lord Huan Jun appears, they can assume either a male or female form. In previous selections, most victors have been women. Ah, that makes sense, Lin Qiu replied. After all, to Huan Jun, humans are merely sustenance. Gender is inconsequential, while flavor is paramount. However, that was of little concern. As long as Huan Jun showed up tomorrow, she would surely dispatch it in an instant. Your intelligence is commendable. Lin Qiu nodded with satisfaction. Ensure that I am taken to the selection punctually tomorrow, and let all that has transpired be forgotten. Understood? Yes, I comprehend, the madam responded, her gratitude overflowing as she exited. Lin Qiu employed her transparent sword heart to monitor the madam for a brief moment, confirming that she exhibited no unusual behavior before retracting her gaze. Regardless, action would be taken tomorrow. Lin Qiu accessed the system. Utilizing the military's tools, she could communicate with other members within a small radius, approximately the size of a Huanjuan city. Within the system's chat channel, others were already engaged in conflict with malevolent spirits, notably the bearer of the divine blade, Treading Wind. He had successfully slain a disguised demon, but its weakness indicated it was clearly not Huanjuan, a realization that weighed heavily on the minds of the others. Finding a demon among the crowd was already challenging. Now it appeared there were multiple capable of disguise, presenting an even graver situation. Lin Qiu also disseminated the intelligence she had gathered, revealing that Huanjuan might appear at the courtesan selection. The remaining few responded eagerly. After confirming their meeting for the night, Lin Qiu reclined on her bed, cradling Shura, and drifted into a light slumber. The following morning, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Lin Qiu was greeted by two young girls, each carrying a pile of garments. "These are the outfits for today's parade," they chirped. "The madam sent us to assist you in dressing." The girls, slightly timid, found their courage upon seeing Lin Qiu, who smiled gently. "Come in, please." Although her role in this scenario was as the head of the Orange family, it was unexpected that her first taste of feudal privilege would be amidst the brothel. Truly, a surprising turn of events. The girls expertly draped the voluminous garments over Lin Qiu. Her figure was such that she appeared slender in clothing, yet curvaceous without it, prompting the girls to drool discreetly as they adjusted her attire. "Lady Lin Qiu, your figure is splendid. You must hail from a prominent family." "Indeed," Lin Qiu replied. "My grandmother always said that one cannot grow strong without sufficient nourishment." Lin Qiu fell momentarily silent. "Alas, my family has fallen into disarray, leaving me to rely on my allure for survival." "And what of you? Are you well fed here?" The girls beamed widely. "Yes. We eat to our fill. The demons feast on humans, not grains, leaving us to enjoy the food. We get to eat steamed buns every day, and life is much better than before." "Indeed. If only my grandmother were still alive, she would surely be delighted." Lin Qiu nodded. "Very well. Inform me when the selection begins tonight." "Yes, Lady Lin Qiu. Please rest well. If you require anything, just knock. We are right across the hall." The girls knelt and bowed before departing. With the room restored to tranquility, Lin Qiu rose, tucking Shura into her ample sleeve, quietly awaiting the arrival of night. The day swiftly passed, and according to news from Qinbai, they were prepared to assist Lin Qiu in a grand scheme that evening. Gazing out the window, Lin Qiu observed the deepening twilight. Yet the alluring sounds and vibrant lights seemed to transport this realm to another domain. "Knock, knock, knock. Lady Lin Qiu, are you awake? The courtesan selection is about to commence." Hearing the girls' voices, Lin Qiu touched the hilt of her dagger concealed within her sleeve and rose slowly. "Yes. Let us prepare to depart." Chapter 55, Confronting Huanjuan. Stepping outside, Lin Qiu was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere that could only be described as fervent. Humans and demons traversed the streets together, a cacophony of revelry and exuberance. Occasionally, individuals would be drawn into shadowy alleys, their presence extinguished, leaving only a trace of blood mingling with the heady scent of perfumes carried by the night breeze, combined with the faint, fishy odor and the strange floral fragrance. It was evident that this was a realm where humanity had forsaken its essence, a hell for the ordinary and a paradise for the revelers. At that moment, Lin Qiu's identity as a courtesan provided her a measure of protection. After all, until the ultimate courtesan was determined, they all had the potential to be Huanjuan's pawns. Were it not for this rule, many would have pounced on Lin Qiu, quite literally draining her dry. Observing a female ghost hanging from a rooftop, saliva cascading like a waterfall, Lin Qiu offered a taunting smile. "Goa, Goa." The ghost's formidable strength shattered the tiles, causing it to plummet awkwardly from the eaves, inciting chaos among the onlookers. "Wow, a rare, male courtesan," exclaimed one. "How infuriating. I want to cast my vote for him. But if Lord Huanjuan selects him, there will be no chance for me." "Ah, brother, your smile is enchanting." The familiar expression sent shivers down Lin Qiu's spine. Could there be awakened individuals among them? Lowering her gaze, she spotted the most fervent admirer, a young girl with long, lustrous black hair and a captivating visage. "Wow, brother, you're looking at me. I am Shingu Yuki. You must remember me. I want to order your year-long package." "Brother, say something." The girl continued. How embarrassing to be this infatuated. Covering her face with one hand, Lin Qiu hastily retreated. The flower street in the western city boasted numerous establishments, and Lin Qiu quickly blended into the throng, where she beheld a multitude of courtesans, each with a unique flair, making their way to the central Huanjuan Tower. The Huanjuan Tower stood majestically at a height of 100 feet, rumored to be the residence of Huanjuan. However, according to intelligence gathered by Qinbai and others, it was primarily inhabited by attendants, with Huanjuan herself absent. This aligned with the information provided by Yuan Ji, indicating that Huanjuan preferred to mingle within the crowd. It was likely that Huanjuan would only appear in the tower during the courtesan selection. Lin Qiu scanned her surroundings and soon spotted her companions. Yuan Ji and several others had retained some makeup, blending into the crowd carrying the courtesan palanquin, while Qinbai had also adopted the guise of a courtesan. However, it seemed Qinbai had assumed the identity of an existing courtesan. Without her distinctive aura, she would have gone unnoticed. It was evident that the battle plan was straightforward. Lin Qiu and Qinbai would work together to draw out any potential appearances of Huanjuan, while the others would converge upon hearing the commotion. Exchanging a knowing glance with Qinbai, the group promptly entered Huanjuan Tower. As the boisterous sounds outside faded away, the grand doors thunderously closed behind them, and the courtesans ascended to the second floor. The second floor was spacious, adorned with numerous cushions for resting, while tables were laden with tea and confections. A noblewoman clad in a kimono welcomed the guests, bowing slightly. Ladies, I trust you understand the rules. Today, the 3 courtesans with the highest votes will have the opportunity to meet Lord Huanjuan, and you will each have 3 days to spend with him. If you can help Lord Illusion adapt to your presence, then you shall have the opportunity to transform into a ghost, living eternally youthful by Lord Illusion's side. However, should you fail, although you will become sustenance for Lord Illusion, the benevolent Lord will still grant you a suitable wish. Now please be patient. This Illusion Lord seems rather amiable. If one survives, they may ascend from human to ghost, and if one does not, at least they will have a wish fulfilled. It is no wonder that the competition for the courtesan is so lively, with so many rushing towards their demise. Lin Qiu began to cultivate a clear mind, taking heed of his surroundings. Soon, the noblewoman announcing the rules caught his attention. There were few flaws. Lin Qiu's pupils constricted, instinctively resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Yet, he quickly relaxed again. It was not implausible for a veteran like Lord Illusion to have 1 or 2 strong subordinates. It was best to wait for the so-called Illusion Lord to appear before making any judgments. Before long, 2 individuals entered the second-floor hall, each bearing a tally sheet. The noblewoman, holding the tally, began to count the votes. Li Ji 1 vote, Dai Ji 1 vote. As time slowly passed, the tally board revealed its counts, with the top 3 positions unsurprisingly occupied by seasoned courtesans, all female. However, this was of little consequence, for the Illusion Lord was about to make an appearance. Clack, clack. The sound of wooden clogs striking the floor echoed, and Lin Qiu's expression tightened. In the next instant, Shura suddenly unsheathed. One heart flow Shura slash. A black and a red blade of light shot directly towards the noblewoman responsible for tallying the points. Indeed, the newcomer had too many flaws. She was the true Illusion Lord. Boom. What is happening? There's been a murder. The second floor of Illusion transformed into a hellscape, while at the same time, Qin Bai unleashed a frosty blast, chilling air sweeping forth as the ceiling of the first floor was violently breached, with Yuan Ji and several others rushing in to provide support. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the Illusion Lord gazed at the massive cross-shaped wound on her chest. Her eyes filled with horror. A critical hit of 25,484. The sudden infliction of such immense damage bewildered this once untroubled fiendish commander. How vexing. From where did this enemy spring forth? Shocked, the Illusion Lord's once fair visage contorted into a grotesque snarl. In the next moment, a chilling scene unfolded. Her back split open with numerous deep gashes, and 8 robust, sharp legs erupted from those crevices like lightning, viciously slicing towards Lin Qiu. The Illusion Lord had successfully entered the second phase. Her true form was that of a spider. This was the best possible outcome. The Illusion Lord had not utilized her stealth abilities. Once such powers are exposed to sunlight, their threat level diminishes significantly. Lin Qiu, relying on his undying body, boldly advanced for another strike. The Illusion Lord trembled. She had never encountered such a reckless individual. At that moment, she abandoned the thought of immediately dispatching Lin Qiu and instead retreated swiftly, attempting to create distance between them. After all, the Shura in Lin Qiu's hands was exceedingly peculiar, and even as a commander, she dared not face it head-on. The Illusion Lord's massive form appeared clumsy, yet she was remarkably agile. Her 8 legs moved swiftly, retreating dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, causing Lin Qiu's strike to miss. Just then, the Illusion Lord's numerous subordinates arrived to provide assistance. Although they lacked the formidable strength of a commander, they were in their home territory, enjoying the advantage of numbers, quickly surrounding Qin Bai and the others. In this dire situation, Qin Bai and his companions found themselves ensnared, unable to aid Lin Qiu, resulting in a one-on-one duel between Lin Qiu and the Illusion Lord. The Illusion Lord's colossal body hung upside down in the air, emitting a piercing shriek. How dare you attempt to ambush me? But since you failed to kill me with that strike, do you think you will have another chance? With my regeneration, I will recover in no time. How is it possible that this wound cannot heal? The Illusion Lord had initially intended to showcase her formidable regenerative abilities to instill a sense of despair in the human before her, but to her surprise, this very revelation terrified her. The cross-shaped wound on her chest now burned with black-red flames, showing no signs of healing whatsoever. The excruciating pain compelled the Illusion Lord to grit her teeth, her face becoming increasingly hideous. She glared at the dual blades in Lin Qiu's hands. Filled with dread, what manner of blades are those? Why can my wounds not heal? Lin Qiu brought his blades together. Have you figured out the principle? Why not try it for yourself? Only a fool would. The Illusion Lord realized that Lin Qiu was far from the ordinary warrior she had encountered before. My wounds, as long as I can find the Demon King, will easily heal, she retorted, her tone laced with malice. How dare you provoke me in the spider's lair? You are simply courting death. Even if I stand still, I could annihilate you all. Accompanied by this chilling declaration, the Illusion Lord's legs twitched. Lin Qiu, who had been intently focused on her, sensed danger and instinctively turned his head. Swish. In the next moment, the floor beneath Lin Qiu's feet cracked without warning, the surface smooth as a mirror. At that moment, Lin Qiu finally realized that the illusion lord was not merely hanging in midair. She had woven an intricate web long ago, clinging to it. The spider silk was exceedingly fine, barely visible unless one looked closely, and this web, dense and interwoven, filled the entire illusion city, centered on the illusion lord's tower. Chapter 56. The illusion lord's tactics. Haha, are you afraid? Die for me. The illusion lord sneered maliciously, commanding countless threads of silk to strike at Lin Qiu. Relying on the intuition bestowed by his clear mind, Lin Qiu engaged in a fierce clash with the threads. The razor-sharp silk, upon meeting Lin Qiu, was as fragile as an egg against stone, effortlessly severed in two. The illusion lord spat in frustration, quickly summoning more threads from all directions to launch an assault. The density of the attacks was overwhelming, and Lin Qiu found it nearly impossible to defend. Even the fire rat fur he wore was marred with unsightly scars. Fortunately, Yuan Ji and the others were not entirely helpless. The true flame of the Hanakami style was particularly effective against spider silk. Together with the wind, they amplified the flames, easily suppressing the small spider and clearing the surrounding threads. The rest of the group employed their own methods, barely managing to fend off some of the strands. However, this was the illusion lord's domain. They lacked nothing but spider silk. Moreover, the illusion lord continued to spew forth silk from above, tirelessly weaving her celestial net. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. It was Yuan Ji, who had been entangled with the small spider, unleashing his full power against the illusion lord above. The heavenly punishment thunder, as Yuan Ji's strongest technique, erupted with the speed of lightning. With the illusion lord's attention fully on Lin Qiu, she momentarily failed to react. Yet the warning properties of the spider silk proved invaluable. The illusion lord instinctively retreated, and on the silk, her movement was enhanced. This seemingly decisive strike merely grazed the illusion lord's skin. 952. That explosive attack inflicted less than 1,000 points of damage, and in the next moment, the wound had already healed automatically. Witnessing this scene, those present could not help but furrow their brows, their expressions grim. The previous campaign against the martial lord had unfolded with unexpected ease, perhaps too smoothly, leading to a gradual amnesia regarding the true terror that the malevolent spirits could inflict. It was only in the face of the current daunting presence that the strength of these fiends was recalled. The illusion lord let out a tinkling laugh, proclaiming, "What does it matter how formidable one's power is? If one cannot land a strike, it is utterly meaningless. Within my lair, I am invulnerable." Lin Qiu severed the webbing before him, lost in contemplation as he confronted the predicament at hand. His Azura slash, born from the thunder of divine retribution, was only marginally swifter than Yuan Ji's, and even if he were to switch places with him, he would still inflict negligible damage upon the illusion lord. Regardless, engaging on the opponent's prepared turf was undeniably disadvantageous. Yet, to simply await the gathering of their forces would be tantamount to waiting for death. Boom. With a decisive stroke, Lin Qiu unleashed his blade, but the illusion lord evaded once more, causing the towering wooden pavilion to crumble under the strain. However, such trivialities held no sway over those engaged in battle. The imposing figure of the illusion lord lay illuminated beneath the moonlight, her upper half resplendently feminine, while her lower half morphed into the grotesque form of a spider, an eerie yet captivating juxtaposition. Those humans who had initially witnessed the spectacle from outside the pavilion were instantly swept into a fervor. "Ah, it's a demon. What is there to fear? It's just a demon. We have one right here. Oh, that is true. It's the illusion lord. So it's the illusion lord, how impressive." Contrary to all expectations, prolonged exposure to Illusion City had dulled the humans' innate fear, igniting instead a fervent thrill for the spectacle. The scene of a collective assault on the illusion lord not only failed to intimidate them, but invigorated their spirits. Come. Let us place bets on how long the illusion lord will take to capture these fearless warriors. Bet on how long the most handsome one can survive. Illusion lord, you are so beautiful. Even with just your upper half, you surpass all mundane beauty. I truly don't understand the appreciation. That plump belly is far more alluring. Oh, I wish the illusion lord would spin silk and bind me. The level of frenzy in the crowd was such that even a demon would shake their head in disbelief. Simultaneously, the battlefield shifted once more as the crowd exchanged glances, each tightening their grip on their divine weapons. In the next moment, 3 divine blades were unleashed simultaneously. Frost and snow shattered ice. Flowing fire scattered sparks. In an instant, a chill enveloped the air, frost coalescing into countless sharp ice spikes, while flames blazed brilliantly, transforming into a dazzling array of sparks. The ice and fire intermingled, creating an impenetrable wave of assault that surged toward the illusion lord. With a dismissive smirk, she stretched her limbs, effortlessly evading the concentrated area attack. Humph, do you think I cannot escape just because of the vast area? You underestimate me. I am a demon. Yet, unfazed by the illusion lord's taunts, the crowd remained resolute, and in the next heartbeat, Yuan Ji stepped forward. Thunder of divine retribution. Another area attack was unleashed. The illusion lord intended to mock once more, but her expression shifted in an instant. In midair, the ice spikes and sparks collided, producing a cloud of steam. And with the emergence of the thunderous net, every inch was charged with electricity, leaving no refuge for escape. The illusion lord's body was instantly paralyzed. A profound sense of peril emanating from the web. She struggled to flee, but her reflexes lagged momentarily. Azura slash. The black-red crossblade struck true upon her rotund spider abdomen, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of flesh. A critical hit of 16,666. The stark white numbers appeared above the illusion lord, mirroring her ashen countenance. Cursed, cursed, curse it. The illusion lord howled, using her silk to escape. Though only her upper half remained, her speed was unnaturally swift, quickly distancing herself from Lin Qiu's attack range. Truly, she was a seasoned veteran. Having lost over 30,000 health points, she still clung to a thread of life. This creature likely possessed more vitality than the bolstered Flame Lord. Although she had not been slain, the battle plan had succeeded to a significant extent. The damage inflicted by Azura was irreversible, meaning that unless the illusion lord achieved a monumental breakthrough to the next tier, she would forever be condemned to exist in this maimed state. With such a diminished threat, Lin Qiu felt confident that if she were to leave Illusion City, stripped of her silk enhancements, he could sever her life in their next encounter. Yet, if an opportunity to eliminate her presented itself, he would seize it without hesitation. Charging forth once more. Azura slash. The black-red blade cleaved through numerous buildings and streets. However, this time, the illusion lord genuinely feared, even in his full fervor. She remained well beyond reach. Just as Lin Qiu prepared to press on, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A throng of humans, seemingly oblivious to the perilous battlefield, rushed over the ruins of the pavilion. Do not lay a hand on the illusion lord. You warriors, always oppressing us for your own gain. We would rather be ruled by the illusion lord. At least we can eat well. Get out. Leave Illusion City. Demons feed us. Demons are good. Warriors steal our food. Warriors are bad. Whack. A small stone struck Lin Qiu, and he turned to see a child had thrown it. Though clearly terrified, the child glared at Lin Qiu with unexpected audacity. Moments later, adults surrounded him, some clinging to his legs, some pinning his arms, and even attempting to wrest the sword from his grip. Yet Lin Qiu held fast, his grip unyielding, as several adults exerted all their strength to no avail, failing to budge even a finger. Chapter 57. Slaying the Illusion Lord. Yuan Ji and the others encountered a similar predicament, while the lesser spiders merely observed, too intimidated to intervene, resulting in a stalemate. The sheer number of individuals was overwhelming. Could they truly slay one or two, let alone all of these people? Fearing being ensnared, they could only continue to retreat until they had completely vacated the vicinity of the illusion pavilion. Simultaneously, a message from the system arrived, notifying Lin Qiu of an order to withdraw from Qin Bai and the others. Damn it, who touched my abs? Lin Qiu, who had been surveying his surroundings, looked down to find his mouth twitching in disbelief. Just as he suspected, it was that crystalline girl, Shingon Tsukiheim. While others sought to confine his movements, she was taking the opportunity to grope him. Shingon Tsukiheim exchanged a glance with Lin Qiu, shyly smiling as she wrapped her arms around his waist, refusing to budge. At this moment, Lin Qiu found himself completely ensnared, unable to move or remain still. The illusion lord in midair seemed taken aback by the scene, bursting into laughter. Ha! Is this the human you wish to save? I have not seduced them. They desire to submit to us demons of their own accord. You warriors, consumed with your own pleasures, have ignored the plight of the common folk, and now you reap what you sow. As she taunted, the illusion lord struck, her hands weaving through the air as the silken threads danced with a life of their own, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Once more aimed directly at Lin Qiu. In his current state, he could only endure as the razor-like threads sliced into his flesh. Those seemingly delicate strands now bore the sharpness of blades, and in an instant, blood spattered as Lin Qiu was reduced to a sanguine figure. Overwhelmed by blood loss, he staggered unsteadily, on the verge of unconsciousness, struggling to maintain his grip on the weapon in his hand. I have obtained his blade. Quickly, let us sever his head and present it to Lord Huanjuan. At this moment, Lin Qiu was in dire straits, without a weapon in hand and surrounded by humans. Even if he had a blade, he could not bring himself to strike. Witnessing this scene, Huanjuan was filled with exhilaration. Haha, this is your fate, fools. You shall become the most exquisite meal in my demonic existence. Perish. Huanjuan's arms elongated into razor-like appendages, piercing toward the dying Lin Qiu. Yet, in that very instant, Lin Qiu sprang into action. The characteristics of Azura activated, allowing him to escape the state of bloodlock and swiftly restore the mobility of his right arm. He then seized the Azura from Shingon Tsukiheim's grasp, heedless of the consequences, and swung it towards Huanjuan. What? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Huanjuan let out a shrill scream, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Qiu. How can you still have the ability to move? You cannot possibly be human. One moment on the brink of death, and the next, restored to your full strength. This is utterly impossible. With a swift strike, Lin Qiu remained silent. The Azura descended rapidly, slicing from Huanjuan's left shoulder down to her abdomen, splitting her remaining half in an instant. Critical hit. 20,000 true damage. Bringing the battle to a swift conclusion, Huanjuan's half-lifeless body hung limply in the web, yet at that moment, she let out a bizarre laugh. You are not human either, are you? Hee hee, you care little for the lives of ordinary people in pursuit of your goals, don't you? Sooner or later, you too shall become a demon. Lin Qiu raised his head, observing two lifeless bodies before him. Indeed, as Huanjuan had stated, to slay her, he had to involve 2 human lives. 1 strike, 3 lives extinguished. The onlookers, who had dared to restrain Lin Qiu, were now overcome with panic. They had only acted under the assumption that Lin Qiu would not dare to take a life, yet here he was, resolute in his lethal intent. Oh, is that so? Lin Qiu flicked the long blade in his hand, splattering dark crimson blood across the ground. Do you not wonder why, back in the attic, I was able to strike you without hesitation? Upon hearing this, Huanjuan, who had been laughing maniacally, fell silent. She had been taken aback by her irreparable injuries and had no time to contemplate. Now, reflecting on it, could Lin Qiu possess the ability to see through a demon's disguise? An idea that seemed utterly impossible flooded her mind, yet it effortlessly consumed all her thoughts. Huanjuan's eyes darted around, and indeed, the 2 lifeless figures before her were the very demons she had embedded among the crowd to incite chaos. As they lay lifeless, the characteristics of demons began to manifest upon their corpses. Lin Qiu smiled faintly. It took considerable effort to find the right angle back then. While Lin Qiu believed that those ordinary individuals deserved their fate, he would have preferred to keep his hands clean if there had been any other choice. Gently tapping Huanjuan's cheek with the back of his blade, he kindly advised, next time, do refrain from sending your minions to the field. You seem to lack faith in humanity. It would have sufficed to send a few demons to create a ruckus, and the uninformed would have inevitably taken action. But by personally intervening, you handed me an opportunity. Otherwise, it could have at least been a source of annoyance for me. Huanjuan's mouth gaped open, her voice gradually faltering until it was completely extinguished. Lin Qiu, still unsatisfied, drove his blade through Huanjuan's skull, prompting Kamagong Tsukihime to give him a thumbs up. Impressive. Just as I expected of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu felt a pulse of irritation at his temples. A headache. Can you behave normally? Kamagong Tsukihime nodded eagerly. I can. That's good. Sheathing his blade, Lin Qiu beckoned to Kamagong Tsukihime, asking her to hand him the sword. The moment to strike down Huanjuan had presented itself, and Lin Qiu had no intention of letting it slip away. With Kamagong Tsukihime present in the crowd, he devised an impromptu plan through the system. The plan entailed Kamagong Tsukihime taking Lin Qiu's blade, allowing him to enter a harmless state of near death to bait Huanjuan. When Huanjuan fell for the ruse, Lin Qiu would have only enough time to wield the longer blade against the demon. In truth, the success of this plan was largely due to Lin Qiu's deepened mastery of Azura. Had it not been for his recent practice in vitality absorption to merely grow his hair, he would not have been able to restore the strength of his right arm and deliver that critical blow. If he had waited as usual for his entire body to regain mobility, several seconds would have already elapsed. Yet, in response to Lin Qiu's request, Kamagong Tsukihime smirked. Holding onto the door, no. I contributed to this mission's success, and I quite like this blade. I intend to keep it for a couple of days. Lin Qiu cast her a slightly sinister glance. Are you certain? Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Kamagong Tsukihime swallowed hard, but nodded confidently. Of course. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qiu lifted the restriction on the door, and the overwhelming aura of Azura made Kamagong Tsukihime's legs buckle, causing her to scream and collapse to the ground. Lin Qiu stepped forward, retrieving the door and sheathing his blade. Don't say I didn't give it to you. It's you who couldn't handle it. Kamagong Tsukihime trembled all over. What are you? Using such a blade? You must not be human. Lin Qiu shrugged. I'm merely a rather formidable individual. Now let us go. Grasping Kamagong Tsukihime, Lin Qiu strode forward. Along the way, both demons and humans gazed at him, but Lin Qiu paid them no mind. In truth, no one, be they human or demon, dared to confront this fearsome figure who had just slain Huanjuan. Just then, 2 small figures emerged from the crowd. They were the children tasked with changing Lin Qiu's clothes. They tugged at Lin Qiu's somewhat tattered fire rat fur, their eyes filled with trepidation, yet brimming with resolve. Lord Lin Qiu, now that Lord Huanjuan is dead, will we still have enough to eat? Before they could finish, the brothel keeper hurriedly appeared, grasping the 2 children. The children are naive. Please, sir, just pretend you didn't hear them. Lin Qiu paused momentarily, crouching down to pinch the cheeks of the 2 children. Others may not know, but I can ensure you both have enough to eat. Would you like to come with me? The 2 children hesitated for a moment, clinging to the brothel keeper and shaking their heads. We still want to stay with our grandmother. Being with her means we don't mind being a little hungry. Is that so? Lin Qiu nodded, standing up. He patted the brothel keeper's shoulder. Take the children inside and keep them safe. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. The brothel keeper expressed her gratitude repeatedly, hurriedly retreating with the children into the flower street. Kamagong Tsukihime, being dragged along by Lin Qiu, remarked, "In truth, those children have a point. Within Huanjuan's territory, at least they could eat their fill and stay warm every day, living joyfully. Sometimes, living a single day like that is far better than toiling away like a beast for a lifetime. Unfortunately, these children might not even have enough to eat in the future. Do you regret killing Huanjuan now? Their hunger is of no concern to me." Lin Qiu replied impassively. Sometimes, one must recognize their own limitations. As an ordinary person, it is unnecessary to bear the world's suffering upon oneself. Lacking the ability to change the times and unable to drag the era forward, at such moments, there is but one thing a person must do. Lin Qiu slowly drew forth a jura. His duty. Chapter 58, Kamagong Tsukihime. Thud. 762. Damage overflow. 658. 523. With a single stroke. Nearly 100 malevolent spirits concealed within the crowd were instantly reduced to a shower of flesh. Shinjo Tsukihime stood dazed, gazing at the bizarre yet magnificent scene before her. As her perspective began to spiral, the crowd was thrown into chaos, while Lin Qiu, gripping Shinjo Tsukihime, moved through the vast city like a merciless machine of slaughter, sparing no demon in his path. 3 hours later, the city of Huanjuan had been purged of all demons. Lin Qiu, mounted on a horse he had recently seized, appeared at the southern city gate, with Shinjo Tsukihime bound and muttering incoherently, her face flushed. How remarkable! This day would be forever etched in her memory. Outside the city, Yuan Jihua and others had been waiting for quite some time. Yuan Jihua remarked, "Soon, the divine soldiers will arrive to assist the survivors of Huanjuan." Lin Qiu nodded. "Who is our next target?" Yuan Jihua replied, "It is the first captain of the demon army, second only to the demon king, known as Shanjun. Side quest 9, eliminate the demon army leader, Captain Shanjun." A system prompt appeared, and Lin Qiu nodded slightly. "Very well. Let us set forth quickly and bring an end to this tumultuous era." However, at that moment, the enigmatic Shiranui spoke up as the mightiest captain. "Shanjun will likely outmatch Huanjuan by several folds in a direct confrontation. We may not be able to assist Lin Qiu this time. Rather than rushing in unprepared, I know someone who might be of assistance." Yuan Jihua paused. "Who?" Shiranui replied, "A person with a unique understanding of slaying demons. Recently, I received news that he seems to be trapped in Shanjun City. Let us rescue him first and then devise our strategy." Yuan Jihua nodded. "Since you hold him in such high regard, let us proceed as you suggest." After spending considerable time together, Yuan Jihua understood that Shiranui never spoke without reason. Thus, the individual mentioned would surely be beneficial to their plans. Lin Qiu did not object, as such a rescue mission should not require his direct involvement, allowing him a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Qinbai had been quietly observing Shinjo Tsukihime. Once the crucial matters were settled, he finally spoke. "What about her? What shall we do?" Only then did Lin Qiu remember the burden they had acquired. He turned to Shinjo Tsukihime. "We are an assassination squad targeting the captain. It may be impossible for us to take you along. Please wait here and join the divine soldiers later." This plan's success had indeed alleviated Huanjuan's greatest vigilance. And being an awakened one, Lin Qiu had inadvertently rescued her. However, in truth, aside from her boldness, Shinjo Tsukihime was of little assistance. Upon hearing Lin Qiu's intention to abandon her, she immediately cried out, "No, don't leave me. Without you, what meaning does my life hold?" "Woo-woo." Lin Qiu, exasperated, covered her mouth. "Can you be reasonable? We are in the midst of saving the world." Shinjo Tsukihime then closed her mouth, gazing at Lin Qiu with pleading eyes. As soon as Lin Qiu released his grip, she exclaimed, "I am useful. I possess a special ability." "Oh, what special ability? Show us." Lin Qiu, intrigued by this audacious awakened one who dared to dwell in Huanjuan City, decided to grant her a chance. Just watch." Shinjo Tsukihime clasped her hands together, murmuring incantations. "Go." In the next instant, to the astonishment of all present, Shinjo Tsukihime's figure vanished and reappeared 10 meters away in an open space. A flash. "Humph. How about that?" Shinjo Tsukihime attempted to pose, but the ropes binding her remained, causing her to tumble to the ground with a thud, whining. Lin Qiu drew his sword and cut the ropes from Shinjo Tsukihime, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You indeed possess some skill. Is this your talent?" "Of course." Shinjo Tsukihime, now free, climbed to her feet, beaming. "I have awakened abilities related to space. Although I lack the power to teleport you directly onto an enemy, I can certainly assist in accelerating your movements. If I had met you all earlier tonight, without any need for pretense, we could have dealt with Huanjuan directly." Upon hearing her words, Lin Qiu nodded. It seemed that Shinjo Tsukihime's talent might indeed prove beneficial. "Very well, then you shall accompany us." Lin Qiu turned to Yuan Jihua. "As per usual, if there is a betrayal, it's on me." Yuan Jihua's mouth twitched at this remark. It seemed that apart from himself, the entire assassination squad had been vouched for by Lin Qiu. If they were to collectively betray him, he would likely be the first to be eliminated. Yuan Jihua nodded. "All right, we shall proceed according to your plan." Lin Qiu addressed Shinjo Tsukihime. Congratulations on officially joining us. By the way, can you ride a horse? Shinjo Tsukihime replied resolutely. No. Then you shall learn. Lin Qiu hoisted the baggage slung across his horse, forming a soft backrest. Don't expect me to carry you. I was riding comfortably by myself, and now I must lower my quality of life because of you. Who will compensate me for the enjoyment I'm missing out on? Shinjo Tsukihime immediately brightened. I can be your backrest. I'm softer than that luggage. Lin Qiu scoffed. Nonsense. My backrest is the legendary fire mouse fur. What value do you hold to compare? Shinjo Tsukihime covered her face. You deserve to be single. Just then, Chinbai intervened. Tsukihime, why not ride with me? Humph. This sister is indeed better. Shinjo Tsukihime promptly mounted Chinbai's horse, playfully clawing at Lin Qiu. With Shinjo Tsukihime's addition, the atmosphere within the team was suddenly filled with exuberance. Ouch! It hurt so much. Deep within a certain attic in Kyoto, weak cries echoed intermittently. A pale-faced man draped in fine garments pushed the door open. Upon seeing this man, the cries intensified. Lord Demon King, save me, it hurts so much. Silence. The voice was soft, yet the cries ceased immediately. The being known as the Demon King, the current leader of the royal family, Toyotomi Yoshihiro, gazed at the shattered web before him, feeling profound disappointment. From Xiangjuan to Huanjuan, several captains had perished within a mere 2 months, dead or injured. I truly doubt your existence. What purpose do you serve? Huanjuan's expression froze. Lord Demon King, Enough. I do not wish to hear excuses. The Demon King Toyotomi Yoshihiro coldly stated. The plan has been executed. You are no longer necessary. No, Lord Demon King, no. I still have value, With a squelching sound, a mass of decayed flesh fell from the spider's web, falling silent. The Demon King Toyotomi Yoshihiro coughed lightly, intending to turn and leave, but suddenly paused, gazing into the empty space before him. Sarah, what do you want from me? The previously empty space rippled, and a demonic apparition materialized before the Demon King. This demon was none other than the one Lin Qiu had vanquished in the novice dungeon. Chapter 59, Shanjun City. After recovering from its injuries, it had immediately followed Lin Qiu's scent, but as the current dungeon was under the control of the Demon King, it had to first come to pay its respects. What? You want me to assist in killing someone? The Demon King smiled. Very well, relinquish your opportunity to meet the Lord. You. Sala's visage darkened. Do not take advantage of the demon too much. The Demon King shrugged. How can this be considered bullying? If I am not mistaken, the individual you wish to eliminate is indeed the awakened who has disrupted the intricate novice trap you meticulously arranged over centuries. Am I right? TSK. Annihilating over 1,000 novice awakened in one fell swoop is quite a feat, but alas, it has failed. Thus, without any remarkable accomplishments to your name, what significance would it hold for you to meet the Lord? Why not grant this opportunity to me? And I shall provide you with the most satisfactory revenge service. If he is male, I shall render him paralyzed from the neck down. If she is female, I shall ensure she has an unforgettable night. How does that sound? The Demon King's words evidently struck a chord with the infuriated Sala. Eventually, she nodded vigorously. Fine. I will grant you this opportunity, but I must personally crush that brat's skull. You shall arrange for my identity. The Demon King was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Sala to be so earnest. After a brief pause, it revealed a sincere smile. Perfect. I happen to have my last and strongest subordinate, the body of the Mountain Lord. You may use it temporarily. Excellent. A sinister expression emerged on Sala's face. I am eager to see if he can still smile when we stand before him, slaughtering his companions. Crackling sounds echoed as Lin Qiu and his companions rested in a desolate forest after exchanging the newly arrived divine weapons, replenishing their strength before setting off again. In front of the campfire, a tattered fire rat fur was draped over the divine blade, absorbing its heat to mend its damages. Beside them, Shinra gazed at Lin Qiu, who was grilling rice balls, with a complex expression. It seemed that only Lin Qiu could manage to roast rice using the divine blade. Taking a bite of the perfectly charred rice ball, Lin Qiu expressed his satisfaction before asking, "What brings you here?" Shinra replied, "Regarding the rescue mission we discussed earlier, I believe you have come to understand a few things. We are tasked with rescuing an awakened individual from the Pure White Church." Members of the church? Lin Qiu raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Aren't they all in the cathedral worshipping the deities? Wouldn't they refrain from participating in dungeons? Ordinary dungeons, yes, Shinra clarified. But in abyssal dungeons, there is invariably a demon guarding it. Based on our analysis, the demon in question has replaced the original body of the Emperor, Toyota Yashiharu, and is now known as the Demon King. The demon's formidable power makes it exceedingly difficult for us to defeat it. We must rely on the church's strength to expel it. Once the demon is banished from the dungeon, the abyssal dungeon transforms into an ordinary one, significantly lowering the difficulty and making it possible to strategize. The church expelling demons? Lin Qiu took another bite of the rice ball, finding the rationale plausible. So, if this church member appears somewhat arrogant, please bear with it. Consider them invisible. Arrogant? Lin Qiu pondered. Isn't the church supposed to promote goodwill and uplift others? Why does it sound as if they view themselves as noble lords to be served? Shinra wore a wry smile. The truth is, those in the church look down upon everyone except the deities. After all, the reason humanity has survived is solely due to the great pure white mist. Our awakened talents and the means to resist are all gifts from it. Furthermore, the church's tenet is to drift with the mist and safeguard their sanctuaries. Sending someone to aid us in dealing with demons and expanding territory is definitely not done willingly. It is simply unavoidable. Lin Qiu nodded. Indeed. You should hope he does not provoke me. I have always been accustomed to others indulging me. It is rare for me to indulge anyone else. Having such a prodigious talent at my disposal, I enter dungeons for enjoyment. How absurd it would be for someone from the church to attempt to look down upon me. If a saint or saintess were to come, I might consider giving them some respect, but an ordinary cleric? If you can convince your revered pure white mist to grant you a talent, then we can talk. Seeing Lin Qiu's nonchalant demeanor, Shinra sighed. Clearly aware that someone like Lin Qiu, a lone wolf, was oblivious to the church's formidable nature. All right, I will do my best to arrange it. As Shinra prepared to leave, Lin Qiu called out, by the way, I will borrow your flowing fire for a while. Feel free to use it. Shinra turned to depart, leaving behind the divine blade trembling under the aura of slaughter. After bidding farewell to Shinra, Lin Qiu continued grilling rice balls while accessing the system. He had yet to claim the reward for defeating the Illusory Lord. Side Quest 8. Kill the Demon Army Chief, Captain Illusory Lord, has been completed. You have received 100,000 pure white fragments and the relic tear of the spider, blue. Tear of the spider, blue, a white pearl in the shape of a droplet. Upon use grants 3,000 to all attributes. A fine item for boosting all attributes. Not bad. After clicking to use it, Lin Qiu continued to scroll down. Completion of Side Quest 8 has activated your talent, Chaotic Blessing. You have received the relic Heavenly Net, purple. Heavenly Net, purple. Using an item infused with your essence, you can set up a net akin to that of the Illusory Lord, within the net's range. You gain 100 attack power, 500 attack speed, and 500 movement speed. Oh, this is excellent. Lin Qiu's eyes lit up. Given sufficient time, he could entirely construct a nest akin to that of the Illusory Lord, rendering his previous speed disadvantage moot. The only unfortunate aspect was that setting this up would require time. They were currently on the offensive, and there likely wouldn't be an opportunity to deploy it. After finishing their meal, the group promptly set off toward Mountain Lord City. However, upon arriving, they were greeted by a throng of people. Yet not a trace of demonic energy could be sensed, and even the sign at the city gate read Tokugawa Castle. Lin Qiu couldn't help but question. Did we take a wrong turn? Mizuki took out a map. I will personally lead the way. There is no way we could be mistaken. Shinra immediately suggested. Why not ask someone for directions? Not far away, an elder carrying firewood happened to pass by, and Shinra hurriedly approached him. Excuse me, sir. Isn't this supposed to be Mountain Lord City? Why has it become Tokugawa Castle? The elder turned, scrutinizing the group for a moment before responding. Haha. You travelers might not be aware of the reason. This was originally Mountain Lord City, but just a short while ago, it has transformed into Tokugawa Castle. Shinra was left speechless upon hearing this, and he could only pull out a few copper coins from his pocket to offer. Upon receiving the coins, the elder's face broke into a grin. Haha, it was just 3 days ago that the Tokugawa clan endured humiliation, bided their time, and finally drove away the Demon Mountain Lord, restoring the city. The Tokugawa clan expelled the Mountain Lord? Mizuki frowned at this revelation. The Tokugawa clan is merely a mid-tier family without any inheritor of the Divine Blade. They haven't even produced a sword saint. They might not even be able to face a captain in battle. So how could they possibly drive away the strongest captain, the Mountain Lord? Shinra's expression turned grave as he spoke. It is possible that after we killed 2 captains, the Demon King became wary and recalled the Mountain Lord, preparing for a full-scale battle. This explanation seemed highly plausible, and the group nodded in agreement. After all, the 3 fortresses not only had 3 captains, but also housed a multitude of demon soldiers. Lin Qiu had not only slaughtered the captains, but had also decimated the city, meaning that a significant portion of the demon army had already been wiped out by Lin Qiu. Given such a horrifying reality, it would be strange if the Demon King remained inactive. Chapter 60. Church Personnel. Just as the group prepared to change direction toward Kyoto, the sounds of drums and firecrackers suddenly erupted from within Tokugawa Castle. A procession of jubilant revelers paraded down the streets, suddenly breaking into exuberant shouts. The Demon King has been vanquished. The head of the Tokugawa clan has expelled the Demon King. Kyoto has been restored. The Tokugawa Lord is indeed the rightful sovereign. And from this day forth, the Tokugawa clan shall relocate to Kyoto to assist the new emperor in governing the realm. The news of the Demon King's flight prompted a grave expression among Lin Qiu and his companions. Previously, the malevolent spirits lurked in the open, while they operated in the shadows. Now, however, the demons had retreated into obscurity, and a new contender for imperial power had emerged in the form of the Tokugawa clan. This signified that the forces of Minamoto Chika and other generals would be compelled to step into the light. Presently, the most formidable Demon King and the Mountain Lord, along with nearly 10,000 malevolent spirits scattered across the land, posed a significant threat. While Lin Qiu and his allies could stealthily infiltrate the city to assassinate a 1,000-man commander, the Demon King could equally execute a covert strike against them. It seemed that in the days to come, Minamoto Chika and others would have to sleep with one eye open. Lin Qiu pondered for a moment. The Demon King's maneuver is indeed a challenging predicament. When an individual's power surpasses that of a collective, the burden grows heavier for those with greater legacies. Moreover, according to military intelligence, the Demon King is a being of abyssal malevolence. As long as the Demon King remains alive, the forces of evil still retain a significant portion of their combat strength. Regardless, we must first address the newly emerged Tokugawa clan. Lin Qiu glanced at the lively procession in the distance. Now is not the time for internal strife. Let us first meet the head of the Tokugawa clan and engage in amicable discussions. It is to be hoped that the Tokugawa clan recognizes the importance of the moment. The disappearance of the Demon King is the greatest risk. If humanity were to fall into internal conflict now, it would be a dire situation indeed. Of course, with our main forces present, should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, we can certainly impart some lessons. The group quickly reached a consensus, and indeed, with the power of the 5 divine blades combined with Lin Qiu's strength, even confronting the Demon King would be feasible, let alone dealing with the Tokugawa clan that has seized an opportunity. Following the procession, Lin Qiu and his companions soon arrived at the Tokugawa estate. At the entrance, a venerable elder of the Tokugawa clan was meticulously recording the visitors. Upon seeing Minamoto Chika and the others, the elder greeted them with a smile. "May I inquire which clan you hail from?" The group exchanged glances and promptly introduced themselves. The shogunate, Minamoto Chika. The Tachibana clan head, Tachibana Lin Qiu. The Heinekage clan head, Heinekage Makoto. The head of the Kagaya shrine, Kagaya Hikari. The Kazama clan. As these 6 illustrious names were proclaimed, the elder's smile abruptly faltered, replaced by a look of disbelief. What? Are these not the great powers of the north? Why have they all come to the Tokugawa clan at once? Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that if the Tokugawa clan could ride the momentum of expelling the malevolent spirits and develop further, leveraging the emperor's authority to bolster their clan, they would undoubtedly thrive within a few decades, potentially rivaling the shogunate of the north. Yet, this would require time, at least a month for proper development. However, it seemed that the malevolent spirits had barely departed when the shogunate's representatives arrived. This was a harbinger of doom for the Tokugawa clan. The elder's brush trembled in his hand. "Are you certain you are not jesting?" With a sharp clang, Minamoto Chika unsheathed his sword, the purple blade of divine retribution becoming the final straw for the elder. Ultimately, the elder could only muster a wry smile and bow. "Esteemed guests, please allow me to escort you to the guest quarters for a moment of respite. I shall summon the clan leader forthwith." The group was ushered into the guest quarters, where fine tea was promptly served. Lin Qiu reclined in his chair, stretching comfortably. The hurried march had left him with a sore back, even with proper equipment. Nearby, Qinbai and Shingu Tsukiheim engaged in hushed conversation, with Tsukiheim dominating the dialogue while Qinbai interjected occasionally. Meanwhile, Heinekage Makoto and others busied themselves with inventorying relics and items in preparation to confront the Demon King, creating a surprisingly relaxed atmosphere. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. As the wooden door creaked open, a spirited young man clad in wooden clogs strode in. He bore a striking resemblance to Lin Qiu, and for someone of his age to hold the position of clan leader, he must either come from a fallen family or possess some remarkable talent. Lin Qiu sipped his tea, awaiting further developments. The Tokugawa clan leader smiled slightly. "Esteemed generals, I am the head of the Tokugawa clan. I did not expect to meet you so soon. It is truly an honor." Minamoto Chika nodded. "Tokugawa clan leader, we have come from the north, having vanquished the malevolent spirits, with their combat strength significantly diminished and the Demon King having fled. We hope the Tokugawa clan will collaborate with us in our investigation to uncover the Demon King's whereabouts." The Tokugawa clan leader nodded in agreement. Of course, expelling malevolent spirits is a consensus among all. It is precisely because you have held off the various 1,000-man commanders that my Tokugawa clan had the opportunity to severely wound the Demon King and drive him away. Should we discover any traces of the Demon King in the south, I will certainly inform you so we can unite in the hunt. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu could not help but frown. Currently, he had not even encountered a single samurai capable of contending with the 100-man commanders in the Tokugawa clan. Yet the clan leader boasted about having severely wounded the Demon King. His words were as good as a jest. The circumstances surrounding the Demon King's departure were suspicious, and the Tokugawa clan's rise amidst this mystery raised further concerns. It was possible that the Tokugawa clan was merely a facade for the Demon King's schemes, a contingency plan left behind. None among them were fools. They began to regard the Tokugawa clan leader with increasingly wary eyes. Minamoto Chika was the first to speak. "Tokugawa clan leader, the Demon King possesses extraordinary power. How did you manage to injure him? Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, it would be difficult for me to place my trust in you." The Tokugawa clan leader's expression shifted slightly. Then he laughed. Heh, I have no obligation to explain myself to you. After today, the south will belong to the Tokugawa clan, and the north to the shogunate. If you wish to engage in internal conflict, there is no need for such a flimsy pretext. Oh, so it seems negotiations are off the table? Minamoto Chika's gaze grew increasingly perilous. If he had merely been probing before, he now harbored serious suspicions about the Tokugawa clan's ties to the malevolent spirits. The Tokugawa clan leader snorted. I see no necessity for such discussions. The heads of the Heinekage, Kazama, and Tachibana clans can vouch for me. Do you truly wish to engage in internal strife? Upon hearing this, Minamoto Chika froze. He turned to see the expressions of Heinekage Makoto and the others shift slightly, while Lin Qiu appeared momentarily lost in thought. The reason for this was the sudden activation of a system notification. Tokugawa Nobuyuki, I am an envoy of the Pure White Church, tasked with handling the demons in this scenario. The Tokugawa clan leader is a member of the Pure White Church. Lin Qiu realized, piecing together the puzzle. No wonder he exuded such confidence. His status naturally garnered the support of the military. Sure enough, moments later, Heinekage Makoto stood up. Indeed. We can vouch for the Tokugawa clan leader. He has no connection to the malevolent spirits. Minamoto Chika looked bewildered, clearly unaware of how Heinekage and the others had established relations with the Tokugawa clan leader. The Tokugawa clan leader smiled at this development. I have long been acquainted with several clan heads. Might I suggest that the generals step into another room for a moment, allowing us to reminisce? Having spent days in each other's company, Minamoto Chika and the military representatives had built a foundation of trust. With Heinekage and the others vouching for the Tokugawa clan leader, Minamoto Chika's doubts began to dissipate. In that case, please proceed with your discussion. Chapter 61, The Vanished Demon. Minamoto Chika rose to leave, leaving only the awakened ones in the room. The Tokugawa clan leader immediately displayed a smile and approached Chinbai. Little Bai, why did you not say a word before coming? Chinbai replied coolly. Are we that familiar? Having been met with a cold shoulder. The head of the Tokugawa family wore a displeased expression and quickly assured, Xiaobai, this position was bestowed upon me by you. I understand your reluctance, but trust me. As I ascend further, I will undoubtedly bring you into the church as well. Joining the military is my own choice, and the Baiwu Lingpai was purchased by your father. You owe me nothing, nor do I owe you. Chinbai shifted to a different position, emphasizing that the military's purpose was to conquer the dungeon, urging them not to waste their time. Seeing Chinbai's resolute attitude, the head of the Tokugawa family reluctantly took the seat of honor and impatiently inquired, why have you only just arrived? The true name of Shiranui interjected, given your presence here, in the past, it would have been hopeless. Our arrival signifies that we have exerted all our efforts. That's exactly why I say the military personnel are utterly useless, Tokugawa Nobuhiro scoffed. In the end, it will still fall upon our church members to clean up the mess. He continued, enough with the feudal hustle. I have already negotiated with the Demon King. They will only linger in this dungeon for one last time, allowing them to vent their frustrations properly. Thereafter, your military will be able to conduct a normal conquest. Shiranui breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. Once the dungeon is completed and downgraded, we will promptly distribute the church's resources. That sounds more like it. Tokugawa Nobuhiro coldly remarked, my task is to revitalize the Tokugawa family. For the remainder of the dungeon's duration, you are responsible for assisting me in achieving my objectives. Understood. Lin Qiu, who had been sipping tea beside them, increasingly sensed something amiss. Finally, Lin Qiu spoke up. Are you implying that we will not be confronting the Demon King? Why not take action against it? Tokugawa Nobuhiro shot Lin Qiu a glance, stating, haven't I made it clear? The demons will depart at the end of the dungeon. This last time, let them play as they wish. He added, which unit do you belong to? Is this how you show respect? Observing Tokugawa Nobuhiro's haughty demeanor, Lin Qiu couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of indignation. He finally understood why Shiranui had given him a warning in advance. These so-called church personnel lacked the qualities of compassion and resilience, instead resembling the scheming opportunists found in society. What is so amusing? Is it truly funny? Tokugawa Nobuhiro slammed the table, glaring at Shiranui. Is this what your military personnel are like? Shiranui stepped forward, responding firmly. Lin Qiu is not one of our military members. What? Not one of you? Tokugawa Nobuhiro was taken aback, but quickly retorted, even an ordinary person should know to respect members of the church. With a loud bang, Lin Qiu forcefully dropped his teacup onto the table, wearing a smile as he declared, in that case, I shall take my leave. You all can deliberate on how to revitalize the Tokugawa family. With that, Lin Qiu turned to leave. Shinju Tsukihime attempted to pull Chinbai away, but Chinbai glanced at Shiranui, stating, I still have military duties. I shall take my leave first. Shiranui, sensing the tension, quickly added, indeed, your task is quite significant. You should hurry. Although Tokugawa Nobuhiro was a member of the church, Lin Qiu's current role was far more crucial in this dungeon. Moreover, nobody appreciated such an arrogant individual. While the military could not openly retaliate, they could still engage in subtle acts of defiance. Under the murderous gaze of Tokugawa Nobuhiro, Shinju Tsukihime dashed to Lin Qiu's side. turning back to give Tokugawa Nobuhiro the finger. This nearly sent Tokugawa Nobuhiro into a fit of rage, having already been irritated by Chinbai's protective demeanor towards Lin Qiu. He was further incensed by Shinju Tsukihime's blatant affront. Since being sent to the church by his father, he had never endured such humiliation. With a venomous glare at Lin Qiu's retreating figure, Tokugawa Nobuhiro coldly commanded, "First, find a way to revitalize the Tokugawa family." Outside the Tokugawa family's reception hall, Lin Qiu stepped out, while Shinju Tsukihime continued to grumble beside him. "Humph, church people truly are a bunch of arrogant fools. Trash, why didn't the demons devour them?" Not far away, Minazuki, seeing only Lin Qiu and the others emerge, felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. "Lin Qiu, what happened?" Lin Qiu regarded the scene before him. Beside him was the system panel. "Chinbai, the military will fully cooperate with you. Disregard the church personnel, simply feign compliance." Next to him stood Minazuki. According to Tokugawa Nobuhiro's words, he had already forged an agreement with the demons during this conquest, likely disregarding the demons entirely. This meant that under Tokugawa Nobuhiro's indulgence, the demons might continue to wreak havoc in the shadows, potentially targeting Minazuki first. The dungeon world resembled a film. If it could not be perfectly cleared within a certain time frame, it would revert to the initial moment until it could no longer bear the pressure of regression and would ultimately collapse. Perhaps in the next dungeon reset, Minazuki might witness a world devoid of demons and leave in peace, but those in that timeline would likely have little connection to the people Lin Qiu knew. Contemplating this, Lin Qiu felt a pang of acceptance. Although their interaction spanned merely a few months, Lin Qiu still hoped for a happy ending for everyone he knew. If he could not even secure a perfect conclusion, would that not render his efforts futile? With this thought in mind, Lin Qiu resolutely stated, "The Tokugawa family cannot be trusted. Shiranui holds leverage over the Tokugawa head and can only assist us covertly. Leave the Demon King to me. And you should keep a close watch on the demon's movements." Upon hearing this, Minazuki's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you certain it's acceptable for you to withdraw from their meeting?" Witnessing Minazuki's immediate concern for him warmed Lin Qiu's heart. "Of course. My family has perished completely. I have no weaknesses." Minazuki was momentarily taken aback. While it was indeed true, it felt somewhat excessive to articulate. Lin Qiu patted Minazuki's shoulder. "Be cautious from now on. The Demon King might come knocking at any moment." Minazuki, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded silently in agreement. The three of them wandered around the Tokugawa estate until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point Tokugawa Nobuhiro concluded the meeting and expelled Shiranui and the others. The group exchanged glances, refraining from further conversation as they mounted their horses and prepared to return north. Although Lin Qiu understood that the military had their own dilemmas, he found himself at a loss for words, especially with the ever-cautious Minazuki present. He observed the divine blades in their hands, feeling a tinge of regret. According to his initial thoughts, the wielders of the divine blades should have been orphans with deep-seated animosities against the demons, but the selection process took too long, and Lin Qiu miraculously provided candidates. Now it seemed that while they had indeed secured combat power for humanity in the short term, the long-term consequences were undeniably hard to accept. With 5 divine blades in total, 3 had been lost in the blink of an eye, while the Demon King, lurking in the shadows, had effectively gained an advantage. Sighing, Lin Qiu pondered whether demons truly were like an inextricable curse, impossible to eradicate. Chapter 62, The Deer Hunt. Half a month later, in the Shogun city, Lin Qiu chose not to return to the Tachibana family, but instead resided in the Shogun city. After all, his task was to ensure that the Tachibana name resonated throughout the nation for a year, and at this point, even if the shogunate and the Tokugawa royal family united to suppress Lin Qiu, they could not interrupt the progress of his task. This was the result of absolute strength. Even while residing in the Shogun city, the Tachibana family operated smoothly under the military's management. Furthermore, 2 additional individuals had joined the Tachibana family in the Shogun city. Shinjo Tsukihime appears to be entirely unburdened by tasks, having returned with Lin Qiu and taken up residence, indulging in a life of revelry under the auspices of the Tachibana family. Of course, Lin Qiu shares some responsibility for this, as finding the Demon King is no simple feat, and the absence of electronic devices in the realm of dungeons renders it exceedingly dull. Thus, having someone like Shinjo Tsukihime as a humanoid entertainment guide is quite delightful. The other companion, Chinbai, has similarly relocated his shrine to the Tachibana territory, entrusting its management to the military while taking up residence with Lin Qiu. This move serves to evade the harassment from Tokugawa Nobuyoshi and to avoid the sudden assaults of the Demon King, for aside from Lin Qiu, no one dares to claim they could stand a chance against the Demon King in single combat. The remaining military members, led by Shinano Makoto, continue to navigate the delicate politics of feigning compliance with Tokugawa Nobuyoshi, all the while discreetly gathering intelligence on the Demon King to provide Lin Qiu with valuable leads. Yet, the Demon King seems to have vanished into thin air, with no sign of activity aside from the occasional reports of malevolent spirits wreaking havoc. At the Tachibana training grounds, Lin Qiu and Chinbai stand facing each other, each wielding a wooden sword as they engage in practice. Lin Qiu's wooden sword, however, is distinctively paired in a dual-wielding style that is more fitting for a shura. Over the course of the past fortnight, amidst their indulgences, they have also dedicated time to honing their skills. Thanks to the clarity of his sword heart, Lin Qiu's dual-wielding technique has advanced significantly, thereby elevating Qin Bai's swordsmanship to new heights as well. With a resounding clash, their swords meet before separating swiftly. Qin Bai takes a step back, expressing gratitude. Thank you for the guidance. Lin Qiu, placing the wooden sword on the nearby rack with a casual smile, replies, no need for thanks. We help each other. As the two set aside their swords to rest, the door swings open with a cheerful cadence, and Shinjo Tsukiheim bursts in, exclaiming, Lin Qiu, Bai, I found something fun. She announces that several prominent families in town are organizing a deer hunt outside the city and invites them to join. The deer hunt is a hunting activity where nobles ride horses to pursue deer in the wild, serving both as entertainment and a display of martial prowess, akin to a communal outing for hunting. The hunting grounds are not far from the general's estate, as the deer are often captured from other regions and released for the amusement of the nobles. Following closely behind Shinjo Tsukiheim is Tachibana Nobutaka, who approaches Lin Qiu and presents an invitation. Master, here are the invitations for the deer hunt from the other families. Lin Qiu opens the invitation and muses, well, since we have nothing pressing, a little outing sounds delightful. Nobutaka, please take that item. Nobutaka nods in acknowledgement. Shinjo Tsukiheim's eyes light up at this. Yes, I'm going to be number one in the deer hunt. Before long, the group selects their steeds and bows, gathering all necessary equipment for the hunt, and departs from the southern city gate of the general's estate. The hunting grounds are bustling with opulent carriages and busy servants, creating a lively atmosphere. The arrival of Lin Qiu and his companions draws numerous visitors. Ah, how splendid it is for the head of the Tachibana family to grace us with his presence. Lord Lin Qiu, we have prepared a place for you. Please come this way. Lord Lin Qiu, here is the list of competitors. If you fancy any family, you could take them as vassals, and I'm sure they would be eager for such an opportunity. Lord Lin Qiu, do you remember me? Our family has ties to the general. My daughter toasted you at the banquet a few days ago. Lin Qiu merely nods in acknowledgement, deftly deferring the social niceties to Nobutaka. This deer hunt is divided into two categories. One is a recreational event for family heads like Lin Qiu, intended for physical activity and enjoyment, while the other is a competitive event for the younger generation of each family. Many smaller families seize this opportunity to allow their youth to shine, hoping to catch the attention of larger families. Should they become vassals of a prominent family, their fortunes could soar, especially for the Tachibana family, a warrior clan currently in a relatively weak position and reliant on Lin Qiu's strength. Becoming a vassal family could elevate them to an equal standing with the heads of the attending families. Thus, the atmosphere surrounding this event is unprecedentedly fervent. However, Lin Qiu has no such intentions. The competitive event follows the recreational one, and as they ride, Shinjo Tsukiheim is brimming with excitement. Lin Qiu glances at her slender arms and legs, skeptical. Can you draw the bowstring? Shinjo Tsukiheim confidently grips the longbow and smiles at Lin Qiu. You think I'll make a fool of myself? Not a chance. Just wait and see. Lin Qiu picks up the longbow, shaking it slightly as he attempts to regain the feel from his novice adventures. The group soon enters the dense forest, and moments later, a young deer appears before them, grazing with its head lowered, occasionally lifting it to survey its surroundings. Shinjo Tsukiheim draws her longbow, aiming at the deer's head. However, from Lin Qiu's perspective, her aim is decidedly off mark. With unwavering confidence, Shinjo Tsukiheim releases the arrow. Whoosh! The sound catches the deer's attention, and it turns to flee, seemingly escaping the shot. Yet, in the next instant, Shinjo Tsukiheim fixes her gaze on the arrow with a fierce glare. The arrow, mid-flight, suddenly curves and plunges straight into the deer's eye. The poor creature collapses, lifeless, having barely taken 2 steps. How about that? This is the ancestral bow fighting technique of the Shinjo family. Lin Qiu is taken aback, realizing she must have adjusted the arrow's trajectory using spatial abilities. Alright, that's impressive. He gives her a thumbs up. Humph, indeed. Shinjo Tsukiheim merrily hums a tune. An attendant quickly approaches to present the deceased deer for all to admire, and Shinjo Tsukiheim declares that they will feast on this deer tonight. During the ensuing hours, Lin Qiu also attempts to hunt. However, compared to a compound bow, the ancient longbow proves rather unwieldy. After a couple of misfires, he finally finds his rhythm and lands a perfect shot. Qin Bai, coming from a wealthy background, has practiced various weapons during his studies, and he too takes down a deer with 2 arrows. Nobutaka, well-versed in martial arts since childhood, effortlessly claims a deer with a single arrow. While enjoying the hunt, Nobutaka discreetly buries the items Lin Qiu instructed him to bring underground, namely, the talismans needed to set up the celestial net. Over the past few days, Lin Qiu and the others have explored the general's estate, marking its territory for the celestial net's expansion. An essential purpose of this outing is to broaden the net's reach. Thus, an entire day passes joyfully. As night falls, the group gathers around a bonfire, roasting the marinated deer meat. The stars twinkle brightly overhead, and the moon casts a silvery glow, draping the distant mountains in a veil of mystique. The scent of the deer meat sizzling over the flames fills the air with a rich aroma. Qinbai gazes at the silver moon in a trance. Lin Qiu, noticing his demeanor, inquires, "What are you thinking about?" Qinbai lowers his gaze. "This life is truly beautiful." He continues, "I ponder how we must eliminate all the demons, restoring peace to the world so that we can forever bask in such beauty. To eradicate all demons," Lin Qiu muses, "that is indeed an ambitious notion. Even the church merely advocates for their expulsion. Expulsion will inevitably lead to their return." Qinbai replies with a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Thus, we must grow stronger to completely eradicate them." Lin Qiu smiled faintly. "Well, let's strive our best. After all, you have just graduated, and the road ahead is still long." With that, Lin Qiu extended the skewer of meat in her hand towards Qinbai, suggesting, "Shall we attend to the deer at hand first?" Qinbai paused momentarily, meeting Lin Qiu's gaze. After a brief moment, she accepted the skewer, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gently nodded. Master of the house. The meat is ready. Don't give it to me at this moment." Lin Qiu retorted playfully. "Fine. You hand me your burnt skewer. And give the good one to Sister Bai. After all, I was the one who hunted this deer." As the scene erupted into a delightful chaos around the bonfire, Qinbai covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. Chapter 63. The Sudden Assault of the Demon King. The day following the conclusion of the entertainment competition marked the commencement of the exhilarating hunting tournament, with even Yuan Zihua personally appearing at the judges' table. Given the lurking malevolence of the demons, formidable warriors became a highly sought-after presence. Yuan Zihua also endeavored to cultivate a legion of divine weapons, thus promoting this deer hunting event. Observing the returning deer hunting warriors sporadically, Yuan Zihua inquired, "Lin Qiu, what are your thoughts on these individuals?" Lin Qiu shook her head. "They are but mere mortals. Even upon becoming divine warriors, they would only reach the standard of a centurion at best. Brother Yuan, there is no need to rush. Truth be told, trivial matters can be overlooked, while significant issues cannot be avoided. No matter how many divine warriors are cultivated, they merely serve as snacks for the Demon King." Yuan Zihua pondered in silence for a moment before responding, "These individuals are not intended for the Demon King. I have received credible information that the Tokugawa clan is still engaging in deep collaboration with the demon army." Lin Qiu rose abruptly, her eyes glinting with curiosity. How can Tokugawa Nobuhiro have the full support of the military and yet still associate with the demon army? Could it be that he has discerned the military's duplicity? Yet, that hardly justifies nurturing demons. Although Lin Qiu has developed a negative impression of the church, she truly did not anticipate that Tokugawa Nobuhiro would resort to such outrageous actions. Yuan Zihua sighed softly. A confrontation with the Tokugawa clan is inevitable. It is essential to accumulate strength. Lin Qiu reclined back, saying, "Just inform me when the battle commences. I have a penchant for city slaughter." Yuan Zihua chuckled in disbelief. "Of course, but among today's participants, do you have anyone in mind?" Lin Qiu's divine sword, which could be tentatively referred to as the divine sword, surpasses the other 5 divine swords in existence. It would be a pity not to have a divine warrior to wield it. Lin Qiu retrieved a key from beneath her, tossing it to Yuan Zihua. "Enough about them. If you can draw it, I will take your surname." Yuan Zihua returned the key. "Forget it. My family's divine punishment forbids me from touching other swords." Lin Qiu felt speechless. "You don't genuinely wish to have a liaison with the spirit within the divine punishment, do you?" Yuan Zihua shook his head. "To a warrior, a sword is akin to a beloved. Moreover, the divine punishment possesses intelligence." It seemed he truly did harbor such inclinations. As the two conversed, more deer were brought back by the household servants, and the tally on the scoreboard grew increasingly prolific. The hunting continued until the afternoon, with the leading participants ultimately being incorporated into Yuan Zihua's general residence for the cultivation of divine warriors. After 2 days, the delightful hunting routine concluded. On their way back, Shingon Tsukiheim expressed her excitement. "What a pity. If only you had participated in the hunt, Lin Qiu, you would have undoubtedly secured first place." Lin Qiu leaned against the soft backrest, appearing rather languid. "Let the younger generation shine. Alas, old age brings with it a reluctance to move." In a hushed tone, Shingon Tsukiheim remarked, "Even after 2 days of eating deer meat, you still haven't perked up? Are you truly incapable?" Lin Qiu shot her a glance. "Do not underestimate my intelligence network. You are the type of high-attack, low-defense little demon. If you have the courage, come to my room tonight." Shingon Tsukiheim's eyes sparkled. "You said it. Whoever flinches is a little dog. By the way, there is a water lantern festival tonight, and I must buy the most beautiful dress." "The water lantern festival?" Lin Qiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Isn't that the annual celebration? It has been quite lively these days." "Certainly," Shingon Tsukiheim enthusiastically explained. "I heard that this year's water lantern festival will be grand in celebration of the demon army's downfall. We shall return from the hunt just in time. I had planned this long ago." Sure enough, upon their return from the outskirts of the city, the streets were already aglow with lights. The river, which once traversed the entire general's residence, now floated lanterns downstream. The streets were lined with various vendors, offering all manner of entertainment and delicacies. Candy apples, miss. Would you like to catch goldfish? Catch one and receive a free fish lantern. Taiyaki. On a distant platform, graceful dancers performed, captivating all with their elegance. Master of the house, shall I lead the horse back? Asked Tachibana Nobutaka. Lin Qiu replied as she dismounted. Thank you. Once dismounted, Lin Qiu and her companions truly immersed themselves in the Lantern Festival. Though much of the time was spent with Shingon Tsukiheim enjoying herself, while Lin Qiu and Qinbai observed, women seemed to possess an innate talent for shopping. A gift Lin Qiu could hardly envy. Each of them purchased a candy apple and strolled from the lower to the upper reaches, before buying water lanterns to make wishes, releasing flickering candlelight into the river. Shingon Tsukiheim was the last to finish writing, ceremoniously placing her water lantern into the river, then turning to Lin Qiu and Qinbai. By the way, what wishes did you both make? Lin Qiu smiled faintly. If I tell you, it won't come true. So mysterious. Shingon Tsukiheim muttered, then pointed towards another street. All right, let's south head down this street. It will lead us home. With the goldfish lantern in hand, Shingon Tsukiheim charged ahead into the crowd. Lin Qiu sighed helplessly. Now that we are here. The three re-entered the throng, but soon encountered a troupe of performers. The jugglers donned demon masks, and the leader brandished a torch, showcasing fire-breathing tricks. Shingon Tsukiheim exclaimed, "This is the Demon Parade, a performance specifically rehearsed to celebrate the slaying of the Demon King. Come, let us go take a look." She tugged Lin Qiu forward. In the procession, the actor portraying the great demon appeared to suffer from gigantism. Towering nearly 2 meters high in an era where most stood under 1.60 meters, easily surpassing Lin Qiu in height. Beside him stood a lean demon, distributing candy, drawing a throng of children despite his demonic mask. Lin Qiu felt utterly speechless at Shingon Tsukiheim's childish behavior, yet he did not let go of her hand. Accompanying a woman shopping is an experience that requires one to be mentally detached. Happy Water Lantern Festival, little sister, a deep voice resonated near his ear, causing Lin Qiu to instinctively freeze, sensing a hint of foreboding. Was it intuition? No, I possess no such thing. It is the clarity of sword intent. Shingon Tsukiheim smiled sweetly. Thank you. Do not touch that. Realizing it was the clarity of sword intent issuing a warning. Lin Qiu's expression changed drastically as he reached out to intercept, but the next moment, a shadow as imposing as a mountain loomed beside him. Immediately, a powerful hand clamped around Lin Qiu's outstretched right hand like a vice, crushing it with a fierce squeeze. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and in that instant, a ghastly, fearsome demon face loomed before Lin Qiu, its features grotesquely twisted, with blood-red eyes filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent. Young man, do you not remember me? Detected that a key figure harbors malevolence towards you. The system's main quest has been altered. Current main quest, survive for 264 days under the relentless pursuit of the Demon King, Toyota Yoshi. Current side quest, eliminate the malevolent demon army leader, Captain Shanjun. The Demon King, clang. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiu swiftly drew his sword, Shura, and severed the formidable arm before him in a single stroke. Seizing the opportunity amidst the adversary's shock, Lin Qiu promptly reclaimed his right arm and cast a glance at Shingon Tsukiheim. As expected, despite his seemingly childish demeanor, this fellow was quite astute. Upon hearing Lin Qiu's warning, he had already activated his innate abilities to flee. Simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloped the air. It was Qinbai. Recognizing the imminent danger, she immediately unleashed her full power, whisking everyone beside Lin Qiu away to safety. Chapter 64. The Hunt for the Demon King. Exhaling in relief, Lin Qiu shook his hand, activating the properties of Shura as the shattered bones swiftly mended. The Demon King and Captain Shanjun were closing in. He had to give it his all. The Demon King, this is the finest vessel you have provided. The demon, Sarala, howled in fury after losing his arm to Lin Qiu's blade. How could he not withstand a single blow? The gaunt figure of the Demon King looked at Lin Qiu, who had drawn his twin blades, and cackled. The physique I provided is impeccable. It seems you are the one lacking. Nonsense. Sarala, standing nearby, erupted in rage. This is merely a novice fresh from the tutorial dungeon. How could I possibly be bested by a rookie? The fault lies with you. The gaunt Demon King sighed, alas. It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Before the words finished, the Demon King's form vanished, and in an instant, its razor-sharp claws struck mercilessly at Lin Qiu's neck. Look, this is easy. Before the statement could conclude, the grin on the Demon King's face abruptly faltered. Something felt amiss. Although the claws had embedded themselves into Lin Qiu's body, no blood flowed. The figure of Lin Qiu before him was merely an afterimage left by his rapid movement. Before the Demon King could react, Lin Qiu's visage materialized before its eyes, with his black and red blades crossed. A glint of crimson flashed in Lin Qiu's eyes as he grinned ominously. Do you know? I have been preparing for your arrival for quite some time. One heart flow. Shura slash. Critical hit 38. 888. A single blow dealt 30,000. Pale numbers erupted above the Demon King's head, and its previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of sheer horror. You call this a novice? Sarala exclaimed. What the hell? Bolstered by the heavenly net, Lin Qiu's attack and speed reached their zenith. With one strike, he shattered the morale of the two demons. Sarala, who had initially thought the Demon King was merely toying with them, was taken aback by the absurd damage, his throat constricting. So you weren't deceiving me. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? The Demon King, clutching its nearly severed body, retreated to Sarala's side. Stop watching and let's attack together. This guy is no ordinary awakened one. Sarala nodded. No worries. When I crushed his bones earlier, I noticed his physique is weak, while a demon's body excels in recovery. We can wear him down. Indeed. The Demon King, snapping back to reality, sneered coldly. I've dismantled countless fragile glass cannons like you. Right. Sarala chuckled confidently, then awkwardly inquired. So how do I reattach this arm? I've been trying for ages. You don't know? Just place it on, and it will heal like the original. Crack. Just as the Demon King intended to assist, its upper body collapsed to the ground without support. What? My wound, it hasn't healed. The Demon King widened its eyes, fixated on the bizarre black-red flames engulfing the cross-shaped wound on its chest, its pupils narrowing to pinpoints. Impossible. How could this be? The Demon King suddenly looked up. Sarala, what exactly have you provoked? The relic in your possession possesses the ability to prevent wound healing. However, upon raising its gaze, the Demon King did not see Sarala but Lin Qiu, who had just moments ago been distant. Thud. Critical hit 40,000. At that moment, Lin Qiu crouched upon Sarala's shoulder, his twin blades slicing down with precision, swiftly decapitating the massive demon head. Sarala's eyes reflected disbelief as the black-red demon blood erupted like a fountain, showering the surroundings in a crimson deluge. Sarala frantically summoned the life force within. For as the most powerful captain, it possessed a health pool of 70,000. This strike from Lin Qiu could not end its life. Yet Lin Qiu's attacks were truly bizarre, delivering damage that seemed to pierce the very soul. With one blow, Sarala felt as though its essence was aching. Cursed be this fate. Had I known, I would have found a way to bring my true form here. If I perish in this feeble body, I dread to think how long it would take to recover. At that moment, Sarala's head had rolled beside the Demon King as it screamed desperately, run. Take me and flee. Yes, run. The Demon King grasped Sarala's head and, in the next instant, utilized its innate ability, directly devouring Sarala and inheriting its health pool. As this was not about healing injuries, but rather a significant increase in health capacity, the Demon King felt rejuvenated. In the next moment, it exploded into a shower of blood and flesh, scattering in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qiu's expression hardened, and he placed his hand upon Shura. With a clear sword heart, all blood and flesh were laid bare, while the chilling frost released by Qin Bai from the outskirts significantly slowed the Demon King's movement. In the next moment, Lin Qiu took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and recalled the area attack skill he had learned from the source, Waki. One heart flow. Chaotic slash of Shura. As Lin Qiu drew his blade, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, centering around him, unleashing a tempest of black and red blade energy that howled forth like a whirlwind. These blade energies, dense and overwhelming, instantaneously filled the entire space, severing everything in their path. The once smooth street resembled a battlefield ravaged by heavy artillery, the ground torn asunder with countless gashes, and buildings crumbled into ruins. The Demon King's corporeal form reduced to a mere pulp. The black-red flames raged uncontrollably, casting the surroundings into a realm of hellish despair. However, a portion of the Demon King's body still managed to escape. As Lin Qiu sheathed his blade, Qin Bai and Shingu Tsukihime hurriedly approached. What now? Lin Qiu shook his head. It got away. I will pursue it. Qin Bai, you stay here and guard. If Waki and the others arrive, ensure they prepare for defense, but do not follow. Shingu Tsukihime. Hearing Lin Qiu's call, Shingu Tsukihime promptly stepped forward. Present. Lin Qiu inquired. You concealed yourself quite well earlier. How long can you maintain this trick? Shingu Tsukihime assured. In terms of evasion, I could hide for a night. Very well. Lin Qiu swiftly lifted Shingu Tsukihime. Come with me. Conceal yourself, and when I call for you, follow the instructions in the system's private message. Shingu Tsukihime's excitement surged. Yes. I assure you I will complete the task. Utilizing the abilities of the heavenly net, Lin Qiu moved like lightning, vanishing into the night. With his clear sword heart expanded to its fullest, Lin Qiu gazed towards a certain direction outside the city, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Fortune favored him, as the Demon King had chosen a location well within the reach of the heavenly net, outside the general's residence, within the deer hunting grounds. The Demon King hurried along the path. Within its diminutive form, two demons were engaged in a heated argument. Sarah, I should never have heeded your foolish words. Losing is not terrifying, but losing and failing to acknowledge it is. How many times must I say it? This fellow has barely completed the novice dungeon. still barking like a dog. Sarah, if I ever trust you again in this lifetime, I might as well leap into a river of magma. Could it not be that he possesses a powerful artifact? Nonsense. If such a formidable relic existed, it would have been used by someone of stature, like the Demon Lord. After venting at Sarah, the Demon King spat. Enough. I must swiftly recuperate from my injuries, hide for several centuries. And once this fellow's task concludes and he exits the dungeon world, I will take my revenge on his family. With that declaration, the Demon King let out a low growl. And soon, pairs of crimson eyes illuminated the distant forest. These fiends were originally intended for the Demon King's assault on Lin Qiu and his companions, to pave the way for an invasion of the general's estate. Yet, in this moment, survival took precedence. The Demon King's flesh and blood swiftly melded into the throng of demons, leaving only husks behind as it feasted, its wounds healing rapidly. However, the more it consumed, the more sorrowful it became. Previously, devouring all its subordinates would have doubled its power, yet now it struggled merely to regain its former strength. The health points lost to Lin Qiu were irretrievable. Even upon exiting the dungeon and returning to its true form, it would need to find ways to heal. Damned humans. The Demon King indulged in the feast among the horde, vehemently expressing its frustration. Yet soon, it halted, twisting its neck 180 degrees to glance behind. To its horror, beneath the cold moonlight, Lin Qiu, clad in a firemouse fur coat, wielding shura, and treading upon branches, seemed to glide upon the wind. Chapter 65. A slice of 88,000, sending the Demon King home. They've caught up. The Demon King felt a chill of sweat running down its spine, and without hesitation, gestured, "Stop him." The mind-controlled horde of demons disregarded the suppression of shura and surged toward Lin Qiu, while the Demon King immediately employed the ability of the Mountain Lord, vanishing into the earth. Attempting to flee? Lin Qiu delivered a decisive shura strike to the nearest demon, inflicting nearly 100,000 damage in an instant, causing hundreds of demons to explode into a shower of flesh, even forcing the underground Demon King into the open. The freshly emerged Demon King gazed at the scene before it, utterly aghast. Hundreds of demons, gone in the blink of an eye. Who is the true boss here? I, a proud demon, chased and hacked by a human. Do I not have any dignity? Yet dignity cannot be consumed. With a determined grimace, the Demon King reassembled the scattered limbs and remains into a lower-tier demon horde, attempting to ensnare Lin Qiu once more. As expected, this new horde, being mere remnants, lacked health points, rendering Lin Qiu's damage overflow ineffective and temporarily achieving a delaying effect. Good. It's working. Sarah urged, "Run." The Demon King scolded, still watching the show. "I'm currently busy controlling the corpse army. I lack the ability to flee. You are responsible for maneuvering this body." Realizing the urgency, Sarah promptly burrowed into the ground to escape. Lin Qiu, seeing that he could not use the demons to reach the Demon King, activated his transparent sword heart, disregarding the minor foes, and pursued the Demon King's true form. However, the Demon King's escape methods were indeed swift, even with the aid of Heavenly Net. Lin Qiu found himself unable to catch up. In desperation, Lin Qiu activated the system to notify the Divine Princess, Sukiheim. In the next instant, Lin Qiu felt a blur before his eyes. One step led him to slide dozens of meters forward, and in mere moments, he found himself hovering above the Demon King. How fast? Lin Qiu marveled, immediately plunging his blade downward. PSCH. 16,666. Although the damage was under 20,000, it was regrettable. Drawing out shura, Lin Qiu swiftly sidestepped to evade the Demon King's sudden assault from below. Can it still pursue me? The Demon King's face twisted in anger. Boom. In the next moment, the Demon King self-destructed its arms, enveloping Lin Qiu's vision in a cloud of blood mist, while its true form fled rapidly. Why does this Demon King possess so many escape skills? Lin Qiu was left speechless. With his transparent sword heart active, the world revealed only weaknesses and air. The blood mist was of no consequence, and without a moment's thought, he honed in on the Demon King's direction. Is this useless? The Demon King was horrified, sensing that this individual seemed to be the harbinger of its demise. No matter the tactic employed, it was rendered utterly ineffective, as if the very laws of the universe conspired against it. In desperation, the Demon King resorted to hasty defenses, but in doing so, it noticed something amiss. Lin Qiu's strength and damage appeared diminished. Indeed, this location lay outside the realm of the Heavenly Net. Sarah, rejoice. It seems this fellow just now unleashed some special technique. He is now at the end of his rope. Strike now and slay him. The Demon King's expression darkened. Do you consider one strike of 10,000 to be the end of the road? I can't escape, so I might as well fight. Sarah seized control of the Demon King's body and lunged at Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu sensed the shift and raised his weapon to block. After all, in a duel of masters, one would not be afforded the luxury of time to recover health. PSH. Fortunately, shura is an indomitable force. Sarah's grasp left it bloodied while Lin Qiu was merely pushed back a few steps. The Demon King exclaimed, "Listen to me. While he is in a weakened state, we can surely escape. fight, flee. Two conflicting impulses wrestled within the Demon King's form, yet ultimately, Sarah gained the upper hand. During combat, I shall take charge of the offense. If he strikes, you shall evade. If we cannot win with this, I will simply lie atop the river of magma. The Demon King paused. That's a valid point. The two demons formed a peculiar alliance, and it proved surprisingly effective. During battle, Sarah unleashed fierce attacks, pressing Lin Qiu relentlessly, while whenever Lin Qiu found an opportunity to counterattack, the ever-vigilant Demon King would evade. The synergy allowing them to just barely match the combat prowess Lin Qiu gained from his transparent sword heart. Truly, demons are not to be trifled with. Lin Qiu's desire to kill surged. Only moments ago, he lacked the means to eliminate the Demon King, as it was too slippery, akin to an eel. Yet the situation had changed. Lin Qiu had seized upon their vulnerabilities. There's a flaw. Sarah cheered, suddenly launching a punch through the gap, and Shura, striking Lin Qiu's chest. With that blow, Lin Qiu lost a significant portion of his health, spewing blood without restraint. However, the Demon King's heart grew increasingly unsettled, especially upon seeing the smirk at the corner of Lin Qiu's mouth. Not good. Retreat. The Demon King attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Lin Qiu, sacrificing his own injuries, lunged forward and thrust his blade into the Demon King's chest. Critical hit. 38,888. Yet clearly, for a Demon King with health exceeding tens of thousands, such an injury-for-injury exchange left Lin Qiu at a disadvantage, explaining why he had avoided this tactic until now. But why had Lin Qiu employed it? Open the door. Lin Qiu roared, and in that moment, the weapon in his hand erupted with a crimson glow. A streak of blood crept across the moon, and the Demon King's form began to stiffen, ultimately becoming motionless. Revival target Toyota Yashiki has been found devoid of soul. You can only obtain a soulless body. Revival failed. Due to another while manipulating Toyota Yashiki's corporeal form, your lifespan consumption has significantly increased. Please exercise caution. Indeed, this was the ingenious strategy conceived by Lin Qiu. Moments earlier, two demons had vied for the same body, creating a momentary chaos, which led Lin Qiu to recall the original owner of the Demon King's corporeal form. What would happen if he revived the original Toyota Yashiki? To his astonishment, the outcome was unexpected. The two demons could not contend with the unparalleled relic known as the Azura. Now, this body was firmly under his control. Inside the Demon King's body, the two demons were utterly bewildered. Why can't I move? Curse it. It must be that blade. Sarah, what kind of person have you provoked? Ignoring the two demons who were desperately struggling, Lin Qiu spat out the clotted blood in his mouth and cried out, Shinkamite Tsukiheim. Yes, hidden within the space. Shinkamite Tsukiheim immediately emerged, accurately casting the net of heavenly and earthly restraints around them. With the net's enhancement, a grand return. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Qiu drew the Azura and flashed a menacing smile at the Demon King before him. Let this final strike, born from my insights during battle, serve as the concluding punctuation. Truly formidable, Demon King. Perhaps I shall remember you for a long time. Lin Qiu crossed his twin blades, the colors of black and crimson intertwining slowly. One heart flow Azura immortal slash, with a sound akin to tearing a landscape painting. Only the black and white remained around Lin Qiu, followed swiftly by a blood-like red gushing forth from the Demon King's form. Critical hit. 88,888. True damage. 88,000. Chapter 66. Mission accomplished. Revival target Toyota Yashiki is deceased. This revival has concluded, deducting 13 years from lifespan. Side Quest 9. Eliminate the Demon Army Leader, Chieftain Yamajun. Has been completed, granting 50,000 pure white fragments and the relic Itashan Stone, purple. Itashan Stone, purple, a stone from another mountain that can refine jade. Grants a relative attribute boost of 5,000 to your weaker stats. Main quest, survive for 264 days under the pursuit of the Demon King Toyota Yashiki, has been completed. Note, target Demon King Toyota Yashiki is deceased. Received 70,000 pure white fragments. Relic, Resurrection Coin, Gold, X1. Resurrection Coin, Gold can fully revive an awakened being once. As the settlement interface can now be accessed, the talent Chaos Blessing has not been activated. A bountiful harvest. Simultaneously, the corpse of the Demon King before him dissipated into wisps of black and red mist, and two demon phantoms abruptly emerged from the remains. They glared fiercely at Lin Qiu, their eyes filled with malice. Damn it, Lin Qiu, I will remember you. You better pray we do not encounter you in the future. I refuse to believe you possess such extraordinary relics every time. Sooner or later, you will perish at our hands. The two demons exchanged taunts, clearly attempting to shatter Lin Qiu's composure before they faded away. In response to the impotent fury of the weak, Lin Qiu could only smile. Setting aside the fact that he indeed possessed extraordinary relics in every instance, he certainly would not allow these two demons to escape so easily. After a lengthy tirade, the two demons finally sensed the anomaly. Why are we not leaving this world? Finally realizing, Lin Qiu waved the Azura in his hand, and a peculiar gravitational force emanated from it. Any enemy slain by the Azura would be eternally transformed into malevolent spirits, condemned to remain in hell, unable to resurrect. These two demons were no exception. What have you done? I can't control my body. Lin Qiu smiled. Oh, I'm truly terrified to have caught the attention of two demons. Alas, to prevent you from being a threat, I must completely resolve this. The two demons, faces stricken with fear, transformed into wisps of black smoke, entirely consumed by the Azura. Faint echoes resonated from the blade. Demon King, have you lost your mind? You dare to attack me. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be dying here. Curse it. Then do not blame me for taking action. Listening to the lingering echoes, Lin Qiu sheathed his sword with satisfaction, and the brilliant-eyed Shinkami Tsukiheim appeared before him. Wow, when did you learn that move? It's so cool. Shinkami Tsukiheim exclaimed, gazing at the slowly dissipating black and red mist, eagerly snapping photos with the system. Lin Qiu, feeling speechless, thought that anyone else would be astonished by the fact that he had just slain the Demon King. Yet here she was, marveling at the spectacle. Truly a unique perspective. Come here, look over here. Shinkami Tsukiheim waved enthusiastically, but the next moment, Lin Qiu playfully smacked her forehead. Enough, let's prepare to return. Shinkami Tsukiheim immediately covered her forehead. Hey, that hurt. Lin Qiu turned to leave, not forgetting to retort. I barely used any force. Shinkami Tsukiheim caught up. Indignant. You weren't using much force when you killed the Demon King, either. Under the gradually fading moonlight, the silhouettes of Lin Qiu and Shinkami Tsukiheim disappeared into the thicket. By the time they returned to the general's residence on foot, the area was under strict martial law. Upon seeing Lin Qiu return alive, Minamoto Yuki promptly ordered the gates to be opened, welcoming him inside. It's far too reckless for you to have pursued them alone. That was the Demon King, Minamoto Yuki exclaimed, eyeing the large bloodstains on Lin Qiu's fire rat cloak, filled with trepidation. At the very least, you should have waited for me and Kagaya to accompany you. We could have provided mutual support. For the next few days, I will personally oversee the city's security. Focus on your recovery. Upon hearing this, Shinkami Tsukiheim raised her head proudly and declared, there's no need for martial law. The Demon King and all his demonic army have been slain by Lin Qiu. Although the Demon King was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind, the corpses of over 1,000 demonic soldiers still lay scattered in the hunting ground. The Demon King is dead? Upon hearing this, not just the warriors responsible for opening the gates, but even the solemn Minamoto Yuki and the awakened Chin-bai were left speechless. The final boss of the dungeon, whose true form was that of an abyssal demon, was simply dead. The words were familiar, yet strung together, they felt almost incomprehensible. From the moment they heard that Lin Qiu had engaged the Demon King to now, barely half an hour had passed. In that brief span, a colossal entity that had plagued the entire nation for years had quietly vanished without a trace. Minamoto Yuki, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Lin Qiu's hand. Is it true? You really killed the Demon King? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qiu hastily cleared his throat, relieved, and nodded. Yes, he's dead, utterly and completely. I can assure you of that. System notifications have confirmed it. The Demon King could not possibly return to life. Moreover, the two demons hidden within the Demon King's body had been pulled out, leaving them unable to make a comeback. I apologize. This is simply too unbelievable. Upon receiving Lin Qiu's confirmation, Minamoto Yuki took several deep breaths to steady himself. Then quickly ordered, quickly, carry the head of the Tachibana family back to their estate, and do everything possible to heal him. Cough, cough. Lin Qiu was about to say that he was not seriously injured, but a sudden wave of strange discomfort surged within him. Something was amiss. He had already expelled the clotted blood from his mouth, so why was he still coughing? This feeling of physical weakness had not plagued him since he obtained the key. Realizing that something was amiss with his body, Lin Qiu couldn't help but contemplate a peril he had never considered before. Damn. No wonder he was burning through his life so recklessly. Yet, he had only squandered less than 30 years of his lifespan. Lying on the stretcher, Lin Qiu turned to Chin-bai, who was busy typing beside him, and inquired, Chin-bai, do you know the average lifespan of individuals within the dungeon? Chin-bai swiftly responded, there are no specific statistics, but in dungeons with a predominantly ancient backdrop, it is typically around 30 to 40 years. In light of this, dying at over 50 could be considered a sign of longevity? How infuriating. He had initially hoped to enjoy a few more years before exiting the dungeon. Lin Qiu opened the system interface, and as expected, a message was marked in ominous black and red. System notification. Due to the impending end of your lifespan, you are about to be forcibly removed from the dungeon world. Remaining time, 7 days. Fortunately, he was granted 7 days to settle his affairs. Lin Qiu slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Ever since entering the dungeon world, this was the first time he felt such exhaustion. Chapter 67. The Moment of Reward. Awakening to the familiar sight of the ceiling, Lin Qiu found himself in the bedroom of the Orange residence. The wound on his chest had been meticulously tended to, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air. Radiant sunlight streamed through the open window, casting a vibrant glow over everything. Although he was on the brink of death, Lin Qiu's mindset remained strangely buoyant. The reason being, death merely meant exiting the dungeon and returning to the real world, so there was nothing to fret about. He couldn't help but ponder how he would feel when truly confronted with death. Perhaps his mindset would remain the same. After all, he was still a traveler. Perhaps death would simply usher him into another world where he could continue to revel. Awake, Qinbai lifted the bed curtain, pointing to the medicine beside the bed. Would you like to drink it? Lin Qiu nodded yes. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Qinbai's face. Since their first meeting, Lin Qiu had endured numerous injuries, yet he had never consumed a single bowl of medicine. Something was amiss today. Noting Qinbai's perplexity, Lin Qiu propped himself up against the wall and sighed. Death is something that easily brings about a sense of acceptance. Though I detest the bitterness of medicine, I realize now that while alive, one should seize the opportunity to try new things. Qinbai silently lifted the medicinal concoction, spooning a measure towards Lin Qiu's lips. Lin Qiu extended his tongue to taste a tiny bit. Well, I'd rather not drink it. He decisively reclined back, the melancholic sentiments dissipating instantly. I will soon exit the dungeon. Please contact anyone willing to accompany me for my final journey. Qinbai nodded. Understood. I will reach out immediately. In truth, everyone with even the slightest connection to Lin Qiu had already gathered outside, waiting. The reason was simple. Lin Qiu had slain the Demon King, rendering the dungeon's difficulty virtually non-existent. It could be declared completed. This was akin to transforming a deep abyss dungeon into a beginner's trial. Upon receiving the news, Shizuka and others confirmed the details, and they rushed over that very night, insisting on seeing Lin Qiu one last time. The military had been diligently gathering intelligence for half a year, enlisting the help of the Pure White Church to eradicate demons and demote the abyss dungeon to an ordinary one. However, with Lin Qiu's decisive actions, the dungeon was completed flawlessly, an unprecedented achievement in history. While the Pure White Church was unable to directly slay demons, Lin Qiu had accomplished this feat, making him a formidable ally. Not only the major of this operation, but the entire military would have to hold him in high regard. Besides them, there were also Yoshinobu and Yuki. Unlike the awakened, they were inhabitants of the dungeon, so in their eyes, Lin Qiu's death would be irrevocable. Thus, the ones who needed comfort the most were these two. Lying in bed, Lin Qiu first addressed the matter of the Orange family succession. After my passing, Yoshinobu will inherit the position of head of the Orange family. Currently, the family is still relatively weak. I hope everyone will extend their support. Yoshinobu and Shizuka nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to assist. With Yoshinobu's integrity assured and Shizuka and others also awakened, willing to show respect to Lin Qiu, it was certain that placing the Orange family in Yoshinobu's hands would not lead to any significant issues. Although Lin Qiu felt little attachment to the Orange family, it was still his own legacy, and distributing it felt meaningful. Just by lying there, with a casual word, he was passing on an inheritance worth countless fortunes. In that moment, Lin Qiu sensed a shift in his demeanor. There was a sense of legacy in the air, and he felt a hint of satisfaction. No wonder some awakened individuals emerged from the dungeon in a daze. In the dungeon world, they wielded power, while in the real world, they were mere cattle. Who could withstand such a disparity? Fortunately, Lin Qiu had commanded authority in the dungeon world and need not worry about exploitation upon returning to reality. Of course, while Lin Qiu cheerfully chose an heir, Yoshinobu's situation was quite different. His mindset was on the verge of collapse. Ever since rescuing Lin Qiu amidst the chaos of war, he had dedicated his life to ensuring the safety of the young master. Although his own strength had far surpassed that of the previous sword saint in mere months, the young master was even mightier, effortlessly overpowering those legendary figures who wielded the divine blade. This was not inherently bad. After all, the previous family head, Yujiro, had also aspired to be the strongest for the family, and as the family protector, he had grown accustomed to this. He had thought their lives would proceed smoothly, with the young master inheriting the former family head's reputation and leading the Orange family to new heights. But who could have anticipated that just a few months later, the invincible family head would be on the verge of death? What difference was there from the sky collapsing? The Orange family was facing extinction. Noticing Yoshinobu's troubled state, Lin Qiu felt a pang of concern. After a moment, he offered words of solace. There is no need for such sorrow. It is only natural for the entirety of the Orange family to fall in battle against the malevolent spirits. The reason I survived is that I received divine guidance to slay the Demon King, the source of all evil. Now that the Demon King is dead, my mission is complete. Life is fleeting. Why linger? We shall meet again in the heavens. The rationale Lin Qiu conjured was indeed quite plausible. From a sickly individual to a slayer of the Demon King overnight, such a departure from logic could easily be attributed to divine favor. Especially for Yoshinobu, who had followed Lin Qiu from the very beginning. He understood that Lin Qiu certainly harbored great secrets. Now that Lin Qiu had chosen to reveal this, it provided him with a sense of reassurance. Seeing Lin Qiu exhibit no signs of a dying man's decline, Yoshinobu gradually regained his composure and respectfully declared, "Rest assured, my lord, I will manage the Orange family well. Very well. Lin Qiu nodded. Now, you and General Yoshinobu may step outside. I need to discuss certain matters with the other family heads. Yes, my lord. Yoshinobu and Shizuka exited the room. No sooner had they left than Tsukihime strode in boldly. Lin Qiu, I came to see you last night. Why did you not dare to open your eyes? Lin Qiu's lips twitched. He hadn't expected her to remember that incident. He casually replied, You are indeed formidable. You win. Alas, we wagered nothing of value. Upon the utterance of those words, Shinjo Tsukihime was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed they had wagered nothing at all. A grievous loss. Tsukihime, despondent, sat by Lin Qiu's bedside in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu turned to face Shinano Makoto and the others. My task was to eliminate the Demon King, and now that it has been accomplished, I am poised to exit and settle the matter. Do you have any further inquiries? Stepping forward, Shinano Makoto earnestly implored, Lin Qiu, do you truly not intend to join the military? Should you wish to enlist, I can assure you a minimum rank of major. Furthermore, with a few more dungeon runs, I can guarantee that colonel will not be your final rank. Shinano Makoto herself held the rank of major, overseeing the development of the Abyss dungeons, a position of considerable prestige. Chapter 68, The Starry Metal. However, Lin Qiu shook his head without hesitation. Let it be. The military is replete with regulations. And with the pure white church looming above, a freelance vocation seems preferable. In light of this, Shinano Makoto and the others found themselves unable to refute. For given the military's penchant for caution, even if they were aware of Lin Qiu's precedent of slaying demons, they would devise means to have Lin Qiu cooperate with the church. After all, the military prioritized efficiency and minimal losses. In the face of humanity's future, personal sacrifice was not a matter for prolonged deliberation. Furthermore, Lin Qiu's unconventional strategy must have employed precious relics, rendering the likelihood of its fleeting success quite high. That being said, we shall not dissuade you further. Shinano Makoto brought her feet together and saluted Lin Qiu, Major Chen Jinyun. I hereby express our gratitude for your successful dungeon clearing and the immense contribution you have made to human society. With that, Major Chen Jinyun, whose real name was Chun Jinyun, produced a box and opened it, revealing a medal that shimmered like the stars. This was the Starry Medal, awarded to those who made significant contributions to dungeon clearing for the Human Federation. In the future, within any dungeon, you may utilize the Starry Medal to seek assistance from military personnel. We shall undoubtedly provide our utmost cooperation. Lin Qiu was taken aback. Isn't this supposed to be the Citizen's Honor Medal? Chen Jinyun chuckled and shook his head. You may not grasp the vast difference between providing information and achieving a complete dungeon clearance. Initially, when we began the process of applying for your medal, your contribution, while substantial, remained within acceptable bounds. With that information, we had to consider the interests and strategies of the General Council, striving to optimize the best route for subsequent dungeon endeavors, aiming to resolve this dungeon before it downgraded to an ordinary one within 10 runs. However, the situation has changed. You resolved it directly. This not only saved us a great deal of manpower and resources, but also achieved the dungeon clearance under abyssal conditions, fulfilling the objectives to the utmost. A mere Citizen's Honor Medal is utterly unworthy of your contribution. The Starry Medal is one of the 3 major medals of the Federation. Though it holds the lowest rank, it is not something just anyone can acquire. Holding the Starry Medal grants you a permanent shield with a health pool of 100,000. Moreover, your authority is virtually equivalent to mine as a major. In future dungeon encounters with military personnel, barring any special missions, they will wholeheartedly assist you in completing your tasks. Additionally, Chun Jinyun enumerated a plethora of benefits, leaving Lin Qiu utterly astonished. While he was aware that his innate talents might allow him to accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, he had not anticipated receiving such a valuable medal on his very first dungeon run. It seemed that with this medal in hand, he could very well ascend to the honor roll at his school. Just as Lin Qiu was lost in contemplation of the medal, Chun Jinyun set it aside and broached another matter. Furthermore, she continued, retrieving a document from her pocket and handing it to Lin Qiu. This is the land deed for Abyss Dungeon D071. Once the dungeon is integrated into the Human Federation, this document will grant you ownership of 10 of the transformed land. Indeed, once a dungeon is completely cleared, it can expand the territory of the Human Federation. This was the most tangible benefit of dungeon clearing for Awakeners, and the reason Lin Qiu was awarded the Starry Medal. His singular efforts had augmented the territory of the Human Federation, a remarkable achievement in territorial expansion. According to textbook accounts, the earlier a dungeon is cleared, the lesser the loss incurred upon its integration into reality. For example, the beginner dungeon Lin Qiu observed at school had undergone excessive runs, resulting in a significant reduction in size, merely encompassing the area of a city. Even if Lin Qiu completed the clearance, it would not substantially benefit the Federation's territory. However, the Abyss dungeon was different. This newly developed dungeon had the potential to greatly increase the area. Lin Qiu accepted the land deed and opened it to read carefully. According to the estimates from the Human Federation, due to the short duration of the dungeon's clearance, Abyss Dungeon D071 was expected to retain the area equivalent to a small Federation city. What does this imply? The Federation city where Lin Qiu resided, Dawn City, had only recently achieved the status of a medium-sized city, having been a small Federation city not long ago. In essence, Lin Qiu's very first mission had secured a city for himself. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyun continued to elaborate. This 10 of land, should you choose not to intervene, the Federation government will automatically develop and manage it, distributing revenue dividends on every January 1st based on profit. Lin Qiu nodded. This was preferable. If he had to personally manage the city, it would be exceedingly troublesome. Outsourcing seemed the most prudent course. Moreover, during the handover of dungeon data, we mentioned your utilization of superseded relics. To compensate for the losses incurred from the relics, a significant portion of the 10 land will comprise easily developable and prosperous areas. This is entirely reasonable, as dungeon development incurs substantial costs. Do not presume that an awakened individual at level 80 can effortlessly clear an F-level Abyss dungeon. The dungeon level serves as a forewarning for the enemies within and signifies constraints. For instance, an F-level dungeon can host monsters no higher than level 19. Yet the human entrants cannot surpass this threshold either, often falling short of even reaching it. This signifies that the Abyss dungeon poses a formidable challenge for both low-level and high-level awakeners alike. Thus, the expansion of territory becomes exceedingly precious. In this Abyss dungeon, if other awakeners were to employ red-quality relics and numerous low-quality relics to clear it, the ownership of this 10 land might not be recuperated in the short term. Alas, these relics were all provided by Lin Qiu's talents, representing an investment that others would approach with caution, for a misstep could lead to total loss. For Lin Qiu, however, it was akin to pulling a fast one. Regarding the military's allocation, Lin Qiu nodded in satisfaction. This truly was an unexpected delight. Moreover, Chen Jinyun continued. You should be aware that prior to the arrival of the pure white mist, the world order had already shattered. The nation once known as Sakura was engulfed in the white mist, with only a few core individuals managing to escape. The background of this dungeon bears considerable resemblance to that nation, and within the Federation, there are individuals whose ancestors hailed from Sakura. In gratitude for your assistance in restoring their former homeland, they have collectively raised approximately 10 million Federation coins to present to you in person. The mention of 10 million was something he had heard before entering the dungeon. As Lin Qiu reminisced about the recent past, where he had engaged in a fierce gamble with Zhang Shun over 500,000, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at his own transformation. Were it not for the awakening of his innate talent, he might have long since succumbed to a life of servitude. Now, with wealth and property in his possession, he had seemingly ascended to the pinnacle of existence. A wave of sentiment washed over him as he pondered the extraordinary potential of his gift, which surpassed even the legendary talents chronicled in the annals of the Federation's history. Lying in bed, he felt an inexplicable contentment, as though even if he were to perish at that moment, his life would have been worthwhile. After a brief moment, Lin Qiu lightly uttered, "Transfer the funds to the land deed card, and I shall vanish." The abundance of wealth had become merely a series of digits, and that so-called appreciation gathering was undoubtedly a ploy to curry favor with him. Rather than proving his exceptional talent before a throng of politicians for a mere 10 million, he preferred to revel in the next instance of adventure. Chapter 69, Exiting the Instance. At this moment, Lin Qiu realized how liberating it was to enter the instance. Indulging freely, Chen Jinyun nodded. I will respond to them. After completing the handover, Chen Jinyun and the others prepared to depart, as their primary quest involved revitalizing their family, which required considerable time and effort. In contrast, Lin Qiu, who had altered his main quest midway, could log out ahead of them. However, the flow of time differed between the real world and the instance. It was likely that by the time Lin Qiu returned, Qinbai and the others would soon emerge as well. Having acquired such a wealth of rewards, Lin Qiu felt no aches in his back or numbness in his legs, and he threw off the covers, ready to embrace adventure. In the final days, Lin Qiu ascended the revered Snow Peak Mountain in the far north to witness the sunrise, fished through the ice on the frozen lake below, and even took a dip in the lake for a winter swim. Ultimately, on a bright and sunny afternoon, Lin Qiu reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at the endless mountain ranges, and closed his eyes, feeling utterly fulfilled. System, instant settlement. In the next moment, Lin Qiu's surroundings transformed into an expanse of pristine white. A system notification echoed in his ears. You have completed Hidden Main Quest 1, Side Quest 9, and defeated the abyssal creature in Instance World 93, with an instance completion rating of SSS. As your rating exceeds S, you receive additional pure white fragments. Due to your highest rating, you have obtained Relic Instance Fragment D, Color. Relic Fragment D, Color. You have slain the malevolent king of ghosts, the source of all evil. This is your well-deserved reward. Characteristic 1. When the holder is below level 40, each breakthrough grants additional attribute points. Characteristic 2. The more relic fragments held, the greater the attribute enhancement. Characteristic 3. Upon entering a new instance, an additional quest will be triggered. Detected that you have reached level 37. The additional attribute points from levels 1 to 37 have been automatically added. Summary. You have obtained pure white fragment, white. Relic fragment D, color, and revival coin, gold. Lin Qiu utilized his newly acquired experience, and with a flash of white light, his level soared directly to 39. Before entering the instance, he had merely been a lowly level 19 first-tier awakener, just barely stepping out of the novice stage. Now, he stood as a formidable level 39 third-tier peak awakener, a force to be reckoned with in the human federation. His parents had toiled for the better part of their lives to reach such a point, while Lin Qiu had merely completed 2 instances. The speed of his ascension was nothing short of astonishing. With a sense of reflection, Lin Qiu took out the land deed, which had been transformed into a relic, and placed it within the pristine white space, deeming it the safest method to conceal his identity. After organizing his small space, Lin Qiu turned to leave. What did you say? The king of ghosts has been slain, and this instance is over? Tokugawa Nobuyuki involuntarily rose, exclaiming, "Are you sure you are not jesting?" Shunjinyan replied in an official tone, "I am merely here to inform you that preparations on the church's side can be halted. No, they needn't even commence." "What do you mean by that?" Tokugawa Nobuyuki slammed the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Are you implying that our church has made a fruitless journey? The land deed, the relic, the money, all gone." Shunjinyan nodded. "Apologies, but according to military regulations, that is indeed the case. However, you have incurred no losses. My time is not a loss. Do you believe I will not report this to the church?" What are you doing?" Shunjinyan stood. "My notification is complete. The military will soon withdraw en masse. That is all. Farewell." As the door closed behind him, Tokugawa Nobuyuki stood alone in the room, plunged into silence. After a brief moment, he spoke. "Is what he said true?" From the shadow of the beam above, a serpentine ghost cautiously lowered its head, whispering, "I have not received any news from Lord Ghost King these past few days. I personally investigated yesterday, and it appears that Lord Ghost King is indeed dead." With a flourish, Tokugawa Nobuyuki flung his sleeve, sending tea splattering across the table. "Who did this?" The serpentine ghost replied, "From the information I gathered, it seems to be the head of the Tachibana family." "Tachibana Lin Qiu? Why is it him again?" Tokugawa Nobuyuki's expression soured. To die at the hands of such a person, it seems the Ghost King was utterly worthless. The serpentine ghost immediately interjected, "Lord Tokugawa, if you can avenge the Ghost King, we will immediately support you as the new Ghost King." Tokugawa Nobuyuki froze in place. This matter still requires. Lord Tokugawa. Just as Tokugawa Nobuyuki found himself in an awkward predicament, a servant from the Tokugawa family rushed to the door, breathlessly announcing, "Lord Tokugawa, the head of the Tachibana family, Tachibana Lin Qiu, has passed away, and preparations for the handover are underway. Should we pay a visit?" Upon hearing this, Tokugawa Nobuyuki's eyes brightened, and he turned to the serpentine ghost. "What is there to hesitate about? Even if Tachibana Lin Qiu is dead, I will still desecrate his corpse." Caught off guard by the sudden change in demeanor, the serpentine ghost fell silent, but contemplated the prospect of transforming Tachibana Lin Qiu's body into a malevolent spirit, remaining unvoiced. 3 days later, riding through the starry night, Tokugawa Nobuyuki, armed with the relic, finally arrived at the Tachibana estate. However, instead of presenting a formal greeting, he stealthily infiltrated the premises. Once I resurrect Tachibana Lin Qiu using the methods of creating malevolent spirits and produce subordinates more powerful than the Ghost King, will I not be the one to call the shots?" he murmured to himself, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the coffin in the distance. Sprinkling some mysterious phosphorescent powder over himself, with the relic's assistance, Tokugawa Nobuyuki managed to sneak into the morning hall right under everyone's noses, hiding within the beams. Before long, as dusk fell, the attendees began to depart from the morning hall. Without hesitation, Tokugawa Nobuyuki leaped down from the beams, standing before Tachibana Lin Qiu's coffin. No matter how strong you were in life, in death, you will still serve my purpose." With excitement glinting in his eyes, Tokugawa Nobuyuki pressed upon the coffin and gave it a push. Creak. The wooden coffin emitted a soft scraping sound, followed by a resounding bark. "Who goes there?" "Oh no." Hearing the explosive voice echoing in his ears, Tokugawa Nobuyuki's face froze. Even at this hour, someone was on guard. Before he could ponder further, a chilling blade aura surged toward him. "Kagaya Haku? No. The voice is wrong. It's merely a lesser divine weapon." Realizing this, Tokugawa Nobuyuki breathed a sigh of relief. If he had encountered a divine sword, he would have fled without a second thought. But a mere inferior version of a divine weapon posed no threat at all. Tokugawa Nobuyuki unsheathed his sword, opting to confront the enraged Tachibana Nobutada head-on. Yet in the very next moment, he was beset by regret. The chilling aura of the blade sliced through the air, effortlessly disarming him and inflicting a grievous wound upon his chest without the slightest hesitation. Something was amiss. How could this fiend possess damage rivaling that of the fully unleashed divine blade? Chapter 70. How did you die? Feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from his chest, Tokugawa Nobuaki had no time for contemplation and immediately rolled away to evade Tachibana Nobutada, simultaneously shouting, "Attack!" From the rafters, a malevolent demon with the lower body of a serpent suddenly descended, lunging towards the corpse of Tachibana Aki resting in the coffin. Tachibana Nobutada's face turned icy as he swiftly turned to strike at the snake demon, but Tokugawa Nobuaki was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Swiftly retrieving an item from his bosom, a relic, with a flash of white light, Tachibana Nobutada felt an emptiness in his hand. His sword had vanished. His countenance shifted, but there was no time for hesitation. He promptly adapted, using his bare hands to seize the snake demon's head, snapping it violently. A resounding crack echoed as the serpent's head twisted a full 180 degrees. Were it a mere mortal, death would be instantaneous. However, the snake demon was no ordinary being. The demon twisted its form, its massive serpentine body crashing into Tachibana Nobutada's abdomen. Overwhelmed by the force, all he could do was grasp the coffin to steady himself. In the next moment, both he and the coffin were hurled outward. Bang! The wooden benches were smashed to smithereens, and the snake demon reoriented its head, revealing a grotesque grin. Humans are ultimately just that, fragile flesh. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Nobuaki clutched his wounded chest, struggling to rise, his hand gripping a pouch of medicinal powder. The frost aura of the divine blade had dissipated significantly, indicating he had utilized another relic. Glaring at Tachibana Nobutada, pinned beneath the coffin, Tokugawa's expression darkened. Damn it, even in this state, you dare show me disdain? I shall turn you into a demon as well. In stark contrast to the indifferent snake demon, Tachibana Nobutada's visage was ashen. The heavy coffin nearly crushed his forearm. And without a sword, his condition was dire. After all, the snake demon was an envoy of the Demon King, having feasted and reveled within the Tokugawa household to achieve the status of a centurion. Enduring a direct strike from a centurion was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Yet, upon hearing Tokugawa Nobuaki's words, Tachibana Nobutada's expression grew grave. You possess the power to forge demons. Tokugawa Nobuaki sneered. Fear not. You shall not be the last. Before his words could fade, Tokugawa and the snake demon advanced from either side with lethal intent. Tachibana Nobutada's eyes were filled with icy resolve. He understood his fate was sealed. However, at that moment, he also heard a commotion not far off. Reinforcements were arriving. Glancing down at the coffin, which contained Aki's remains, he swiftly employed his still strong left arm to grasp the fire rat fur cloak, wrapping the body tightly and hurling it out the window. This was dire. Aki's corpse was the ultimate objective, and it absolutely could not be compromised. The snake demon's expression shifted as it pivoted, attempting to seize the corpse. But it was ultimately a moment too late, grasping only the fire rat cloak. In the next instant, Aki's body shattered through the window, while the snake demon clutched the cloak, and two swords fell before Tachibana Nobutada. The blades were named Shura. Gazing upon the sword, Tachibana Nobutada momentarily found himself entranced. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he snapped back to reality, gripping the hilt with his left hand, biting down on the scabbard. His visage contorting into a fierce expression as he summoned every ounce of his strength. He drew the sword. Clang! A flash of crimson light erupted from the blade. And Tokugawa Nobuaki, who had already closed the distance, was suddenly stricken with disbelief and terror. He sensed the impending specter of death. Indeed, his instincts did not betray him. In an instant, blood splattered as Tokugawa Nobuaki was cleaved in half, sword and all, without so much as a scream escaping his lips. The snake demon, witnessing the bloodied blade, felt its entire body go cold, and with a shriek, it turned to flee. Yet, as it pivoted, an overwhelming sense of peril gripped its heart. The air turned frigid, breath became laborious, as if an invisible hand was tightening around its throat. And then, the crimson light of the blade erupted forth. Boom! The door to the spirit hall was kicked open, and those led by Chinbai were met with a scene that left them breathless. What had once been a hall dominated by white now lay drenched in the stark red of blood, with chunks of flesh scattered about, leaving them unable to discern how many lives had been lost, human or demon alike. Tachibana Nobutada stood brandishing the sword, emanating an aura akin to that of a specter. And the blade was one with which all present were familiar. Yuan Ji and deeply inhaled, yet his words betrayed his astonishment. He has drawn Kaimen. Having encountered Aki's Shura at close range, he understood the terror it wielded. He never anticipated that after Aki's death, the sword would again see the light of day. He is not in a stable state. Chinbai silently drew Frost Snow, hoping that he was weaker than Aki, and not by a mere fraction. Inazuma glanced sideways. I'll take this chance to snatch the other one. If he draws both, it would spell disaster. No, Yuan Ji's expression shifted. Do you all feel your strength waning? He sensed a tremor in his hands, yet he had never feared Aki himself, let alone Tachibana Nobutada. There was certainly something amiss. Indeed, this was the power of Kaimen. Tachibana Nobutada's voice echoed in their ears. The wielder of Kaimen does not perish, as long as they grasp the sword. They can continuously absorb the life force of nearby living beings, healing their own wounds. His voice was not loud, yet it sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. No wonder Aki was so unafraid of death. How do we combat this? Yuanji quickly collected his thoughts. Speaking calmly, Tachibana Nobutada, maintain your composure. Do not let malevolent thoughts consume you. Slowly, sheath the sword, slowly. Clack. The wooden clogs echoed softly against the wooden floor as Yuanji and the others instinctively took a step back. Shinbai softly reassured, stay calm, stay calm. Kaimin is the divine artifact for vanquishing demons. Should you wield it against your companions, Aki would not forgive you, even in death. You are now the head of the Tachibana family. Do not act foolishly. Tachibana Nobutada halted, taking a deep breath. At last, he slowly pressed Kaimin back into its sheath. As the long blade returned to its scabbard, the murderous intent within the room dissipated entirely. Everyone exhaled in relief, yet their gazes fell upon the scattered remnants of flesh, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Had Aki casually slain a member of the church, they would have found themselves in a precarious situation. However, to their astonishment, this individual had not perished at Aki's hands, but rather by the actions of an NPC within the confines of the realm. Now, even if the forces behind the adversary possessed immense power, they would find themselves in a mute dilemma, unable to voice their grievances. After all, could one seek vengeance against a non-existent entity? The sounds of an ambulance, hurried footsteps, and the clamor of conversations suddenly flooded his mind. Aki felt somewhat disoriented, and it took him a few moments to reacquaint himself with the reality surrounding him. Damn it. The piercing screams echoed in his ears as he instinctively turned to look, spotting a young man clad in a white robe, thrashing on the ground, clutching his head and howling in madness. Onlookers nearby pointed and murmured, so that's why the ambulance arrived. It turns out something happened to the church. Good heavens. Was he devoured piece by a demon? The screams are simply horrific. TSK, TSK, TSK. The individual from the church must be Tokugawa Nobuyuki, deservedly so. Lin Qiu stood amidst the onlookers, watching the ambulance fade into the distance, silently gesturing an obscene sign before turning to leave. Having successfully cleared the dungeon, it was time to reward oneself with a 2-day respite. The conveniences and amusements of the real world far surpassed the rigid confines of the dungeon realm. Perhaps it was the disparity brought about by awakening, or perhaps the prolonged time spent within the dungeon had left the awakened in need of release. Entertainment had become extraordinarily advanced. With a golden goose at home, Lin Qiu saw no need to be frugal and decided to order a top-of-the-line computer on the way back. The purchase also included a sleep pod equipped with virtual reality technology, reportedly designed as a training chamber for the awakened, featuring a plethora of combat training and acting simulations applicable within the dungeon. The realism was said to be a staggering 99 akin to the real world. Of course, one could also procure some unauthorized plugins from the black market to experience the life of their ancestors in the virtual realm. However, just as Lin Qiu was about to enter his home, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From a nearby alley emerged a group of unruly young men, led by none other than Zhang Shan. Following their last wager, Zhang Shan had not only suffered mental distress, but also incurred a debt of 200,000, of which he had only just managed to recover. On the very first day his mind was restored, Zhang Shan had come to confront Lin Qiu at his residence. The motive was straightforward: money. As for the wager, what wager? That was merely a means to constrain Lin Qiu, with no relevance to Zhang Shan. The sum of 200,000 federal coins. Had it not been for the crowd at the time, Zhang Shan would never have relinquished it. Unfortunately for him, Lin Qiu had been engaged in the dungeon at that moment, and Zhang Shan had waited here for 7 days, finally securing an opportunity. Glaring at Lin Qiu, who appeared utterly dismissive, Zhang Shan's eyes glinted with malice. Finally returned, did you? Hiding in the dungeon right after graduation, I've been eagerly awaiting your return. Lin Qiu chuckled softly. Oh, isn't that Zhang Xiao? How's the recovery? Ready for another wager? Wager my foot. Zhang Shan exploded in fury, cursing. If you know what's good for you, return the 200,000, or I won't hesitate to disregard our camaraderie. Why the silence? Have you lost your tongue? Lin Qiu shook his head. No, I'm calling the police. Coincidentally, a police car was patrolling nearby and promptly responded to the call. The sound of sirens echoed as a police vehicle halted at the intersection, and several officers swiftly approached, admonishing Zhang Shan and his accomplices. What is going on here? You think calling the police will solve everything? Zhang Shan scoffed, his face devoid of fear. The officers, upon recognizing Zhang Shan, visibly relaxed, with an older officer shifting from a stern demeanor to a more casual smile. We're neighbors. What's going on here? You called the police? Lin Qiu gestured towards the surveillance camera. These individuals attempted to extort me for a sum of 200,000, and there's video evidence. The older officer turned his gaze to Zhang Shan, clearing his throat. Is that true? Zhang Shan smiled disingenuously. Not at all, Uncle Li. We've known each other since childhood. When have we ever engaged in such shameless acts? This classmate borrowed a bit of money while in school. It wasn't much, but I thought it wouldn't hurt to ask for repayment. Officer Li nodded, then looked at Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu silently raised his phone. Please continue. I'm listening. What are you doing? Stop filming. Delete that video. Officer Li's expression shifted, and he quickly reached for Lin Qiu's phone. Hey, no need to be so anxious. Lin Qiu smiled, allowing his phone to be seized. Just be careful not to break it. Seeing Lin Qiu offer no resistance, Officer Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, at least you know your place. Lin Qiu reached into his pocket. Oh, by the way, I have other items here. Would you like to take those as well? Officer Li scoffed. Don't play games with me. Hand over any recording devices or tricks you have. Sure. Lin Qiu casually tossed an object forward. It was small, and Officer Li instinctively grabbed it, intending to crush it, but upon realizing what it was, his face drained of color. The item in his possession was not a recording device, but a small medal, the Federation Honor Medal, the Star Medal. This was an accolade bestowed upon those who had made significant contributions to the Federation, conferring a status equivalent to that of a major. How could he possibly be exchanging barbs with a holder of the Star Medal? While he often shielded Zhang Shun from consequences, that did not mean he was willing to court death. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Zhang Shun continued to rally his cohorts to confront Lin Qiu. But in an instant, Officer Li delivered a swift kick to Zhang Shun's calf. Caught off guard, Zhang Shun fell to the ground. Officer Li restrained him with a joint lock, swiftly cuffing him. As Zhang Shun struggled to rise, Officer Li barked, "You're in deep trouble. Kneel down and get in the car. We're heading to the station." With Zhang Shun secured, the other officers began to escort the remaining thugs. With too many individuals to fit in a single police car, they had to call for 2 additional vehicles. The thugs, bewildered and apprehensive, boarded the police cars, still trying to comprehend the sudden severity of the law enforcement response. Once everyone was loaded into the vehicles, Officer Li returned to Lin Qiu, smiling as he handed back the phone and medal. "Comrade, here are your belongings." Lin Qiu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't call me comrade. You're not worthy. Let us head back to the station." Upon hearing this, Officer Li's expression turned bleak, his previously erect posture now slumped. Lin Qiu didn't spare him a glance. Now that he understood the consequences, why had he not thought of this when accepting bribes? Chapter 71, A New World. At the police station, in the observation room, Zhang Shun sat in the cold restraint chair, feeling uncharacteristically anxious. This was his first experience being treated as a criminal. Logic told him that he might truly be in trouble this time. But why? He knew Lin Qiu well. He was merely an ordinary person. Even if Lin Qiu had stumbled upon a bit of luck in a novice dungeon, completing a couple of extra tasks and clearing one dungeon, that did not equate to reaching the first tier. A great quality talent, even given another decade, could hardly compare to Zhang Shun's capabilities. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, ultimately attributing everything to the recent crackdown in the city, believing he had merely run afoul of an inspection. Sighing, he lamented his bad luck, resigned to waiting for his father to bail him out. His own reputation mattered little. It was his father's standing that fueled Zhang Shun's arrogance. Zhang Shun waited in boredom for his father's arrival. Shortly after, the observation room door swung open, and 2 middle-aged individuals entered briskly. Zhang Shun's eyes brightened. The visitors were none other than his father, Zhang Guodong, and his mother. A plea escaped his lips. "Dad, hurry, get me out of here." Smack. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a resounding slap struck Zhang Shun's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Slowly, he turned his head, feeling the fiery sting on his cheek, his entire being trembling. "Father, why are you hitting me?" He could hardly fathom that the father he had trusted so deeply would deliver such a blow at the very first opportunity. As an adult, he knew well the weight of a slap could inflict considerable harm. "You scoundrel, I'm hitting you for a reason." Zhang Guodong's face flushed crimson as he delivered another sharp slap to Zhang Shun's face. "Stop hitting him, please." Zhang Shun's mother rushed forward to intervene, but Zhang Guodong forcefully pushed her aside. "How dare you stop me? If you hadn't spoiled him all this time, would he have dared to commit such foolishness?" He scolded. "If he has the audacity to confront someone with a star medal today, will he dare to have me face the gallows tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun's mother's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could only murmur in despair, wiping her tears and no longer daring to intervene. However, these words detonated in Zhang Shun's mind like a nuclear explosion. A star medal? He suddenly struggled against his chains, the clinking echoing loudly. How could Lin Qiu possibly have a star medal? He is merely an orphan, bereft of parents, who has a star medal while living in the West District. Having wielded power over others for so long, Zhang Shun was acutely aware of everyone's backgrounds. He knew precisely whom to provoke and whom to avoid. If Lin Qiu truly possessed a star medal, how could he have endured 3 years of bullying at Zhang Shun's hands? Was it conceivable that he had acquired the star medal in the past month? That was even less plausible, for the star medal was awarded only for significant contributions to the abyssal instances, a prestigious honor bestowed upon humanity's pioneers. How could a freshly graduated awakened individual achieve such a feat? Even his father lacked that capability. Still unrepentant, Zhang Guodong, exasperated, approached once more and landed 2 more slaps, transforming Zhang Shun's face into a swollen mess. At last, Zhang Shun regained his senses, or rather, he was beaten into submission. In a hoarse voice, he muttered, "Father, I was wrong. Observing Zhang Shun in such a pitiful state, Zhang Guodong inhaled deeply and let out a long sigh. The nearby police officer released Zhang Shun's bindings, and Zhang Guodong seized him by the collar, pulling him upright. Come, we shall go apologize and seek leniency. The trio departed the observation room, heading towards a nearby chamber. Yet, Zhang Shun remained unconvinced, firmly believing that Lin Qiu's medal was a counterfeit. However, when he glimpsed the police chief engaging in cordial conversation with Lin Qiu through the window, his heart sank entirely. It was indeed genuine. Zhang Shun's spirit was utterly crushed, allowing his father to drag him into the room. The significance of the star medal surpassed Lin Qiu's imagination. The police chief himself took a personal interest in the matter. The surveillance footage provided irrefutable evidence, and with Zhang Shun and his companions being habitual offenders, the verdict arrived swiftly. Gazing at Zhang Shun's swollen visage, Lin Qiu could not help but appreciate the beauty of power. The middle-aged Zhang Guodong forced a smile of apology towards Lin Qiu. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my inadequate discipline. I have embarrassed you. Lin Qiu, holding a cup of tea, sighed lightly. Fortunately, I possess a star medal. Otherwise, it could very well have been me in handcuffs today. I do not demand much. Simply let justice be served according to federal law. The police chief cleared his throat. Then let it be settled thus. Zhang Shun shall serve 40 years, and the old Li, who knowingly broke the law, shall be stripped of his position and imprisoned for 5 years. How does that sound? 40 years. Zhang Shun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere threat would lead to such a lengthy sentence. Was this what they called justice? Lin Qiu remained unperturbed, having lost 200,000 while also facing 40 years of imprisonment. What? The police chief raised an eyebrow. Are you dissatisfied? Zhang Shun gritted his teeth. Chief, even if I were in the wrong, surely I cannot deserve 40 years. The police chief nodded. Indeed, for this singular incident, that would not be the case. However, your accomplices have confessed, and it has come to light that over the years you have extorted your classmates of nearly 1 million, insulted women, committed robbery in broad daylight, and engaged in school bullying. We have already spoken to numerous individuals who have united to file a complaint. To sentence you to 40 years is already a lenient outcome. Hearing these words, Zhang Shun's jaw dropped in astonishment. He could hardly believe that all his past misdeeds had been uncovered in less than half an hour. The speed of justice was staggering. Beside him, Zhang Guodong nodded repeatedly. Your generosity knows no bounds. Thank you. Thank you. He then produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qiu. Here is 300,000 to compensate for emotional damages. Please accept it. Moreover, I shall ensure compensation for everyone this boy has harmed. Though aware of his son's shortcomings, Zhang Guodong still endeavored to make amends. After all, he was still his child. Lin Qiu accepted the bank card. Very well. Let him serve these 40 years. Upon his release, I shall not pursue further action. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guodong sighed in relief, hastily expressing his gratitude. Lin Qiu, disinterested in further conversation with these insufferably oily middle-aged men, waved his hand and departed. Stepping out of the police station, he glanced at the bank card in his hand and couldn't help but reflect. Zhang Shun was quite the generous individual, gifting him 500,000 in total. After alighting from his vehicle in front of his home, Lin Qiu discovered 2 large boxes stacked at his doorstep. A delivery that had arrived in less than 2 hours. Truly remarkable logistics. The items were not light, weighing at least a ton, but fortunately, Lin Qiu was no ordinary person. He lifted them with ease, as though they were merely 2 empty boxes. First, he replaced the old television with the new computer. The ultra-wide screen, larger than his previous television, supported game controllers, keyboards, and even brain control. Merely gazing at it was a delight. Pressing the power button, a cool yet pleasing voice resonated in his ears. Hello, I am the artificial intelligence integrated into the Federal Series computer, capable of computational exchanges with the pure white angel. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall endeavor to provide the optimal solution. The pure white angel, the sole and most powerful artificial intelligence since the establishment of the Human Federation, was said to possess the authority to temporarily command military and ecclesiastical forces during periods of special warfare. As humans could falter due to emotions, machines would act swiftly to preserve the flame of humanity. Truly, this top-tier computer was capable of connecting with the pure white angel. Lin Qiu nodded in approval. Excellent. I shall refer to you as Xiaobai from now on. Yes, Xiaobai is at your service. Now, Xiaobai, Lin Qiu began to unpack the training pod. Teach me how to assemble this device. Xiaobai's voice promptly responded. Of course, please begin by checking. The officially trained artificial intelligence proved to be exceptional, comprehending everything from the minutiae to matters of national significance. Lin Qiu effortlessly assembled the training pod. However, he did not immerse himself in the experience, as he possessed a significant advantage in clearing instances with minimal difficulty, rendering intensive training unnecessary. Such a training pod was meant for gaming. Xiaobai, please order dinner for tonight and install the most popular games in the training pod. Certainly, I am currently searching for options. Reclining on the sofa, Lin Qiu lazily added. Oh, and please report on the latest hot news as well. Understood. Recently, a newly discovered abyssal dungeon has announced its successful conquest, with preliminary estimations indicating an enhancement of the Human Federation's control territory. 3 7th-tier Awakeners united to challenge the abyssal dungeon S07. And it is rumored that this endeavor employed rare relics of crimson quality, resulting in a significantly high probability of success. The selection voting for the new Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Pure White Church has commenced, and the next generation of the Church's luminaries will soon be unveiled to the public. With drones delivering swiftly, Lin Qiu leisurely dined while keeping an eye on the affairs of the Federation, enjoying a rather tranquil existence. However, this serene life was abruptly interrupted when a notification window materialized before Lin Qiu. It was not from the system, but rather a virtual projection of Xiaobai. Displaying a line of text, Qinbai, Wei emerged, discarding the chicken bone in his hand. Lin Qiu took a hearty sip of his chilled beverage and responded via voice typing. Lin Qiu, you all returned so swiftly? Contrary to Lin Qiu's expectations, where others typically completed their tasks in around 6 months, they had inexplicably appeared within half a day. Qinbai, indeed. The flow of time within the dungeon differs from that of reality, especially since you have removed the greatest hindrance, allowing the dungeon world to interface with reality, thereby accelerating the time flow. Qinbai, by the way, shall we delve into the dungeon? Lin Qiu, is the military so busy? Qinbai, well, one can rest in the dungeon. Reality feels more like a transit station. Lin Qiu could not help but nod in agreement. This observation was indeed accurate. The dungeon world was akin to an entirely different realm, and technically speaking, Lin Qiu had merely returned after resting for over half a month within it. Lin Qiu, then I shall leave it to you. I am amenable to anything. Meanwhile, in a certain apartment in the southern district of the refuge, Qinbai lay in bed clad in pajamas, clutching her mobile phone and intermittently typing responses. Eventually, she set her phone down and gazed at the virtual screen before her, which was filled with information related to Lin Qiu, including surveillance footage of Lin Qiu leaving the dungeon hall and heading home earlier that day. Qinbai extended her hand and lightly tapped the screen, prompting a system notification sound. The Pure White Angel has activated, and all data is being cleared. 3 days later, within the dungeon hall, Lin Qiu disembarked from the train and immediately spotted Qinbai, clad in a sharp military uniform. He approached her in a few strides as she typically handed him an item. It was a sapphire blue cufflink, an artifact befitting the times. Qinbai elucidated, Abyssal Dungeon B055. Set against the backdrop of the pre-collapse Western Steam era, though it merely bears a superficial resemblance. Lin Qiu accepted the cufflink, acknowledging that his knowledge of English, especially archaic forms, was rather limited. Qinbai continued, exercise utmost caution. This dungeon possesses certain peculiarities. Current intelligence indicates there are multiple demons within, and there may even be Lord-level entities present. The demons in the abyss are classified into levels, ranging from lowly imps, ordinary demons, and greater demons, to demon lords, demon kings, and demon gods. The demon lord classification is particularly intricate, as any great demon with subordinates recognized by the abyss and holding dominion over territory can be termed a demon lord, to signify their status. Demon lords are further divided into 5 noble ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Notably, even the lowest-ranking demon baron is a 4th-tier existence. And according to the demon hierarchy's invincibility law, only 5th-tier awakeners are typically qualified to challenge them, rendering such encounters exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, Lin Qiu felt little trepidation. In fact, had it not been for the concern of alarming Qinbai, he would have mentioned that he was nearing 4th-tier status himself. The pair arrived at the inspection hall, where an inspector soon appeared to conduct their checks. Please present your artifacts for inspection and registration. Lin Qiu handed over the cufflink, and after a moment, the inspector returned it, stating, inspection complete, wishing you both a successful endeavor. Qinbai also presented her artifact to the inspector, adding, you must have seen the news online. This dungeon is indeed the selection dungeon for the new Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The number of demons inside is greater than we anticipated. Therefore, in addition to the substantial involvement of military personnel, many church members will also participate. The artifact screening we just underwent was to prevent anyone from bringing in relics of crimson quality or higher to aid the church candidates in cheating. A church candidate dungeon? Lin Qiu silently hoped he would not encounter any haughty church members, lest he find himself unable to refrain from taking action. He retrieved the cufflink and nodded at Qinbai. Let us hope we encounter each other within. Qinbai nodded in agreement. Let us hope to meet again. With that, she turned and stepped through the adjacent dungeon entrance. Lin Qiu followed suit, stepping into the luminous portal, his figure vanishing from sight. Beep. The familiar pure white space greeted him, accompanied by the familiar system notification sound. Detected items, Dungeon Fragment F, color, Dungeon Fragment D, color. Before entering the dungeon, you may choose from the following options. Normal Conquest Mode, a standard mode akin to that of ordinary Awakeners, relatively peaceful and safe. Hell Conquest Mode, difficulty significantly increased, while rewards are also greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, Lin Qiu pressed the second button. It was time to exploit the system and ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Hell mode. Let us go. Chapter 72. Demon Contract? Signed. You have selected Hell Conquest mode. The difficulty of this dungeon has been significantly elevated. Task completion. The choice of pure white mist, your talent Chaos Blessing, has been activated. As you have not yet entered the dungeon, you cannot acquire relics. This talent activation will greatly enhance the quality of your rewards upon completing your first task. Great Lord of the Crows, we praise you. With our utmost devotion. A chaotic and fervent tone penetrated Lin Qiu's eardrums, seemingly attempting to rupture his brain and bore into his skull. As Lin Qiu opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by gray-black walls exuding an aura of antiquity and decay. A scant number of torches stood forlornly against the walls, their flickering flames illuminating the dim space, yet only serving to amplify the shadows, rendering them ever more ominous and foreboding. He appeared to be ensconced within an iron cage, elevated upon a platform, and as he gazed outward, he beheld a throng of kneeling figures clad in black robes, their fervent eyes casting an eerie spectacle. In a single glance, Lin Qiu grasped the situation. This was unmistakably a sacrificial ritual of a sinister cult, with the offerings presumably being none other than himself. No, it was not merely himself. Lin Qiu slightly turned his head, noticing several other youths huddled within the cage, trembling in sheer terror, emitting faint whimpers. As he began to comprehend the dire situation, a task finally materialized before him. Main quest: survive the demon calamity and slay the demon viscount orchestrating it. Side quest 1: survive the sacrificial ritual of the Black Mass. Side quest 2: eliminate the orphanage director, Shepherd Shaley. Current negative status: Mysterious Veil. Mysterious Veil. The mystical gateway of this world remains firmly shut to you. The only reliance you possess is your awakened eye. Until you engage with the mystical and achieve transcendence, you cannot exert abilities beyond your limitations. Observing the tasks before him, Lin Qiu thoughtfully stroked his chin. Truly, this is the Hell mode. Last time, I merely entered the dungeon and found myself amidst the battlefield. This time, upon landing, I am already destined for sacrifice. At least in the previous dungeon, I had the assistance of Yuxinzhong to make my escape. Yet this dungeon appears to offer only the grim prospect of waiting for death. Moreover, the negative status I bear this time is even more severe. Knowing that the reduction of my capabilities by 90% cannot contain me, I have resigned myself to the limitations of an ordinary human. Nevertheless, this seems to be the norm for high-level dungeons. In lower-level dungeons, the cap on levels is low, and powerful souls can catalyze the evolution of their bodies, quickly maximizing their physical strength. Yet in higher-level dungeons, the potential level cap is elevated, and formidable souls can only drag along their inferior bodies, rendering any rapid improvement impossible. After all, the dungeon world was once a genuine realm. Absent any restrictions, an awakened individual descending would inevitably attract the attention of local NPCs. Thus, in high-level dungeons, awakened beings resemble reincarnated strongmen undergoing recultivation. Although they have not broken through the threshold, they must gather their own resources for cultivation. Coupled with my choice of Hell mode, this beginning is indeed fraught with extraordinary troubles. Just as Lin Qiu was contemplating ways to break the deadlock, the sacrificial array around him suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Lin Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Surely, the ritual is commencing? As anticipated, in the next moment, tendrils of black mist rose from the ground, gradually coalescing into the shape of a raven in midair. This raven was pitch black, devoid of any mottled color. Save for its eyes, blood-red vertical pupils characteristic of demons, coldly surveying the offerings upon the altar. Encountering an abyssal demon at the onset is akin to facing the Demon King at the start of the last dungeon. Furthermore, with the negative status preventing me from employing my extraordinary abilities, this is not merely a hell dungeon. It is a guaranteed death trap, offering no opportunity for escape. Lin Qiu clutched a revival coin, contemplating retreat should the situation become unbearable. The hell mode of high-level dungeons is truly insufferable. In the next moment, a voice, slightly husky, echoed in his ears. I am the Lord of Crows, a demon from the endless abyss. Today, you face two choices. First, all will become my offerings, stepping into death amidst despair. Second, if one among you willingly signs a demon contract with me, becoming my sustenance, I shall allow the others to go free. Is there a glimmer of hope? Signing a demon contract equates to selling one's soul to a demon, a proposition tantamount to courting death. No one would be foolish enough to accept such an offer. Is this a ploy to incite the sacrifices against one another, revealing the darker aspects of human nature? How diabolically amusing. However, to Lin Qiu's astonishment, the anticipated debate had already concluded before it even began. A boy with chestnut hair and azure eyes, slight of frame but the eldest among the sacrifices, rose to his feet, his voice resolute yet tinged with tremors. I will sign the contract. If I do, you will let them go, right? Lucius, no? A child cried, clinging to the boy's leg. I don't want you to die. Please, no. Lucius clenched his jaw, his body trembling involuntarily. It was evident he too was gripped by fear. Though merely a child, he understood the terror of demons from the tales spun by adults. If a typical sacrificial ritual merely meant being devoured by a demon in one gulp, then signing a demon contract signified a complete and utter surrender to the demon's will. The demon would torment this foolish soul utterly, piece by piece, until consumed. And even in death, there would be no rest, only eternal suffering within the demon's belly. Merely contemplating this made Lucius feel as though he could scarcely stand. He wished to kneel and hide among the children, to prolong his life even for a moment, even if it meant becoming the second death. Yet he stood firm. If his own death could ensure the survival of all, then so be it. Lucius forced a smile, a semblance of indifference, even a hint of joy, as if he were not headed to hell, but rather to heaven. He caressed the child's cheek. Do not be afraid. I am dying to save you. After I die, I will surely ascend to heaven. I am your brother. Is it not natural for a brother to care for his siblings? However, from now on, you must strive on your own. This child, witnessing this scene, Lin Qiu felt a stirring in his heart. Unlike Lin Qiu, Lucius lacked the security of a revival coin. As an ordinary person, his death would be final. An ordinary individual who signs a demon contract cannot die peacefully. Lucius is truly a kind-hearted soul. In a conventional scenario, Lucius's sacrifice would offer a slim chance of survival, allowing Lin Qiu and the others to flee as the hunted, with the pursuers being the cultists below. These cultists would not dare to conduct the sacrificial ritual overtly, indicating that there must exist some righteous organization akin to a church in this world. Even if the demon honored its promise not to devour Lin Qiu and the others, the cultists would undoubtedly prevent their escape. A chase, perhaps? As Lin Qiu pondered this, the demon's gravelly voice echoed once more. Very well, then. Yet before the words could fully escape its lips, another voice interrupted. Wait, it was Lin Qiu. He had no intention of fleeing helplessly. After all, he possessed a safeguard. The demon contract is the most dreaded pact among awakened beings, regardless of how one attempts to evade it. Once signed, one's soul is destined to be devoured by the demon. Not even a legendary 8th-tier figure among humans would dare to sign a demon contract, even with a minor demon. The power of the abyss, protected by the chaos, is something no human can withstand. Even if one were a demigod, signing a demon contract would inevitably lead to death, necessitating the use of precious revival items. Otherwise, one would remain subjugated by the abyss. It is, without a doubt, a pitfall. Any awakened being would find themselves in a dilemma upon encountering such a predicament, where the use of revival items is mandatory. Even if they manage to complete the dungeon, would the rewards earned be sufficient to compensate for their losses? Yet Lin Qiu is different. He possesses revival coins, and his talent for chaotic summoning is eager to manifest. As long as he endures the initial onslaught, the possibilities are boundless. Let us proceed.